Tim Good gripped the edge of his desk and shoved his chair back from the radar console, rocking it on its casters to burn off a little tension. He stole a quick glance at the electronic signature drifting northeast. It happened at least once a day some weekend pilot in a Cessna or Piper would wander cluelessly across the invisible boundary protecting the nation's capital. Bold, brainless, or just plain lost. Good grumbled to himself, rolling the chair forward again with a frustrated sigh. Come on, man. Did you even glance at the sectional chart? A swarm of other blips and their transponder codes crawled across his screen. It wasn't like this joker was his only concern. Good fiddled with his headset mic, a pointless habit, and keyed the radio for the third try. Aircraft 60 degrees south of Nokesville. Identify yourself on this frequency immediately. Silence. Complete radio silence. This was a NORAD issue. No aircraft was allowed inside the 30 nautical mile ring around Washington Reagan Airport. The special flight rules are without three things: a filed flight plan, active communication with AC, and a transponder squawking the right code. This inbound idiot was 0 for 3, and chewing up the distance at a steady 120 knots, covering 2 miles every minute. Good waved a hand over his shoulder for a supervisor. With the other he clicked his mouse, activating the red and green warning lasers positioned around the sprout. A glaring order to turn around. See the light take the hint. This pilot just kept coming, utterly ignoring the visual warning. Time to escalate. Good reported the track of interest to the Air National Guard duty officer at the Eastern Air Defense Sector up in Rome, New York, 390 miles north. That was Lieutenant Mary Wong. They'd danced this tango before. I've got another two-way for you, Good said, skipping the pleasantry. Bullseye 240 for 31 nautical miles. Speed 120 knots. Bullseye, it was the Reagan Vor, the heart of the restricted zone. Lieutenant Wong kept him on the line and alerted her commander, who had direct lines to the Coast Guard Blackjack helicopters at Reagan and the F-16s of the 121st Fighter Squadron at Andrews. Both units went to a heightened alert status. Scrambling a single F-16 cost taxpayers over 50 grand, so the decision was never made lightly. But once certain lines were crossed, hesitation wasn't an option. Who is this guy? Wong's voice came back. He's Bullseye 2404. She paused, calculating. Still no radio contact? Good tried hailing the aircraft one more time before answering. That's affirmative, he confirmed. Either his comms are fried or he's choosing to ignore us. He could hear Wong in a muffled conversation with her superior, running down the checklist for a restricted airspace incursion. Good watched the persistent green dot, half expecting to see the icon for a Coast Guard MAS 65 Dolphin leap onto his screen. Time to decision, 12 minutes. This inbound track now met the threshold for an immediate Operation Noble Eagle conference. Lieutenant Wong initiated the call, first contacting the 6001st Air Operations Center at Tyndall Air Force Base in Florida headquarters for the continental U.S. NORAD region, where Lieutenant General Rhett Farrer served as the Combined Forces Air Component Commander. At that precise moment, the commander of NORAD and NORTHCOM, General Mike Hopkin, was off base in Colorado Springs undergoing a root canal procedure. In his absence, his J5, Major General Stephen Armstrong, the Joint Director of Policy and Planning, stood in for him on the secure line within the NORAD-NORTHCOM Command Center. This temporary role came with a grave authority. Civilian Aircraft Engagement Authority. It was a sterile term for the immense power to order a shootdown, a responsibility delegated from the Secretary of Defense through General Hopkin. If the order was given, an F-16 Falcon would turn that small civilian plane into a fireball. Neither Good nor Lieutenant Wong voiced it, but the unspoken truth hung in the air. If this aircraft held its course, the pilot could aim for the Pentagon, the Capitol building, or the White House. Far to the northeast, scramble sirens wailed at Andrews Air Force Base. Captain Scott Hill and Lieutenant Rick Wagoner abandoned their coffee and bolted across the tarmac toward their waiting fighters. Time to decision. 11 minutes. 20 minutes earlier, George Cantu cherished these early morning hours for flight instruction. His wife would be dropping their 3-year-old at daycare right about now before heading to teach 7th grade at Culpeper Middle School, a job George, privately considered far more perilous than his own. The cool, dense air was perfect. It meant the Cessna would practically leap from the runway. It also meant smoother skies for nervous beginners still secretly convinced the wings might decide to detach mid-flight. Clutching a stainless steel coffee tumbler and his flight bag, Cantu walked from his Toyota Tundra directly to the apron. There, his beloved red and white Cessna 1722 sat on the tarmac, its paint gleaming almost defiantly in the morning sun. He planned a quick pre-flight before his student, Mrs. Zamansky, arrived. The buzz from his hip pocket shattered the peaceful quiet. He glanced at the screen, an unknown number. Not his wife, not his student. He silenced it and shoved the phone away. In his experience, good news was never urgent, and bad news had a way of hunting you down regardless. Mrs. Stamansky would of course conduct her own inspection as part of the lesson, but the final responsibility rested with him as pilot in command. This quiet time with the aircraft was a ritual he savored. A gentle northerly breeze carried the distinct root beer-like scent of sassafras from the tree line, a familiar Virginia perfume. The sky was a vast cloudless blue, what aviators call kavu, ceiling and visibility unlimited. To the west, the Blue Ridge Mountains stood in sharp relief, free of their usual summer haze. Once airborne, he'd have a crystal-clear view all the way to the Chesapeake Bay. It was the kind of flawless flying day that made his fingers itch for the controls. For Cantu, the pre-flight was less a chore and more a conversation. He gave each wingtip an affectionate, reassuring tug, a gesture that always led to a chat with new students about the astonishing fact that just 2 substantial bolts held each wing on. He moved methodically, checking control surfaces, testing tire pressure, and running a practiced hand along the propeller blade to feel for imperfections eyes might miss. He was under the wing, draining a small fuel sample into a clear vial to check for contaminants, when his cell phone rang again, the sound muffled against the fuselage. Irritated, he dug the phone from his pocket with his free hand. It was the same number. Persistent enough to warrant an answer, so he took the call. The small glass fuel vial tumbled from his grip and shattered on the asphalt before the caller had finished a single sentence. Cantu staggered, his balance deserting him. A cold sweat traced his spine and gathered on his brow, despite the chill in the air. This couldn't be right. He must have misunderstood. Say that again? The voice, warped by a digital filter, dripped with malice as it repeated the monstrous order. Georgie, if you want your wife and daughter to keep breathing, get in your plane and taxi to the southern threshold. Do it now. Cantu braced himself against the Cessna's fuselage, struggling for composure. His reply was a weak, airy whisper. Hold on. What? The line went dead, only to buzz again an instant later. This time it was a video feed. His wife was crouched in their driveway, inspecting a deflated tire on her Subaru. The angle suggested the footage was being captured from a house opposite. His young daughter stood close to her mother, clutching the tattered blue bath towel she refused to be parted from. "Teresa!" he yelled into the phone. "What's going on?" "She can't hear you, Georgie," the distorted voice stated flatly. "We did her a favor and put a hole in her tire. Slows things down. But listen, it's just as simple for us to put a hole in her or in that sniveling little girl of yours." The tone turned icy. "Now get in the damn airplane." "I won't ask twice." Operating on pure instinct, Cantu moved swiftly but stiffly, his eyes darting over the nearby hangars and tree line for any observers as he hauled himself into the cockpit. "That's right, Georgie," the voice confirmed. "We see you, just like we see your lovely family. Please, do you have a headset? An earpiece?" "Earbuds. Yes, I have earbuds. Put them in and stay on this line. Wings out of the north, so I assume you'll be using runway 32? Yes, runway 32. Correct," Cantu stammered. "I'll do anything, just don't touch them." "That's not my decision, Georgie," the voice replied, almost casually. "You hold the key to their survival. Follow my directions exactly, or you might as well be the one aiming the gun. I'd prefer not to, but it wouldn't cost me any sleep. No, I'll cooperate, I swear. Insert the earpiece. You communicate only with me on this phone. No radio transmissions, no matter what. Understood?" "Understood." "Then get moving," the voice snapped. "Once you're off the ground, set a course for northeast by east and hold it until I say different." "Copy northeast by east," Cantu recited, a wave of self-loathing washing over him for the robotic calm in his own voice when speaking to the man threatening his family. Skipping all pre-flight checks, he pushed the throttle forward and released the brakes, guiding the aircraft with trembling legs toward the runway's end. Denied the use of his radio, he made a frantic visual sweep out the windows. Seeing the sky was clear, he began his takeoff roll almost immediately. As a flight instructor, he was trained to stay cool under pressure, but Cantu was certain he was going to be sick. The plane was airborne in seconds. The cockpit of his beloved Cessna, his sanctuary, had transformed into a cage of sheer terror. He climbed rapidly, glancing down to spot his student, Mrs. Vinansky, hand raised to block the sun, undoubtedly bewildered by her instructor's sudden and solitary departure. The grotesque voice crackled in his ear, jolting him back. "You're thinking about keying that mic on your control column. That would be a very final error, we would know. And then, well, Georgie, you can imagine what happens to your little girl." Cantu banked the plane sharply, leaving the rolling green hills of the Shenandoah Valley behind as he turned to the prescribed heading a course that pointed him unmistakably toward the capital. His heart hammered against his chest, a frantic prisoner in its bony cell. Then, appearing as if from a sunbeam, the vivid orange form of a United States Coast Guard Mass 65 Dolphin helicopter materialized. Its sudden, dramatic presence was clearly a calculated move, designed to terrify and control the pilot of the rogue aircraft. The helicopter carved a sharp turn in front of the Cessna, leveling out as if lining up for an attack run. Cantus' sweat burned his eyes and plastered his shirt to the seat. He'd been waiting for this, knowing it was only a question of when, not if, they'd scramble interceptors. Armed ones. For 10 solid minutes, air traffic control had been chattering nonstop in his headset. He let the words wash over him, too scared to reply and sick with dread over the consequences of his silence. He forced away images of a mid-air explosion and focused on the Potomac River, now a widening silver thread dead ahead. The warning lasers had found him as he neared the SFRA. Those red and green bursts he knew were meant for his eyes only. As a flight instructor around Washington, D.C., he'd spent countless hours briefing students on the Special Flight Rules area, that invisible shield around the Capitol. It described the nightmare of military response, the very real chance of being shot from the sky. Now he was the example in his own lesson. The moment the caller gave him that heading, Cantu understood exactly what was being asked, yet he flew on, fighting to steady his trembling hands on the control. Would he really take innocent lives to save his own family? What line wouldn't he cross? He'd even thought about aiming the plane into the woods near Manassas, but he knew these people would murder his wife and daughter out of pure malice. A new voice broke through, direct and surprisingly calm compared to the one on his phone. It was the Coast Guard Dolphin, calling him by tail number. "United States Coast Guard helicopter off your left side. You have entered restricted airspace. Turn south immediately and follow. Acknowledge by radio or rock your wings." A digital display in the helicopter's window scrolled the same command in glowing red letter. Cantu gritted his teeth, battling the instinct to respond. He risked a glance at the Dolphin's pilot, who stared back through a dark visor like some giant insect. The chopper hung so close it felt like he could reach out and touch its sleek government-issue hull. He saw no visible guns, but half expected the side door to slide open any second and reveal a mounted weapon. The Coast Guard pilot repeated the order, but the icy voice in Cantus' ear cut through. "We hear him too. Keep ignoring him and fly. You're a U.S. citizen. They won't fire. It's a bluff. They might be bluffing, Cantu muttered, his mouth bone dry, but the people on this phone definitely aren't. The Dolphin held position a moment longer, issued a third instruction, then peeled away, making room for something far more dangerous. A new message flashed in his mind. Time to decide. 7 minutes. Understood, General Armstrong said. He stood before a bank of monitors in the Northcom Command Center, his gaze fixed on the radar blip of the intruding aircraft. He was ready to give the shoot-down order if it came to that, though he would have happily passed the burden to his superior if he'd walked into the room. But no one was coming. Destroying a civilian plane wasn't a choice you ever made lightly, nor one that got easier with repetition. These crises moved at blinding speed. You had to accept the weight of it from the start before you ever took the command. You followed protocol, you listened to the people on the ground and in the air, and then, if every box was checked, you gave the nod to send some poor soul into oblivion. The rules were supposed to absolve you, to let you sleep at night. Sometimes they did. So far, at least, no one had given that final command. The morning of September 11th, 2001, saw District of Columbia Air National Guard pilots Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny and Colonel Mark Sasfel scramble into the sky with a grim, desperate mission. Their fighters carried no live ammunition, leaving them with a single harrowing option: to use their own aircraft as weapons, ramming United Flight 93 to prevent another catastrophic strike. They were prepared to sacrifice everything. What they couldn't know, as they raced toward an unthinkable act of bravery, was that courageous passengers had already wrested control of the hijacked plane, sending it into a Pennsylvania field. On days like that, with such men and women in the cockpit, General Armstrong knew the capital's airspace was sealed tight. It was a standard he intended to uphold. Now the Coast Guard report painted a different unsettling picture: a single disoriented soul aboard the target of interest, visibly weeping. Armstrong's hands pressed flat against the console. Tears paired with that vacant 1,000-yard stare were never a good combination. The whole scenario was unraveling fast. A clear danger to everyone below, and a death sentence for that little Cessna if it didn't change course. His eyes flicked to the crimson digits above the radar. The clock was ticking, and it gave him just 6 minutes to make a call. Across town, in the subdued light of the Oval Office, FDA Commissioner Anna Apur sat rigidly on the edge of a sofa, her grip on a leather portfolio so tight her knuckles were bloodless. President Jack Ryan observed her tension with understanding. A summons here was always daunting, but a pre-dawn meeting to discuss his pharmaceutical independence bill with his Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam and Director of National Intelligence Mary Pat Foley in attendance was enough to unsettle anyone. Van Dam, ever the rumpled strategist, looked like he'd slept in his suit, while Foley's sharp gaze missed nothing. Ryan had brought Kapoor into the role half a year prior, and she'd proven to be a remarkably effective leader, cutting through the red tape that often bogged down her agents. It's funny, isn't it? People dismiss the FDA as some boring bureaucratic backwater until a contaminated salad mix sends their family to the hospital. The old military adage lists the essentials as bullets, beans, and bandages. While the national debate often fixates on the first item, daily life for most Americans revolves entirely around the last two, both firmly in the FDA's domain. Kapoor, with her youthful round face and clever red-framed glasses that complemented her olive skin, looked more like an engaging college lecturer than a government commissioner. Despite her nerves, she spoke with direct, unwavering authority. A Harvard-trained expert who had risen through the agency's scientific ranks, she was a refreshing change from the career political appointees that clogged the system. "We have to confront some hard truths, Mr. President," Kapoor stated, her voice steady and loud. "Your bill will send shockwaves through the pharmaceutical markets in India and China. Our supply chain vulnerabilities are severe and real. From the heparin scandal to ineffective antibiotics, the list of compromised generic drugs is long, and, frankly, it gets longer almost every week. The volume of raw pharmaceutical ingredients we import from China is astronomical and has done nothing but climb for decades. Meanwhile, the majority of the generic pills Americans take every day are manufactured in plants across India. A subtle, approving nod from Mary Pat Foley caught Ryan's eye, confirming the gravity of the commissioner's assessment. Kapoor gave a quiet nod of appreciation. "You've chosen well for this legislation," she acknowledged before continuing. "To be candid, the higher prices American consumers pay effectively subsidize the lower prices Indian manufacturers offer to the rest of the world." Ryan ran a hand along his jawline, considerate. "I'm not advocating for protectionism that harms other nations, but the reality is this. Conducting thorough inspections at facilities in China or across the Indian subcontinent is extraordinarily difficult for your teams. Corruption and substandard production exist globally, even within some U.S. plants. The difference is, we can police our own backyard far more effectively than a factory 8,000 miles away." Van Damme bit his lower lip thoughtfully. It wasn't so long ago a whistleblower received nearly $100 million for exposing violations at a pharmaceutical plant in Puerto Rico, ironically. A location we're now trying to revitalize for manufacturing. $96 million, Kapoor confirmed. "Your point is valid, Mr. Van Damme. But I assure you the FDA has evolved since that episode. We are far more vigilant now. If companies are determined to move operations offshore," Ryan said, setting down his pen, "let's at least make it appealing for them to choose a shore closer to home. Puerto Rico was once the nation's medicine cabinet. Inspecting facilities there would be significantly more straightforward." "Infinitely more straightforward," Kapoor agreed. "The diplomatic protocols alone, which require my inspectors to provide extensive advance notice before visiting Indian plants, render those inspections not just cumbersome, but largely ineffective as tools for ensuring compliance. You see, in India, there's a cultural concept called jugaad as sort of pervasive workaround mentality. What Americans would clearly label as cheating is often seen there as clever, pragmatic business. Though, let's be honest, this isn't exclusive to India. Cutting corners is a standard operating procedure in much of the world. India simply has a specific term for it." She paused, shaking her head slightly. "Now, I'm not painting everyone with the same brush. Much of my own family still lives there, and they are good, successful people. But here's the telling part. When they fall ill, they willingly pay a premium for brand-name medications imported from the United States." Van Damme tapped a fist against his knee, his gaze steady on the commissioner. "Are you prepared to testify to all of this before Congress, knowing some of your testimony might distress members of your own family?" The room fell silent. Kapoor took a slow, deliberate breath. "Mr. Van Damme, my Indian upbringing taught me to do what is right. I don't fault a worker or a manager trying to feed their family for seeking profitable avenues for their company. My condemnation is reserved for the owners, the immensely wealthy individuals who show utter disregard for their product's safety and efficacy, caring only for profit margin. I will speak the difficult truths about food and drug safety, even if those truths cast a pall over India or Indiana." Foley couldn't help a smile. "She's impressive, Mr. Praz." Ryan had just raised his well-worn Marine Corps coffee mug when 4 U.S. Secret Service agents abruptly entered the Oval Office. Newly on duty, their suits were crisp, their haircuts sharp, and their expressions uniformly grave. Ryan was on his feet in an instant, followed immediately by the others. No code phrase or detailed explanation was necessary. When the Secret Service interrupt a meeting like this, the situation is critical. Gary Montgomery, the special agent in charge of the Presidential Protection Detail, appeared in the doorway a heartbeat later and gave Ryan a sharp, acknowledging nod. A formidable man and a former collegiate boxer for the University of Michigan, he carried a quiet, capable intensity, exactly the kind of person Ryan wanted leading his security team. The man stood silhouetted against the bright lights of the hallway, his abrupt arrival heightening the tension in the room. "Mr. President," Agent Montgomery stated firmly, "we need to move you to the Piok immediately." The Presidential Emergency Operations Center, universally called the bunker, was their destination. Foley clutched her notebook tightly and motioned for the visibly shaken Favda commissioner to join them. Dr. Kapoor glanced about, his voice uncertain. "My instructions? Walk with us," President Ryan replied. "We'll discuss everything downstairs." Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam gave a weary sigh, running a hand through his hair and further loosening his already slackened tie. "What flavor of insanity is on the menu today?" he muttered under his breath. The Secret Service had specific triggers, certain events in the capital that signaled a rising tide of potential unrest. It didn't matter if the threat wasn't aimed at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. If the city's mood turned volatile, a descent into the secure depths became mandatory. A riot near the Capitol building, a violent clash on the steps of the Supreme Court each scenario demanded a relocation to the bunker. Montgomery positioned himself just behind Ryan's left shoulder, close and ready. 2 agents led the procession, with 2 more flanking the rear as Van Dam. Foley and Kapoor fell into step. "And my wife?" Ryan asked, before they'd even cleared the Oval Office doorway. "She's secure, sir," Montgomery assured him. Agent Richardson confirmed they're approaching the Surgical Institute now. Ryan nodded as they moved. It was a small mercy that Dr. Kathy Ryan, a renowned ophthalmologist, had a full schedule of surgeries that morning and was already away from the residence. She detested these bunker drills. A woman of constant motion, whether in the operating room, on her daily run, or in her kitchen, Cassie became restless and irritable when confined underground for any length of time. She adored her books, but she needed the freedom to set them aside and step outside on a whim. While these trips were merely an annoyance for her, for Arnie Van Dam they were a profound aggravation. Constructed beneath the East Wing during President Truman's era, and relentlessly modernized since, the POP nevertheless retained a damp, subterranean chill that whispered of decades-old tension. Van Dam never missed an opportunity to complain that the long, echoing corridors felt like a path to execution, as if they were being marched to their doom by some long-defunct enemy. He argued repeatedly that if a coup were ever to occur, this is exactly where it would happen. Ryan's standard retort was always a dry "Et-tu, Arnie?" The facility, a network of austere conference rooms and basic quarters manned around the clock by military personnel, functioned as a compact, hardened version of the Situation Room. It was outfitted with banks of screens and advanced communications gear, designed to allow a president to govern from a fortified sanctuary during a direct threat. "Civilian aircraft has breached the restricted airspace," Montgomery explained, guiding the group swiftly down the passage. "This is purely precautionary, and it's headed straight for us." Van Dam pressed. "Affirmative," Montgomery replied without turning around. "Interceptors?" Ryan asked. "F-16s are on scene," Montgomery said. "The pilot is still not complying." Kapoor leaned toward Foley, his voice a hushed whisper. "An airplane is flying at the White House?" Ryan overheard and answered. "That appears to be the situation. He's ignoring direct orders with fighter jets on his wing." Van Dam said, his tone a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Everyone in that hallway possessed enough experience to know that human recklessness or malice often defied all logical explanation. Outside, the shattering roar of twin-jet engines ripped through the sky as 2 F-16s screamed past the left side of the small Cessna, their wake turbulence violently shaking the light aircraft and sending a wave of pure terror through George Cantu, who felt his heart hammer against his ribs. He felt like a tiny insect smeared across the fighter jet's windshield, utterly insignificant. The F-16 Falcons, capable of speeds exceeding 1,500 miles per hour, had to drastically throttle back just to keep pace with Cantu's single-prompt Cessna for a few moments. They banked gently, revealing the sleek AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles mounted on their wingtips' deadly short-range weapons. A voice, crisp and authoritative, crackled over his radio. "Cessna pilot, this is the United States Air Force in an armed F-16. You have entered restricted airspace." Acknowledge by radio or rock your wings. Kanchu's eyes flicked to the microphone button on his control yoke, but his hand remained frozen. The pilot's voice returned, sharper now. Cessna pilot, I repeat, you have been intercepted. Rock your wings to acknowledge. 15 agonizing seconds passed. Cantu tasted salt on his lips. Then the demand came, cold and absolute. Cessna pilot, follow my heading or you will be shot down. The jets surged ahead in split formation. The one on the right suddenly released a dazzling burst of orange flares directly in the Cessna's path. Cantu flinched, his heart lurching. For a terrifying instant he thought it was a missile. Please, he whispered into the empty cabin, his hands trembling so violently he worried the yoke would break. Teresa, a different, colder voice hissed in his earpiece, a stark reminder of the price his family would pay if he strayed from the plan. The fighters swung back around, performing a sharp, synchronized roll before banking left in a wide, accelerating arc, one trailing the other until they vanished behind him. Now utterly alone in the vast blue sky, Cantu's little red and white plane droned onward, aimed like an arrow at the distant, blocky government buildings lining the Potomac River. He thought of his wife, his daughter, and he prayed desperately for a swift end. The fighter pilot's resolve had been terrifyingly clear. He was lining up for the kill. Cantu saw the jet a heartbeat before he heard it. It erupted from below like a vengeful spear, rocketing upward a mere 500 feet from his nose. Its afterburner carved a searing path through the air, the GR turbofan engines roaring with over 30,000 pounds of thrust. The resulting wake turbulence grabbed the Cessna and shook it like a toy in a furious fist. Cantu, a seasoned pilot, knew this was a controlled demonstration. They could have coordinated to create far more violent chaos. This was a deliberate warning, brutal shove to let George know they were dead serious. The final courtesy before they turned him and his plane into confetti. Time to decide. 2 minutes. What is this guy's problem? General Armstrong muttered under his breath. There was no question the Falcon would obliterate its target on command, but even this lopsided confrontation carried a bitter cost. A Sidewinder missile would make quick work of the fragile Cessna, but the fallout chowns of flaming debris the size of a small refrigerator could rain havoc on the city below. A string of furious curses formed in the general's mind, but he swallowed them whole. Every word in this room and over the radio was being preserved for endless second-guessing by armchair generals and political committees for decades to come. The official report would end up in congressional archives, military textbooks, and, inevitably, as the subject of idiotic internet memes. Without further deliberation, General Armstrong issued the final order to the lead F-16 pilot, transmitting the necessary code word authorization. "Roger that," Captain Hill responded, his voice a calm, unhurried Kentucky drawl. "Coming around now. Weapons are hot. Target should splash over Rock Creek Park. Missile launch in 20 seconds. He paused, then added, "Stand by, Nord, the target of interest is complying, turning south, away from the capital." Whether he was moments from destroying a civilian aircraft or simply shepherding it away, it made no difference to the tone in Captain Hill's voice. It remained as steady and unflappable as the sky itself. A wave of relief washed over General Armstrong's face, the tension finally easing after the chaotic ordeal. The pilot of the Cessna broke his radio silence, his voice flooding the channel, as if he could no longer hold it back. Choking back tears, he managed to stammer out his name before dissolving into desperate sobs. He pleaded for help, shouting an address in Culpeper, Virginia, and begging for someone to protect his family from a dangerous individual. Captain Hill responded with his trademark calm. "I'll make sure that information gets to the right people," he assured him, then instructed the pilot to alter his course to the southwest and follow the Coast Guard Dolphin helicopter to Davison Army Airfield. The pilot acknowledged through more frantic appeals for his family's safety. Hill's voice returned, firm and clear. "We're looking into it, but you need to focus. You must maintain your current heading and land at Davison without any delay. Air traffic control is holding all other aircraft for you. Do you copy? Okay, understood. Davison. Airfield. You'll see us peel off, Hill continued. But we're still monitoring. You need to re-establish direct communication with AT, and do not deviate from this course unless they specifically instruct you to. Inside the command center, General Stephen Armstrong offered a grim, satisfied nod and sent a silent word of gratitude upward. He had narrowly avoided becoming a footnote in a military disaster manual for now. Meanwhile, Ambassador Carleen Lynch was power-walking down the broad sidewalk of Shakarada Street, her mind racing. The Vice President's stumble-boarding Air Force Two had not escaped her notice. A 58-year-old former investment banker and mother of 4, Lynch had an instinct for spotting when someone was unwell. As she moved briskly alongside her diplomatic security detail, one agent ahead, one beside her, and a trailing sedan, she mentally reviewed Anthony Hargrave's condition. Her protective team, who affectionately shortened her title to the AMBO, kept pace as they wove past clusters of high school students in uniforms, Japanese businessmen in dark suits, and locals heading toward the Imperial Palace Gardens. Lynch, long-legged and energetic, always thought best on her feet. The President, through the Secretary of State, had given her a critical mission for this visit, and she needed Hargrave at his absolute best from the moment he landed. Normally, Tony Hargrave was the epitome of vigor strong-jawed, impeccably groomed, with a genuine, broad smile. He usually looked like he'd just stepped off a hiking trail for a photo shoot, but the news footage of him trudging up the aircraft stairs had shown a pale, drained man who looked like he needed a week of bed rest and a giant pot of her famous chicken soup for go-to cure for everything. That was hours ago. She could only hope he'd managed to sleep on the flight, because the agenda was packed and every move would be watched by factions who were hardly America's friends. The evening's diplomatic reception promised to be a particular kind of torture. Indian Foreign Minister Pranjal Verma was already in Tokyo, and he'd been aggressively pursuing her for 2 days' meetings she had skillfully dodged. His office had called hers half a dozen times, demanding a discussion on India's objections to the Ryan administration's new pharmaceutical legislation. Skirting a line of young government workers queued at a food cart for their bento lunches, the scent of curry briefly made her wish for a simpler day. But not today. Today required all her focus, and a vice president who wasn't about to collapse. Ambassador Lynch had been directed by the State Department to maintain a low profile until the arrival of the Vice President and the Secretary of State. That night, they were all scheduled for a diplomatic dinner hosted by the Japanese Prime Minister. It was there, in a formal setting, that Indian Foreign Minister Varma would be expected to voice his grievances cordially, with a mediator present, over a meal of sushi and wamse. While Lynch doubted Varma would literally storm the embassy gates, it still felt improper to her to simply take shelter behind a reinforced fence and a Marine Guard detail. True diplomacy, she believed, often required proactive engagement, not passive waiting. The Japanese Prime Minister's official residence was a mere half-mile from the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo, so close that sophisticated surveillance equipment could easily monitor the guards' casual chatter in the landscaped gardens. Given the high-profile attendees, agencies including the CIA and diplomatic security had indeed been doing just that for days. The reception was set for 6 in the evening. With hours to spare, Lynch could have simply walked the short route up the avenue, arriving with time to change into more formal attire. Instead, she chose her walking shoes and set off northeast, passing the historic stone walls and tranquil moats surrounding the Imperial Palace, before navigating the bustling crosswalks near Tokyo Station's distinctive red brick facade. Descending into the station's vast, multi-level labyrinth, she and her security team boarded a nearly empty express train bound for Fusa, the town adjacent to Yokota Air Base. A security detail in a sedan shadowed her route above ground as a precaution. Upon reaching the base's south gate, she was met with a change of clothes more fitting for greeting the vice president. After using the base commander's office to change, she proceeded to the flight line just as the aircraft carrying the vice president landed. Foreign Minister Varma, anticipating her move, strolled over to join her, offering a handshake. He was remarkably young for his high-ranking post, likely in his early 40s, and cut an impressive figure in a tailored navy suit and red silk tie. Lynch had always considered neckties a distraction for portly figures of authority. But Varma defied that notion. He carried himself with the athletic grace of a corporate CEO or a sports team captain, his demeanor polished and his gaze sharp. Despite their opposing positions on the pharmaceutical dispute, Lynch found him personally likable a trait, she mused. That was probably essential for his role. Their exchange of greetings unfolded while their respective security teams observed each other with a palpable, chilly tension, like rival factions in a temporary and wary ceasefire. "Your president is creating significant complications for everyone," Varma remarked once the initial pleasantries concluded. "I hardly need to explain." His words were drowned out by the growing roar of engines as a white and blue Boeing 757, now designated Air Force 2, turned onto the taxiway. Varma clasped his hands, offering Lynch a knowing, slightly frustrated smile. She had, for now, successfully avoided a deeper confrontation. The brief train journey had given her a moment of unexpected clarity. Watching the Tokyo suburbs blur past the window reminder that sometimes stepping away provided the best perspective for stepping back in. She had a feeling his earlier objections were just a warm-up, a rehearsal before he took on the real heavyweights, the Vice President and the Secretary of State. Unlike Lynch, Secretary of State Scott Adler was a career diplomat through and through, a man who'd earned his stripes over decades. It was no secret he viewed political appointees with a certain disdain, considering them interlopers who waltz into roles he'd spent a lifetime mastering. Yet somehow Lynch had managed to win his respect. Rumor had it her skill at the poker table played no small part. Adler was a formidable player himself, and he appreciated a worthy opponent. Diplomacy, it seemed, had many faces. A diplomatic security agent from the Secretary's advance team murmured into the nearly invisible microphone on his lapel, signaling to the perimeter team that Eagle has arrived. Almost in unison, a Secret Service agent from the vice presidential detail echoed the alert, noting that Painter intended to greet the crowd right after disembarking. To a casual observer, the scenes by the runway might have looked chaotic, but it was in fact a meticulously orchestrated operation. Lynch's own protective detail blended seamlessly with the sea of suits, diplomatic security for the Secretary of State, Secret Service for the Vice President, and a robust contingent of Air Force security personnel. For the moment, the outermost ring was held by the Japanese security police, a stoic presence that would swell in numbers once the American dignitaries departed Yokota Air Base. These officers for Mobile Security Squad 3 were specialists in protecting foreign officials, here to coordinate with their U.S. counterparts. They were hand-picked from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, each with years of uniformed service and advanced martial arts training. Their expressions were grim, their suits impeccably matched, and their eyes missed nothing. The Japanese government maintained strict rules on firearms, permitting only a limited number on their soil. Their own protection officers typically carried a small SIG-P 230 and .32 caliber, a weapon Lynch's agents privately dismissed as barely adequate, joking it was only useful for fighting your way to a proper gun. Officially there was a don't ask, don't tell understanding regarding the sidearms U.S. agents brought in. The rules were stated, but everyone knew virtually every American agent had a Sing or Glock concealed under their jacket. Lynch suspected the senior Japanese officers were present not just for liaison, but to ensure no one caused a diplomatic incident by letting a weapon become visibly obvious to the public or, worse, to their superiors. In the end, despite the language barrier, they were all law enforcement at their core, and a mutual understanding was established almost instantly. The Vice President was the first to appear in the doorway of Air Force 2, his charcoal gray jacket complementing his perfectly groomed steel gray hair. Hargrave flashed his famous, camera-ready smile, waving to the Air Force band. The base commander, local dignitaries, and the governor of Takyaho was flanked by his own detail from Mobile Security Squad 4. Yet behind that practiced grin, Hargrave's shoulders seemed to slump, as if weighed down by an invisible load. It was a subtle but disquieting detail, though Lynch felt a slight relief when he bounded down the aircraft steps with apparent energy. Secretary Adler followed, his bald head gleaming, older and decidedly more rumpled than the vice president. Both men wore custom-tailored suits, but Hargraves looked fresh off the rack, while Adler's bore the wrinkled, travel-worn look of a man who lived on airplanes. Together they moved down the reception line, offering handshakes and respectful bows. True to the Secret Service agent's heads-up, Hargraves spent a few extra moments at the ropes, exchanging words and handshakes with a small group of onlookers, mostly Air Force families stationed at Yokoda. The moment was brief, however, before Secret Service agents guided him into an armored limousine, which then sped toward a waiting One-Iroquois helicopter positioned farther down the tarmac. The helicopter was a patchwork of parts salvaged from several Vietnam-era A-1s. The sleek new Grey Wolf replacements were still months from delivery. Knowing its history, the governor of Tokyo had chosen the motorcade. But Vice President Hargrave, a former Apache pilot, argued that if these old birds were still trusted by the 459th Airlift Squadron, they were good enough for him. He invited Foreign Minister Varma and a security agent to join him. Since Secretary Adler had asked Ambassador Lynch to accompany him, and he was riding with the vice president. She came along. The cabin was deafening. Unfortunately, the provided headsets allowed Varma to lecture non-stop during the 15-minute flight to the Prime Minister's office roof. Lynch shut her eyes as the Indian minister passionately detailed his nation's grievances against President Ryan's policies, which he labeled disastrous and ill-conceived. Hargrave listened with a patient, closed diplomacy. Lynch wondered if he was just too unwell to engage. Adler, an old friend from Hargrave's early State Department days, observed him closely. The vice president had always had a sensitive stomach, a curious trait for an attack helicopter pilot. Adler, a detail-oriented poker champion from his Fletcher School days, had climbed the ranks as a Russia expert. He knew enough Japanese from past negotiations to get by. Currently, he was miserably attempting to quit smoking for the 8th time, leaving him jittery and acutely aware. The unusual silence from the normally articulate Hargrave signaled something was off. He had always been one of those destined for the spotlight, a genuinely good person who moved from Adler's team to Congress and ultimately to the vice presidency. As the skids touched down, Hargrave immediately asked his lead Secret Service agent, Keenan Mulvaney, for a Rolex. Mulvaney handed it over with a cautious glance. A few feet away, Varma wore a pinched expression, looking as if he could use an antacid himself. Inside the grand foyer of the Prime Minister's residence, standing on a plush red rug, Adler moved beside Hargrave. "You okay?" he asked quietly. Adler was the senior official here, but he often thought of the vice president with an almost avuncular concern. Hargrave managed a tired grin when Carter Boone's name came up. "I'm fine, really," he insisted, brushing off the suggestion of a medical check. Commander Boone, a Navy doctor assigned to the White House medical team, was shadowing the vice president that evening as usual. Like all physicians who traveled with the president or vice president, his role was to stay close enough for an emergency, but far enough removed to avoid being caught in an initial attack. He was likely tucked away in a nearby office right now, still in his tuxedo, filling out forms. Hargrave's expression brightened as Prime Minister Mori and his wife descended the staircase to welcome their American guests. Keeping his eyes on the approaching hosts, Hargrave leaned suddenly toward Adler. "Honestly, don't fuss over me," he murmured. "I'm just running on fumes, same as you." But the evening quickly proved to be about more than fatigue. Prime Minister Mori was a charming storyteller, enthusiastically sharing the grim history of the official residence, built nearly a century ago. His wife, a petite and observant woman who communicated volumes with a glance, shifted uneasily in her seat as her husband described the violent coups and political murders that had stained these very rooms, events that supposedly gave rise to the nocturnal ghosts rumored to haunt the halls and deter many leaders from living here. Across the table, Foreign Minister Varma ate in relative silence, only occasionally interjecting with a pointed remark that revealed his simmering displeasure. One such comment, which Adler missed, clearly targeted the American ambassador. Hargrave's smile faded instantly. "I understand there are concerns regarding President Ryan's proposal," he began. But Varma cut him off. The foreign minister offered a deceptively cheerful wink to Lynch before dabbing his mouth with a napkin, seizing the vice president's full attention. "You must forgive me," Varma said, his tone turning sharp. "But America's approach to this issue reminds me of the old tales of samurai in this very country. A warrior might strike down his opponent and then offer a phrase like, 'Kiri sut gomeni cut you down.' I discard you, my apologies." He glanced at Prime Minister Mori, driving his point home. "Please excuse my pronunciation. To say India is merely upset is profoundly dismissive. Countless people outside the United States rely on the affordable generic medicines produced by our companies. President Ryan's plan to subsidize production in Puerto Rico is pure economic protectionism. It will deliberately undercut Indian manufacturers, cripple a critical global market, and ultimately deprive the world's poorest citizens of vital drugs." Adler bit his tongue, letting the vice president respond. "Minister Varma," Hargrave said, his voice steady, "the United States has no desire to limit access to medicine. Our goal is pharmaceutical security. We need a supply chain from facilities that are open to consistent, unannounced oversight." Varma considered this, his expression darkening. "We resent any insinuation that our facilities are not fully cooperate." "That's not an insinuation, it's a fact," Hargrave replied bluntly. "The advance notice required for your inspections renders them almost useless for ensuring." Prime Minister Mori gently raised a hand, his smile patient and wise. "Gentlemen," he said in flawless English, "my wife has prepared a wonderful custard for dessert. These are heavy tapas. Discussing them now will surely spoil the sweetness. I must insist we table this conversation until later, for the sake of our—" He stopped abruptly, the warmth draining from his face as he looked intently at Hargrave. "Vice President," he said, his voice low and concerned, addressing his own staff as much as his guest, "you look exhausted. Are you quite all right? Are you feeling all right?" Adler spun around to find his friend's face had drained of all color. A sheen of perspiration glistened on the vice president's brow and dampened his upper lip. His eyelids trembled, and his body listed heavily to one side in his chair. He would have pitched to the floor if Adler hadn't lunged forward to catch him. The lead special agent from Hargrave's detail, who had been posted against the wall, was instantly on his feet, his voice urgent into his lapel microphone. "Medical emergency, Mulvaney. Dr. Boone to the dining room for Painter." Now, Special Agent Mulvaney helped lower the vice president gently to the polished floor, rolling him onto his back. Mrs. Mori quickly handed over a cushion, which Mulvaney used to prop up Hargrave's feet. Ambassador Lynch shoved his chair back from the table. "Is he choking on something?" Foreign Minister Varma stepped forward, offering assistance until his own security team practically lifted him away from the scene. "I'm okay," Hargrave managed, though his voice was thin and strained. He worked his jaw, a sickly pallor overtaking his features. He was clearly anything but okay. Secret Service agents seemed to emerge from the very walls, swiftly forming a protective cordon around their principal, who now gazed up blearily at Adler and Mulvaney. As Secretary of State, Adler was among the handful of individuals not immediately hustled away during a crisis like this. Hargrave's hand found his. The grip was alarmingly feeble and cold, yet he clung on. He turned his head slightly toward Mulvaney. "Let him. Stay. He's a friend." The raw vulnerability in those words struck Adler to his core, bringing an unexpected sting of tears. Tony Hargrave, a man of formidable strength and vitality. A heartbeat from the Oval Office had in an instant been reduced to a state of terrified fragility. Mulvaney gave Adler a tense, acknowledging nod while simultaneously alerting the motorcade outside to prepare for immediate departure. Other agents were already racing ahead to Toranamam Hospital, situated just across the parking lot from the U.S. Embassy, less than half a mile away. Advanced teams had coordinated with the surgical staff there weeks prior, a standard precaution taken at any medical facility near a presidential or vice presidential stop. The trauma team would be standing by ready for anything. Out of an abundance of caution, Prime Minister Mori's personal protection officers escorted him from the dining room. Japanese security police assigned to the vice president's detail maintained a watchful perimeter, alert but giving the American agents space. Their commander relayed a rapid summary of events over the radio, directing marked police units to stage for an emergency escort. Adler's own diplomatic security agents hurried in, trying to persuade him to leave, but he brushed them aside, his hand still locked with Hargrave's. Boone shouldered through the cluster of agents and knelt beside his patient. "Stand by to move Painter to the ambulance," Mulvaney said into his mic, then addressed the doctor. "Baramids are entering the building now. Understood." Dr. Boone gave a sharp nod before turning his full attention to Hargrave. He kept his tone deliberately even and soft. "Talk to me, Mr. Vice President. What's happening?" He offered a steadying smile as his eyes scanned for visible injuries. "Walk me through it." Hargrave gestured weakly toward his abdomen, his face contorting with a fresh wave of agony. He swallowed with visible difficulty. "I feel terrible, Doc." "Just awful." Boone pressed his fingers to the side of Hargrave's neck. "Your heart rate is elevated, sir. We're going to get you to the hospital for a full workup. This could be appendicitis. When did the pain begin?" "On the flight over," Hargrave whispered, another wince seizing him. "Or maybe even before." A single tear traced a path from the corner of his eye into his hairline. "My insides feel unsettled. Jittery, like they've got their own agenda." His expression twisted into a grimace of pure pain, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. His eyes fluttered once more and then shut. "Doctor." Boone placed a hand on Hargrave's stomach, starting high, just below the rib cage. He held it there for a beat, his own demeanor shifting, then slid his hand lower. Every vestige of professional calm evaporated from his face. He swore softly, pivoting sharply toward Mulvaney. "Alert Toraman Hospital that the Vice President is experiencing a triple-A rupture," he ordered crisply. "Abdominal aortic aneurysm. Move." Adler released his hold, and Hargrave's arm dropped, landing with a dull thump on the carpet. Boone's jaw tightened, the muscles standing out like steel cords. Standard Secret Service protocol meant an ambulance was already waiting outside. Within moments, 3 Japanese paramedics rushed in with a collapsible gurney. Boone briefed them quickly as they worked together to lift Hargrave. "AAA," Adler murmured, almost to himself. "A major abdominal artery is ruptured," Boone stated flatly. "The primary one. He's bleeding internally, and it's severe. But you can save him." Adler felt a chill spread through his body. "Can't you?" "Protocol requires we transport him to the hospital immediately," Boone replied, his expression grim, as if he'd taken a physical blow. He stepped closer, lowering his voice for Adler alone. "Someone has to notify the President. I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, but I have to leave with him." The Secret Service finally gave the signal, allowing Jack Ryan and the rest of his team to exit the Presidential Emergency Operations Center 37 minutes after they'd been rushed inside. The frantic journey through the underground corridors and poorly lit stairwells had been a jarring, unsettling experience, hardly the ideal way to start the morning, a sentiment his chief of staff voiced with palpable discomfort. While sequestered, Ryan had pressed Commissioner Kapoor with a few final questions, before dismissing her as soon as the all-clear was given. Arnie, never one for subtlety, pointedly reminded the President that despite his focus on the Pharma Independence Bill, The current crisis demanded his full attention. Ryan was no stranger to a crowded threat board, but the present situation bordered on the absurd. The usual provocations from Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran had intensified dramatically over the past 4 days. Each nation grappled with its own domestic turmoil, famine, civil strife, natural disasters, yet underestimating the intelligence capabilities of any one of them was a foolish gamble. Ryan had little doubt that operatives and analysts in those countries were currently gleefully reporting the chaos unfolding within their main adversary, the United States. A flood of deep-fake videos, each depicting Jack Ryan in various compromising scenarios, now swamped multiple internet platforms. Efforts to have them removed only fueled their visibility, pushing them into trending categories. Simultaneously, coordinated ransomware attacks had struck Baltimore's city services, the Red Hook terminal, and the D.C. metro system, plunging tens of thousands into darkness and stranding commuters. A collision between 2 Green Line metro trains had resulted in 3 fatalities and dozens injured. Thus far, U.S. intelligence agencies had failed to identify a definitive source for these attacks. Initial suspicions pointed toward China's People's Liberation Army Unit 61398, a military hacking group based in Shanghai. Other analysts argued the digital fingerprints were inconsistent, suggesting instead the involvement of GRU Unit 261165, a Russian military intelligence division known for disruptive cyber operations. Still other voices within the intelligence community attributed the attacks to Iran. In fact, the plethora of conflicting theories provided no clarity whatsoever. In a twisted way, the specific perpetrator was almost irrelevant. Attack on the U.S. served the collective interests of all these rivals. If the American president was preoccupied with internal crises, he'd be far less likely to protest new artificial islands constructed by the Chinese Navy in contested waters, or to raise significant alarm over Russian military exercises edging dangerously close to the Ukrainian border. And now, to top it all off, someone had apparently attempted to crash an aircraft into the White House. "The pilot's name is George Cantu," stated FBI Director Brian Wilson from his seat at the far end of the sofa. Wilson was among the few men Ryan knew who could actually wear a bow tie with convincing authority. "The man in custody is 35, with a clean record and no known mental health issues. He's claiming ignorance, and so far his story seems to hold up." From his seat near the fireplace, Ryan scanned the faces in the secure room. Earlier there was talk about a threat to his family. What's their status? Gary Montgomery, seated on a couch near the door alongside Director Wilson, shifted slightly. He had a habit of positioning himself a touch closer to Ryan whenever a threat level spiked. "We have a protective detail with Mrs. Cantu and her daughter right now, Mr. President." "Glad to hear it," Ryan replied. Across from them, Foley's and Homeland Security Secretary Mark Dehart were seated, while Arnie Van Dam paced the floor, clicking a thumbnail against his teeth. Van Dam had always hated this underground bunker, privately calling it the tomb and joking he'd prefer a dramatic end above ground to being buried under the east wing. It would take him a minute to shake off the unease and get his political edge back. Ryan took a slow drink of his coffee. "So the consensus is this pilot was definitely targeting us." Secretary Dehart swiped his tablet screen and turned it toward Ryan. "This is the airfield at Copa. According to Cantu, the anonymous caller threatened his family's life if he didn't comply precisely. The instruction was to take off and immediately fly a heading of northeast by east, and to hold that course until receiving further, more specific coordinates." Dehart tapped to play an animation, showing a plane icon over a map of the Washington, D.C. restricted airspace. A dotted line projected from its nose. Mary Pat Foley leaned in, studying it closely before shaking her head. "That flight path goes straight over the White House." "Or straight into it," Van Dam muttered, finally stopping his pacing. Ryan pressed on. "The wife's car. Cantu said it was damaged." "Confirmed." "Confirmed, sir," Montgomery answered. The driver's side tires, front and rear, were shot out. The round for the rear tire is likely lodged in the muffler casing. My people are en route to secure the muffler and retrieve the bullet if it's there, Director Wilson added. And no one reported hearing gunshots? Mary Pat asked. Not according to the initial reports, Montgomery said. The Bureau will do a full neighborhood canvass, of course. But my agents spoke to a neighbor who noted a dark blue sedan, possibly a Ford Taurus, parked nearby. She said there were 2 men inside who made no move to help Mrs. Cantu with her flats. He gave a slight shrug. Not that she could have gone anywhere with 2 blown tires. Wilson placed his hands on his knees. As Gary said, we're conducting the canvass, preserving all ballistic evidence and running a deep background on Mr. Cantu. Our technical team is analyzing his phone records, but so far, the caller's identity remains a ghost. Walk me through the initial directions again, Ryan said, his tone turning analytical, cutting through the procedural update. The exact phrasing the caller used when he gave Cantu that first heading. That they were watching his family, no, Ryan interrupted. The directional command, the precise terminology. Right, Wilson nodded. The caller ordered him to fly northeast by east. Ryan sipped his coffee, letting the phrase hang in the air. Is anyone here familiar with that specific term? It's common usage. I'd assume it means what it sounds like, Foley offered. Generally northeast could be, Ryan conceded, but every pilot I've ever worked with uses numerical heading. Northeast by east is a term from a mariner's compass. He looked toward Montgomery, knowing the agent sailed on the Potomac. Isn't that right? That's correct, Mr. President, Montgomery confirmed, mentally calculating. Northeast by east is a very specific point on the compass rose, 50 degrees and 15 minutes. That's northeast, but not quite east-northeast. Van Dam paused his pacing, a skeptical look on his face. Ryan caught his expression. I realize it's an obscure detail, Arnie, Ryan said, but we can't ignore the possibility our anonymous tipster has a naval background. Van Dam shook his head slowly. We got lucky this time, Mr. President. Imagine the headlines if we'd shot down Lucy Cantu's father. I suspect Lucy Cantu's father would have had some strong opinions on the matter as well, Ryan replied, rising to his feet. The room followed suit, a formality he still found awkward, though it did help move things along. Whoever orchestrated this knew our protocol would lead to intercepting a civilian plane, he continued. Their goal wasn't assassination, it was distraction. To pull our focus from governing this country, and I refuse to let that happen. I'll leave the investigation to the experts. He turned to his chief of staff. What's next on the agenda? I'm ready to discuss something other than a coerced pilot aiming for the White House. Ryan understood from hard experience that once a direct threat was raised, like an aircraft attack, it was nearly impossible to refocus a room full of action-oriented people on raw intelligence. The data was still fresh, unprocessed, and chaotic. If he allowed every potential crisis to hijack his schedule, nothing would ever get accomplished. In a nation of over 300 million, dissent was inevitable. For some, that dissent turned murderous. He was a symbol of everything they believed was wrong, and Jack Ryan was not in the business of changing his core principles to win over fanatics. The ultimate responsibility rested with him. He publicly shouldered blame far more often than he claimed credit. While his approval ratings were generally solid, there was always a fringe element, gripped by a kind of political road rage, incensed by the inherent compromises of democracy. To these individuals he was just a target in their sights. As his running partner in the White House, Jim, often reminded him, the bullet that finds you isn't ideological. It's not passionate or insane. It's just physics. Van Dam gazed out the reinforced windows toward the south lawn as others departed. Secretary Kapoor is briefing Senator Chadwick this afternoon on the Pharmaceutical Independence Act. Ryan's brow furrowed. My Pharmaceutical Independence Act. Arnie, we've been over this. Van Dam held up his hands. I know, sir. Outside this office, that's what everyone's calling it. He let out a tired breath. Many in our own party see this as a betrayal of domestic pharmaceutical firms. We're talking about staggering sums of money, potentially trillions. We are, Ryan agreed, his voice firm. And we're also talking about millions of lives. You've seen Kapoor's reports. I have no intention of bankrupting American companies. Offering tax incentives for manufacturing in Puerto Rico isn't a mandate. It's an option to encourage growth and stability. All I'm suggesting is a measure of caution. Van Dam pressed. Mr. President, you are the public face of this legislation, and it's creating a formidable list of adversaries. Ryan sank back into his chair, placing his palms flat on the desk. So, your advice is for me to tread carefully because some people have decided to despise me? He gave a short, humorless laugh. Right. That's always been my style. He was about to continue when a sharp knock interrupted them. The door opened to reveal Mary Pat Foley, her face pale with shock. A fraction of a second later, Gary Montgomery entered from the main hall, his expression mirroring the shock on Foley's face. Ryan rose to his feet, his thoughts instantly flying to Kathy or one of their children. The look in Mary Pat's eyes told him to prepare for devastating news. "What happened?" he whispered. Montgomery gave a slight nod toward Foley, who swallowed hard, visibly fighting to steady herself. "Mr. President," she began. It was unlike Mary Pat to be speechless, but for a long moment she simply stood there, mouth slightly agape. Finally the words came. "Sir, I have Scott Adler on the line." "The Vice President." She swallowed again, the name catching in her throat. "Jack, Tony Hargrave has passed away." Stunned into silence, Ryan motioned for Foley, Van Dam, and Montgomery to gather near his desk and activated the speakerphone for the Secretary of State. He offered Foley a tissue, though he could see she had already walled off her grief for the moment. Dr. Boone was with him when it happened, Adler said, his voice distant and hollow. "The Japanese Prime Minister has waived any local investigation. It will take a little time, but I should be able to accompany him home within a few hours. No sign of anything suspicious?" Van Dam pressed. Foley glanced at Montgomery, who had just received a hurried update from Special Agent Keenan Mulvaney. Montgomery gave a slight shake of his head. "None, sir," Adler confirmed. "According to Dr. Boone, Tony Oretta tore where it passes through the abdomen. The internal bleeding was instantaneous and catastrophic. He was gone before we could even get him to the ambulance." "It just tore?" Ryan murmured, more to himself than anyone. "No warning? Nothing beforehand?" "I don't know," Adler replied, sounding utterly drained. "Perhaps he seemed exhausted the entire flight. I urged him to let Dr. Boone examine him, but you know Tony. He wouldn't hear of it. I should have pushed harder." "This isn't on you, Scott," Ryan said firmly. "I know that, Mr. President. Logically, I do." But still Ryan rarely stammered, but he did now. "This is completely out of the blue. Thank you, Scott, for handling everything there. Tony Hargrave was my friend, Mr. President. I'm grateful I could be here for him." Foley dabbed at her eyes with the tissue. "What about his wife?" "It just occurred," Adler said. "She doesn't know yet. Prime Minister Mori has asked the media to hold the story until we can notify her. Thankfully, the press here generally respects such requests." Van Dam took a slow, deep breath. "What about Varma? Any risk he talks?" "He seems genuinely shaken," Adler reported. "Despite our differences, he's promised to delay informing his government for 1 hour." Ryan looked toward Gary Montgomery, who understood the unspoken command. "The motorcade is prepared whenever you are, Mr. President." "Right," Ryan said. "I'm going directly to the observatory to tell her myself, Scott." Foley opened her mouth to speak, but again no sound emerged. She accepted another tissue from Ryan, wiping her eyes. "I'm sorry for falling apart like this." "It's only human," Adler's voice came through the speaker. "Tony Hargrave spent his life making people smile. It's only fitting his passing brings tears." He cleared his throat. "If there's nothing further, Mr. President." "Keep us updated, Scott," Ryan said. "They'll meet you at Andrews when you land." The call ended. Rising, Ryan checked his watch and then turned to Foley. "Would you be willing to ride with me to see Phoebe?" Ede asked Kathy. "But she's in surgery all morning." "I would be honored, Mr. President," Foley said. Ryan then looked to Van Damme. "Contact Jason. Have him ensure Dr. Boone gives Scott a thorough checkup. He's not as young as he used to be, and this stress will take a toll." Navy Admiral Jason Bailey headed the White House Medical Unit and was Carter Bones' direct superior. "Of course," Van Damme said, "and he'll schedule an appointment for you as well. Tony was your friend, too." Ryan gave a dismissive scoff, pulling on his suit jacket as he turned to leave, the weight of the office and the loss settling heavily upon his shoulder. The sudden, vivid memory of Tony laughing over a poker game just last month flashed in his mind, a stark and painful contrast to the sterile silence of the Oval Office now. "I'm fine." That's probably what Tony said to Scott, too. Ryan dismissed the comment with a wave and faced Montgomery. "We should move." The agent spoke into his lapel. Microphone. "Limo for Montgomery. Swordsman is en route." "Jack," Foley said, the shared grief over Hargrave's death making her tone more personal, "are you sensing the same thing I am?" Sensing what? Ryan's thoughts were, a whirlwind of urgent tasks. That this feels like a coordinated strike? Exactly. Foley squared her shoulders, her resolve hardening. "Let me handle this, Mr. President. We'll find out who orchestrated it." "I have no doubt," Ryan said, already walking. Arnie fell into step beside him in the corridor. "I hate to bring this up now, but it's necessary. We have to consider the next steps. The financial markets, the nation, the entire world, they're all waiting. They need to see we're in control. Given the circumstances, appointing a new vice president is urgent." "Understood." Ryan clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to lash out. Arnie was right, but that didn't make the truth any less bitter. "But at this moment, if it's all the same to you, my priority is telling Phoebe Hargrave about her husband before she hears it on the news." The concrete docks and piers of the Puerto de Freitas extended into the river like the jagged teeth of a broken comb. East of Tigre, the waterways split into a labyrinth of islands and canals, eventually merging with the Uruguay River at Punta Gorda before emptying into the vast Rio de la Plata. This so-called River of Silver was really a massive estuary over 100 miles wide. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Argentina's military junta used these murky waters to dispose of dissidents, stripped naked and often still alive when thrown from helicopters. The dirty war, when the regime disappeared tens of thousands of young people suspected of leftist ties, subjecting them to imprisonment, torture, and ultimately being burned or dumped into the sea, was not ancient history. The vendor selling empanadas on the corner might have once been a guard at a clandestine prison. The elderly woman with a flower in her hair could have lost a daughter to the desaparecidos. These memories lingered, buried but potent, like secrets in the deep, dark water. You had to know how to look for them. Now the Rio de la Plata and the lush Tigre Delta drew crowds of tourists, both Argentine and foreign. Dominic Caruso, officially a special agent with the FBI, surveyed the scene while his partner and girlfriend, Adara Sherman, kept their target in sight. Tall, clean-shaven, with dark hair, he carried himself with an American confidence that was unmistakable, self-assured, vigilant, commanding space simply by being there. Quantico had certainly stamped that federal authority into him. On paper, he was a top-tier federal agent, but in reality he was something else now, part of a more agile, more elite entity. Adara, fit and Nordic blonde, contrasted with Caruso's darker complexion. She kept her hair short, avoiding what she called a murder handle, like a braid or ponytail. A perpetual student, she had a working knowledge of 6 languages beyond English, speaking 2 fluently. Perhaps her greatest skill as an operative was her chameleon-like ability to shed any appearance of being American. She could shift from looking like a sorority girl to a mousy librarian just by changing her hat. Today she played a tourist in a dark polo and khaki shorts that showcased legs toned by relentless CrossFit workout. As members of the off-the-books intelligence organization known as the Campus, Caruso and Sherman moved down the divided boulevard of paving stones, their attention subtly fixed on the raven-haired woman named Guillermina Rossi. Argentines spoke with a Castilian Spanish accent, which meant they pronounced the name Guillermina as Gezermina. Their target, or rabbit, was walking about 100 feet ahead, dressed in a loose cotton shirt that fell past her hips over a pair of faded jeans. Her thick hair was pulled back with a wide headband made from the same unbleached cotton as her shirt. While Rossi was the person they were following, she wasn't their ultimate objective. Sherman and Caruso were after the man she was meeting, Darko Begi, a Serbian national wanted for the systematic rape of 27 Bosnian women and the murders of their male relatives. These horrific war crimes had occurred decades earlier, when Beji was a 20-year-old thug roaming the streets of Srebrenica with his paramilitary gang. The fruit market served as both a tourist spot and a departure point. Covered mahogany tour boats were rafted together on the chocolate-brown water like floating buses. 2 or 3 deep passengers lined up under shaded awnings, holding tickets for sightseeing tours into the jungled maze of rivers lined with mansions and stilt houses. A floating store, stocked with kerosene, snacks, and what Argentines called gastos soft drink churned the water as it headed southeast, ready to serve the people who lived full-time on the Delta. "Something feels off," Sherman said into the microphone hanging from her ear. She caught a drip of dulce de leche ice cream running down her sugar cone with the tip of her tongue, keeping her voice low because of the crowd. "I'm just not getting that hardened criminal vibe from her. She seems too, I don't know, polished." Caruso took a bite of his ham and cheese empanada and gave a thoughtful nod toward the dark-haired woman before looking back at his blonde partner. He flipped the switch in his pocket to speak only to Adara, rather than broadcasting to the entire team. "Attractive and dangerous aren't mutually exclusive," he said. "You're living proof of that." Sherman replied, a playful smile touching her lips. "You always know just what to say." Up ahead, Rossi turned the corner near a riverside stall selling grilled beef. A muscular young man in a white shirt and sunglasses followed close behind, likely a bodyguard. Sherman took another lick of her ice cream as she quickened her pace. Today she and Caruso were posing as the couple they actually were, which made their casual banter feel natural. It was a weekend, and the heavy crowds provided ample cover. Guillermina Rossi wasn't alone, but neither were Caruso and Sherman. John Clark, director of operations for the campus, came over the net. The team had opted for simple white earbuds connected to their phones instead of their usual covert gear. Nearly every third shopper along the boulevard had a similar earpiece, so they blended right in. "Our rabbit still have her friend with her?" Clark asked. "Yep," Caruso said, popping the pea. They avoided military jargon to keep from drawing attention. "Guy has no neck. Probably all mirror muscle, maybe even on something. He'd be a handful." Caruso chuckled softly. "He's pretty proud of those muscles, too, judging by how tight his shirt is. Not the sharpest tool in the shed. I can see the outline of a pistol in his belt every time he rolls his shoulders, which he does constantly." Rossi had been alone when she boarded the mitre train at Retiro Station in downtown Buenos Aires. The muscular young man had joined her when she reached the docks. Most of the team had followed her to Tigre by train, but Clark and his son-in-law, Domingo Ding Chavez, had driven a rented Toyota van, battling Buenos Aires's notorious traffic while staying updated on the rabbit's movements. Clark was now patrolling the streets along the riverfront, ready to extract the entire team if things went sideways. Chavez had already pushed off from the dock, the outboard motor of his 16-foot open fiberglass boat puttering softly. Had secured 2 rentals from a family-run operation the moment the team arrived. Jack Ryan Jr. was at the controls of a similar runabout a short distance away. Their logic was sound. If Guillermina Rossi intended to meet Darko Begi somewhere in this watery maze, she'd need a vessel. The plan was to shadow her until she boarded one, then quickly extract the ground team. Bartosz Midas Jankowski, the former Delta operator, hung back, providing a loose buffer behind Caruso and Sherman, prepared to become the primary eye if either Rossi or her bulky companion showed any sign of detecting surveillance. This new guy could be Beege's security, Midas suggested, over the comms. Here to escort her. Possible? Adara's voice came through, thoughtful. She's done a few lazy loops past the storefronts. Either filling time or running a basic detection route, likely a mix. But here's a sticking with me. She went quiet. Caruso, watching her monitor the street, saw her nibble her lip, a sure sign she was working through a puzzle. John Clark, positioned 2 blocks over and hungry for any insight, prompted her. "Spit it out, Adara. Even a hunch." She exhaled slowly. "You know that old joke about Argentines? That they're Italians who speak Spanish but imagine themselves as Brits living in Paris?" "Sounds about right," Midas chimed in. "Exactly," Adara continued, her tone shifting from analytical to lightly sarcastic. "I mean, look around. It's like a fashion show for grocery shopping. Everyone is impeccably turned out, even if they're just buying caramel spread. But our girl Guillermina, she's dressed for a hike in the woods, not a clandestine meet-up with a billionaire war criminal. It feels staged, like she wants to be seen as the casual outdoorsy type, but it's a costume." Ahead, Rossi paused outside a shop displaying the long traditional knives of the gauchos. Her companion examined the blades while she took a cell phone call, her free hand slicing through the air with dramatic emphasis. Caruso updated the team. "She's getting agitated, excited. Something's changed. Stay alert. Big guy might be coming to her. This could be happening now." "Well, that complicates things," Chavez muttered. The original strategy was to follow Rossi to Beege's hideout, and then hand the coordinates over to the FBI legal attaché and authorities. Following a possibly oblivious girlfriend was one thing. Surveilling a paranoid war criminal likely surrounded by professional security was another. They'd try, but it was a tall order for their small team. "Prefectura boat?" Jack Ryan called from the water. 4 personnel, open hull, moving southeast. The Prefectura served as Argentina's Coast Guard and Border Patrol. "Makes sense," Chavez said. "Their station's just upriver." "Heads up, everyone," Adara interjected. Movement. Guillermina ended her call and shoved the phone into her jeans pocket. With a sharp gesture to her companion, she directed him toward a stone staircase leading from the market plaza down to the river. Caruso relayed the move. "Ding, Jack. Do you have a visual from the water?" "Affirmative," Ryan confirmed. "A single diver. Looks like a local kid. Just tied up a small launch at the pier. Rossi and her friend are climbing aboard." "Perfect," Caruso said. "We're moving. Can you scoop us up and maintain visual?" "On it," Ryan said. Chavez, positioned a bit farther upstream, called for Midas to join him. "Ross's boat is casting off," Ryan reported, heading downstream, falling in behind that large mahogany tour boat passing the second dock. Dom and Adara broke into a jog, cutting between a souvenir stall and a gelato shop, their footsteps echoing on the concrete steps as they descended to the waterline. Ryan expertly nudged his skiff against the pier, and they vaulted over the side in unison. Ryan himself was perched on an upturned plastic bucket, a universal makeshift captain's seat for small craft everywhere, and immediately gunned the engine to follow the fading wake. With his ball cap tugged low, he guided the small boat using the tiller of a 30-horsepower outboard. Once Dom and Adara were settled in their seats, he paused for a pair of kayakers to glide past before pulling the tiller toward him, easing the craft in a smooth arc away from the concrete wall. "Heat check!" Adara's voice cut through, tense. "Rabbit's reversing course." Guillermina Rossi was turning back toward shore, leaving the campus operators exposed in their boats, every one except John Clark. Nightingale. "An operation as bold as kidnapping the First Lady of the United States deserved a fitting code name." "The operation is proceeding as planned," came the Spaniard's voice over the speaker, brimming with his typical self-importance. It was late evening, far later than a man of Harjit Malhotra's wealth usually stayed at the office, but Malhotra believed working into the night was part of why he'd become a billionaire. That, and a certain alignment of the stars. The chaotic roar of Hyderabad traffic was a distant murmur 15 floors below his Banjara Hills office. His secretary Kashfi remained just beyond the polished teak door, an exquisite young woman with a tantalizing mole at the small of her back. He intended to attend to her shortly, after this call, however long it dragged on. As he spoke, Malhotra gestured absently with the qatar resting on his desk, a jewel-encrusted push-dagger with a triangular blade like a shark's tooth, once used for protection against tigers. He pictured driving it into the Spaniard's throat. Conversations with this man were always tedious, but tonight he brought long-awaited news. Swiveling his chair, Malhotra tapped his laptop's touchpad, savoring a news article about Vice President Anthony Hargrave's recent death. His eyes drifted to the stuffed Bengal tiger snarling beside the door, and he smiled at the timing, a broad, satisfied grin as if he'd tasted something sweet. He remembered Kashfi's mole. "Did you have a hand in this?" he asked. "Hargrave's death was a coincidence," the voice replied through the encrypted line, precise and educated, but undeniably Spanish. "A gift from fate, Signor. My men and I claim no credit. Nevertheless, we will capitalize on the aftermath. Make no mistake." Malhotra drove the qatar into the front of his lap drawer, yanked it free, and tossed it onto the desk to avoid further scarring the beautiful wood. This Spaniard had a talent for provoking him. His smile vanished as he recalled the latest setback, and the civilian aircraft. I was led to believe the U.S. Air Force would blast it from the sky. We've squandered a golden opportunity. The media would have devoured Jack Ryan if he'd shot down his own citizens. Instead, you've wasted time and resources. Haven't you just handed the Americans a chance to prove they can protect the White House? This is the exact opposite of what I want. Ryan is stubborn, a bull. He'll keep shoving this legislation down our throats until we're meaning U-turn his entire world upside down. On the other end of the line, the Spaniard yawned. A less perceptive listener might have blamed a glitch in the connection, but Malhotra knew better. This mercenary had just yawned at him. The audacity! "Senor Malhotra," Gill said, "my team is executing the exact plan we agreed upon." "If your desire is the billionaire," interrupted sharply, "what I desire is for you to make President Jack Ryan's life a living hell, one small dose at a time." "I believe I was perfectly clear about this from the very beginning," Malhotra stated. "Absolutely clear," came the reply. "Operations fail for a reason," Malhotra pressed. "Who bears responsibility for the airplane incident?" "The pilot chose to ignore the directives provided by my team," the Spaniard answered, his tone dismissive. "Our attempt to intercept was ultimately unsuccessful." "Unsuccessful?" Malhotra roared, slamming his fist onto the desk with such force that a silver tray holding an antique Mughal tea service skittered and tipped. The precious cups and saucers tumbled to the carpeted floor, shattering, while the ceremonial dagger remained precariously on the desk's edge. "He ignored orders. I trust your people had the basic intelligence to make that pilot's family pay for his disobedience." "They did not," the Spaniard said, a note of smug satisfaction in his voice. "Transforming what the authorities currently see as an anonymous, untraceable threat into a multiple homicide investigation would invite precisely the kind of attention we wish to avoid right now." The commotion drew Malhotra's secretary, who peeked in, her expression first concerned, then startled, as she always was, by the presence of the stuffed tiger. She caught Malhotra's eye, a silent question in her raised eyebrows. Another furious slap of his hand on the desk sent her retreating. Conversations with this man invariably filled Malhotra with a violent urge to dominate someone, to feel them yield under pressure and acknowledge his supreme authority. His gaze followed the secretary out, lingering on the imagined vulnerability of her neck and the wide, fearful look in her eyes, the look that in his mind conceded his power in countless scenarios. He dismissed the thought with a wave. She gave a deferential nod and closed the door silently, as was required. The $60,000 tea set was a loss, but a replaceable one. Money could acquire anything. A great deal of his money was going to this Spaniard, a mere contractor who nonetheless carried himself as an equal partner. It was infuriating. Senor Gil was fond of stating that for his intricate plans to succeed, he must retain tactical control while Malhotra maintained command authority. Malhotra saw it for what it was: meaningless military jargon. What good was authority without direct control? Yet he couldn't deny the man's formidable reputation. If the whispers were true, Gil had served with honor in Spain's elite Special Operations Unit, later integrated into their Naval Special Warfare Command. Feeling passed over by a newer generation of officers, he had reportedly connected with other similarly sidelined soldiers from across the globe, forming the nucleus of the Camarilla. You didn't recruit such men from a job board, not even on the dark web. It was all whispers and trusted referrals. Their 3 face-to-face meetings, all held here in Malhotra's office in a bid for psychological advantage, had proven the point. Each time Gil arrived with a rotating cast of 4 grim-faced men, a blatant display of force meant to intimidate. Of varied backgrounds, they all shared a chilling, heavy silence that had visibly unnerved Kashfi, his assistant. They seemed hired specifically for their ability to project utter disdain with a mere glance. Malhotra had considered bringing in his own security for these meetings, but thought better of it. His best men would have been viewed by these Camarilla operatives as minor irritants, easily brushed aside. The unsettling truth was that he had hired the Spaniard precisely because he and his people were the most dangerous option available. The certain knowledge that they were killers was a disquieting thought, yet it also perversely provided a strange sense of security. Nevertheless, he was shelling out a considerable fortune, and believed he deserved at least a basic level of deference. Wealth was a peculiar creature. Overnight, a favorable market swing had propelled Malhotra from a comfortable position just below $800 million straight into the Billionaires Club. It was intoxicating for a man of 40 who had taken over the family business from childless uncle. In his earlier days as a mere millionaire, he had religiously worn a suit to the office. Now, like others of his stature, he dressed entirely as he pleased. He had no one to impress, save perhaps his current girlfriend, attractive and clever, but not quite clever enough to grow suspicious about Kashfi. She'd figure it out eventually. Women had a sense for these things. When she did, he'd simply find a replacement. This month's companion was a 28-year-old fashion designer from Mumbai, who dressed him as if he were one of her runway models. That morning she had selected a pair of chinos and a crisp white linen shirt, an outfit better suited for a seaside photo shoot than a day at the office. Malhotra cared as little about clothing as a shark cares about the appearance of its own skin. The world was his ocean. His board of directors was a mere formality, a puppet show. He owned the company outright and answered to no one. Well, almost no one. There was still Reinhard Roth. For the time being, Roth was the only man on earth he felt compelled to please. If Herr Roth remained satisfied and Roth Pharmaceutical acquired Malhotra Med Pharma Corp., Harjit Malhotra's net worth would skyrocket more than tenfold in a matter of weeks, insulating him from the whims of the market. To make that happen, Jack Ryan needed to be silenced. His persistent crusade for American independence from Indian generic drugs had to end. Senor Gil started listing the successes of his organization's multi-front assault on the American president. Malhotra listened, reclining in his brandy-wine leather chair, his gaze drifting across his extensive art collection. His treasures included 2 Renoirs, a sculpture of Conca-la-Myrtille crafted from human bone, and a 300-year-old French translation of the Kama Sutra displayed on a lighted wooden stand beside the door, perpetually open to its most provocative illustration images that never failed to make Kashfi glance away whenever she entered. Opposite the book, a stuffed Bengal tiger crouched, its glass eyes burning with a wild ferocity, lips drawn back in a perpetual snarl to reveal dagger-like fangs. On a small lectern next to the tiger, resting against a bed of crushed black velvet, lay the Howdah pistol that had ended the beast's life. Malhotra had acquired the Harris Holland double barrel, along with 10 rounds of 577 Snyder ammunition, each projectile as thick as his thumb, for a mere $18,000. It was a trivial sum for the thrill of using a 19th-century weapon to conquer such a savage foe. Some billionaires paid for brief trips to space. Malhotra preferred his adrenaline to come from something more primal and hands-on. He suddenly rapped his fist on the chair's arm, weary of the Spaniard's monotonous report. His uncles had taught him that if you let someone talk too long without interruption, they start believing they're running the show. "I assume your men are prepared," Malhotra cut in. "They are," Gil replied. "They had better be," Malhotra said, his voice dropping. He knew a thing or two about hunting dangerous prey. Snatching the First Lady from under the noses of her Secret Service detail is not a matter for casual confidence. "Naturally," Gil said, stifling another yawn. Malhotra's frown deepened. "Salakota, brother-in-law of a dog. I wouldn't be so concerned if I merely wanted her dead. But your mercenaries must not only capture her, they must keep her alive. If Ryan finds his wife dead, he will mourn and then move forward. Give him even the slightest hope of saving her, however, and that man will be utterly consumed. I trust your team is equal to that particular challenge." "They are," Gil stated, his tone flat and utterly calm. Malhotra gave a slight nod toward the taxidermied tiger, silently forming the word mercenaries with his lips. The tiger remained silent, but Malhotra was convinced it shared his sentiment. From his position 50 meters upriver, Ding Chavez observed the exchange. "You're in it now, Jack," he transmitted over the radio. "If you reverse course, you'll spook her. Stay on your current path into the water." Midas gripped the skiff's rail, preparing to hoist himself out. "I'll pick up visual surveillance," he said with a grunt. "That was a slick way to shake us off. Stay put," Chavez ordered. Midas, one hand still on the rail, turned to look at him. "You don't want me to follow her?" "I need you to pilot the boat." Midas gave a sharp nod. "You're in charge." "Switch with me," Ding said, passing off the tiller and changing positions. "You've been on her for a while. Good chance she's already made you. For all we know, Bajai has a team watching the entire market." "I'll be a fresh face. Rossi's back on the pier," Adara reported. "We'll lose visual in 10 seconds once we clear this tour boat." "I have her," Chavez confirmed. "For now, at least." He watched as Guillermina Rossi and her large companion Meathead ascended the stairs as if they intended to continue shopping. From his lower vantage on the water, Chavez's view was blocked by the concrete pier wall after they'd moved only a few feet. "Does anyone have eyes on?" he asked over the comms. Clark's voice came over the net, gravelly but steady. "I have them," he said. "Both are pretending to look at knives in the shop at the end of the lane, but it's obvious from how they're peering over their sunglasses that they're checking for a tail scratch that. The girl is staying put, but Meathead is moving south, toward the city, and he's scanning everything." "I'm coming up," Chavez said. "We're directly below you. Hold your position," Clark instructed, then fell silent. Chavez glanced from Midas to the stairs. Both men looked ready to spring into action. "Meathead has stopped," Clark updated. "Rossi is okay. They're both heading back to the boat. Stay sharp, everyone." These two aren't professionals, but they are definitely trying to spot surveillance. Chavez untied the bowline and nodded for Midas to maneuver them away from the dock. Clark's voice came across the radio again. "One more thing. Guillermina keeps touching the bottom edge of her shirt. I'm thinking Meathead isn't the only one carrying a weapon." 2 kilometers downstream, Guillermina Rossi's boat curved north, leaving the broad main river for a shaded canal. The banks were thick with river laurel, palms, and tall evergreen. It appeared to lead toward a smaller tributary of the Paran River, one of the major waterways flowing from Argentina's interior. Midas stayed in the main channel, cruising past the canal entrance. Ryan's boat, which had let them pass shortly after leaving Tigre, now took up the rear, allowing him to make the turn into the canal with a fresh perspective. With Midas at the helm, Chavez's skiff continued downstream for a full minute before executing a 180 turn in front of an approaching tour boat to head back toward the canal. "How about a situation report, Jack?" Chavez asked. A white egret watched from the marshy shallows as they passed, a small fish held sideways in its pointed beak. "Proceeding slowly," Ryan replied. "This place is picturesque," Adara remarked. "Charming houses. Kids fishing from the docks. It feels like the American Deep South with a Latin twist. Huckleberry Finn meets Sim Bolivar. If Darko Begay is hiding here, he chose a stunning spot to lay low." "What about Rossi and Meathead?" Chavez pressed, though he couldn't help but agree with Adara's assessment. His wife, Patty, would love a place like this. He promised himself he'd bring her here one day, when his work didn't involve tracking a fugitive. This narrow canal, barely 30 feet across, was a world away from the busy main river, sleepy suburban water lane. One side was lined with perfect stilt houses set among trimmed palms and stout cypress trees, while the opposite bank had a more untamed look, with reeds and bushes crowding the spaces between equally impressive homes whose lush green lawns sloped right down to the water. "Staying unnoticed is a problem when we're the only boat out here," Ryan observed. "It feels like tailing someone down an empty alley. They know we're here. We just have to pray they don't." He stopped talking. Chavez gave it a moment. One of the 3 radios in Ryan's boat would crackle with an update soon enough. Then Ryan's voice came over the net, calm and clear. "Another boat approaching. Possibly Biggie. Just left a dock on the west bank about 100 yards ahead." "Perfect," Chavez said. "Log the coordinates of that house and keep moving up the canal." The sharp sound of gunfire echoed across the water. A flock of small green parrots erupted from the trees around the bend ahead. A man fishing with his son from a wooden dock grabbed the boy and rushed him up the bank, away from the threatening rattle. Without a word from Chavez, Midas pushed the throttle forward, carving a white wake in the brown water as their boat planed up. "This is an attack," Ryan said over the radio, his tone shifting from analytical to grimly sarcastic. "Turns out Rossi isn't here for a friendly chat with Beggy. She's here to bury him." As Chavez and Midas rounded the bend, they saw Begay's driver slam his boat broadside into Guillermina Rossi's vessel. The Serb's skiff was bigger, around 20 feet, with a center console and a high, swept bow. Begay was crouched low, using the console and his driver as a shield against the pistol fire from Rossi and her enforcer. In the seconds before impact, Chavez spotted 2 bodyguards with Begay. One was already wounded on the transom. The other was hosing down Rossi's boat with an Uzi on full auto. The enforcer, trying to shield Rossi, took a burst of fire to the abdomen just as the heavier boat plowed into them. The high bow of Begay's skiff crushed the smaller fiberglass hull, riding up and over it in a shower of spray, the propeller shrieking as it left the water. Begay's driver was killed in the chaos either by gunfire or the collision. As the boat settled, slowing in the water, Rossi and her driver were thrown overboard. Begay, gun in hand, scanned the surface, waiting for her to reappear. Caruso, the only armed man in the other skiff, fired a shot into Begay's stern as Ryan maneuvered to put their boat between the Serbian and Rossi. Begay shouted something in Serbian. His remaining guard let the Uzi hang on its sling and took the wheel, gunning the engine to roar downstream toward Tigris. Midas, still at full throttle, swerved their boat hard to the right to avoid the oncoming vessel as it shot past. Begay fired 2 wild shots in their direction, clearly assuming they were part of the ambush. Luckily, the guy with the Uzi was preoccupied with driving. "You okay, Jack?" Chavez yelled. Midas hadn't slowed. "All good," Ryan shouted back. They were now close enough to hear each other without radios, if not for the roaring engines. "We'll pull Rossi out." Chavez looked back at Midas. "You see them?" He gripped the gunwale as Midas leaned the little boat into a sharp banking turn that used the entire width of the canal. "I see them," Midas said, his voice tight with focus. He flashed Chavez a quick, confident smile and took hold of the tiller. "Lucky for us. I handle a boat better than that guy with the Uzi." Their quarry's vessel, with its more powerful engine, steadily widened the gap as they raced up the river toward Tigre. Both boats weaved through the constant stream of tour boats and private yachts. Chavez leaned far over the bow, a hand on each side as if he could push them faster by sheer will. Ahead, Begai's boat suddenly slowed, veering sharply into one of the narrow canals that branched between the concrete piers. It swung left and vanished behind a long line of low-slung mahogany tour boats tied together at the dock. Midas and Chavez swung wide around the floating mass just in time to see the Serbian vault over the side of his skiff and bolt up a flight of stone steps. His driver immediately gunned the engine and sped off without a backward glance. Midas angled their boat toward the pier. "Take the wheel," he yelled. "I'll go after him." Chavez didn't wait. He was over the rail while they were still a couple feet out, hitting the water with a splash before scrambling onto the dock. Midas was no youngster, but Chavez had a few more miles on the clock. Thankfully, Begai was older than both of them. Catching him should be straightforward, hopefully. Chavez saved his breath for running, forgoing any clever remark. He took the steps 2 at a time, arms pumping. The crowd at the fruit market, already stirred up by the sight of a wild-eyed man rushing up from the river with a gun, erupted into fresh shouts and murmurs as Chavez came barreling after him. Begai spun around, realizing he was being pursued. He fired a panicked shot from the hip that missed Chavez, but sent market-goers diving for cover. Chavez ducked behind a stall selling tourist T-shirts, then risked a quick, low peek around the corner to minimize his profile as a target. No need to worry, Begai wasn't lying in wait. The guy was just running flat out, gun in hand, not looking back. Chavez took off after him, his breathing already ragged and loud like an old motorcycle struggling to start. "He's turning right," Chavez managed between gasps. First side street now a left, running parallel to the piers. He glanced for a landmark. Sarmiento heading south toward the main road. The Serbian kept bulldozing through the thinning crowds. The cramped market stalls gave way to older brick buildings housing furniture stores, art galleries, and cafes, and far fewer people. Begai picked up speed, now with a clear, straight shot down the sidewalk toward a white sedan idling at the next corner. He touched his ear, adjusting a hidden earpiece, talking urgently to someone as he ran. The wail of sirens suddenly swelled from all directions, closing in fast. The driver of the white sedan, clearly spooked by the approaching sirens, lost his nerve. He stomped on the gas and sped away, leaving Begai stranded, still half a block from his escape. The Serbian skidded to a halt, throwing his hands up in furious frustration. Chavez was too far to hear the words, but he could easily imagine the torrent of creative swearing. Begai's pause was brief. 50 feet back, Chavez updated the team over the radio, his voice tight. He's turned northeast again, cutting between some buildings, heading back toward the street where he jumped out. Chavez maintained his distance, not wanting to risk rounding a corner into a bullet. "He's on his phone with someone." John Clark's voice crackled over the channel. "Maybe doubling back to his boat." "Possible," Chavez replied. "That's affirmative," Midas cut in. "I've got eyes on his boat driver. No sign of the Uzi, but he's sitting in the skiff near the northernmost tour boat in the canal, close to the main river channel. The tour boats are rafted 3 deep off the dock. 4 or 5 more just returned from Delta Tour. The whole area is a chaotic mess of boats and people." "Copy," Chavez said. He slowed to a fast jog, not wanting to spook Begai into taking more reckless shots that could hit bystanders. "He's winded," Chavez reported, his own breath coming in short pulls. "I'm about 50 feet behind him." "Jack," Midas called. "What's your position?" "Roughly 100 meters downriver," Ryan responded. "Approaching the easternmost docks in Tigre now. We have Rossi with us. She just told us Begai raped and murdered her sister approximately a month ago. She was here to settle things." "Get over here," Midas directed, "and we'll give her a hand. Head toward the front where the driver's ready. It's fine if he spots you." "Copy that," Ryan replied, relying on the ex-Delta operator's judgment. "Begai's boat is stuck where it is," Midas continued. Too much traffic blocking him in. Keep the pressure on, Ding. Don't let up. I've got a plan. Chavez ran, relieved to stop using his breath to relay updates. As Begay reached the cluster of tour boats, he hesitated, his eyes darting as he weighed his choices. The 3 vessels at the back were unloading swarms of passengers, clogging the pier and cutting off his path forward. "Moving in," Ryan announced. Begay threw his hands up, gesturing frantically while speaking into his earpiece mic. With his way blocked, he skipped the stairs and vaulted over the railing onto the roof of the closest boat, landing on the slick fiberglass. These vessels, roughly 60 feet long and 18 wide, offered a treacherous but open escape route. Begay crossed the boat nearest the dock sideways, then leaped to the next in the cluster, and the next, until he reached the outermost one, where he resumed his forward sprint. Chavez followed him over the rail, thankful for the traction of his lower boots. He jumped from the inner boat to the middle, running a parallel course to his target. Both men had been pushing their limits for over 5 minutes. Chavez kept himself in decent shape, logging well over 20 miles a week, though his pace wasn't what it used to be. A few years back, he would have run this guy into the dirt, finished him without breaking a sweat. But these all-out sprints were taking their toll. Luckily, Begay was in rougher shape, gasping like he was drowning, staggering along on little more than adrenaline and spite. Chavez closed the gap with every stride. Below, tour operators and crew members yelled from the pier and decks, furious at these 2 lunatics scarring their boat roofs with heavy boots. Crowds gathered along the railings, hurling insults masters of the Argentine tradition of public shaming until Begay spun and fired 2 more shots. The bullets thudded into the wood behind Chavez, missing him but close enough to make him jerk sideways. Screams erupted at the sound of gunfire. Most of the crowd stampeded away, though a few ducked down, fumbling for their phones to record. Begay picked up speed as he reached the bow of the last tour boat. His boots hammered the roof as he coiled to leap across the gap. He made it, just barely, landing on the aft deck of the next vessel, his knees slamming hard against the unyielding fiberglass before he dragged himself up the ladder to keep running. Less than 20 feet behind, but 1 boat closer to shore, Chavez ducked his head and drove his arms, demanding more speed. This was going to end soon, one way or another. Begay jumped down to the final boat in line, stumbling again, scrambling to his feet and up the last ladder, now limping noticeably. Chavez gained another few yards, running almost side by side on parallel boats. Begay must have heard Chavez gaining. He raised his pistol to shoot, but Ryan or someone near the bow blasted an air horn, snapping the Serb's attention away. Confused to see Guillermina Rossi again so soon, and certainly viewing her as a threat, he faltered, trying to decide his next move. Ryan hit the air horn a second time. At the sound, Chavez veered right, launching himself across the gap to the adjacent boat and crashing straight into the exhausted Begay. Drabs dropped into a low stance, bracing himself as if he were about to take on a blocking sled. The Serb, unable to catch his balance, pitched sideways and tumbled 15 feet down into the waiting skiff, piloted by Midas. Chavez descended more carefully, avoiding injury. Darko Begay wasn't so fortunate, landing hard on the plywood deck with a sickening thud. He lay there writhing, hands raised defensively, muttering a stream of Spanish that was lost in the sound of Chavez's own heavy breathing. Midas immediately guided the small boat away from the pier, using the larger vessels as cover, and turned south. A fiberglass launch packed with officers from the Prefectura Naval Argentina, the nation's extensive coast, got arrived from the San Fernando station upstream. Armed with outdated information, they scanned the roofs of the tour boats, oblivious to the real action happening right under their noses. Chavez threw a greasy canvas tarp over the groaning Serb as Midas motored a kilometer downstream, then eased into an industrial waterway at the edge of Tigre known as the Canal San Fernando. Begay's moans grew more insistent, shifting to a higher pained whine. "I have money," he gasped, wincing from what were undoubtedly broken ribs. Chavez pressed a boot firmly against the man's shoulder, a silent command for quiet that went unheeded. The Serb squirmed until he could peer out from under the canvas. "The Camarilla? Who hired you? One of the girls?" "Surely not, Gajita. I hear you people can't be bribed, but everyone has a price. Isn't that right?" Chavez said nothing. "How about double?" Big Eye persisted, his voice now a buzzing, mosquito-like whine. "I swear it." "Don't keep it for yourself if your honor matters. Even the legendary Camarilla needs funds to operate, yes?" Ordinarily, Chavez would encourage a captive to talk, to spill every piece of intelligence they had. But he couldn't get past the cold, hard truth. This man was a child rapist, a genuine piece of human garbage. No, Big Eye's fate was a courtroom, preferably at The Hague, or a prison in Bosnia staffed entirely by female guards, if the universe had any sense of justice. To make his disinterest perfectly clear, Chavez used the toe of his boot to grind the man's face into the filthy deck. The message was simple. Conversation was over. Midas navigated past the Prefectura station, where a half-dozen uniformed officers were readying smaller boats to join the hunt for the shooters from the fruit market. Normal river traffic continued, the officers completely unaware their targets had fled toward them, not away. Jack Ryan followed in his own boat with Dom, Adara, and Guillermina Rossi. Still catching his breath, Chavez felt a wave of relief seeing his father-in-law, John Clark, standing with arms crossed beside a van on the scrubby bank of the canal. The area was desolate, dotted with run-down buildings and overgrown vacant lots. Trash and tangled fishing lines skittered across the damp ground in gusts from the main river. Clark glanced north, past his arriving team. What about his boat driver, the one with the Uzi? Adara Sherman shook her head as she jumped from the boat to help Chavez with the unsteady prisoner. Senor Uzi was last seen heading upriver at a very high rate of speed. Hands secured with zip ties, Big Eye hunched forward, stifling a cough. "Yep, definitely broken ribs," Chavez thought. The Serb switched to English, a sneer in his voice. "So, what now? Why bring me ashore just to execute me? It's common knowledge the Camarilla doesn't take prisoners." John Clark's eyes moved from the Serb to Chavez. He considered for a brief moment, then gave a slight dismissive wave, as if brushing away the man's entire premise. "Let's go." "Right now," Chavez urged, Bedge forward, pushing him up the muddy bank toward their idling vehicle. The man suddenly froze, his feet sinking into the soft earth. You are not with them?" he stammered, his gaze lifting to the overcast sky as a whispered prayer escaped his lips. A strange, choked sound escaped him, part sob, part disbelieving laugh. His moment of bewildered relief was cut short by a splash and a stumble further down the riverbank. Guillermina Rossi hauled herself from Ryan's boat, her clothes plastered to her skin. She tripped over a twisted root but caught her balance, her hands trembling as she tried to straighten her soaked blouse. A bitter knowing chuckle rumbled from Beggy. "Ujita," he sneered, his small nose wrinkling in contempt as his eyes raked over her. "So these are just your hired muscle? All this drama, for what, my dear? A pathetic bit of revenge." Rossi kept her head down, river water dripping from her dark hair. Fragments of leaves and mud streaked her flushed cheeks. Chavez shot a look back toward the canal entrance, his nerves taut, watching for any sign of the Prefectura. When he turned back, the cold fury in Rossi's eyes made his blood run cold. He knew that look. Her hand snapped up, a compact pistol gleaming in her grip. The first shot would have found Beggy's forehead if Chavez hadn't slammed her arm aside. The bullet tore through the man's lower jaw instead, shattering teeth and exiting in a spray below his ear. A second shot rang out before anyone could react, striking Beggy in the hip and dropping him heavily into the muck. Chavez wrenched the weapon from her, cleared it with practiced speed, and hurled it into the dark water. Clark had the team in motion before the Serbian hit the ground. "Move," he barked. Gunshots were a dinner bell for every cop in the city. Adara was already tearing open a quick-clot packet from her ever-present kit, jamming the treated gauze into the pumping wound at Beggy's hip. Restrained and writhing, He twisted in the mud like a gutted animal, bloody spittle and fragments of tooth clinging to the ruin of his face. "Miss the major arteries," Sherman announced, rising to her feet, her forearms slick with blood. She gave the moaning man a clinical once-over. "The face is a mess, but he'll make it to a surgeon." "Are we clear?" Ding asked. "He'll live," Adara confirmed, wiping her hands on her pants, "though he won't be winning any beauty contests at his trial." "Good enough for me," Ding signaled with a circling hand, marshalling his team into the van. They left Darko Begi bleeding on the bank amidst the river debris, a photocopy of his Interpol red notice secured to his back. It wasn't an arrest warrant itself, but a bright red flag to the world that multiple nations were clamoring for his extradition. Argentina, still smarting from its post-war reputation as a Nazi haven, would patch him up just enough to ship him out for trial. Behind the wheel, Clark accelerated down Avenida Santa Fe, vanishing into the dense flow of traffic heading into the heart of Buenos Aires. In the back, Guillermina Rossi sank into her seat, a portrait of grim acceptance, seemingly ready to trade her freedom for the vengeance she'd just tasted. They left her standing alone and shaking at Victoria Station, offering no farewells. Utterly drained, she collapsed to her knees on the hard pavement, her body racked with silent sobs. The moment the van pulled away, Clark's voice cut through the tense silence, sharp with reproach. Did no one think to search her? In the rear seat, Adara leaned forward, gently thumping her forehead against the headrest in front of her. "I completely missed it," she admitted, frustration evident. "I saw her drop one pistol in the water. With everything else happening, a backup never crossed my mind." Dom gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "She didn't seem like a threat." Clark's retort was immediate and icy. "The hell she wasn't." Clark checked the rearview mirror, his expression one of weary patience. "She wasn't a threat to us," he stated, letting the uncomfortable truth settle over the team. They'd all overlooked a concealed weapon, a basic failure that no amount of operational experience could excuse. As he navigated the aggressive flow of Buenos Aires traffic, where hesitation was a greater sin than speed, he allowed the silence to linger. Merging onto the Pan-American highway, he finally spoke. "Let's hear it. What else did we mishandle?" In the passenger seat, Chavez knew where this was headed. "We were overwhelmed by variables," he admitted. "Our tactics work in a straight fight, but there are too many moving parts we can't control. A simple tail job turned into a river ambush. If Rossi had been running competent counter-surveillance, she'd have spotted us before we ever got near the water. We didn't win because we were smart. We won because we got lucky." Ryan was next. "We had our full team deployed, and Beg still almost slipped away. Sooner or later, our luck." He stopped, pulling his phone from his pocket. "It's Gavin. I have to take this." Gavin Bivry, the campus's tech director, only called when it was critical. Clark gave a curt nod of permission, then caught the eyes of the others in the mirror. "He's not wrong," Clark said, echoing the private discussions he and Ding had been having for weeks. "We're stretched too thin. Even 2 more operators would change the game," Midas offered, his gaze fixed on the blur of passing vehicles. "A half-dozen would be ideal, but 2 gives us breathing room." "We'll start with 2, Clark confirmed, already mentally reviewing a short list of candidates. His attention shifted as he saw Ryan's posture change, the younger man growing more intense in his phone conversation. The kid had caught a scent of something. Clark could see it in his eyes. Ding shifted the topic. "We need to discuss the Camarilla. What's our actual intel?" "Precious little," Midas said with a frustrated shake of his head. The name was a ghost in their intelligence feeds. Caruso leaned forward. "The Bureau links them to a couple of high-profile hits. One in the Caribbean, another in Berlin. Both targets were morally flexible, so the investigations didn't get much traction. But a shadowy outfit working on contract is a problem." "There's no shortage of those," Adara noted. "True," Caruso conceded, "but this one feels different. The chatter suggests state-level backing, maybe even a warped sense of national purpose." Sounds convoluted, Midas grumbled. Clark mused on the name as he changed lanes, avoiding a careening bus. Camarilla, an inner circle. Exactly, Adara said. It's an old political term like Andrew Jackson's kitchen cabinet. A group of unofficial advisors with the leader's ear, wielding influence without any official title. Clark shot a glance at Chavez, one eyebrow arched. Seen from a certain purely objective angle, that's not a bad description of our own outfit. Ding gave a slow, thoughtful nod, staring out at the city flashing by. The rich, smoky scent of grilled meat from a passing Parilla briefly filled the van. Beegy was convinced we were Camarilla, and he was sure we were there to kill him. That alone tells me we need to look harder into who they really are. Agreed, Clark said, but Adara's point stands. The world is full of Camarillas. It's a dangerous place with plenty of work for people who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty, some for decent reasons, some for cash. You don't have to look far to find capable operators who've seen real combat. Most of them are good people, just trying to navigate a complicated world. He paused, a dry, almost sarcastic edge entering his tone. Of course, the tricky part is figuring out which ones are the patriots, which ones are the mercenaries, and which ones are just wearing the flag as a convenient disguise. Ryan ended the call, a surge of energy making him clench his fist. Chavez twisted in his seat to look back. What's the word? It's something, but not everything, Ryan said. Listen to this. We've identified 17 deep-fact videos circulating online. They're incredibly convincing, showing my father in fabricated scenarios ever, everything from rigging a golf game to receiving inappropriate attention at a club near K Street. Understood, Clark said, acknowledging the update. Gavin and I analyzed the 3 most significant recent ransomware incidents: the Baltimore power grid, the Red Hook terminal in New York, and the D.C. Metro. Funds from 2 of those attacks were traced to the same digital wallet. Furthermore, the metadata from 4 of the deepfake videos shares distinct markers with the code from one of those ransomware programs. So there's a connection, Clark stated. A tentative one, Ryan clarified. Gavin refers to them as shared coding signatures, as particular style in how the programs are built. And here is the twist. Everyone from the NSA to Defense Intelligence was certain would trace this back to Russia, China, or Iran. Honestly, I thought so too. Which is it then? Adara inquired. None of them, Ryan revealed. The trail points to operatives based in Japan. Japan? Adara echoed. Could this be related to the vice president's passing? The Secretary of State was with Hargrave when he died, Clark noted. From all accounts, the VP was ill well before the trip. It just wasn't public knowledge. Well, stay alert, but his death appears to be a tragic coincidence. He caught Ryan's eye in the rearview mirror. And I have to say, Gavin's intelligence, while intriguing, feels a bit circumstantial as hard evidence goes. Probably not enough to make the Bureau spring into immediate action, Ryan conceded. Clark switched lanes, passing a livestock truck. The pungent smell of manure filled the stark, earthy reminder of the high-stakes world they operated in, where power and corruption often fertilized the same field. All right, Clark decided. Document your findings. Well, prepare a blue file for Foley's review. A blue file was the campus term for any sanitized report passed to an official government agency, always routed through Mary Pat Foley. Stripped of all digital fingerprints, the information appeared to arrive out of the blue, yet was treated as credible by the Director of National Intelligence. Her analysts would cross-reference it with their own data. This report would likely end up in a growing intelligence file, awaiting additional pieces before it became truly actionable. Clark was a realist by hard-earned experience, but if he allowed himself a moment of fantasy, it was this: tracking down one of the cowardly hackers who launched these digital bombs from the safety of a darkened room and introducing himself in person. Someday, he'll confirm with Foley, he said after a moment. In the interim, does Gavin have a physical location? We're closing in, Ryan said. The best we have right now is a general area near Tokyo Station. Very well, Clark said. Jack, Midas, you're wheels up from here to Japan. Do some discreet reconnaissance, see what turns up. He fixed Ryan with a stern look in the mirror, the kind that always seemed necessary. Intelligence gathering only, Jack. No direct engagement until Foley and her team have assessed our package. Of course, Ryan said. That'll be the day, Clark chuckled, a note of weary sarcasm coloring his tone. He then shifted his focus. Sherman, he said, grabbing Adara's attention. You have some Japanese, correct? Hi, Chotodake, she replied. Yes, a little. I can get by in a conversation. I wouldn't call myself fluent. You'll go with them then, Clark directed. If today proved anything, it's that there's safety and sense in having backup. Dom Caruso let his head thump softly against the window, his expression making his displeasure clear at the idea of his girlfriend heading off without him. "Is the assignment for the rest of us?" he asked, his voice flat. "Recruitment," Clark said, meeting his gaze in the mirror. "The three of us are the last of the original campus operative. It's time to start thinking about who comes next. The men on this Camarilla team, many of them former legionnaires, often spoke of death in distant lands. Lately, Leo Debs, an ex-officer from the London Metropolitan Police, had started to think that distant land could very well be right here in Texas. Despite not being the oldest member, Depp's background in close protection, rooted in his time with the British SAS, placed him in tactical command of this mission. The cool, sharp morning air settled over the Buffalo Gap Mountains, crisp as the first taste of a fresh apple. The ground was littered with spent shell casing. The scent of recently burned smokeless powder and the familiar aroma of gun oil mixed with the dry, earthy smell of the mesquite trees surrounding them. If not for the array of fresh cardboard silhouette targets, the area before the 15-foot dirt berm might have been mistaken for a scrapyard. Used targets, perforated with bullet holes, were scattered across the hard-packed clay. Rusted 55-gallon drums, their rims charred black like old burned barrels, stood at intervals between the target stands and the backstop. To the right of the targets, carpet remnants and old mattresses were laid out end to end in a long, winding line. 4 ceramic garden gnomes, looking more like grimacing gargoyles, peered from beside an earthen berm over withered prickly pear cactus pads 50 meters from where the 6 Camarilla operators assembled at a chalk line, drawn in the pink limestone soil. Debs had chosen them to be small, simulating greater distance, and intentionally hostile. They represented Secret Service uniformed division snipers. He had arranged 10 standing cardboard targets, painted a flat gray in a loose diamond formation. Each wore painted dark sunglasses, marking them as the inner protective bubble of the First Lady's Secret Service detail. At the center stood an 11th silhouette, with 2 pink balloons taped to its chest. Dr. Kathy Ryan, codenamed Surgeon. Someone, probably Taylor, had added suggestive details to the balloons, drawing nipples on 2 and a pair of sultry lips on a 3rd attached to the head. Debs had positioned 10 more gray targets among a dozen unpainted brown ones in a simulated crowd. The gray ones in this group bore various painted badges: San Antonio Police Department, Bexar County Sheriff's Office, Texas Rangers. Others were simply gray, representing plainclothes officers. There would, of course, be counter-surveillance agents in any Rio crowd, undercover Secret Service hunting for threats exactly like the ones the Camarilla posed. Debs and his team were experts at identifying and neutralizing such risks as they appeared. They were all exceptionally good at that sort of work. Luckily for Debs, the layout of the First Lady's event venue played to his strengths. The walkable area between the buildings to the west and the San Antonio River to the east was relatively narrow, which would naturally compress the outer ring of protective personnel closer together than usual. The Secret Service would establish barricades, manned by local law enforcement, roughly 1 officer every 6 feet. In some settings, this would amount to a small army. Here, these officers were represented by the 6 blue targets, positioned directly in front of the firing line. In reality, These barricades would be set over a dozen yards from the dedication venue itself, creating a hazardous gap that Deb's team would have to cross to reach the First Lady. That particular risk was completely unacceptable. Diva's six-man team stood at the firing line, their view partially obscured by the shoulders of the blue target figures. Each man carried an Feng 90 submachine gun on a single-point sling concealed under a light cotton jacket, along with one spare magazine. Marketed as a personal defense weapon, or PUDW, the compact Fen P90 had a distinctly futuristic look, despite having been in service since the 1990s. As they checked their gear, a sudden sharp debate broke out about the reliability of local Texas law enforcement, with one operator sarcastically noting they'd probably be more focused on the barbecue stands than any security threata moment of dark humor that cut through the morning's tense preparation. Just over 2 feet in length and fitted with a Gemtech suppressor, the compact PW held 50 rounds of high-velocity 5.7x 28 steel core ammunition, making it a formidable tool for close-quarters engagements, particularly against armored opponents. Given their size, however, there was simply no chance Debs and his team could have smuggled such weapons through the tight inner security cordons of local police and Secret Service. For multiple strategic reasons, he required the target and her entire protective detail to come to him. The operators waited calmly, arms relaxed at their sides, concealing the lethal poise that was second nature to each of them. A muffled whoomph echoed from a barrel near the berm, a faint gray tendril of smoke curling upward, insignificant from the road's vantage. Another barrel erupted, then another in rapid succession. On the fifth puff, the team moved forward, dispatching the blue-painted targets with precise shots to the base of the skull. Simultaneously, the decorative garden gnomes positioned at the berm's ends disintegrated into clouds of dust, shattered by 4 swift 7.62 NATO rounds fired by P and Rook from a distance. The team advanced with practiced speed, their movements fluid and disciplined to avoid any missteps. Short, controlled bursts from their P90s struck each blue and gray silhouette, and a few unintended ones as well. The collateral damage was acceptable, provided the First Lady remained untouched. With all Secret Service targets neutralized, Debs safed his weapon, letting it hang on its sling. He then wrapped his arms around the pink target, the attached balloons crushed against his chest, and threw himself sideways onto the nearest training mattress. His 6 teammates had fanned out along the mattress line as they fired, and now they dropped in unison like felled timber right after him. A half-breath later, a final suppressed whoomph came from a barrel to the left, another wisp of smoke marking the end. Nowak, a bold former operator from Poland's Grom, called out the elapsed time from his spot near the pickup truck. 6.35 seconds from first shot to last. Sure would be a hell of a lot simpler just to put a bullet in her, Furman P. remarked roughly 10 minutes later. Debs and his 6-man element were back on their feet, gathered with the others around a plywood sheet set on sawhorses, examining a detailed model of the San Antonio River Walk. Debs looked up, a die-cast Hot Wheels ambulance in his hand, but stayed silent. P didn't need convincing about the plan. The Salvadoran was merely voicing a thought. He had, after all, helped design the operation. They all had. And yet P wasn't wrong. Terminating Kathy Ryan would have been infinitely less complicated than snatching her alive. Obliterating her and her entire Secret Service team would have been a brutal, straightforward task. Eliminating those same agents, while keeping the First Lady breathing, that required a ballet of precision and nerve. Hence the 7 exhaustive drills they had already run, with this most recent iteration being the only one where the pink target emerged without a scratch. Standard executive protection doctrine from the U.S. Secret Service to London's Met RAF prepares for direct assaults on the protectee. Debs and his team were flipping the script. They were targeting the protectors themselves. For their mission to succeed, they had to seize Kathy Ryan and escape. The fewer extra holes in her, the better. During his training with London's Metropolitan Police, Debs had heard it repeated that it's nearly impossible to shield someone from an assassin willing to die to succeed. Had found that to be mostly accurate. But the same held true for a well-funded, highly trained killer who viewed innocent bystanders as expendable collateral. Debs had factored the chaos of wounded and dead civilians into his planning, so long as not a single round struck the First Lady. Within the Camarilla, command loosely flowed from seniority. Though many of the men in the room had been part of the team longer than Debs, his expertise in dignitary protection made him the natural authority on dignitary kidnapping. Even Taylor and Rook yielded to his judgment. Burt, the 3rd Legion veteran, still recovering from a recent Eid blast to the face, followed orders without question, his duties largely confined to collecting spent shell casings and handling the mess kit. "A solid rehearsal," Debs remarked. "I want us to trim a full second off our time in these controlled drills. That extra second is our cushion for the unpredictable variables we'll encounter on the ground." He positioned the toy ambulance a city block away from the red circle marking the intended grab site. "Because of those same unknowns," Debs continued, "every detail of this operation has to be etched into our minds and muscle memory, from the broad strategic overview down to the fleeting instant you see your own reflection in some unfortunate Secret Service agent's sunglasses as you strike him." A low murmur of assent rippled through the group. These were professionals who understood the non-negotiable demand for meticulous study and relentless repetition. For Nightingale to succeed, the operation's minutiae needed to consume their days and haunt their nights. A winding line of pale blue house paint, just dark enough to take notes from his mechanical pencil, traced the length of the plywood representing the San Antonio River. Facades of key buildings, like the Alamo and the various hotels and shops lining the river walk, were fashioned from cut-up Kraft macaroni cheese boxes. Popsicle sticks stood in for bridges and critical landmarks. The die-cast Hot Wheels cars symbolizing the ambulances and Secret Service motorcade were comically oversized, but it was the best they could manage. The White Queen from a discount plastic chess set symbolized Kathy Ryan's Secret Service codename surgeon, their designated Nightingale. Once the client confirmed the president's wife as the target, Debs had immediately begun mining public records for her scheduled travels. Snatching her at the White House was a fool's errand, given its formidable defenses. Her workplace hospital was a theoretical possibility, but the dense concentration of law enforcement and military around Washington, D.C. made a clean escape more a fantasy than a viable plan. The announcement 2 months prior that the First Lady would deliver the keynote at the Association for Research in Vision and Ophthalmology conference provided the opening. Alongside her Arvo speech, Dr. Ryan was scheduled to dedicate a new Texas Youth Literacy Memorial by the river. Politicians and their spouses were reliably drawn to such ceremonial unveilings like moths to a flame, a constant nightmare for their security teams, and for good reason. Publicizing the precise time and location of a protectee's appearance was a gift to anyone wishing them harm. Armed with the schedule of where Ryan would be at a specific moment, Leo Debs had reverse-engineered the entire scenario, first planning how he would protect her if it were his job. He'd traveled to San Antonio, walking the Riverwalk with the casual air of a tourist, all while pinpointing security weaknesses and devising ways to exploit them. The Secret Service had conducted a preliminary advance survey by the time Debs made his first on-site assessment. Unlike a presidential visit, they hadn't yet taken extreme measures like welding shut manhole covers. They would return before the event, sweeping the area with bomb-sniffing dogs, finalizing routes, securing potential danger zones, and boosting patrols on the river and pathways, but by then, Debs would already be 3 steps ahead. The cold, simple truth remained. Dr. Ryan was not the president, and therefore would receive only a fraction of his protective resources. Effective security operates like the layers of an onion, with additional support from air and river patrol. The innermost ring is a detail of close protection agents, positioned to maintain a continuous 360-degree view around the First Lady, the detail supervisor remaining within arm's reach at all times. Reviewing past news coverage, Debs recognized the lead agent on Zergion's protective detail as Maureen Richardson. Had crossed paths with her in his old life and remembered her as a competent, strictly procedural operator. That adherence to protocol was precisely what would make his plan viable. Studying the layout, Leo Debs could forecast with considerable accuracy where the First Lady's Secret Service team would position themselves during her public appearance. He anticipated the formation they'd use to encircle her as she moved along the Riverwalk after a brief meet-and-greet at the Arvo conference, prior to the dedication ceremony. He predicted the rooftops where snipers would establish their overwatch, the standard number of state and local police officers forming the inner ring between the public and the First Lady was well-documented procedure. Most critical at the linchpin for Niding's success, Debs understood exactly how the First Lady's detail would respond to certain triggers. The close alliance between the U.S. and the U.K. meant the Secret Service often provided guidance and instruction to the Royal Protection Officer. Constable Leo Debs himself had been on the receiving end of such training sessions, both in London and at the U.S. facility in Beltsville, Maryland. He knew their moves because they had drilled those very protocols into him. He set a red poker chip on a box, symbolizing a rooftop 2 blocks north, and another on a structure beside the convention center. Think of Nightingale as a barrage of hammers strikes powerful, chaotic, and not particularly choosy about its casualties. Taylor, the Australian, rested the tip of his Kabar knife on the plywood edge and let out a soft laugh. As long as it's not us or the lady in question. A faint smile touched Debs's lips. Not particularly choosy. Consider it a sequence of sledgehammer blows with a few precise surgical actions woven into the chaos. Furman P. drew an imaginary line over the Riverwalk with his finger, his other hand brushing the stubble on his once-tattooed jaw. The timing has to be perfect. Rook examined the board, contemplative. It always does. We follow the sequence, Debs stated. Step 1. NOAC has already penetrated the Bexar County Emergency Operations Center system. He lifted the White Queen piece and placed it back on the same spot along the Riverwalk. The moment surgeon reaches this point, NOAC will broadcast an emergency alert to every cell phone in the area, warning of a potential gas leak. The agents immediately surrounding the First Lady will be watching the crowd. Not their phones, but the perimeter agents and the command post will see it. It'll take them a few seconds to process the message, after which the command post will radio the scene. Step 2. Moments after the agents become aware of this possible leak, NOAC will initiate SOLAS. Formerly of the Greek 1st Paratroopers Look-Outsides, the Mountain Raiders spoke up, cutting into the briefing. Among the team's more compact members, his vividly green eyes hinted at countless untold stories. The unit traced its lineage to the Sacred Squadron, a free Greek force attached to the Allied 1st SAS, which earned him Debes' respect. But more importantly, he was a reliable man when it mattered. Solis was responsible for force protection handling any external threat that might disrupt the team while they were focused on their tasks, or relaxing by a fire with a beer. This included managing perimeter security via a network of camera feeds head-synced to a Panasonic Solis as ruthless this waller as they seated inside a late-model Dodge van just a few yards from the plywood model. He looked up to meet Deb's gaze. Audio pickup on cameras 4 and 5, he reported, adjusting his headset. Northwest perimeter. Microphones? Taylor inquired. Indistinct, the Greek replied. The microphones on these cameras are calibrated to detect distinct noises along with clear motion. He manipulated a tiny joystick to adjust the pan, tilt, and zoom on one of the feeds. The angle's wrong for catching the license plate, he noted. The outer sensor line must be malfunctioning. I'll arrange some backup systems once we handle this immediate problem. You mentioned distinct noises, the large Australian said, raising a bushy eyebrow. Like my ex-wife's constant complaining. Like gunshots, Solis clarified. My theory is someone's doing target practice on the neighboring property. Fantastic, Taylor exclaimed. That's exactly what we needed. A deep, rolling boom echoed through the sparse mesquite limbs. Sounded a bit heavier than target practice to me, P observed. Might be commercial explosive, Solis suggested. But my guess is that blast originated from something more serious. I'd bet it was a directional mine. A mine? Rook slammed a fist on the plywood table. I was told the surrounding ranches were empty. If these fools begin detonating things, we'll attract all sorts of unwanted scrutiny. He gestured toward the firing range, scattered with targets and spent casing. We have a bit too much out here to conceal if some curious federal agent decides to poke around. Shooting isn't against the law, P stated. No, Rook countered, but it's a glaring signal. We operate unseen or we don't operate at all. Any visual confirmation? Taylor asked the technician. Solis rejocked the monitors and then looked up, shaking his head. Negative. The shooting continues. Cameras 4 and 5 are oriented along our perimeter for broader coverage. They'd detect anyone crossing the line but not approaching from a direct angle. I'm also picking up some wireless interference and a persistent humming. There's a strong chance they're using a drone. The team dispersed, maintaining contact via encrypted radios and wired microphones and earpieces. Every one of them, including Furman P., who lacked formal military background, understood the chaos of being under fire when communications fail. Without a reliable link, they were merely 10 separate individuals, shyly trained and dangerous, certainly, but isolated. Operating in unison, they were a devastatingly efficient force. A handful of amateurs shooting at cans and blowing things up shouldn't be an issue provided they vanished completely. It was just past sunrise, with tendrils of fog still creeping across the terrain, weaving through dense mesquite, prickly pear, and yucca. The area held wild hogs and white-tailed deer, but deer season was closed, and few bothered to hunt hogs at this early hour. Rook and Teller-inspirable as a Westook the lead. Debs and P covered the rear, guarding the team's back. The remaining members fanned out in a line low crawling through scrub cedar and prickly pear, the plants still blackened from the previous winter's severe cold. As they moved toward the intermittent cracks of gunfire, Rook warned everyone about the high probability of encountering scorpions and rattlesnakes. Bringing up the rear, Debs could see nothing but the boots of the men directly ahead in the thick underbrush. Taylor's Australian accent crackled in his earpiece. 2 individuals. Correction 3. I say again, 3 individuals. Based on their target setup and barricades, I'd assess they're rehearsing for an armored vehicle assault. I don't care about their hobbies, Rook's voice cut in. We haven't been subtle. They'll be aware of our presence, which means we need to silence them for good before they can report to anyone. I'd prefer to engage now, but 2 are positioned behind that pickup truck around the corner. I can't get a clear assessment of their armament. That dilapidated barn is obstructing my line of fire. There's too high a risk one would escape if I take a shot. A pause followed, as Rook continued his surveillance. Then his voice returned, edged with a new sarcastic realization. The one out front moves with a purpose. Definitely not your typical weekend hobbyist playing soldier. He was outfitted like a professional, complete with a tactical vest, body armor, and a Zur Scorpion hanging from a single-point sling. The Greek's intel about the drone was spot on. Taylor interrupted, his voice low. You've got to be kidding me. They've rigged a claymore to the front of that drone. It's a larger model than ours. The aggressive buzz of a heavy drone cut through the forest, growing louder before abruptly silencing. All right, Rook said. Our friend is packing up his gear and moving toward the vehicle. Debs, you're nearest to the entrance. Move fast and try to intercept them, or at least delay them long enough for P and me to line up a clean shot. That guy's glanced over here repeatedly. They're aware of our presence. Stop them by any means necessary. If we don't put them down for good, this entire operation is finished before it even begins. Royce Vedder braced himself, half expecting a bullet any second. He hadn't seen the men on the neighboring property that morning, but he sensed they were involved in something significant. His initial assumption was law enforcement. Those guys sometimes trained in the hills. But the longer he listened to the muffled gunfire and disciplined, controlled bursts, the more he became convinced the group at the old Spivey place was different. It figured, really. The end wasn't some far-off prophecy. It was happening right now. Anyone paying attention could see it. Of course, other factions would be organizing. Still, Vetter couldn't let anything interfere with his own agenda. They'd completed their necessary test and were now getting out fast. At 38, with a solid punch and a salt and pepper flat top, Royce was the unquestioned leader of the 3 men in the pickup. Each man carried a personal rifle, a Glock 19, a chest rig loaded with 4 spare magazines, a combat knife, and, in Corbin Lilly's case, a pouch containing his Leatherman and an assortment of components to improvise an explosive device from nearly anything on hand if it came to that. Zip, the 3rd member, carried a shotgun he'd sawed down himself. They all needed better rifle stock tier, fully automatic, with short barrels for close quarters, and suppressors for stealth. Gearing up for the collapse cost a fortune, and Vetter had devised a flawless plan to secure a massive sum. Sure, a few guards would have to die. They'd better, or his entire scheme wasn't worth the dirt it was sketched on. Corbin Lilly, a year older than Vetter, with pale blonde hair and a wispy corn-silk beard he could never seem to thicken, leaned against the dashboard, his window down. Vetter considered him his second. The brush is too dense. "Can't see a thing over there," Corbin said, half turning and keeping his voice low despite the gunfire being a good 100 yards away and the truck rattling loudly over the rough ground. Zip, wearing a black flannel buttoned tightly to the neck as if for a sermon, had a dried trail of blood on his cheek from a mesquite thorn he'd caught earlier. "My bad," Zip said. His given name was Merlin. He was loyal as a well-trained hound, but had a peculiar talent for doing foolish things, and then offering apologies. "I had no idea anyone was living over there when I scouted this spot." Corbin began to reply, but Royce lifted a hand, cutting him off. He glanced at his passengers as he steered around the deep ruts in the red clay road. "What did you boys hear back there? Gunfire?" "Obviously," Vetter said, swerving to avoid a collapsed prickly pear cactus. "But what kind of gunfire?" "Automatic fire," Zip offered. "Ah," Vetter said, seizing the chance to instruct. "But not just spray and pray. There must be half a dozen shooters over there, and everyone is disciplined. Tight 3-round bursts, engaging multiple targets." A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. It was almost impressive in a bitterly ironic way. Here they were, scrambling in a beat-up truck, while what sounded like a private army drilled next door. The world really was coming apart beautifully. That faint beat just before the last burst of gunfire, Corbin was convinced it was a shot timer. "Sounds like someone's running tactical drills," he remarked. Royce considered this. There were a few shooting schools in the area, but the downside of living in Abilene your whole life was that by Royce's age everyone had you pegged. The reputable instructors at those schools would probably love to use Royce for target practice. His wife's job at the auto parts store on Highway 277 was solid, good enough that she'd bought them a nice flat screen. It was perfect for game nights, but the crew often used it to watch YouTube videos on shooting techniques and tactical maneuver. You could learn a staggering amount online about die suppressors, makeshift explosives, and remote triggers, but theory only got you so far. Eventually, you had to hit the range. Corbin, who'd trained as an electrician in high school, was a whiz with circuit. He'd even built 2 powerful mini Claymore mines using plastic travel soap dishes, following a guide they'd found. They'd tested one out at an abandoned gravel pit, saving the other for a more opportune moment. Zip spoke up. "Maybe we should introduce ourselves. If we're planning bigger jobs in Fort Worth or Dallas, we'll need more hands. Could be worth feeling them out. We might share some common interests." "Too dangerous," Vetter stated flatly. "We're sticking to the original plan." Zip wasn't buying it. "You heard them. They know their way around weapons. We could use that kind of skill on our team. Vetter deliberately hit a pothole harder than necessary, jolting the truck. We're leaving before they spot us. Guys with that kind of training would shoot us on sight if we just walked up. Why would they do that? Vetter let out a short, humorless laugh. Because it's exactly what I'd do. Debs sprinted, the P-90 compact submachine gun pressed to his chest as he tore through the brush and vaulted over low cacti. Mesquite thorns ripped at his arms and face, narrowly avoiding his eyes. The gate was still a quarter-mile off, past the crest of a long hill the team used to shield their activities from the road. Luckily, the shooters from the neighboring property were taking their time with the drone wreckage. Debs slid down the far side of the hill and hid his rifle behind a large prickly-pear cactus, just as a black pickup truck reached their own gate. A blond man in a camo t-shirt stepped out, revealing at least one rifle inside with his two companions. Debs had a Browning high-power pistol tucked in the small of his back, but he was ready to dive for his primary weapon if things turned hostile. The blond man worked the gate combination, glancing up periodically at Debs's position, like a scavenger checking its surroundings, then dragged the gate open and waved the truck through. Debs focused on his breathing, counting to 4 with each inhale to steady himself after the run. Loose pebbles still trickled down the hill beside the scuffed earth of his path. He hoped these men weren't skilled trackers. If they were, P and Rook would end that talent with a few well-placed rounds. Pulling a pair of mechanic's gloves from his pocket, he tugged them on. He turned his back to the road, busying himself with a casual inspection of the fence line, testing P-posts and the tension of the barbed wire. He had no tools, but he doubted the men in the truck would be around long enough to notice the roof. Giving a friendly, distracted wave as the truck approached, he played the part of a neighbor tending to chores. As he anticipated, their curiosity about him was as keen as his was about them. The truck's tires crunched on the limestone gravel as it slowed and came to a stop. Debs spun around, pulling off his gloves, and his gaze locked onto the open passenger window just 10 feet away. The blond man kept his hands hidden inside the cab, out of sight, as did the guy in the middle, whose ball cap was pulled so low it looked like he might be a sleeper completely zoned out. The driver had a square, heavy jaw and a slight undercut that gave him the aggressive look of a pit bull, though that felt unfair to the breed. "You lose something?" Blondie grunted out. "Just checking the fence line," Debs replied, not bothering to mask his accent. He fully expected Rook and P to turn these men into a cloud of red mist at any second. When the shots didn't come, he leaned casually against a nearby T-post and offered what he hoped was a relaxed, harmless smile. The pit bull-looking driver broke the silence. "Heard some shooting around here." It was a statement, not a question. "A bit here and there," Debs said, the smile still fixed on his face, his mind racing about why these guys still had their heads attached. The pickup had come to a complete stop, angled slightly on the gravel road. From their hidden perches, P and Rook would have them perfectly framed in their scope. "Sounded like more than just a bit," Blondie countered. Debs gave a nonchalant shrug. "Figure most folks around here keep a decent range on their property got a sight in the deer rifles." He deliberately didn't mention that he'd heard their gunfire too. "Deer rifles," the driver repeated, his tone dripping with skepticism. Just then, a white Chevy Impala crested the eastern hill, kicking up a plume of dust. Blonda and the middleman glanced over their shoulders, but the driver's eyes never left Debs. Debs drew a slow breath as the car drew nearer. A light bar on top a sheriff's patrol vehicle. So that's why Rook and P were holding back. For a split second, the paranoid thought flashed that these clowns in the truck might be undercover cops. No, they were too jumpy for that. The approaching deputy explained why they were still breathing, though. His team would have seen the cruiser long before he did and withheld fire until it passed. Even so, a county deputy spotting them together was a complication. This would have to be handled later, somewhere more discreet. The patrol car sped past, the deputy giving a brief, polite tip of his hat, utterly unaware of the lethal tension he'd just driven through. The transmission of the black pickup clunked loudly as the driver threw it into gear. seizing the chance to leave. "Y'all take care now," Debs said with a wave. Blondie just rolled up his window without a word. Debs committed the license plate to memory as they drove off. The driver was clearly in charge. They'd track him down, have a quiet conversation to find his buddies, and then dispose of all three before one of these local yokels started blabbing about military types running drills with automatic weapons. This was a loose end that needed tying off quickly and permanently. Across the Oval Office, White House Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam stood by the bookcase, clicking a black Skillcraft ballpoint pen with a rhythm just shy of genuinely irritating. The four other meeting attendees were settled in their usual spots near the fireplace and on the paired couches. The co-as often positioned himself slightly apart when wrestling with a particularly thorny issue, claiming it helped him maintain his own perspective while staying connected to the broader discussion. President Ryan couldn't help but admire the man. Decades of government service, chief of staff to 4 presidents, face to face with the most powerful people on the planet, and through it all, Arnie remained unchanged. His off-the-rack suits were clean, usually, but by the time he had his assistant donate one to Goodwill, he'd practically worn the fabric threadbare. In a world of Mont Blanc pens and embossed leather portfolios, Arnie Van Dam steadfastly used a government-issue Skillcraft and a drab, utilitarian Forest Service green memo pad. The sleeves of his favorite Eddie Bauer shirts were always pushed up past his elbows, often unevenly when he was lost in thought, which was most of the time. Governor Davis phoned this morning, Van Dam reported. She offered her sympathies and then made a pretty obvious point of reminding us how crucial she was to the party during the midterms. Mary Pat Foley crossed her arms, shaking her head with the weary disappointment of a mother dealing with a misbehaving child. That woman has the subtlety of a jackhammer. The other men in the room suddenly found their shoes fascinating. While Mary Pat generally viewed political maneuvering as only slightly more appealing than poison, Ryan valued her judgment and had insisted she'd join this meeting. In reality, his entire cabinet was providing suggestions for a new vice president, but he trusted a small inner circle more deeply. Some of those trusted advisers had stood with him earlier at Andrews Air Force Base, beside Phoebe Hargrave. The hangar had been utterly silent, the media hushed as the Air Force Band played Hail Columbia and the Vice President's flag-draped casket was carried from the plane. Secretary of Homeland Security Mark Dehart and Secret Service Director Lawrence Howe had met Keenan Mulvaney, the special agent in charge of the Vice President's detail. Since Darrett's own security team fell under the logistical umbrella of the Vice Presidential Protection Division, Mulvaney was technically his supervisor, too. The agent descended the air stairs looking utterly broken, his normally confident posture slumped, his young face pale with guilt. He moved like a teenager who had just cost his team the state championship. The person he was sworn to protect was gone. Logic said it wasn't his fault, but his entire body seemed to buckle under the weight of failure. His superiors had come both to honor the vice president and to support their agent. A weary, red-eyed Secretary of State Scott Adler had shaken the president's hand, and then, as a close family friend, volunteered to accompany Phoebe Hargrave. Her husband was a public figure, a man who belonged to the nation, and she would need help navigating the machinery of a state funeral. Ryan had ordered Adler to go home and rest once Phoebe was settled, receiving only a tired nod in reply. Director Howe had left with Mulvaney, but Ryan asked the others Foley, Dehart, Defense Secretary Robert Burgess, and Attorney General Dan Murray back to the Oval Office to, as he put it, pick their brain. For the past hour they had debated the merits of executives versus legislators. A governor brought hands-on leadership experience, but often lacked depth in foreign affairs. Senators and representatives might have more exposure to international issues. But their real advantage, Van Dam noted with a hint of sarcasm, was their endless hustle for re-election, a campaign that started practically the day after they won. It was a grubby business, dialing for dollars from rented offices just off Capitol Hill to avoid using government resources. But that distasteful work built massive networks of donors, people who knew other people, influencers capable of moving entire segments of the country. In the end, what drew voters to legislators for higher office wasn't their foreign policy credentials or their extensive resumes in managing complex national affairs. Their true value stemmed from a simpler, more pragmatic asset: their connections. They knew people. Ryan himself couldn't have cared less about that political currency. The party, however, placed immense stock in it, and trumpeting that reality fell to Arnie Van Dam. Next to speak was the Secretary of Defense. Bob Burgess, a blunt and seasoned civilian leader, shared Foley's distaste for political maneuvering, yet he understood the game's necessary play. "I got a call from Mickey Dunn last night," Burgess reported. "The distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania," Ed DeHart remarked, a sardonic half-smile on his face. DeHart had once represented that state in the Senate before Ryan recruited him for the cabinet. "Congressman Dunn has, against all odds, been elected 9 times, Burgess continued. "He's a thoroughly unpleasant individual, but he holds a seat on the powerful House Ways and Means Committee and chairs Homeland Security. He made sure to remind me of that fact several times during our chat. He implied no, he stated directly that with all the support he's provided this administration, it was now his turn to have a seat at the table." Ryan slowly smoothed the fabric of his trousers over his knee, a calming gesture he'd picked up from his father. "His turn?" He used those exact words. "He did, Mr. President," Burgess confirmed. "Historically," Ryan began, slipping into his former professor's tone, "some of the nation's founders argued for 3-year House terms, following the British model. Others insisted on terms of no more than a single year, believing anything longer smacked of tyranny." Burgess allowed a grim smile. "One suspects they were envisioning future Mickey Dunns." "To be perfectly candid," Van Dam interjected, "there's a lengthy queue of individuals who feel it's their turn. A significant number are aware they'd never survive the FBI's equivalent of a background colonoscopy. What they truly crave is the opportunity to claim they were considered. The bragging rights. All they need is a strategic leak that they were on some shortlist, so they can spin the tale that they were the ones who turned the job down." As Arnie continued his lecture on the delicate art of political appeasement, Ryan shifted subtly in his chair, catching Mary Pat Foley's eye. The Director of National Intelligence raised a brow almost imperceptibly, a glint of shared understanding in her gaze. Their professional history spanned decades. They'd felt the Cold War ice melt beneath them and, more recently, sensed the creeping return of a frost in global relations. Of everyone in Jack Ryan's life, Mary Pat understood him as well as anyone, save for Kathy, and there were corners of his experience even his wife would never know. While Van Dam elaborated on the inevitable discontent any vice presidential pick would generate, Foley lowered her eyes and gave the faintest shake of her head. The message was silent but crystal clear to Ryan. With that minuscule motion and a wry, crooked smile, she answered the unasked question about her interest in the job. It wasn't just a no, it was an emphatic, resounding refusal. The door from the secretary's suite opened, and Scott Adler entered, halting abruptly at the sight of the assembled group. His suit was fresh, but his face bore the same exhausted, hollowed-out expression he'd worn at the aircraft hangar, a look he'd likely carry for a good while. Ryan immediately caught the faint scent of cigarette smoke clinging to him. Adler had fallen off the wagon. Given the circumstances, it was hard to fault him. There were moments Ryan himself was tempted, but no, Kathy would have his head. "Apologies, Mr. President," Adler said. "Betty told me to come right in. She must have assumed I was meant to be part of whatever this is." "You're always welcome, Scott," Ryan said, waving him in. "I value your counsel, but I'm certain you'd serve the country more effectively after a few hours of actual sleep." "This is about filling Tony's position, isn't it?" "The vice presidency," Ryan confirmed. "We are." Adler's jaw tightened, a bitter edge in his voice. "I knew the scavengers would be gathering." He blinked back the moisture forming in his eyes. I just hoped we might have a little time to plan a proper tribute first. A memorial service, flags lowered. They seem like small gestures, but they matter. Ryan let out a slow breath. I issued the flag order nationwide at every installation and embassy, right after our initial call. You heard my statement to the country after the news broke, and I'll be speaking to them again in checked. His watch. Roughly 4 hours. By then I need to show some forward momentum. The American people deserve to see we have a path forward. The world needs to see it too. For a long moment Adler stood motionless, eyes closed, drawing measured breaths. Ryan waited, then crossed the room to clasp his hand. The others followed his lead. I can only hope to be half the friend you were to Tony, Ryan said quietly. Now, go home. Try to get some rest. Of course, Mr. President, Adler murmured. My apologies. None needed. Ryan's gaze swept the Oval Office, a faint smile for the faces, familiar and recent, gathered there. We look out for each other. And on that note, I have a meeting with Senator Chadwick approaching. A dry chuckle escaped Adler. In that case, I'll make myself very scarce. The group filed out, Arnie already absorbed in the notes scrawled in his small green notebook. Foley hung back a few paces, securing a sliver of privacy with the president. I'm no politician, Jack, she said once the others were gone. Cameras make my skin crawl. Always am since I was a kid. In a perfect world, I'd testify before Congress from behind a black curtain with a voice modulator, like some protected witness. The whole social media circus people begging for attention and validation genuinely unsettles me. This is not news to me, Ryan said, a grin tugging at his mouth. She didn't let him finish. I am a spy, Jack. It's in my blood. It's what I'll always be. That's the beginning and end of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Crystal clear, my friend. The unspoken agreement he'd never formally offered the job. She'd never formally declined men whoever he selected could publicly be his first and only choice. All right, then, the Ah said, releasing a sigh of palpable relief. If I might volunteer some advice you didn't ask for. Ryan gestured across the desk. Please do. Do not offer that position to that woman. The suggestion caught Ryan so off guard he gave a short, incredulous laugh. Michelle Chadwick as vice president? For heaven's sake, Jack, don't even say it out loud. That's like inviting trouble. She's playing nice for this drug pricing bill. But trust me, she'd be thrilled to watch 99% of your agenda go up in flames. Ryan opened his mouth to respond, but Foley, building momentum, didn't seem to notice. I know she did the right thing by exposing that Chinese intelligence officer who tried to recruit her. But let's be honest, merely refusing to commit treason isn't a medal-worthy act. That woman would happily. Ryan held up a hand. Marry Pat. Don't lose sleep over it. He offered a grim, knowing smile. Senator Chadwick is a bridge too far even for a team of rivals. Debs pulled the Dodge to a stop on 14th Street, tucking it under the sparse shade of some scrub oaks and putting distance between it and the nearest homes. Furman P. stepped out from the passenger side. The faded remnants of removed facial tattoos left strange, shadowy patches beneath his eyes, as if he'd rubbed stray ashes into his skin. Out of ingrained habit, P., like Debs, performed a press check on his piston, none of that theatrical racking-the-line nonsense from movies. Just a subtle shift of the slide a few millimeters to confirm a round was ready in the chamber. If everything went according to plan, they'd be needing that certainty very soon. The county records had traced the black pickup's license plate to a man named Royce Vedder. A surprisingly simple online search uncovered Royce Vedder's cell number, his home address on the northern outskirts of Abilene, and his length of residence there. Debs located his social media profiles in under 2 minutes. No question this was the man with the blocky, aggressive jawline. A couple more minutes of scrolling through Vedder's friends list identified the blond man as Corbin Lilly, and the drowsy-looking fellow in the baseball cap as Merlin Swain, who went by Zip. Both Swain and Lily's profiles listed them as single, and their photos suggested no serious romantic attachment. The plan was for Debs and P to handle Vedder and his household, while Rook and Taylor would deal with Lily and Swain separately. Vedder's profile was marked married, and a teenage boy named Chris, already showing hints of that same stubborn jaw, appeared in several pictures. There was also a daughter, Renee, in her 20s, lean and athletic, with a sullen expression, a ness of blonde hair draped over a sharply shaved side. Her photos hinted at a location with palm trees, possibly California or Arizona. That distance was convenient, though Debs had to admit her distinctive look sparked a flicker of curiosity. Part of him wanted to see her up close, if only briefly, before business took precedence. He and P kept their caps low, shielding their faces from any potential porch cameras as they approached. The street was quiet, the driveways they passed empty. The woman who answered the door was petite, with dyed auburn hair, noticeably plumped lips, and false eyelashes so dramatic they could have bewildered a lovesick spider. The house itself was modest, its paint peeling and gutters drooping. A tarp-covered Trans Am sat like a centerpiece on the parched, patchy lawn. Through the narrow gap in the door, Debs could see the interior was surprisingly orderly. She introduced herself as Margaret, but Debs immediately thought she looked more like a Trixie or a bunny. She reminded him of a dancer he'd known back in Grimsby named Star. They could have been sisters. She kept one hand hidden behind the doorframe, the posture of someone holding a shotgun. A small, wiry brown dog, maybe a Pomeranian mix, poked its head around her leg and snarled through the screen. "What's he done now?" she asked, pushing a weary strand of hair from her face. Pia, positioned to the left of the doorway, offered a slight shrug. "What do you imagine he's done, Mrs. Vedder?" "Nice try," she retorted. "Anyway, you just missed him. By about an hour." "No problem at all," Debs said smoothly, pulling a card from his shirt pocket. "We'll just leave our number—" "You're not police," Margaret interrupted. "Not with that accent. Unless the Abilene Pedut suddenly started recruiting from over the pond." She mangled the last part in a clumsy blend of aristocratic and Cockney English, the typical American impression of a British accent. "Oh, absolutely not," P chimed in. "We're not cops, but we really need to speak with Royce. It's important." Margaret's gaze remained fixed on Debs. "You're that guy from the old Spivey property out near Buffalo Gap. Royce wouldn't stop talking about you. Made it sound like some militia nonsense was happening out there." Debs forced a smile, though his pulse quickened. This woman had just made a very costly mistake. "Nothing that dramatic, I assure you," he said, extending the business card toward the door. "It's about a job. A very well-paying job." The mention of money visibly brightened her expression, and she opened the door a fraction wider to take the card. "I'll tell him to call you when he gets back." Debs released the card just before her fingers could grasp it. As it fluttered to the floor, her eyes followed it down instinctively. In that split second, Debs drove his fist squarely into her nose. She stumbled backward, tripping over her own feet. Debs surged through the doorway, landing another blow to the side of her head before she could raise the hidden shotgun, swiftly wrenching the weapon from her grasp. She hit the floor hard, the impact knocking the air from her lungs in a sharp gasp. The small dog erupted into a frantic, spinning frenzy, yapping and snapping at its own tail. Debs nudged the animal aside with his boot, sending it skittering into the dining room. P entered right behind him, pistol raised as he swept his gaze across the tidy living room and the hallway beyond. The place was unexpectedly orderly, with neat stacks of laundry piled on a worn but clean sofa facing a large television. "Is anyone else here?" P demanded. The little dog, recovering its nerve, started barking again with renewed vigor, this time directing its fury at Debs. A low, guttural snarl rumbled from deep within Margaret Vedder's throat. "My husband is going to tear you both apart." P drove the toe of his boot into her hip with the force of a punishing kickoff. His voice was flat, almost disinterested, which made the violence of the act even more chilling. "I asked if you're alone." She crumpled to the side, gasping and twisting in silent agony. the pain too intense for a scream. After a moment she managed a tight nod, her breath coming in ragged pulls. "Yes, it's just me." P moved to verify, his footsteps soft down the hallway. He returned quickly, giving a brief nod. "We're clear. Boy's room looks used. The daughter must be staying somewhere else." "Stay away from my children." Debs crouched to meet the woman at eye level, but the dog charged back in, attempting to sink its teeth into his gun hand. In another context, it might have seemed valiant. Debs straightened and sent the animal tumbling with another swift kick from his boot. "Polly!" Margaret cried out. "Stop that!" Debs looked over at Pete. "Why don't you take Polly to the kitchen and have a word with her about volume control? Margaret and I need to have a proper conversation." P grabbed the little dog by the scruff of its neck and carried it through the doorway. Within seconds, the barking ceased. "Don't you hurt my dog," Margaret warned, her voice trembling. "I swear to God." Debs struck her hard across the side of her head. A lesson learned from every one of his mother's boyfriends. "If you're going to hit someone, make it count. Stay away from my children." "Don't you hurt my dog," Debs repeated, exaggerating Margaret's drawl. "You're issuing a lot of orders for someone in your position." Her defiance evaporated, replaced by quiet sobs. "Please, what do you want from me?" Debs patted her cheek, this time more gently. "Pay attention, Margaret. What made Royce think me and my friends are some kind of militia?" She touched her ear, then looked at her fingers. "I don't know. He's obsessed with all that." "Militias. Doomsday nonsense." Debs drew his hand back again. She flinched, raising a palm defensively, a practiced, weary motion. She'd been here before. "Stop. Please stop." She shook her head. "He heard your silencers or something like that." "Honestly, I'm not sure. The man is unhinged. Loves explosives. Says he's on a divine mission or some crap." "What's the plan?" Debs pressed. "Royce and his crew." She just stared, her chin trembling. "What? What are you going to do to me after I tell you?" "We don't care about you, love," Debs said. "We just want Royce. Tell me what he's organizing." "He mentioned a cash truck," she whispered. "An armored vehicle." Debs shot a look at P before turning back to Margaret. "When? Which company?" "That's all I heard," she insisted. "I caught him talking to Zip about it. Funding for their cause." She tugged at her shirt collar, revealing a deep purple bruise on her collarbone. "Royce made it abundantly clear I was to make myself scarce when they discussed their end-of-the-world business. And that's exactly what I did." "So you have no idea which armored car company?" "I swear I don't." The back door slammed open with a crack. She jumped, but Debs pressed a finger to his lips, silencing her. He nodded to P, who moved to investigate. "Mom," a young voice shouted from the kitchen, "I am seriously going to murder him this time. Do you hear me? That bastard stole my $3,000 drone." I saved up all year for 16-year-old Chris Vedder stopped dead in his tracks as he entered the living room, staring straight into the barrel of Furman P's Glock. "Mom," he breathed out, voice barely a whisper. "Who is this?" "Lodge happening." "Easy now, son," Debs said, his British accent deliberate and sharp. "Take a seat next to your mother. We'll get everything straightened out." Margaret patted the floor beside her, giving her son a trembling nod. "It's all right." Debs studied the frightened boy, a faint smile touching his lips. The kid was the spitting image of his old man. "Tough break. Do you know who I am?" Debs asked, leaning into the accent. "Sir," Chris said, jaw tight. "I have no idea, but am guessing you're the piece of garbage who hurt my mom." He began to stand, but Margaret clutched his arm, pulling him down. Debs raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Your father never spoke of me." "My dad's a lunatic," the boy spat. "When hands not hold up with his idiot buddies plotting for society to collapse, he's stealing the things I worked my tail off to buy." "You heard him," Margaret whispered, tears brimming in her eyes. "Royce takes from us. He beats us senseless." She dropped her gaze to the floor. "I wish he'd been here so you could put a bullet in him." "That's what you're here to do, isn't it?" Debs gave a slight, acknowledging tilt of his head. "Your husband hits you. Yes, she whimpered. Constantly. I'm not lying when I say I despise him. He'll tell you anything you want, but I swear I don't know anything else. Doesn't sound like much of a man, Debs remarked, his tone almost conversational. Both of you. We'll need to relocate until this is settled. Margaret let out a heavy, shuddering sigh, pushing up to one knee. Her shoulders slumped as a flicker of relief washed over her, the naive belief that she might survive this after all. The moment she turned away, Debs fired a single round into the back of her skull. P handled the boy. Both men used suppressed 9mm Glocks, not silent, but quiet enough the neighbors would notice nothing. The specialized 5.7mm rounds from the Friend pistols and submachine guns reserved for the Nightingale operation were too distinctive, too easily traced back to San Antonio. Assuming they even made it to San Antonio. First, they had to locate Royce Vedder and deal with him properly. P checked both bodies meticulously, ensuring there were no mistakes. The Salvadoran rarely spoke of it, but on 2 prior jobs, his bullets had deflected off a target's skull, traveling just under the skin, knocking them unconscious, but leaving them very much alive. Had been forced to track them down and finish the job a second time. A tedious and deeply embarrassing affair, one that had infuriated Taylor to no end. The blood soaking into the carpet suggested no such complication here, but P verified anyway. "You think we should call the boss?" P asked, as they moved around the corner toward their parked truck. The older tattoos on his neck had darkened, as they always did when adrenaline flushed through him. "Maybe we tell him we're stalled until we handle this guy." "Might come to that," Debs admitted. He thought of all the planning, the countless hours and meticulous effort, now potentially ruined because some doomsday fanatics decided to go shooting on the neighboring ranch. He clenched his jaw until it ached, running through the possibilities. We know they're planning to hit an armored truck. Statistically, those don't tend to end well for the criminals. We need to find them and make certain. He glanced at the Salvadoran, a sudden, almost absurd recollection hitting him. "Hey, what did you do with that little dog?" "It's in the refrigerator," P said, wiping a speck of blood from his cheek with the back of his hand. Dawn worried. "I left it some water." Denny Chavez slid a fresh magazine into his Glock 19, performed a press check to confirm a round was chambered, a deeply ingrained habit, and holstered the weapon. Beneath Hendley Associates, they maintained a hot range. There was no sense in carrying an unloaded firearm, even during practice. Chavez removed his Pelter earmuffs and set them on the folding shelf in front of him, next to 4 9mm ammunition boxes, 2 of them now empty. Like many shooters his age, Chavez dealt with some hearing loss, so he always doubled up on ear protection, using silicone plugs beneath his noise-chilling muffs. He pulled out the bright chartreuse plugs, letting them hang from the cord around his neck, and in one fluid motion pressed the button on the left wall of his shooting lane. Beside him, John Clark did the same, sending both of their targets gliding forward on overhead tracks. Overhead lights flickered to mark each hit and miss as the paper silhouettes advanced. Hendley Associates, the financial arbitrage firm serving as the public-facing cover for the campus, occupied a discreet building nestled in a wooded area just a short run from Old Town Alexandria. It blended right in with the other steel and tinted glass structures lining the Virginia side of the Potomac landscape dominated by Department of Defense facilities, U.S. Marshals officers, and Amazon towers, with little room left for anything besides hotels and condos in nearby Crystal City. Historic shops and buildings still gave character to the stretch between Arlington and Alexandria, but tucked away on quiet, tree-lined streets were numerous low-profile offices for various government agencies. Hendley Associates was one of them. On the roof, a cluster of powerful antennas received encrypted data bursts from Fort Meade and Langlaya, capability arranged through discrete channels, with help from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and Mary Pat Foley. 2 levels below the surface, hidden from sight and sound, lay a multi-million-dollar 50-yard indoor range, where campus operatives maintained their edge and their anonymity. Such underground facilities weren't exactly rare around Washington, D.C. Chavez made a point to spend as much time here as possible. To him the range was a sanctuary, the narrow shooting booth with its folding barricade a kind of confessional. Spent shell casings littered the polished concrete floor, while heavy exhaust fans thrummed overhead, scrubbing lead particles and fumes from the air. The negative pressure system sealed the door with a hiss each time someone entered or exited, giving Chavez that familiar slight pop in his ears. The targets clattered to a halt within easy reach. They were using realistic targets, the same illustrated paper adversaries Chavez had trained on decades ago when he first entered this line of work. Anyone who'd completed firearms training with a federal or local agency in the past 30 years had probably squared off against classics like Red Plaid Man or Brown Suit Woman. Different paper overlays could equip these characters with a camera, a knife, binoculars, or a badge. Today they were armed. Red Plaid Man, with his mustache, wool cap, and lumberjack shirt, bore an uncanny resemblance to a guy Chavez had once partnered with. For this session he'd selected Brown Suit Woman as his opponent. Her beret and severe expression, combined with the large handgun she held, made her look like she could have been a member of the Baader-Meinhof Red Army faction from the 1970s. Sure, modern training had evolved with 3D threat targets, 360-degree video shoothouses, and hyper-realistic simunition scenarios, but there was a nostalgic comfort to Brown Suit Woman and Red Plaid Man like the familiar scent of Hoppy's 9 solvent. The Aeon zone on these targets was designed for realism. A bowling pin-shaped area covering the heart, lungs, and head, the vital regions where a well-placed round would most likely stop a threat by letting in air and letting out blood. Tight shot groups inside that zone demonstrated weapon proficiency, but campus operators aimed for something beyond mere competence. Every one of them pursued perfection. Clark called it being adept, a cut above, top shot, and that demanded more than just repetition. It might sound strange to say out loud, but being adept meant viewing your firearm as a samurai views his sword, an extension of your own body. Proper grip, sight alignment, and trigger control weren't mastered by mindlessly shooting round after round. Form had to be analyzed, adjusted, and readjusted, then drilled relentlessly until every motion was pure instinct. Most folks could handle a stick shift, but the driver who dedicated time to mastering the clutch and timing could glide through the gears with a smooth, effortless rhythm, never losing momentum. The path to becoming a true gunfighter was similar. It demanded flawless, deliberate practice, especially under pressure. Think of it as trying to outshoot your father-in-law. Clark and Chavez had taken Sharpies and drawn 8-inch circles over the hearts of their paper targets, a simple trick to demand greater precision. Chavez ran his fingers over the perforated paper, his expression tightening at the sight of 4 rounds, out of 100, that had strayed just outside the inked ring. The target's mismatched eyes, one green, one seemed to stare back, a silent taunt, while the shots were still in the center mass, creating a ragged cluster a fist could cover. At 25 yards, those 4 had drifted low and slightly right of the depicted handgun, barely crossing the line. To Chavez, anything outside the perfect 10 ring on a comfortable controlled range was a flat-out miss, no debate. Clark, ever the pragmatist, had a more ragged group himself. A past encounter with a hammer-wielding Russian had left his hand with nerve damage and a clumsy trigger finger. For a while it was uncertain if he'd ever shoot effectively again. A lifelong devotee of the .45 AP, he'd carried a SIG P220 for years, but its long double-action pull had rendered his shooting painfully average after the injury. Switching back to the crisp, clean break of a single-action trigger on his Wilson Combat 1911 had restored his formidable skill. For Clark, speed with acceptable accuracy always won over slow, perfect precision. No matter how hard Ding Chavez pushed, his father-in-law always seemed to have that fractional edge on the draw. Chavez shook his head at his target, using the Sharpie to mark a small tick next to his 4 errant shots for later reference. "How'd you do?" he asked, already knowing the answer. The man was a machine, often getting a shot off before Chavez had even fully presented his own pistol, and Chavez was far from slow. Clark leaned around the range divider, pointing to his ear protection. "What?" Chavez just nodded toward Clark's target. The group was tighter, a grapefruit to Chevet's orange, but every single round was inside the circle. Every one. The guy was unbelievable. Clark moved behind Chavez to examine the damage to the brown-suited woman on the paper. He gave a soft, knowing cluck of his tongue as he eyed the 4 stray hits, but stayed silent. He didn't need to say anything. Ding Chavez was a firearms instructor, after all. A little too much finger on the trigger, Chavez admitted. Self-diagnosing pulled them low and right. He shifted gears. "I've been turning over what you said back in Argentina about this Camarilla, and how someone could see the campus the same way." "It's a valid point," Clark said, methodically loading .45 rounds from his vest pocket into magazines as he spoke. "The argument writes itself to private, off-the-books team. The distinction is, we work for what's right, not for a paycheck. A noble purpose, you could say." "Absolutely," Chavez agreed. Had been mulling over that philosophical nugget since Buenos Aires, and it resonated. Strictly speaking, much of their work operated far outside legal boundaries. Yet that very fact granted them the agility to operate in a perilous world. It also made selecting the right operators absolutely critical. Rules of engagement were typically dictated by the people on the ground, free from the nitpicking of oversight committees. Campus operators held each other and themselves to an incredibly high standard. They needed to expand, to bring in new blood, but the very thought filled Chavez with a deep unease. "We'll go over the list of candidates this afternoon," Clark stated, finishing the last of 7 magazines and tapping it against his palm. "We need more people, and we need them now. All right, ready for another round, Weedhopper? Just give the signal, Mr. Clark." The paper targets fluttered out to the 25-yard line, a slight breeze curling the bottom edges toward them. From around the corner, Clark's voice called out, his ear protection already in place. "I'm going to try shaving a fraction off my time. You focus on tightening that group, but don't let your speed drop." Chavez's target was exceptional, the kind of grouping that would earn top marks in any agency qualification. Another person might have bristled at the suggestion for improvement, dismissing it as nitpicking. But Clark wasn't criticizing him, he was pushing him. For both of them, almost perfect was a starting point, not a finish line. This wasn't a game. Somewhere an adversary was training just as hard, a sobering thought that pushed aside Chavez's earlier musings about recruitment. How do you vet someone for the shadows they'd need to walk in? The risk was always their seducting someone with too little conscience, or paradoxically, too much. By all accounts, Stephen Chili Edwards had it made. The Abilene Police Department paid him to ride a Harley-Davidson Elecglide all day. When he wasn't on patrol, he served as a sniper on the SWAT team. It was a dream job, and his father, a Taylor County Sheriff's deputy, never failed to remind him of that over their weekly Sunday dinners. Motor officer, SWAT sniper getting a paycheck for it felt like a bonus. Yet a restless ambition simmered beneath the surface. His older brother was FBI hostage rescue team, basically Delta Force with a badge, and also a sniper. Avon was a great outfit with solid people and an incredible gym, but Chili itched to operate on a bigger stage. Rolling on the throttle of the heavy electric glide, he signaled, checked his blind spot, and leaned into the sweeping exit ramp off Interstate 20. He merged into the flow of southbound Highway 277 traffic, his eyes tracking ahead to where he wanted the bike-to-go principle that applied to more than just riding. The predictable dance of brake lights began almost immediately. Drivers always got twitchy at the sight of a motorcycle cop, especially the college kids from Abilene's 3 campuses. They knew a cop on a bike wasn't just passing through. He was hunting. A woman in a blue Ford Expedition, spotting him in her periphery, fumbled her cell phone right out of her hand, her gaze fixed rigidly ahead in a futile attempt at invisibility. Chili let it go, hoping the jolt of fear was lesson enough about distracted driving. Ahead, a man in a white pickup drifted lazily between lanes. Chili backed off, creating a buffer. The driver was on a hands-free call, lips moving animatedly, as if that made him any less distracted. The motor officer's man, trade like everyone is trying to kill you, wasn't paranoia. It was survival. Of course, not everyone in Abilene was out to get him. The department generally had a decent rapport with the community. But riding the big Harley left him exposed, a solitary figure in the wind. Had always liked the saying that people ride motorcycles for the same reason. A dog sticks its head out a car window. To Chili, that wasn't just logics, it was the pure, simple truth of the thing. The job had its perks, but the open road offered a kind of freedom even the badge couldn't touch. Riding a motorcycle on patrol made you a magnet for trouble, whether from a driver with a grudge or just some clueless motorist too distracted to notice. The British had a term for it, SMIDC, short for Sorry Mate, I didn't see you. Years before Chili joined the force, the Abilene Police Department had lost an officer to exactly that kind of accident. Afterward, the brass decided to outfit every motor officer in high-visibility yellow shirts, paired with standard blue trousers and tall leather boots. Chili didn't mind the bright get-up. At 30, he stood 5'10" and carried a solid 190 pounds of muscle, his dirty blonde hair kept short since his army days. The GV Bill had covered his tuition at Hardin-Simmons University, just a short drive from his parents' home. His father never warmed to the history degree, dismissing it as a participation trophy, but it was a diploma all the same enough to land him an FBI interview. With his background in APD's SWAT team and an older brother putting in a good word, he'd received a provisional fast-track offer for the hostage rescue team, pending 2 years in a field office. Had already aced the physical and polygraph. Now he was just waiting on the final background check. In the meantime, Abilene PETA paid him to ride a Harley and handle whatever came his way. The driver of a white pickup, still yapping on a hands-free call, drifted out of his lane again, this time halfway over, nearly forcing a Ford Focus off the road. What an idiot. Chili hit the red and blues just as a call for officer assistance crackled over the radio. He was close, approaching the 10th Street exit in under a quarter mile, so he keyed the mic on his helmet. Dispatch, Tom 26. Go ahead and attach me to that call. 10-4, Tom 26. Killing the lights, Chili rolled past the now very attentive pickup driver and took the exit, looping back toward the address, a double-wide trailer west of the highway off 14th Street. Had been there before. Pretty much every patrol officer had at one point or another. Dispatch always sent 2 units, no matter the nature of the call. Royce Vedder was convinced he was ushering in the end times, and apparently that divine duty meant fighting every single arrest, which happened frequently. It was only a matter of time before he escalated from fists to something worse. Everyone who dealt with him noted in their reports that he was slipping further from reality. Chili slowed after turning onto 14th, half a block from the trailer. Officer Derek Frangel stood in the street, waving him forward. His face was tight, his normally olive skin pale. A lump the size of a cantaloupe bulged under the front of his uniform shirt, squirming as if something alien were trying to break out. Chili pulled off his helmet, hung it on the bike, and looked from Frangel to the trailer and back. "What in the world have you got under there?" "It's a dog, believe it or not," Frangel said. The door was open. "I would have waited, but Vedder's truck isn't here. His wife and kid both gone by the time I got inside. Blood everywhere. It's all over the walls." Chili's eyes flicked back to the trailer. His hand drifted to the butt of his pistol, confirming it was secure. He seriously considered grabbing the folded M4 from his bike's pannier, but decided against it for now. What about Vedder? Gone. Frangel shook his head. "Just Margaret and the boy. I can't even remember his name." "Chris," Chili said quietly, "you're sure they're gone?" Frangel let out a slow breath, his gaze distant as he replayed the scene. "They're drunk, man. Dead right there." Chili had seen death before in the army and since joining the pedo. Sometimes a body clung to life after losing both legs to an eye. Other times, your heart just quit while you were reading the paper on the toilet. The absurdity of it all could be downright laughable if it wasn't so grim. You were telling me why you're smuggling a puppy in your shirt. Frangil gave a slight jerk, snapping out of his trance. Right, the dog. The sound of muffled whimpers drew me into the kitchen before you arrived. Someone, Vetter or whoever did this, had shoved the family dog into the refrigerator, if you can imagine that. I was just trying to get the poor thing warmed up. Could be DNA on the coat, Chili noted. Frangil let out a weary sigh. Nan, you're sounding like a federal agent already. Chili leaned to look through the open doorway, careful not to make contact with the frame. Frangil was correct. There was no question Margaret and her son were gone. Each had been shot once in the back of the head, each on their knees when it happened. Neatly folded towels and jeans were piled on the sofa. More clean laundry waited in a basket nearby. The place lacked the stale odor of decayed food and dirty socks that haunted so many scenes they entered. Here the air carried hints of cooked bacon and cedar wood. Family pictures hung straight on the wall, undisturbed except for a fine spray of blood, most of it angled downward, indicating the shooter had been standing, aiming toward the floor. The human head did unpredictable things when struck by a high-speed round. The key was to follow the heaviest concentration of spatter, and not get distracted by a few stray droplets here and there. These two had been executed, and then some sick individual had crammed their puppy into the fridge. Detectives and a lieutenant are en route, Frangil said. He carefully extracted the wriggling dog from inside his shirt and held it out in both hands. You really think there could be DNA on it? They can pull DNA from a person's breath these days, Chili replied. So nothing would surprise me. Frangil drew the shivering animal back against his chest. Royce Vetter is a world-class jerk, but I never pegged him to shoot his wife in the head or one of the kids. Chili glanced at him. That's right. Vetter has a daughter in college, doesn't he? Margaret's girl, from before they were married, I believe. He gestured with his chin toward a photo of a young woman in her 20s, slender, with a friendly smile and an edgy haircut. Renee Tatum, I think. Last I heard she was into barrel racing, living over near Eastland with her dad. You know a lot about her, a drink. After a rodeo last season, Frangil admitted. He made a face. She's a real piece of work. Let's leave it at that. Chili gave a low whistle. Somebody's going to have to break the news about her mother. Yeah, Frangil said, and then keep her from hunting down her stepfather. That part doesn't track, Chili said. Margaret and Chris were on their knees, executed coldly from behind. When have you ever known Royce Vetter to do anything calmly? If he'd done this, he'd have used a baseball bat, done it face to face, and then torched the whole house. No, this feels different. The sergeant pulled up in his SUV, offering a brief nod to the two officers. He snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves as he joined them near the front steps. He'd already gotten the basics by phone. I'm guessing since you canceled the ambulance, we have no signs of life? Correct, Sarge, Frangil said. No pulses. 2 confirmed deceased. He provided a quick summary of what he'd discovered, including the dog. The sergeant eyed the squirming Pomeranian. What's the story with the dog? Frangil explained about finding it in the refrigerator. Could have the killer's DNA on it, the sergeant observed. Chili shot Frangil a subtle knowing look. Edwards, the sergeant said. You touch anything? Haven't crossed the threshold, Chili said. Only looked from the doorway. Then go ahead and clear out, the sergeant said. The sky's about to open up and rain down brass any minute now. I need at least a couple of officers still on patrol handling problems that aren't double homicides. Copy that, Chili said, feeling a mix of disappointment at missing the investigation and relief at not having to carefully step around bits of brain matter searching for clues. He turned to leave, but suddenly stopped cold, throwing an arm out to block the sergeant from taking another step. He nodded toward the cracked sidewalk leading away from the porch. Chili pointed to a partial boot print stamped in blood on the dusty concrete floor. completely missed this on our way in," he said. He stepped back and gestured to Frangel. "Let me see the bottom of your boot." "Sounds pretty creepy," Frangel replied, lifting his foot. "It's not mine. Look." It was a heavy lug-soled boot, but the tread pattern was unusual, angled with small, sharp V-shaped marks, resembling a tire more than footwear. Chili didn't recognize it. The print indicated the person was walking away from the house. Near where the arch would be, a partial word was visible in the dried blood, but it was too smeared to read. "They stepped right in it," Chili said, snapping a photo with his phone. "Odds are we'll find a clearer print inside." "I'm sure we will," the sergeant said with a thin smile. "Good eye spotting this one. Now get back out on patrol." Ryan slowed the treadmill to a steady jog, catching his breath so he could talk to Gary Montgomery without sounding winded. He'd grown to value the Secret Service agent's steady, no-nonsense perspective. Montgomery, wearing a dark blue University of Michigan football shirt, jogged with an easy grace for a man well over 6 feet tall and pushing 250 pounds. "How's Mulvaney handling things?" Ryan asked. "He's holding up," Montgomery said. "I appreciate you asking. The vice president's passing was a shock to everyone. Mulvaney's been leading the VP protective detail for a while now. Mrs. Hargrave relies on him. Helping her through this, it gives him a way to process it all." Montgomery's arms swung loosely at his sides as he ran, light on his feet like a boxer skipping rope. He kept his eyes forward, occasionally checking the treadmill's display. He'd made it clear from the start that he never pushed to exhaustion in the gym, always keeping enough in reserve to fulfill his primary duty: protection. He seemed willing to answer Ryan's questions, but rarely offered unsolicited advice, except on security matters. "You've been a quiet observer in several of my meetings over the last few hours," Ryan said, jogging along and feeling like he was in a race he was losing. "I'd be interested to hear your take." "My take, Mr. President? On who I should nominate as the next vice president." Montgomery glanced around the empty gym, though he knew another agent was posted outside the door. "Remember how much you didn't want the job when President Durling offered it to you? I was a newer agent then, on a different assignment, but your reluctance was pretty well known among the service." "Is that so?" Montgomery turned his head to look at Ryan as they ran. "You really didn't want it, did you?" "It was the last thing I wanted," Ryan admitted. "I was only just getting comfortable as National Security Advisor." "And there's your answer, sir," Montgomery said. "With respect, you should pick someone who feels the same way you did McGitta to service, but genuinely annoyed that the responsibility has landed on them." Leo Debs spotted Royce Vedder's black pickup in the east parking lot of the Harmony Suites Hotel, directly across from the East Gate Mall. A beige armored car idled about 100 feet away near the building's northeast corner. Only 2 armored transport companies regularly serviced Abilene and Taylor County, with a third making occasional runs from Fort Worth to the east. Schedules were closely guarded, so Debs, along with P., Rook, Taylor, and another man named Ramos, had split into separate vehicles. They cast a wide net across the city, focusing on check-cashing stores and payday loan outlets, places more likely to handle large cash volumes than credit transactions. Banks were a poor target for robbery. A few fools got lucky once or twice. Debs had even sketched out plans for a couple as mental exercises, but had never taken it further. Debs considered the layers of security that made most targets a nightmare: trackers, dye packs, cameras everywhere you looked. Armored vehicles, though, presented a different kind of challenge. He mulled over the ideal location for such a heist. A busy area offered camouflage in a crowd, while a remote spot meant fewer eyes. Both had their appeal. Easy highway access was non-negotiable. The real prize was timing the strike for when the truck was carrying its heaviest cash load. While a single ATM could theoretically hold up to $200,000, in a city like Abilene, a more realistic take per machine was 20 or 30 grand. His focus settled on the new mall east of town, surrounded by check-cashing joints and clusters of motels, each with its own cash machine. Catching a truck making its rounds there could mean a serious payday. He had just pulled into the Sears parking lot and raised his trusted Zeiss binoculars when his instinct proved right. He quickly dialed P on his cell. Got a visual. "Hang tight," Debs said, the binoculars pressed to his face, his voice a low hum against his hands. "I see Vetter and Blondie in the truck. Zip's gotta be doing counter-surveillance nearby." "I'll alert the team," P replied. "I'm 10 minutes out if I keep it legal." "Right, mate," Debs said. "A traffic stop is the last thing we need. Hold on." He went quiet as Vetter and Blondie stepped out of their vehicle hauling a drone. They wore matching tan shirts and brown pants, not official uniforms, but close enough to fool a passing glance. Vetter sent the drone skyward. As Debs expected, it was fitted with a device similar to the one they'd tested earlier. A moment later, a fireball erupted in the Home Depot parking lot to the north, the low thump of the explosion reaching Debs seconds after the flash. "Car bomb in the Home Depot lot," he reported. The drone climbed silently, well above the hearing of the guards sealed in their armored truck, then hung motionless directly above it. Standard procedure would keep the driver locked inside while the messenger stepped out to handle a transaction. If anyone was loitering outside, they'd just wait safely within the armored shell. This drone let Vetter position his payload dangerously close to the vehicle without raising an alarm. Another explosion shook the Home Depot lot, triggering a chorus of car alarms and pulling the attention of every shopper in the mall northward. Inside the insulated cabin of the armored truck, the muffled outside world barely registered. The moment the passenger door swung open, Vetter guided the drone into a rapid descent. It hovered a mere 2 feet behind the messenger as his boots touched the pavement. The detonation was instantaneous. The makeshift device proved brutally efficient, firing a cone of ball bearings that cut the messenger down where he stood. It was a decent plan, foiled only by the heavy steel partition shielding the driver on the other side. A few pellets made it through the communication ports just enough to send the driver into a panic, slamming the truck into gear. Amateurs, Debs thought with a grim shake of his head. These weekend commandos had a 99% chance of getting themselves killed in the next few minutes. But even those odds left too much to chance. If by some wild stroke of luck they survived and got arrested, they'd be quick to trade information for leniency-like details about a group of heavily armed men conducting target practice out near Buffalo Gap. Debs checked the range with his laser rangefinder, 147 meters. Well within his comfort zone. He could have moved closer, but his position was solid, tucked between an empty panel van and a pickup with a camper shell. His suppressed Fenn Scar 17L CQC, with its compact 10-inch barrel chambered in 5.56 NATO, was designed for exactly this kind of precise close-quarters work. The rifle was a flat, earth-toned weapon fitted with a Gemtech suppressor, nearly invisible against the truck, unless someone stared directly at it unlikely amid the chaos outside. In his old unit, they'd have labeled this a soft-kill rifle lighter in caliber than the hard-hitting 7.62 he usually carried as a sniper. The idea was to reduce overpenetration, sparing bystanders. Debs didn't much care about that. He'd chosen the Scar for its compact size. The armored vehicle lurched over the curb onto the street, leaving the messenger's body crumpled and alone in the parking lot. Vetter's plan wasn't terrible, really. It just wasn't complete. He and Blondie had intended to shoot the two guards from a distance, then walk up dressed like they belonged, use the dead guards' keys, and drive off with the money, a brutally simple scheme. Part of Debs almost wished he didn't have to kill them. Staying behind the wheel, Debs rolled down the window and braced the rifle on the doorframe, shifting his weight to peer through the Schmidt-Bender 8-power scope. Blondie was in his sights, but Vetter remained obscured. One more step, and he'd have them both. Neither would reach that armored truck. Then 2 men in cowboy hats emerged from the barbecue spot in front of the hotel, stepping into the lot. Debs adjusted the rifle slightly, studying their faces in his reticle. They'd seen the drone blow up, the guard go down, and more damning they'd watched Vedder drop the controller as he and Blondie rushed toward the departing truck, its passenger door still hanging open. Both men were armed. Fueled by what they surely thought were good intentions, they shouted and drew handguns from their waistbands almost in unison. Lacking real training, they froze in place as they raised their weapons. Vedder and Blondie spun together, firing on the move and diving behind their pickup. Debs stifled a curse, took a steadying breath, and squeezed off a round aimed at Blondie's ear. The passenger window glass deflected what should have been a clean hit, apparently wounding Blondie in the shoulder from the way he stumbled sideways. One of the cowboys had dropped to a knee on the asphalt reloading, while his partner kept laying well-aimed fire into the black truck. Maybe they weren't so poorly trained after all, Debs mused. Vedder threw his pickup into gear and sped out of the lot, fishtailing onto the frontage road. Undeterred, the cowboys piled into their own truck and gave chase. With his windshield starred by bullets, Vedder had to lean out the window to see. In a panic, he swerved right, nearly colliding head-on with the cowboy's truck. He jerked the wheel left, jumped the curb, and bounced into the mall parking lot, now heading straight toward Debs. Debs leaned in, lining up another shot, but the cowboys attempted a pit maneuver, knocking the black truck off course without spinning it out. Vedder cranked the wheel left, sideswiping a live oak as he cut north through the lot, weaving between parked cars to shake his pursuers. The cowboys stayed tight on his tail. Their newer pickup handled better, allowing them to pull alongside and ram Vedder's left rear tire with their front quarter panel. The truck spun and slammed into a parked minivan. Vedder and Blondie bailed out, guns blazing. Vedder clutched a small backpack. Blondie wore his own. Sirens began to wail in the distance. The cowboys kept shooting, though more slowly, now probably running low on ammo. Vedder and Blondie bolted into the mall. From the corner of his eye, Debs caught a flash of movement. He turned to see Zip, the perpetually tired-looking member of Vedder's crew, pull up in a maroon Buick LeSabre in front of the Sears exit. He was on the phone. A white Toyota security truck swung around the corner from the southwest just as Vedder and Blondie burst through the double doors. Spotting two armed men charging toward the getaway driver, the patrol vehicle slammed into Zip's Buick, forcing Vedder and Blondie to scramble back the way they'd come, retreating into the mall. Debs swore under his breath. He was so close now, only a few dozen yards away. If these idiots would just hold still for half a second, he could wrap this whole mess up. The security guard stayed slumped over his steering wheel, knocked out cold by the collision, one less complication. Debs spotted the lone security camera mounted outside the mall entrance and took it out with two quick shots from his Scar 17. If one round did the job, two made certain. Zip scrambled from his wrecked Buick and lunged toward a woman backing a small Hyundai Sub out of a parking spot. Debs cursed again. The packed lot made a clean shot impossible. He yanked a balaclava over his face, gave the area a fast sweep, then climbed out of his pickup and moved quickly along the line of cars. He found Zip waving his pistol at the SUV's driver, hammering on her window, promising he wouldn't hurt her if she'd just open up. What a joke! Debs let out a sharp whistle, then put 2 rounds into Zip's neck. He let the short-barreled rifle hang against his body on its sling, tucking it behind his back. Without breaking stride, he jogged forward, as if to check for a pulsatho, judging by the ruin of Zip's throat. There wasn't much hope of finding one. He bent down just long enough to fish the dead man's phone from his pocket, made sure the eyes were open, and used the lifeless face to unlock it. Then he turned and trotted away, deliberately avoiding the terrified gaze of the woman in the SUV. Sirens howled in the distance, growing louder. People poured from the mall's main entrance, heads ducked, sprinting for their lives. Among them was a woman who looked old enough to be a grandmother, clutching a wailing toddler to her chest as she limped into the parking lot, the thigh of her jeans soaked dark with blood from a gunshot wound. A throaty engine roar pulled Depp's attention to the right. He turned in time to see a police officer in a bright yellow uniform shirt jump the curb on a Harley electric Glade, gunning the throttle against the flow of fleeing shoppers before riding straight through the double doors and into the mall. Officer Scott Ritchie had been the first to arrive. He'd been at a Whataburger, less than a mile from the Home Depot, when he heard the initial explosion. A flood of 911 calls hit dispatch before he even reached the senior first reports of car bombs. Then, more frantically, at least one active shooter. Dispatch kept the channel clear for him. Riding the motorcycle in had seemed like a smart move at the time, letting him cover ground far faster than on foot. The Harley's 1700cc engine wasn't exactly quiet under normal conditions, but inside the department store it roared like a trapped animal. Crouching low to make himself a smaller target, Ritchie known as Chili to his squad scanned for any sign of the shooters. The tile floors had been freshly waxed the night before, and he could feel the front wheel shimmy as if he were riding on grease. He loosened his grip on the handlebars, letting the big bike find its own balance. Like a trusted horse, the Harley stayed upright, gliding past perfume counters and clothing racks before rolling out onto the industrial carpet of the mall concourse. A woman in her 60s was hunched behind a sunglasses kiosk, pointing frantically down the hall toward the movie theater. She jerked her head back as a bullet shattered a row of Ray-Bans right in front of her face. Rounds stitched the carpet near Chili's boots, forcing him to swerve hard to the right. He guided the motorcycle behind a small kiosk that sold phone accessories, swinging off quickly to open the right saddlebag. He kept the bulk of the bike between himself and the gunman as much as possible. To his left, a woman in a vibrant yellow sundress was sprawled on the floor beneath a rack of discount clothing. The carpet around her midsection was dark with blood. She raised an arm weakly, her words dissolving into a pained moan Chili couldn't decipher. The gentle swell of her dress suggested she might be expecting a child. Bullets tore into the carpeting nearby, thudding against the wooden kiosk and ringing off the motorcycle's metal frame, wrenching his focus from the injured woman. This was a terrible position. He crouched even lower. Absolutely terrible. The shooters couldn't spot him, but the flimsy kiosk offered only concealment, not real protection. Sheer luck was why he hadn't been hit yet, and that luck was bound to expire. He yanked the folded Colt R-15 from the saddlebag, along with a compact chest rig and 430-round magazines from the other case. The Colt was a short-barrel rifle with an 11-inch barrel and a Law Technical folding stock adapter, which let him stow it compactly on his bike. It was topped with a compact 1.8x Night Force Nec 8 scope. As a sniper, he would have preferred his larger Accuracy International Fort 308, but for the close quarters distances inside the mall, the Colt would do just fine. He pulled off his helmet and set it beside the motorcycle. A faint, desperate whimper from the woman in yellow tugged at the edge of his awareness. Every active shooter training session had drilled into him the necessity of bypassing the wounded to neutralize the threat, the brutal calculus of leaving a few to die in order to save many. It was a difficult concept in a classroom. Facing it in reality was agonizing. For now, pinned by gunfire, his hands were tied. The woman strained to lift her head, then slumped back, motioning toward him with her left hand. She clutched something in her right, but from his angle, he couldn't tell what it was. Rifle now in hand, Chili offered her a tight, grim smile and held up a single finger, signaling he needed a moment. She gave a weak nod, her eyes holding the desperate, trusting expectation that he would come to her rescue. That's what officers did. They didn't just run away. Another round sparked off the carpet nearby. A scream echoed from further down the corridor. Then a voice crackled in his earpiece. "All units, this is Ritchie. I'm pinned down near the jewelry kiosk across from the bookstore. 2 shooters are barricaded inside the children's store opposite the watch shop. They must have been trying to exit out the back, and I walked right past them. Both are white males, wearing dark brown pants and tan shirts. Looks like a uniform. I'm pretty sure one is Royce Vedder." Possible a rapid series of shots echoed both over the radio and down the wide hallway. Officer Ritchie went silent for a beat, likely returning fire, Chili figured, before speaking again. Vedder has at least one hostage, white female. Short dark hair, white tee, jeans. "Scott, it's Chili. I'm southeast of your position." He quickly described his location and the surrounding stores. To his left, the woman in the sundress cried out again, louder now, a sound that wrenched at his heart. "Can't. Hold on." Her chest hitched with each labored word. She brought her left hand to rest protectively over her belly, cradling her unborn child. Chili rapidly assessed his choices. She was out of the direct line of fire, but bleeding heavily from a wound in her upper arm. He could try to reach her, but doing so might give the shooters a crucial window to escape if they chose to bolt. Clusters of terrified shoppers were huddled inside nearly every storefront. Everyone in this mall was in imminent danger. The decision was made for him as more rounds punched through the plywood kiosk, sending a shower of splinters into the air. The gunmen were methodical now, placing their shots high, low, and side to side. They knew someone was back here and were searching for him with every bullet, like playing a lethal game of battleship. He had to move, and he had to move now. Over the radio, other units were calling out as they secured the perimeter of the shopping center. Any second, they would start flooding in from every door. Bullets tore into the carpet between him and the woman in the yellow dress. "Scott, this is Chili. Provide cover on my signal if you can. I need to relocate." "Understood," Ritchie responded. A round struck the motorcycle's fuel tank with a sharp ping, and gasoline began to spill out onto the floor. Chili watched the liquid pool across the carpet. Just great. He braced himself to move, pressing the radio button. 3, 2, 1. Go. Down the corridor, Scott Ritchie fired 3 deliberate pistol shots, spaced a second apart, aiming to draw the shooter's focus toward his position. With any luck, it worked. Chili lunged for cover inside the apparel store next to the injured woman. Her eyes fluttered open when she noticed him. She managed a weary gesture with her chin toward her right hand. Chili went completely still when he saw it. He keyed his mic again, his voice firm. "Bosco! Bosco!" Officers on the channel acknowledged. Clenched tightly in the wounded woman's right hand was an explosive device. "My fingers are so tired," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "He said I mustn't let go." Her words faded. Keeping low, Chili edged closer, placing a hand over the woman's injury to try and slow the bleeding. He fought to keep his tone steady and, he hoped, reassuring. "What did he tell you?" She swallowed, mustering the little strength she had left. "He told me if I let go, it would blow up." She choked back a sob. "I'm so tired. I don't know how much longer I can hold on." With his hand pressed firmly against her shoulder, Chili examined the device, describing it over the radio. "It's a PVC pipe, about 3 inches wide and 10 inches long, capped on both ends. No visible trigger, but the female victim holding it states the individual who gave it to her said, 'It will detonate if she releases her grip.'" Mitch Kyle, the tactical bomb technician, was the next to speak. He was still 6 minutes out. "Ask her if she feels any kind of protrusion or bump on the surface of the device." Chili relayed the question. The woman shook her head weakly. "No, it's smooth." She winced, struggling to catch her breath. "He said he called it a photon cell, or something like that." "A photosensitive circuit." "That's it," she confirmed with an exhausted nod. Chili repeated the information, then asked, "All right, Mitch. Can I cover it with something, like a shirt?" "You can," the bomb tech replied, "but a 10-inch pipe bomb can cause significant damage. Whatever you do, do not alter the light conditions. Absolutely no light can reach it. Do you read me?" "None, zero light." "Copy. So just a tiny sliver of light, then. I'm dead serious, Chili," Mitch said, his voice tense. "Don't get clever. Unless you can move at 700 million miles an hour, you won't outpace that circuit. I have a containment bag. I'll be there in 4 minutes." 4 minutes, Chili thought. This could all be over in 1. I just wish the woman shook her head, her voice as faint and washed out as her complexion. "My other children, this is going to be so hard for them." "We're going to be okay," Chili said, forcing a calm he didn't feel. "Then you can introduce me to those kids." He nodded toward her abdomen as he wrapped his left hand around her fist, helping to keep her fingers clamped on the device. "Boy or girl?" Owen whispered. "Cool," he said. "You can introduce me to her, too." He gave her hand a gentle squeeze. The woman's pulse was racing, her face growing paler by the second. "Let's you and me hold on to this together." He keyed his mic. "Scott, I've got a situation to manage here. Give me a warning if those guys start heading my direction." "Copy," Scott Ritchie said. "But if they start your way, I'm putting them down." "Music to my ears," Chili replied. He then called for the SWAT commander. "Sergeant Johnson, this is Chili." "Go ahead, Johnson." "Sarge," he said, "it appears Royce Vetter and his accomplice have chosen to make this their last stand. They're armed with improvised explosive devices of unknown composition." Chili offered the wounded woman a faint, strained smile, his gaze dropping to the bomb held within their joined hands. "The substance could be highly volatile if it's tapu or something in that family. I strongly recommend the team avoids deploying any flash devices during entry. An accidental detonation is a real risk, and I'm currently positioned directly above one of these devices." "Understood," Johnson replied. "No flashbangs will be used. What's your estimated arrival time?" Johnson's voice came back. "I'm about 2 minutes away on I-20. The rest of the team is assembling in the parking lot as we speak. Just hold on a little longer." "Copy," Stephen whispered, then shifted his focus to the woman beneath him. "I'm Stephen. What's your name?" Her eyes, wide with fear, blinked up at him. "Lois," she managed. "Lois Wright." "All right, Lois," he said, his voice steady. "We need to get the bleeding in your arm under control. Can you grip that pipe as tightly as you can for a moment while I grab a couple of those sweatshirts?" She gave a weak nod, one hand resting protectively on her stomach, where she cradled her unborn child. "Are you going to use the clothes for a tourniquet?" "Actually, no," he answered. "I've got a proper one right here in my pocket. I'm so scared all this blood loss is going to hurt the baby." "Honestly," Stephen said, "the situation isn't ideal, but babies are incredibly resilient. We're going to stunt the bleeding and get you to a hospital, right after you deal with this bomb in my hand." "Exactly," he confirmed. "Right after that." He kept talking as he moved, hoping the sound of his voice would ground her. "My full name is Stephen, though most people just call me Chili." Her brow furrowed slightly. "Why Chili? Not completely sure," he said, offering a half-truth. "Maybe because I tend to stay pretty calm when things get heated. Like now?" He managed a tight grin. "Yeah, like when there's a bomb involved." Lois glanced down at her trapped hand. "Do you actually know how to defuse this?" "Not in the official sense," he admitted. "But I have a plan that should keep us safe until the real explosives expert arrives." He gathered several of the darkest sweatshirts from a nearby rack deep maroons and navy blues. Wrapping his fingers securely around hers once more, he used his free hand to retrieve the compact Rotches tourniquet from his uniform pocket, all while scanning for any movement. The device was little more than a flat elastic cord with a locking mechanism, small enough to carry anywhere. Still maintaining his grip on her hand and the device, he leaned across her, carefully working the tourniquet past the bullet wound and up high under her arm. He held the loose end of the elastic and tightened his hold on her hand. "Brace yourself. This is going to hurt when I pull it tight." Lois offered a strained smile. "This is my 3rd pregnancy. I can handle it." A tremendous explosion rocked the mall from the west, near where Scott Ritchie was engaged with the shooters. Chili's head snapped up, his eyes darting to his rifle on the floor, both of his hands currently occupied. A wave of panicked screams echoed, followed by another blast and the chilling staccato of gunfire. Ritchie's voice, strained, crackled over the radio. "Chili incoming! One hostile down. Another is moving toward your position." "I can't." Ritchie was cut off by a fit of coughing. "They've deployed smoke." More gunfire erupted, punctuated by chaos and screams. "Just keep holding on," Chili murmured to Lois. He quickly layered 4 of the sweatshirts flat over the PVC pipe bomb, creating a thick barrier before he carefully slid his hand away from hers. Another deafening boom, closer this time, vibrated through the walls from around the corner. "He's almost on you," Ritchie reported, voice tense. "The smoke is too thick. I have no visual, no shot." "Don't move your hand," Chili instructed firmly. "Do not try to pull it out, no matter what you hear." He piled the remaining sweatshirts over her hand and arm, hoping to block any possible light source as long as she didn't flinch away. Snatching up his rifle, he looked at her one last time. Her voice was faint. "Could you tell my husband I love him? And my children?" "You're going to tell them yourself," Chili said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Just hold on, Lois. This will be over soon." Her eyes drifted shut. One way or another, a piercing scream yanked Chili's attention back to the immediate threat. Dropping to his stomach, rifle pressed to his chest, he low-crawled to the edge of the storefront. A quick peek around the corner with his phone's camera confirmed it was Royce Vedder, clad in body armor and armed with a black submachine gun. He pulled a young woman along by the arm, moving from shop to shop and firing at anyone who blocked his path. Behind him, dense plumes of smoke lingered in the motionless air. People in the mall scrambled through the dimness like figures in some frantic arcade game. Ritchie was undoubtedly swamped. Over the radio, SWAT Sergeant Billy Johnson broke the quiet, sure status, Chili. "Stand by," Chili replied, remaining prone, had dialed his scope magnification nearly all the way down to its minimum setting. Even at that low power, his target was only a few dozen yards off, the man's head centered in the reticle. Chili drew a slow breath, letting the crosshairs steady on Royce Vedder's left ear. On the exhale, he squeezed the trigger. He stayed glued to the night force, prepared to fire again if he had erred. He hadn't. The weapon and the hostage both fell from Vedder's hands as his body went slack. His right leg gave way a split second before the left, making him collapse and spin simultaneously, twisting down to the floor. Chili pressed his radio. "Ritchie, are you clear?" "Affirmative. One neutralized on this side." "Second shooter down, Sarge," Chili reported. "Area should be secure, but we can't rule out an unknown party." "Understood," Johnson said. "Teams are moving in from the bookstore and the theater. Mitch is headed your way." "Copy," Chili said. "Visibility is terrible, boss. Tell them not to target the guy in the bright yellow polo." Adara Sherman rose from her business class seat and stretched, rolling her shoulders and tilting her neck side to side. She then made a trip to the lavatory not out of necessity, but because the marathon journey from Buenos Aires to Tokyo Narita had kept her in transit for what felt like an eternity, tallying nearly 29 hours of combined driving, waiting, and flying. Business class was a world better than being packed into economy, but comfort, she mused, was a relative concept. If you had to sit in even a nice seat in your own home for an hour straight, you'd start fidgeting. Right now, Adara felt profoundly drained. She couldn't recall ever being this wearing not during college, not in Navy boot camp at Great Lakes in the Illinois winter, not in corpsman training or pulling double watches on ship. This was a deeper fatigue, one that seeped into her very bone. She settled back into her seat, offering a polite smile to the mail flight attendant who passed with a glass of wine for the passenger behind her. Lulled by the hum of the air conditioning and the faint rhythmic shudder of the massive Japan Airlines 747 cruising at 40,000 feet, Adara leaned over to rummage through her backpack. She pulled out a stack of index cards, each with a Japanese phrase on one side and its English equivalent on the other. If her exhausted mind refused to rest, she might as well make it work. Hollywood spies might rattle off languages effortlessly, but in real life, at least in Adara's experience, it demanded relentless practice and review. Any spare moment found her drilling with flashcards, studying history, or memorizing maps. Across the aisle and one row up, Jack and Midas were sound asleep. Jack with some finance book peeking from the seat pocket, Midas with a copy of Wired resting on his chest. These guys had always possessed the knack of slipping into a kind of hibernation on long flights. Lucky them. Adara asked the attendant for a ginger ale to settle her stomach, then flipped to her first card and got back to it. When it came to handling her husband, the First Lady of the United States almost invariably got exactly what she wanted. The morning unfolded with a familiar, efficient rhythm. Cassie had a solid block of surgeries scheduled, while Jack's day was a mosaic of briefings, meetings, and the ever-present stack of reading material. She still found his constant immersion in texts oddly attractive. The alarm buzzed at 4:50 a.m., but Jack was already moving in the bathroom, the sound of his toothbrush a soft hum. Cassie stretched beneath the sheets, fumbling for her glasses on the nightstand to check her phone. No last-minute cancellations from her team. Good. With a yawn, she pushed herself upright, her feet finding the cool floor. She slept in simple cotton underwear and an old t-shirt, a practical choice, that preserved some modesty for the unlikely event of an urgent, unannounced visit from staff or security. Jack had never been one for fancy lingerie. He preferred her in one of his own dress shirts, and little else. If memory served, their son Jack was conceived while she was wearing a light blue Brooks Brothers button-down. A good thing, she thought with a private smile. That particular moment in their history hadn't occurred in the White House. Jack emerged from the bathroom, toothbrush still in hand. Half-dressed in boxers, black socks, and a crisp white shirt with the top button fastened, he looked like a diligent schoolboy preparing for class a uniquely domestic glimpse of the presidents. They'd fallen asleep discussing the tragic sudden loss of Phoebe Hargrave, and Jack was still visibly preoccupied with the weighty decision of selecting a new vice president. That familiar, pensive lift of his left eyebrow gave him away. It was endearing, though it usually preceded a tension headache. Peering at her husband of 40 years over the rim of her glasses, Kathy decided to lighten the mood. Hitting the gym lately, she knew, to tread lightly with the flirtation, or they'd both risk being late. Jack patted his stomach with his free hand. "I read a study," he said, the words slightly muffled by the toothbrush. "Statistically, women prefer a dad bod over some ultra-ripped, muscle-bound physique." Cassie tilted her head, pretending to consider this deeply. Let's think Gerard Butler with a comfortable dad bod, or Gerard Butler carved from marble like a Spartan warrior. She shook her head, a playful grin forming. "You know what? I'm perfectly happy with either version." "Dad bod it is, then," Jack declared around the brush, offering her a wink. He returned a moment later, a striped tie in red and blue slung around his neck. "Remind me," he said, his tone shifting to mock seriousness, "or the opposite of a presidential pardon. I need to ensure, Mr. Butler is on that list." Cassie laughed. "I know your schedule is impossible," she said, her tones softening, "but I'll miss having you there in San Antonio with me." The truth was he'd never planned to attend her speech, even before the vice president's death had upended everything. "Me too," he said, his eyes following her as his fingers worked on his tie. "I have no doubt you'll have that entire conference of eye surgeons utterly captivated." She let her head tilt, her blonde hair cascading over one shoulder, perfectly aware her husband's gaze had locked onto her legs. She swung her feet gently back and forth. Jack abandoned his half-finished Windsor knot, letting the ends of the tie dangle. "I'd probably just feel like the least intelligent person in the room anyway." "It's an Arvo conference," she said, fluttering her eyelashes with exaggerated innocence. The Association for Research in Vision and Ophthalmology was her professional world. "You'd be bored to tears. Forcing you to sit through my speech again might actually violate some international humanitarian law. One can never know too much about retinas, corneas, and all that medical eye business," he countered, his voice dripping with a sarcasm that was pure, unadulterated Jack. The playful banter was a welcome anchor, a tiny pocket of normalcy amidst the relentless pressure of their lives. For a fleeting moment it was just them, not the President and the First Lady, but Jack and Kathy, navigating another morning together. "Honestly, I could listen to you read the instructions off a mac and cheese box and be completely happy." She got up and headed for the bathroom, leaving him to wonder if it was an invitation to meet her back in bed or just a sign she was getting ready for work. Pausing at the doorframe, she turned and leaned against it, one hand on the wood. "You know, I'd really like you to come to San Antonio with me. For a bunch of reasons. Monty Harper is scheduled to speak. It would probably be smart for you to find 10 minutes to have a conversation with him." "Dr. Harper?" Ryan asked. "Your friend from Johns Hopkins." "His daughter phoned me last night," Kathy explained. "I meant to bring it up then, but with Tony's passing and everything else you're dealing with. He's flying back from performing cataract surgeries in Afghanistan. His wife, Naomi, is an obstetrician. She's been there with him, educating women on prenatal and postnatal care. You're going to want to hear their first-hand account about using generic antibiotics. I think their perspective could really help build support for the pharmaceutical bill. We definitely need all the backing we can get on that front," Ryan acknowledged. Cassie gave a slight nod. "You should arrange to see them as soon as they're back in the country. They're very eager to speak with you. Naomi has gathered some pretty compelling anecdotal evidence from an informal survey of her colleagues across the USA face-to-face meeting would be beneficial. I'll have my office schedule them," he said. "Text me their details when you get a chance. Did you know we give manufacturing plants in India and China several days advance notice before we conduct an inspection?" A wry smile touched Kathy's lips. "Yes, I was aware of that." "Of course you were. Think of it this way," she continued. "A doctor prescribes a generic drug for a eutype. If it fails, do we blame the medication for being ineffective? No, we blame the bacteria for being resistant, and we simply try a different treatment." Jack moved closer and kissed her cheek, then fumbled with his tie, losing his place in the knot. He started toward the bathroom to use the mirror, but Kathy didn't move, blocking the doorway with her hip. "To tell you the truth," she said, "I don't really want to go to San Antonio for this either. Conferences should be about attending interesting sessions or catching up with friends at the bar. The Arvo committee invited me to boost attendance, but if I try to go to anything besides the opening ceremony, my security detail will clog every hallway. I'll just annoy everyone trying to get where they're going. I adore Mo Richardson, but having a full Secret Service entourage shadowing my every move just drains me." "I understand," Jack said, kissing her cheek once more. "You'll be great. Mo's a pro. She'll instruct her team to keep a low profile. Mo's on a 2-week vacation for her sister's wedding. Karen Sathro is in charge while she's away." "You want me to send Gary instead?" Jack offered. Cassie let out a dismissive sound. "It's not that. I trust Karen. She's just a bit more high-strung than Mo, more inclined to hover, if you know what I mean." "They're paid to hover," Jack said. "Hovering is practically in their contract. I know that, Jack." Cassie glanced at her watch, calculating her drive time to the hospital, then reached for her husband's tie. "Here," she said. "Let me fix that for you." He tilted his head to give her room, but instead of adjusting the knot, she slipped the tie from his neck and dropped it to the floor. He looked at her, puzzled. "I thought you had to be at the hospital." She brushed past him, walking back toward the bedroom with an exaggerated sway that made her intentions perfectly clear. "I have a few minutes," she said. "My patients get better care when their surgeon is emotionally balanced and content." Adara Sherman heard the familiar squeal in her ears that signaled the Japan Airlines 747 was beginning its descent into Tokyo Narita. On her way back from the lavatory, she passed Jack, who looked up from his notebook just long enough to give her one of his signature winks. Had trimmed his beard recently, looking less like a mountain man and more like someone who actually remembered to pack a razor. Midas was predictably asleep. The man could doze anywhere, seemingly unburdened by any guilt or worry that might keep a normal person awake. Working with this team was, without a doubt, the best job Sherman had ever had, even if the travel could be brutal. The marathon journey from Buenos Aires to Tokyo, with a brief stop in New York, felt endless. To keep from going stir-crazy, she'd paced the length of the cabin more times than she could count. Somewhere over the Pacific, she'd decided a career as an astronaut was definitely not in her future. Shed filled the hours reviewing Gavin's intelligence on the hackers, brushing up on her Japanese and making endless notes. In the quieter moments, her thoughts drifted to Dom, accompanied by the steady sipping of ginger ale. She had just managed to doze off when the pilot's firm landing at Narita jolted her awake. The airport was surrounded by wooded hills, roughly 35 miles east of Tokyo. As if the 14-hour flight wasn't punishment enough, they now faced the prospect of hauling their gear down what felt like a dozen levels to catch the Narita Express train into the city. It was early morning in Japan, a full 12 hours ahead of her internal clock, which was stubbornly stuck on Buenos Aires time. Sherman was running on empty, a hollow feeling in her gut. After wearing the same clothes for over 30 hours, she felt grimy and pinched in all the wrong places. A hot shower was singing a siren song by the time she stepped off the jet bridge. She forced a polite smile for the uniformed medical officer stationed near the entrance. A large thermal camera, mounted on a tripod, watched over a squishy green antimicrobial mat that every passenger was required to walk across. Immigration clearance moved quickly, thanks to the alias passports provided, unofficially of course, by Mary Pat Foley's office. Adara was through first and headed to baggage claim, where her roller duffel was already circling the carousel amid a sea of identical luggage. She had to climb over a pile of suitcases to grab it, and she was just about ready to snap at Ryan when he bounded over, an uncharacteristic spring in his step. "What?" she asked, suspicious of his sudden cheer while she felt so thoroughly miserable. Ryan held up his phone, leaning close to avoid being overheard in the crowded baggage area. Gavin pinpointed the address for the hackerspace, he said, his voice low. "Turns out someone's been tapping into the Japan Railway's power grid phoning off a massive amount of electricity. Gavin's theory is they're using it to mine Bitcoin." "That seems odd," Adara replied, shifting her weight off her aching feet. "Why go to all the trouble of setting up mining hardware when they're already pulling in millions from ransomware?" "Greed," Midas chimed in, rolling his shoulders before doing a few curls with his heavy duffel bag. "If they can get the power for free, why not? It's a safe bet these guys are working for some state sponsor, which means they probably have to account for every penny and kick the profits back to the motherlander whoever's bankrolling the operation." Adara frowned. "We already knew the target was in the general area." "Are you saying it's right inside the train station?" "Not Emmett," Ryan said, checking his phone again and rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Close by, on Itai Street. It runs under the tracks to the north, connecting the east and west side so you can bypass the station entirely." He closed his eyes for a moment, a faint, almost reverent smile touching his lips. "Yuki and I went to a little sushi place there a couple of times. It's a neat areas, more restaurants, boutique shops. The atmosphere felt distinctly Japanese, yet it brought to mind the gritty bars tucked beneath Chicago's elevated train lines." Yuki Monzaki was an operative with Japan's Public Security Intelligence Agency, a domestic service comparable to the FBI's counterintelligence branch, tasked with safeguarding national interests from internal and external threats. She had collaborated with the campus before. Their brief romance with Jack had been perpetually derailed by their careers. Adara respected her, understanding from the start that such a pairing was unsustainable. Balancing a personal life with the demands of their work was challenging enough for her and Dominic Caruso, and they were on the same team. While the United States and Japan were firm allies, each nation's priorities inevitably centered on its own people. It was a poorly kept secret that even friendly states engaged in espionage against one another, which meant Jack and Yuki's conversations were often exercises in cautious omission. As far as Adara knew, they'd parted on good terms. But Jack, for all his easygoing charm and polished exterior, was deeply affected when meaningful connections ended. Ryan gave a slight, involuntary shiver, as if shaking off a thought, and refocused. Regardless, it's an ideal spot to conceal a hacker den. The constant flow of millions of people provides cover, and the massive power draw from all the trains would mask any extra electrical usage. I'm no engineer, but those bullet trains must consume a staggering amount of electricity. Midas stretched, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. We're at the Marriott courtyard, just a couple blocks from the station and easy walk. Sounds good to me, Adara said, relieved to have a concrete plan. My legs could use the movement. Agreed, Midas nodded. Let's drop our gear at the hotel and then scout the area around our target. Maybe find some breakfast. Ryan was already a step ahead. Even globe-trotting spies need to eat. There's a spot near our objective that does an excellent chawanmushi. Their spicy cod roe is fantastic, too. Mentago, Adara asked. Exactly, Ryan confirmed. It's a specialty from the Fukuoka region. Con roe for breakfast, Midas said, patting his stomach with a grin. Now that's fuel for a productive day. I'm in, but I need 30 minutes in the room first. I have a strict policy against using airplane lavatories for anything more serious than washing my hands. Plan set, Ryan concluded. Midas attends to his personal logistics. We secure some mentaiko, and then proceed to make some hackers profoundly regret their life choices. Adara, running on fumes, but feeling a sudden surge of energy, placed a hand on his arm. You know something, she said, a tired but genuine smile spreading across her face. It's moments like this that make me remember I have the absolute best job on the planet. The Narita Express delivered them to Tokyo Station in just under an hour. The short walk to the hotel felt navigating through the relentless tide of commuters flowing in and out of the terminal. Finally, 31 hours after departing Buenos Aires, Adara towed off her shoes in her Tokyo courtyard room and sank onto the bed. International jet-setting seemed glamorous in films, but the reality exacted a toll, visible in the new fatigue lines around her eyes. It took considerable willpower not to just collapse onto the mattress. Instead, she forced herself into a quick, reviving shower before changing into a crisp white polo and the khaki trousers Dominic always complimented. She finished the look with a stylish pink terry-cloth cap, a nod to personal taste of a pure utility. She was fully capable of handling herself physically, but saw no conflict in embracing a feminine color. Jack and Midas were waiting in the lobby near the boutique burger restaurant, looking refreshed and similarly adopting hats as a simple countermeasure against the city's ubiquitous surveillance cameras. Midas paused on the other side of the narrow Willow Street, facing a row of 5 vending machines offering everything from iced coffee to mixed nuts to small amber bottles of a vitamin drink called Uranamin Trink. Called Uranamin C. He bought one of the latter and drank it down quickly, as if it could cure a hangover. So we're all clear on the potential tools we might need? He asked as they turned left off Willow Street, heading west onto Polonia Avenue, moving between older tan-brick apartments and a construction site for newer glass and steel buildings. Absolutely, Adara replied, but let's remember Clark's order. This is strictly reconnaissance. I haven't forgotten, Jack said, but you know how these things go. One piece of information leads to another, and before you know it, you're in the thick of it. Situations evolve. The entrance to the hackerspace, based on the address Gavin provided, was simple to locate but offered no discreet approach. Conducting a proper surveillance here would require significant patience and time spent in the open, a challenge in this densely populated city where the 3 of them already stood out. Adara usually enjoyed trying new foods and had considered Jack's suggestion of mentaiko over rice for breakfast, but the idea of spicy fish roe felt a bit too bold for her nervous stomach. She chose chawanmushi instead, a savory steamed egg custard that settled more easily. Traditional Japanese breakfasts were light, but none of them finished their meals. Eating provided perfect cover for their observation, allowing them to remain seated for an extended period, sipping tea and picking at their food, while pretending to read a newspaper or scroll through their phone. The shop directly across from their target, still shaded by the elevated train tracks, served small bowls of saba buckwheat noodles in a salty broth. There were no outdoor tables, just a raised counter on the sidewalk where she and Midas could stand side by side, eating from their bowls while keeping watch. Jack positioned himself half a block away, connected via earpiece, working his way through a container of G'd Hunthenly sliced beef and onion in a rich sauce over rice. He'd recommended the fish roe, but apparently needed something heartier to start the day. As she idly stirred her noodles with disposable chopsticks, Adara studied the floor plan Gavin had sent. The layout indicated plumbing for a restroom and a small kitchen or break area. The primary entrance was inside a covered tunnel-like structure that seemed to serve as a tiny parking lot for the building. A rear door opened onto an alley so narrow it was only fit for a bicycle, and with no exterior handle it was clearly an emergency exit, locked from the outside, not a viable option. The floor plan showed a small 3-room suite just inside the main garage entrance, likely an office or possibly living quarters for a building manager. Every so often a bald, muscular man emerged from the shadows to stretch and scan the street before disappearing back inside. He was unmistakably security. Caucasian, probably in his early 40s, with a sharp face and corded neck muscles visible above his light blue dress shirt. His gray trousers were neatly pressed, and he wore sturdy Rockport shoes. The kind designed for being on your feet. Dom owned several identical pairs. The man was alert, Adara had to admit. He had the focused, watchful posture of someone who missed nothing. While most people in the developed world were lost in their own digital bubble-zero-buds blocking out reality, eyes glued to phones for distant news or pointless games, Baldy remained acutely aware. His phone stayed in his pocket, his senses tuned to the street, constantly searching for anything unusual. Adara noted he didn't visibly carry a handgun, which was smart. It kept his options open and gave him plausible deniability if questioned. Not long after the team arrived, he was relieved by another operative. This man was Japanese, with the same military posture, close-cropped hair, and understated business attire. They exchanged a few quiet words before Baldy disappeared inside, leaving his counterpart to continue the watchful patrol for a few more minutes before he too melted into the shadows. Across the street, Midas assembled the Yagi antenna, attaching the foot-long, ladder-like device to his phone. It was similar to gear used for war driving, the practice of mapping vulnerable Wi-Fi networks. The light but steady foot traffic actually helped, allowing him to focus on the target building without too much electronic clutter from passing devices. "I'm not picking up much Tempest signal," he reported, referring to the unintentional electronic emissions from devices. Which figures. If these guys are pros pulling off massive online scams, they'd be meticulous. He suspected their computers were hardwired, not broadcast. "I can tag the 2 security guys' cells when they're outside, but the signal drops as soon as they go in." "We're assuming they're just security for the hackers," Ryan countered. "What if they are the hackers?" "Taking shifts on watch duty," Adara considered. "Maybe," Midas said. "I know, in stereotyping. But these 2 don't exactly look like the type to sit glued to a screen writing malicious code all day." "They look like soldiers," Jack agreed. He couldn't help but feel a twist of irony. He'd expected a sprawling operation, a digital sweatshop crammed with phones and laptops churning out fake news. Instead, based on Gavin's floor plan, the place was tiny, barely fitting 5 or 6 people comfortably, let alone the hardware needed for something like Bitcoin mining. It was almost laughably modest for the scale of their suspected crimes. "Fair point," Midas shrugged. He lifted a padded case. "I brought the laser microphone. I could try for the parking shack window, but the angle from street level is terrible with all the traffic breaking the beam. We'd be lucky to catch 1 word in 10. If I go higher, the building edge blocks my line of sight." "What about a slap mic?" Adara suggested. "They'd see our faces when we placed it," Midas replied. A slap was a minuscule BZAM transmitter, named for how easily it could be slapped onto a surface in passing. Its size meant a limited battery life, a trade-off for its stealth. The whole situation was a frustrating puzzle, well-guarded, seemingly small box that refused to give up its secret. Adara and Midas carried items designed to blend in perfectly. One was a nondescript piece of gray concrete that could be left on any city sidewalk without drawing attention. The other was a woman's wallet, containing around $90 in Japanese yen, several credit cards, and a voter ID nothing with a photo. Adara checked the time. It's been almost an hour since the last guard swap. Our guy always comes out with a water bottle. He'll be looking for his bald partner to relieve him any second. I'll walk by and drop the purse. If he's as greedy as he seems, he'll pick it up. Midas remained in position, casually sipping his bubble tea. The earpiece in his right ear kept him connected to Adara as she moved down the block, crossed the street, and turned left, placing her on a direct path toward the target. In one hand, she carried a paper tourist map she'd grabbed from the hotel lobby, letting it flap openly in the breeze. With her other hand, she gripped the strap of her nylon backpack, which was rigged with a hidden cord. A quick pull of her thumb would release the wallet from an unzipped pocket. Right on schedule, the bald guard slipped into view near the garage entrance, ready to take over from his Japanese counterpart. Adara reached the edge of the garage opening, seemingly engrossed in her fluttering map. She pretended to stumble, glancing down at her shoes. She'd untied the lace just before crossing. As the bald man gestured toward the garage, Adara knelt to retie her shoe. The wallet tumbled silently from her backpack. Inside the garage entrance, the two targets were deep in conversation, neither noticing Adara or the dropped item. She finished with her shoe and stood, walking away without a backward glance. The bald guard's head suddenly lifted. He must have heard her footsteps on the pavement. Instead of discreetly retrieving the wallet, he marched directly over to it and shouted for her to stop. He opened it, thumbed through the cash while Adara returned, playing the part of a flustered, grateful tourist. She kept one hand on her pink baseball cap to prevent it from blowing away. When she reached for the wallet, he teasingly pulled it back, holding it just beyond her grasp. He seemed to lecture her briefly before finally handing it over. Adara ducked her head in thanks, pointed at her map as if asking for directions, and when he shook his head, she turned and walked away, studying the map as she went. He came off like a real jerk, Midas commented over comms. Nice job staying in character. Hold on, Adara interrupted. Give me a minute. She waited until she was well out of earshot before speaking again. Jack, you hearing this? Loud and clear, Ryan replied. What's the situation? I caught fragments of their conversation when I dropped the wallet, Adara said. Good news, it sounds like there are only 2 hackers upstairs. Bad news. I'm pretty sure these guards are about to kill them. You're sure we're talking 2 hackers? Midas asked, once Adara had joined Jack farther up the block. Returning to her original spot across the street risked recognition. I didn't catch everything, but I clearly heard the bald one say supposed to kill both of them and wipe everything. Both implies 2. It does, Midas agreed. Any sense of when this killing and wiping is supposed to happen? None, Adara said. Is Baldy still on watch out front? His weaselly face peeked out of the shadows a few seconds ago, Midas reported. He might be leaving the dirty work to his partner. For all we know, it's happening right now. Could be, Adara said. But did you see how that guy messed with me when he returned the wallet? What a piece of work. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes, promising he'd want in on any action. He'd bet on it, not to mention that jerk had the nerve to call me sweetness. All right, Ryan replied. We have to move upstairs before they finish the job. I could call Yuki, but she's a stickler for protocol. Never met a regulation she didn't love to follow to the last detail. Once she's looped in, this goes straight up the chain and we're out of the picture. It'll be out of our hands, probably out of hers too. If this gets treated as a tactical raid, any evidence will be wiped before they even breach the door. And if it doesn't, Midas cut in, these guys will just kill the hackers and destroy the data anyway. Handing it to Yukiko at least gives us live captives to question. Yuki gets the captives to question, Jack corrected. Trust me, her superiors will freeze us out and we walk away empty-handed. Can't you work some of that old jacket charm on her? Midas suggested. Ryan's weary sigh. carried clearly through the foam. "Used up all my charm on Yukiko Manzaki years back. My vote is we handle this ourselves." "I can't believe him agreeing," Adara said. "Especially after the look Clark gave me before we left. But Jack's right. Remember, 6 people died on the DC Metro because of these creeps. They've moved up to the majors now. We're not just talking about evidence for millions in extortion. We're talking murder. And the thugs out front are about to add to the body count." "Fine," Midas said. "What's us the play, Jack?" "The play? Come on," Midas pushed. "We've worked with you long enough to know you've been planning to go in since we first coped this place. You've got to have a plan." "Now that you mention it," Ryan said, "these 2 look like ex-military. They won't be easily fooled or scared off." "For all we know, they're holding the hackers captive, maybe," Adara said, sounding doubtful. "So I say we slock them," Ryan proposed. A slock was a crude weapon, more common behind bars. A padlock dropped into a sock and swung like a club. "And you just happen to have a sock on you, of course?" Adara asked dryly. "In my pack," Ryan confirmed. "No lock, but sand or a rock works better anyway. He'll grab some concrete chunks from that construction rubble. Should have known." Adara wasn't surprised. Jack was prepared. They all trained with improvised weapons broom handles, belts, socks filled with gravel. Clark was an expert with all of them. Since firearms and knives were hard to come by in Japan, they used what they could find. "We should move now," she urged. "Take out Baldy while he's solo." "They don't seem to be on comms, at least out front, but there could be cameras." Midas let out a low whistle. "I like the idea, but I think we should wait until right before the push, when the Japanese guy is on his way down to meet his partner. If there's a camera, he's less likely to spot anything." Adara weighed the risks. "What stops the hackers from dumping all the data if they see us taking down their guards?" "That's the tricky bit," Jack admitted. "Midas knows the most about tech. He should be the one to rush in and stop any file deletion. There is a 2-foot section of pipe, leaning against the construction fence over there. Adara, you good to slock the guards?" "He'll back you up with the pipe." "I am," Adara said. "But as a medic, I have to say I once saw a guy hit so hard in the head with a ball-peen hammer, it snapped the wooden handle, and he still fought like a demon." "She's got a point," Midas agreed, his tone dropping, more grave. "The human skull is a marvel. Hard to predict how it'll react. That's why you can't just aim to knock someone out. If we're doing this, you have to swing for the fences. If they die, they die." "All right then," Jack said. "There's another possibility," Adara said, glancing at her watch. "Actually, about 50 of them. The guard rotation is coming up." "Let's discuss it as we move into place." If someone had asked Adara Sherman whether these men guarding the facility needed to be stopped, her answer would have been a firm yes. Was she ready to kill them? Still yes, but if the question was whether she felt at peace with being the one to do it, that was a different story. She had ended lives before, always in the chaos of a rescue or the fury of a buyer fight. This was something else entirely. There would be no battle here. She and Ryan were about to ambush 2 men and bludgeon them to death. It was a cold, calculated execution. Having witnessed enough violence, she knew it would be ugly and raw. It would not be simple. She was no legendary operative, nor did she aspire to be. This act would cling to her, a heavy ghost in the quiet moments to come. Adara moved first, timing her walk so she was alone. It was mid-morning, not yet lunch, so the sidewalks beneath the train tracks were nearly empty. She wore the pink hat again and gave a cheerful wave to the bald guard, fluttering her unfolded map as if greeting an old friend. The sock filled with river stones was tucked into the back of her jeans, the loose end hanging out like a curious tail. Ryan followed a dozen paces behind, a heavy section of steel pipe concealed up his sleeve. Midas approached from the opposite direction. Just as Adara stepped toward the bald man, not 1 but 2 Japanese men burst through the glass door into the garage, and both moved with the precise, controlled aggression of trained soldiers. The old saying about knowingly putting a poisonous snake in your pocket came to President Jack Ryan's mind whenever he considered trusting Senator Michelle Chadwick. The permanent curl of contempt on her sharp-featured face practically announced her desire to slip a knife between his ribs at the first opportunity. A little of Michelle Chadwick was more than enough. It didn't help that their meeting was at 9 p.m., an hour he'd much rather spend doing literally anything else. Tall and gaunt Kathy had once called her all elbows and angles, with a pronounced nose that gave her a perpetually aggrieved air. Chadwick was the senior senator from Arizona. Now in her third term, funded by her grandfather's Scottsdale real estate empire, she chaired the Homeland Security Subcommittee on Senate Appropriations, cardinal position that granted her outsized power, which she frequently used to derail Ryan's initiative. She had, to her credit, proven patriotic once, cooperating with the administration when she herself was targeted by Beijing's agents. For that fleeting moment, their interests had aligned. She'd warned him not to expect a repeat performance, and then the pharmaceutical bill landed on her desk. "My caucus is generally supportive," she said, settling onto the couch opposite him as if she had all night. She kicked off one pump, letting it swing from her toe. Cassie did that, Ryan noted, and managed to make it look charming. You'll face resistance from Iowa and a few other states with drug manufacturing plants. The major players already dislike generics, and having our generic supply chain sitting in the Caribbean really gets under their skin. On my side, we're all for increased healthcare access through cheaper drugs. But the opposition is framing this as—" Ryan held up a hand. "Let me guess. Capitalism for the average worker, socialism for the wealthy corporation." "They're not entirely wrong," Chadwick said with a thin smile. "But it's a hurdle we can clear. It has to happen, and if the two of us political opponents by every definition are the public faces of this legislation, then it might just have a fighting chance of passing." Ryan took a slow drink of his coffee. "I have to ask, what's your reason? For cooperating with you, you mean?" "To put it bluntly, yes." Chadwick offered a slight shrug. "The data on where this country sources its pharmaceuticals is all over the map. You know the old saying, there are three kinds of lies: lies, damned lies, and statistics. Plenty of folks on your side keep repeating that 80% of our drugs come from China and India. It's true the People's Republic manufactures a huge share of the chemical precursors, but analysts far smarter than either of us argue the actual percentage of finished medications from those countries, while still significant, is considerably lower." She paused, letting the point hang. "All right, I'll bite," Ryan said. "What's your estimate?" "That's precisely the issue," Chadwick replied. "Nobody seems to have a definitive answer. One camp shouts 80 or 90%, the other insists that's wrong, but can't provide a solid figure to replace it. That uncertainty is what keeps me up at night." She drew a long breath and let it out slowly. "The personal truth is, my aunt nearly died from a simple urinary tract infection. The generic antibiotics she picked up at her local pharmacy didn't make a dent." Leaning in, she lowered her voice. "Manufactured in India, incidentally. I paid for an independent lab test. The results showed the pills contained less than half the active ingredient they were supposed to." "Is she all right now?" Chadwick closed her eyes briefly, a flicker of genuine emotion crossing her face. "It's annoyingly hard to dislike you, Ryan." "She recovered, but only after we secured a proper course of effective antibiotics." "Which manufacturer was it?" Ryan asked. "Malhotra Med," Chadwick stated. "Here's the core of it. America needs more pharmaceutical production capacity, not less, and it needs to be closer to home where oversight can be timely and rigorous." "I'm in complete agreement," Ryan said. "Obviously, I'll mention Malhotra Med to Secretary Kapoor and see what information her department has." "You won't find much," Chadwick warned. "I've already looked." The FDA inspection process for overseas facilities is a bureaucratic quagmire." "So I've heard," Ryan acknowledged. "I'll check regardless. We'll need every piece of information to move this bill forward." Chadwick reached down to slide her shoe back on, adjusting herself in her seat. "I meant to lead with this," she began, her tone shifting to one of uncharacteristic softness. "I was truly sorry to hear about Tony Hargrave. He was one of the genuinely good ones in this town. A rare soul." "Thank you," Ryan said, sensing there was more behind the sentiment. "I assume you're deep in the process of finding his replacement," Chadwick continued. "There are many capable people working on that as we speak," Ryan affirmed. "Good," Chadwick nodded. "With all the spot fires igniting lately, the American people could use some good, stable news." "Spot fires?" "You know exactly what I mean," she said, a trace of weariness in her voice. "The relentless ransomware attacks, those troubling viral videos." Ryan gave a short, humorless laugh. "I'd have thought deepfake scandals would be right up your alley, handy for discrediting me not so long ago." "Oh, they still serve a purpose for my side," Chadwick admitted with startling candor, a sardonic edge entering her tone. "At the very least, they gum up the works on your policy initiative. But that doesn't mean I approve of the tactic." She rested her arm along the back of the couch, idly tracing a pattern in the fabric. "Do you have a short list yet? It's getting shorter." "Anyone I'd recognize." Ryan couldn't help but smile at her directness. He glanced at his watch and stood. "My cue to exit," Chadwick said, rising gracefully and pausing to smooth a loose thread on the upholstery. "Just remember, whoever you nominate has to pass Senate confirmation, which means passing through my committee. We're collaborating on this pharma independence bill, but don't mistake that for being friendly enough to just shove your pick through." "Wouldn't dream of it," Ryan said, watching as she turned to leave, half expecting the door to close with a definitive click. The bald man dropped with surprising speed, far quicker than Adara had anticipated. His two companions, however, were a different story. While foreign faces weren't unusual near Tokyo Station, the bald operative had a professional's eye, giving Ryan a sharp once-over as he approached. Ryan compensated by affecting a slight limp, trying to soften his intimidating frame, a difficult task given his size. Adara thrust a map toward the bald man with her left hand, her voice pitching into a tourist's plea. "We're trying to find the Shibuya crossing," she said. "I heard it's the busiest intersection on the planet. Who visits Japan and misses that?" Instinctively, the bald man retreated a few steps into the deeper shadows of the parking garage, pulling Adara with him as if to separate her from Ryan. The moment his attention shifted, she struck. Putting her full weight into the swing, she brought the weighted sock down hard against the base of his skull. The improvised weapon, roughly the heft of 2 baseballs, landed with a sickening thud. Staggering, the man managed to turn, his eyes glazing over as he stared blankly at Adara, then at Midas, who sprinted past toward the door. Jack moved in with a length of pipe, driving it into the same spot Adara had hit, then following through with a back ring that caught the falling man across the temple. He collapsed, unconscious, blood immediately beginning to stream from his nose like a tapped keg. A sharp shout from Midas and the crash of the door bursting open snapped Adara's focus behind her. The first of the bald man's partners exploded from the doorway, intent on the fight. Midas, already in motion, palmed the back of the man's head and shoved as he passed, sending him stumbling off balance. He then grabbed the second man by both shoulders, yanking him forward into a brutal knee to the groin before hurling him over the side of the concrete stoop toward Jack. "They're all yours," Midas called out, catching the door before it could shut and vanishing up the stairwell. The entryway sat on a raised platform of concrete a full 2 feet high with only 3 steps, a common design in Japan where stair treads were often deeper and risers taller, creating an awkward halting descent. This worked to Adara's benefit now, as the first man chose to leap straight from the platform rather than navigate the step. The added height seemed to inflate his confidence. He led with a Superman punch, his fist aimed squarely at Adara's face. Planted firmly, she sidestepped like a bullfighter and swung the sock with all her strength. The blow was glancing, staggering her opponent, but failing to put him down. Behind her, the clang of Jack's pipe-meeting bone echoed, but she was too occupied to check his progress. She swung again, an uppercut this time, hoping to loop the weapon and catch the man's jaw on the return. He slipped the move like a seasoned boxer, ducking so the weighted sock whistled just inches over his tilted head. Regaining his stance, he produced an expandable baton from behind his back, flicking it open with a menacing snap. His eyes darted from Adara to Jack as he shouted encouragement to his partner. His jaw tightened when a glance over his shoulder confirmed Midas was already inside. "What is it you want?" he demanded in flawless, unaccented English, a trickle of blood now tracing from his ear where the slock had grazed him. "I want you to drop that baton," Adara said. "I'll drop it down your throat," the man hissed. At that moment, Jack's pipe found his own opponent's neck, dropping the man to his knees. Seizing the opening, Jack rushed forward and drove the pipe into Adara's adversary, striking just above the kidney. The blow didn't pierce the skin, but the pain was blinding, creating the distraction Adara needed. As the Japanese man swung the baton wildly, Adara brought her slock crashing into his other ear. Clark had drilled into them during training to avoid becoming fixated on a single weapon or technique, emphasizing the need to seize any opening an enemy presented. Instead of pressing another attack, Adara let the sock fall and launched herself onto the Japanese man's back. She looped one arm around his neck, locking it with the other in a tight rear choke. Simultaneously, she wrapped her legs around his torso, hooking her heels to cling to him like a human rucksack. Staggering under her weight, he twisted his head just enough to keep drawing breath. Though not much taller than Adara, he was powerfully built, with a thick neck and strong fingers that clawed at her arm, trying to pry it from his throat. He stumbled backward, clearly aiming for the concrete stoop, planning to slam down onto its sharp edge and crush Adara's spine. She cranked harder, driving the base of her thumb into his carotid artery. His grip faltered slightly. He swayed, pounding her forearm with his fists in a desperate bid for freedom. Then his body jerked rigid, as if he'd caught his foot or Jack rammed the length of metal pipe straight into the man's stomach. This time it pierced deep like a spear. The man thrashed wildly, hammering her forearm again and again. She held on, squeezing relentlessly, stealing every bit of space until she had cut off the blood and oxygen to his brain, and he collapsed. Ryan yanked out the bloody pipe and, to Adara's surprise, batted the man's hand aside, knocking away a spring-loaded blade he must have drawn while she was choking him. She slid to the ground, a sudden heat blooming in her arm. Jack grabbed the man by his forelock and slammed his head twice against the concrete deck for good measure, before rushing to her side. "Where's your guy?" she asked, her stomach turning. "He's permanently out of the picture," Jack said, offering no details. He studied the deep gashes on her forearm with a frown. "He really did a number on you." Somehow he'd also sliced her cheek, cutting nearly to the bone without her even feeling the hit. Missed the major arteries, Adara noted, relieved to see blood dripping rather than spurting from her mangled arm. But it was dripping steadily a lot. "Right now, we need to stash these guys behind a car. For all we know, some pizza delivery driver has already called the cops." "The shadows give us decent cover," Jack said as he helped drag the three men behind a Toyota van and dump them in a heap. "Unless someone heard the fight, I think we got lucky. This whole messy tango lasted maybe 20 seconds. Adara's phone buzzed in her pocket. She fished it out with her uninjured hand. It was Midas, calling from a secure line, and he was clearly watching them on camera. "You two planning to come up or what? There's some things here you're really going to want to see." Midas buzzed Adara and Jack through two interior doors, one at the stairway's base and another opening into the main rooms upstairs. He had the two hackers seated on a low futon couch when they arrived. Both were Japanese, one male and one female, and they looked like they'd been pulled straight from a college campus. The girl, named Takako, wore lime-green cut-off overalls. Perky dog-ear pigtails were held up with bright green rubber bands, one strand dyed cotton candy pink and the other a deep red, giving her a startling, almost Harley Quinn vibe. In contrast, her hacking partner, a 19-year-old boy named Hatoru, wore a conservative blue polo with 3 buttons and khaki slacks. His solemn expression and black-framed glasses made him look like he would have carried a slide rule and worn a pocket protector a few decades back. The actual hackerspace was compact, about 10 by 10 feet, with a fold-in plastic table and 4 laptops connected to larger flat screens. The next room was significantly larger, yet crammed with rows of computers that were, just as Gavin Bury had predicted, dedicated to Bitcoin mining. A heavy sheet of clear plastic curtained the doorway, isolating the air conditioning to chill only the hardware-packed space. A pile of discarded food containers and empty wrappers towered in one corner. Across the room, 2 plush leather chairs were positioned with a clear line of sight to the door and a wall-mounted video, monitorvently the off-duty guard's post. Takako was by far the chattier of the 2 captives. "Why did it take you so long?" she snapped in Japanese, her irritation palpable. Adara shot her a withering look. She'd already patched the cut on her face and was winding gauze from her pack around her injured arm, in no mood for a lecture from a pink-haired hacker. "What's your problem?" With a dramatic eye-roll, Takako flung a hand to her forehead. "We have been leaving digital breadcrumbs for you to follow for over a week," she said, switching to English, which was far better than Adara's Japanese. "Over a week," Midas echoed. "The ransomware attacks have been happening for nearly 3. Hator gave a slow nod. "The men who held us, the ones you eliminated on camera, they watched us every second. The bald one understood enough code to verify our work." "They were shoulder surfing constantly," Tanko interjected, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "It is utterly impossible to concentrate with someone breathing down your neck. If they were so capable, why kidnap us in the first place? Seems like a lot of extra drama for a workforce." Midas whistled softly, surveying the setup. "This is some seriously skookum gear." "Skookum," Takako frowned. "It means top-notch, really solid," Midas explained, still examining the machines. A wry smile touched his lip. "I'm going to need to call in someone who knows a whole lot more about this than I do." He began placing each laptop and phone into individual Faraday bags he'd brought for the purpose. The metallic mesh lining blocked all Wi-Fi and radio signals, preventing remote access, while the devices could still be rigged with data wiping traps triggered by specific keystrokes. Removing them later in a digitally sterile room would cut them off from outside control. Takako's hand shot up like an eager student. "Oh, that expert would be me," she announced with a sneer. "I know exactly what to do." Adara finished securing her bandage. "Not a chance. You're not going anywhere near that equipment. Idiot." Tako smacked her own forehead in frustration. "If we wanted to destroy everything, it would already be gone." "Regardless," Adara stated firmly. She sank into one of the leather chairs, blinking to fight off blurred vision. The massive adrenaline crash and blood loss were making her head swim. Jack rummaged through a stash and found several small Urananan sea energy drinks, the kind Midas favored. He popped the top off one and handed it over. Adara downed 2 in quick succession, feeling the sugar deliver a much-needed jolt to her system. "I need clothes that aren't covered in blood," she said to Takako. "You're about my size." Tanko shrugged, plucking at her overalls. "They bought me these. Said it was so I wouldn't smell. You can have them if you want." "I'd rather have my own things back," Adara groaned. "Well, I can't exactly walk out of here like this." She motioned for the girl to follow her into the adjoining room. "So you were taken against your will?" Midas asked, turning to Hator. "Yes," the young man replied. "Ferial-like parents believe we are away at university." Takako leaned back around the corner, halfway changed. "And all our friends think we ran off together to our favorite little love hotel in Shinjuku." Hatoru's face flushed a deep crimson, but he managed a faint, embarrassed smile. Who were they working for? Jack pressed. The men who took you. We only ever saw those three, Heitoru said. No one else. Names? Midas asked. Heitoru glanced over his shoulder, leaning forward as if to answer, but Takeko reappeared. Catching his eye, he sank back against the futon and sealed his lips. Takako dropped onto the futon next to him, now dressed in an oversized sweater and frayed denim shorts, so brief the pockets dangled past the hem. We never learned their names, she admitted. Hatoru's voice was a tense whisper. Initially, I was certain they'd take the ransom we generated and execute us. Tanko picked up the thread. We've been observing them, listening. They aren't even interested in the money. I believe their goal is simply to inflict damage on your nation. But our execution was still on the schedule, imminently. Midas had his back to them, phone pressed to his ear, conversing with Gavin in low, urgent bursts. Adara caught the distinct rasp of duct tape being pulled free, just as Midas swiveled to face the room. The sound registered with Takako and Hatoru as well, both stiffening where they sat. All right, Midas announced, his tone leaving no room for debate. The laptops are coming with us. Takako opened her mouth to argue, but the protest died in her throat as Midas produced a Glock from behind the pile of Faraday bags, leveling it at her. Color me shocked, he said dryly. They'd just left a sidearm lying around for you. Very trusting. Hands rising in surrender, Takeko spoke in a rushed tumble. Wait, just listen. We weren't captives. Not at first. Think of us as independent contractors. But they were going to terminate the contract, I swear. Hatoru overheard them this morning discuss a replacement hacker for when we were. Permanently removed from the project team, Adara cut in, her eyes fixed on the bank of security screens. We've got visitors. On the monitor, a Japanese man emerged from a dark sedan in the garage. He hesitated, his head tilting as if scenting the air. His gaze swept the area before landing on a dark, viscous puddle on the concrete. Crouching, he examined it, then tracked the smeared trail leading off-screen toward the makeshift body repository Adara and Jack had used. He reappeared a moment later, his movements sharp and anxious. For a heartbeat, he stared directly into the lens of the door camera long, enough for Midas to capture a still image of his face from the monitor, before scrambling back into his car and screeching out of the frame. This is very bad, Heitoru breathed, his face pale. That guy's on the horn right now, Jack stated flatly, calling in a cleanup crew. We need to wipe the security system, blinds the cameras, and get gone. Archives are scrubbed, Midas said, tapping a final key. Adara gestured toward the two hackers. What's the play with them? Midas stood, hefting a backpack laden with a shielded bag. He held up a fresh roll of duct tape, likely the same roll that had secured the pistol under the desk. Jack slipped into the bathroom, closing the door to make a call. As Midas began wrapping tape around Heitoru's wrists behind his back, the young man started nodding violently. She is right. That man will summon people to kill us here. You have to release us. We are just otaku gamers. A single tear traced a path through the grime on his cheek. We never wanted to hurt anybody. Midas responded by delivering a sharp, brutal pinch to the soft flesh under Hatoru's bicep, eliciting a pained yelp. Losing millions of dollars hurts, Midas stated, his voice cold. Those people on the train you derailed died. Another vicious pinch brought a second cry. Dying hurts. Stealing is bad. Pinch killing is bad. Pinch Kilaru's chest hitched, his breaths coming in ragged, snotty gasps as he teetered on the edge of hyperventilation. So, Midas said, locking eyes with him, unless you're ready to give us the puppet master's name, shut it and sit down. Let me be clear for every person you've swindled. I couldn't care less if that guy sends his goons to chop you both into bait and toss you into the bay. Midas raised his hand again, but Hatoru flinched violently, toppling backward onto the futon in a trembling heap. Takako shot Midas a look of pure venom. You are a monstrous man. Adara took the tape from Midas and turned Takako around to bind her hands. You'll adapt, she said, her voice devoid of sympathy. Jack emerged from the bathroom, giving a resigned thumbs up. "We leave them." Hitoru began to writhe against his bong. "They will slaughter us." Take looked up, her eyes wide and imploring, a practiced sheen of tears welling. "You are signing our death warrants." Midas shouldered his pack, his expression granite. "You drew the map to this place yourselves." The pain was going to be real, no doubt about it. The wail of sirens grew louder, closing in as the campus team moved past the business district toward Tokyo Station. Midas trailed a short distance back. Jack had already checked in with Chavez and dialed 110, knowing the city's massive police force and cultural respect for authority meant help would arrive almost immediately. Over the comms, Adara's voice came through. "You were pretty rough back there," she said. Her bright green coveralls drew looks from people on the street, though far fewer than her blood-stained clothing would have. "My grandmother lost her life savings to a scam," Midas replied, his voice tight. "Seeing those guys just brought it all back." "It's interesting Chavez decided to leave them for the local police," Adara noted. "Mary Pat is already connecting with the FBI legal attaché and the station chief. They'll handle the fallout." The distinctive dual-tone sirens screamed from around the corner, a swarm of police vehicles responding. Adara quickened her step, blending into the river of commuters flooding into the massive station. "They'll describe us to the police," she said, the air thick with competing scents of pastries and perfumes from the shops. Walking shoulder with Jack in the press of the crowd, she turned to look at him. "Maybe Mary Pat's team can pull data from their phones. You got pictures of their faces, right?" Jack let out a low groan. "Yeah, I did." "So you know what comes next," Adara pressed. He sighed again. "I know, I already sent her a text. Told her we need to meet and show her some photos." Adara's face pinched in disbelief, as if she'd just bitten into a lemon. "You texted her? Jack, after radio silence for months, that's your move? A text message out of nowhere." "Been a while," he muttered, avoiding her gaze. "Exactly. No contact, then a random text." His phone buzzed then, a reply from Yukiko Monzaki of the Japanese Public Security Intelligence Agency. Adara leaned in, trying to see the screen. What's she say? Jack stepped back, slowing to let the agitated crowd flow around him. He groaned a third time, the sound weary and resigned, then read the message aloud. "I am occupied. You will have to come to me." "When?" Midas asked over the comms. 5:30 tonight, Jack said, reading the follow-up. "An address in Akihabara." 5:30, Adara repeated, a genuine sigh of relief escaping her. "That might be the first good thing I've heard all day." She pushed the violent memories of the garage confrontation into a mental lockbox, focusing instead on the promise of a scalding shower and a firm mattress. But comfort would have to wait. First, they would disperse inside the station's labyrinth, ducking into separate restrooms to change into the spare hats, jackets, and tactical pens from their packs. They'd each run a lengthy surveillance detector route for at least an hour before reconvening at the hotel. With luck, they'd avoid any facial recognition cameras, and buy enough time for Adara to properly clean and stitch her cuts, maybe even sneak a 20-minute power nap. On the side of Harjit Malhotra's monitor, a news ticker scrolled, highlighting that POTUS, President, and Jack Ryan were all trending. Malhotra shifted excitedly in his chair, taking occasional sips of his strong nut liquor as he scrolled through a dozen social media feeds. Every other post seemed to be about the American president. He is failing. Who can trust him now? Is this the man we believed in? Completely useless against these cyber attacks. America deserves real leadership. He noted one post decrying piss-poor leadership, and wondered idly if the misspelling was intentional. There were, of course, posts and tweets rallying in full support, but, as so often happens, the voices of criticism drowned out the champions by a wide, noisy margin. He kept watching clip after clip of Ryan cozying up to women, showing blatant disrespect toward the flag and casually bragging to a circle of wealthy executives about the fortune he'd built playing the stock market. Every video was fabricated, yet the sheer volume was enough to plant uncertainty. People will cling to the wildest falsehood if it brushes against what they secretly hope is real. And still, that stubborn fool Ryan kept pushing his protectionist drug bill forward. The man was like a runaway polo ponino. Amount of spurring would make him change direction. Malhotra turned the sound off on his monitor and glanced toward the Bengal tiger mounted across the room. "That American president may have earned millions with clever investments," he remarked to the silent predator, "but I've placed a few strategic bets of my own." He gave a slight shrug, confident the tiger grasped his meaning. A few $1,000,000, placed in the hands of a military leader with the nerve to act, can purchase a war worth billions. Dr. Monty Harper's local aide stood beside him inside the felt-lined yurt. Hollow-cheeked and earnest, the young girl leaned over the motionless patient, clutching a fly-swatter in one chapped hand and holding a faded umbrella in the other. A crimson scarf covered her head, but her bright smile remained visible. Elsewhere in Afghanistan she might have been hidden beneath a burqa, barred from school, and certainly not permitted to assist a male doctor or speak openly in his presence. Food was always scarce in the remote Wakhan corridor of eastern Afghanistan, but here at least she could attend classes. Her name was Lele, and she was 13. Harper angled the microscope light to brighten the unblinking eye that stared upward, held grotesquely open by a wire speculum. Using a delicate crescent blade, he made a small curved incision through the sclera, careful to preserve the fluid inside the chamber. Through this tiny opening, the cataract-damaged lens would be removed and an artificial one inserted in its place. He had just begun tunneling inward when Lala suddenly spoke up. I'd need to remind her about staying quiet during delicate steps. Besides her native kick, she spoke Tajik, Pashto, and even better Russian than Harper, who learned on his own. In another life she might have set her sights on medical school. Here she would spend her days milking sheep, churning butter, and cooking her family's meals over fires fueled by dried yak dung. "Soldiers are riding down the valley on horses," she said softly. "I overheard the men talking. The northern trail must be clear enough to cross now." An early thaw had melted the winter snows this year, letting Wagi shepherds begin their 20-mile seasonal migration, or kutch, moving herds of yaks and broad-tailed sheep from lower wheat fields up to the high valleys of the Big Pamir, over 13,000 feet above sea level. This region, where three of the world's greatest mountain rings, the Pamirs, the Hindu Kush, and the Karakoram converged, was known as the Pamir Knot. Some called it the Ba-Maidunya, the roof of the world. The Waki people wintered in the valley of the Wakhan corridor, a narrow buffer strip of land wedged between Tajikistan, Pakistan, and China, carved out long ago in an agreement between Great Britain and Russia during the espionage rivalry Rudyard Kipling termed the Great Game. The corridor was designed to prevent British India and Russian territories in Central Asia from sharing a border. To most Afghans it was an afterthought, remote, insignificant, stretching some 200 miles long and never more than 40 miles wide, encircled by jagged, cathedral-like peaks, perpetually draped in snow and ice. The people here had never faced the Taliban or modern terrorism. Their struggle was simply to survive, to fend off wolves and bears that stalked their flocks, and to scrape out a living in a land so barren that dried yak young was the only reliable fuel for cooking. Their diet relied heavily on naan bread and shirkueh, a salty milk tea. The harsh glare of sun on endless snowfields and the thin mountain air created a perfect storm for early onset cataracts. Here 1 in 5 mothers did not survive childbirth, and infant mortality was so tragically common that children often went unnamed until their 4th or 5th year. The average life expectancy hovered around 35. For Dr. Harper and his wife, it was the ideal place to offer their skills. Glancing up from his patient, Harper caught a flicker of anxiety in the young girl's eyes. There was always something. They were here at the summer grazing camp called Vangrid Boy, with the blessing of both the Afghan and U.S.
governments volunteering their medical expertise entirely at their own expense. Yet inevitably, some local commander would soon appear, hand out, expecting bakshish payoff. "You're certain they're soldiers?" he asked. "Yes," Le replied. "They arrived from Tajikistan last year to assist the border police."
Once a patrol bought a yak from my mother but paid a pittance. What can you say to a man who bargains for a yak when all you have to throw are stones? Her breathing grew labored, making the umbrella she held tremble and shed droplets. An overnight dusting of snow was melting from the yurt's thick felt roof, turning the umbrella from a quaint accessory into a necessity. The scent of wet yak hair and smoldering dung fires from neighboring tents filled the makeshift operating room with a distinct barnyard aroma, explaining the fly swatter at his side. Battery-powered lamps, hauled in by yak and horse along with the rest of the gear, cut through the hazy interior, making the red woven rugs and cushions appear brilliantly vivid. "Perhaps the soldiers are coming for eye surgery," the girl suggested. She had already expressed her own dream of becoming a doctor. While the Nizari-Ismaili community was relatively progressive about educating girls, the relentless labor of the fields and tending fires made more than a few years of schooling a distant hope for most. Harper's wife was determined to change that, and he was committed to helping her. "Perhaps," Harper murmured, his focus returning to the cloudy lens of his patient. The procedure known as SIX, or small incision cataract surgery, restored sight to tens of thousands in remote areas who could scarcely afford food, let alone travel for medical care. It was common for word to spread that the Harpers were in the region, prompting patients to trek for miles often seeing a doctor for the very first time in their lives. "They came all the way from China," Lale added. "A very long journey." Harper carefully withdrew the miniature blade from the man's eye. "I thought you said they were Tajik." Lale nodded, shaking a few droplets from the umbrella's edge. She adjusted her grip to keep the patient dry. "That is what the men say. Chinese soldiers on horses coming down from Tajikistan." "How far out?" She gave a slight shrug, prompting another small shower. "Not far now. They are on the switchbacks." "The dogs will let us know," Harper said. The idea of Chinese military crossing the border from Tajikistan was certainly problematic, but then he hadn't come here solely out of charity. A thirst for adventure had drawn him as well. Both Harpers were Johns Hopkins graduate-ish, she in ophthalmology. They'd met in the relentless grind of medical school, stealing moments between looming exams and clinical rotations to truly get to know each other. She matched with a residency at Harvard while he remained in Baltimore. Those 400 miles might as well have been an ocean. Residency was a brutal gauntlet compared to school, a time of sleep deprivation with little room for anything else, yet they scavenged and stole precious minutes to write letters weekly, often after a double or even triple shift. Naomi saved every single one, meticulously numbered and filed in a 3-ring Bindera testament to the connection they guarded so fiercely. Nearly every letter Monte read except for those rare poetic moments when he was feeling especially love's touched on their shared dream of giving back through medical missions. He didn't have a death wish, far from it, but he believed it was a profound mistake to cling so tightly to comfort while others suffered. Naomi was just as driven, living by the question, what could we accomplish if we let go of fear? Their own children sometimes called her his enabler. They were far from Acidicis drove a Porsche 911 Turbo, and he was piecing together a sleek Rotarex helicopter in the workshop beside their home near Annapolis. Yet from their earliest days, even before fate brought them together, both had imagined traveling to distant places and using their medical training to aid those in need. Now, after 35 years of marriage, 2 daughters and a grandson, Dr. Monte Harper and Dr. Naomi Harper dedicated 2 months each year to working hands-on in some of the world's most impoverished regions. Grants often covered supplies, but they always paid their own travel costs. Nearing 60, they were admittedly getting a bit long in the tooth for journeys where a toilet meant a secluded rock and toilet paper was a smaller stone nearby. but they'd decided long ago, as Jack London wrote, that it was better to burn out than to fade away. Monte had volunteered at the famous Aravind Hospital in southern India, and worked under Dr. Sanduk Root at Tilganga Eye Hospital in Kathmandu. Everywhere he went, he saw mothers giving birth, urgently needing postnatal care and education. Back in Kabul, critics had argued the sparse population of the Wakhan corridor made it a poor use of the Harpers' time. Why not stay in the city with its endless stream of patients and functioning plumbing? As usual, they listened politely, smiled, and then went exactly where they'd planned. The trip from Kabul took 3 grueling days: a charter flight, a battered bongo truck, and a final 20-mile trek by yak train over icy mountain passes into the big Pamir, not far from the Tajik border. 2 weeks in, their mission was nearly complete. Naomi was eager to get home to their grandson, but Monty had sunk into the familiar melancholy that always settled in when he was about to leave a place he might never see again. The surgeries were quick 15 minutes if you knew what you were doing, even faster in a sterile environment without having to swat flies with an umbrella. Harper had performed thousands. He was just finishing up when the felt door flat lifted and his wife stepped into the yurt. Dressed in mountaineering gira puffy down jacket over fleece, trekking pants, and a wool beanie, she had swapped her heavy boots for lighter trail shoes around camp. A good deal shorter than Monte's 6'1" frame, and pleasantly rounded. She often endured his earnest jokes about preferring sturdy quarter horses over skittish thoroughbreds, which usually earned him a playful swat with whatever was nearby. She peeked over to check his progress, and once sure he wasn't mid-incision, she held up a satellite phone. Harper bandaged his patient Lale's mother, who had borne 9 children with only Layla surviving, and helped her sit up. Despite the surrounding heartache, he couldn't help but beam at the sight of the phone. "Is it Becca?" he asked, his grin widening. Naomi nodded and slipped back outside. After giving Lale and her mother post-operative instructions, Harper followed. His final surgery complete, he fished his Breitling emergency watch from his pocket and fastened it on his wrist. Naomi had presented him with a watch on their 30th anniversary. Had become so used to its solid presence on his wrist that his arm felt strangely light whenever he took it off for surgery. Naomi had insisted on the exorbitant purchase, arguing that since they so often worked in isolated and risky places, Monty needed a timepiece with an emergency beacon, one that cost as much as a small car. He wore it faithfully, never mentioning his private worry that in certain regions such a conspicuous luxury might make him a target. The line of mounted figures was now snaking down the zigzag trail into the valley, drawing nearer as Harper held the satellite phone and listened to updates from his oldest daughter, an ophthalmologist like himself, based at the Wilmer Eye Institute in Baltimore. He mostly stayed quiet, the way a parent does when a busy, accomplished adult child is generous enough to call but is primarily focused on her own world. Harper tallied 14 horses descending toward the valley floor, passing the felt yurts and age-old stone enclosures of Vajid Boy. 11 carried riders, the other 3 were laden with gear. It had struck him as curious that the local shepherds could distinguish soldiers from ordinary travelers at such a distance, much less identify them as Chinese, until he made out the rifles resting across each rider's back. "Dad, are you still listening?" his daughter asked. "Yes, honey, I'm here," Harper replied. "We head out tomorrow. Mom told me what's going on. Really awful about the counterfeit medicines those people are stuck with. Mom did say they have plenty of opium, at least." Harper kept his eyes on the riders, trying to decipher their intent, and stayed silent. "Sorry, Dad," his daughter said. "That was a bad joke." "It's all right," he said, nodding firmly even though she couldn't see it. "The pharmaceuticals available here are practically useless. The valley's one clinic does heroic work." "But that's what Mom said," Becca replied. "You're still planning to speak at the Arvo conference in San Antonio, right? Dr. Ryan asked me if ID heard from you." "I intend to," Harper answered. "The hike out is downhill, so in theory it should go quicker. We're aiming for the first flight we can get from Kabul." good, his daughter said. I mentioned the fake generics to Dr. Ryan. She was furious. Pretty sure her husband wants a word with you. That last comment briefly pulled Harper's focus from the approaching horses. You're cutting out, he said lightly. For a second I thought you said the President of the United States wants to discuss a batch of bad antibiotics with me. The soldiers were much closer now, only half a mile out on the flat valley floor, trotting forward beneath the jagged peaks that towered around them. The local Afghan and Kirghiz ponies could gallop at altitudes that would leave an ordinary horse gasping. It was almost noon, and the shepherds were starting to herd their animals in for the midday milking. A cluster of sheep scattered as the riders neared, a few bolted dangerously close to a rocky ledge. A boy of about 12 named Shambe lifted his staff and yelled something. The closest soldier clearly didn't appreciate the shout. His horse suddenly gathered itself, spurred into motion, and swung left, charging straight toward the boy as if to trample him. "What on earth?" Harper muttered under his breath. "Sorry, Dad," his daughter said. "I missed that." "Nothing, sweetheart," Harper said, his voice distant as he watched the horse close in on the terrified child. "Listen, we're leaving early tomorrow. I have to go." "Okay," she said. "Can I talk to M. Harper?" Collapsed the antenna, shoved the phone into his back pocket, and fixed his attention on the scene playing out before him on the roof of the world. At the very last moment the soldier veered his mount, but as he passed he drove his boot hard into the young shepherd's face. The boy went down hard, his dog erupting into frantic barks. Naomi tensed, ready to sprint to the child's aid, but Harper seized the back of her down jacket and held her firmly at his side. "Look," he said, his voice low. "He's moving. He could still have a head injury," she replied, a chill running through her despite her heavy jacket and thermal pants. She fixed the approaching soldiers with a stern maternal glare, the kind perfected after years of parenting headstrong girls. Shamby's father and uncle rushed to his side. Harper fought the instinct to run out there himself. Let his family take care of him first. We can examine him when they bring him over. A ripple of shock spread through the villagers at the sudden brutality. Soon women in vibrant red scarves and dresses emerged from the yurts, while men hurried in from the distant pasture. Within minutes, a crowd of over 50 had encircled the Harpers and the village elder, Ali. "Absolute jerks," Naomi muttered, her eyes shooting pure venom at the camouflaged figures bouncing atop their scrawny mountain horses. This must be exactly how it felt when Genghis Khan and his hordes came thundering over the hills. She tilted her head, squinting against the harsh light. "What do you suppose is on those pack animals?" Ali, one of the few invagged boy who spoke English, let out a weary sigh. "Weapons," he said simply. "Large ones." Naomi turned sharply to her husband. "What in the world is there to shoot at out here in the middle of nowhere? What's their angle?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Harper admitted. They didn't have to wonder for long. A sturdy Chinese officer in dark sunglasses led the procession into the village center. His horse, a lean gray with an Arabian profile, halted the instant he lifted the reins, snorting with apparent relief at the pause. Athletic and clearly at home in the saddle, the man rose in his stirrups to stretch, his gaze sweeping critically over the village before he settled back down. He folded his hands over the saddle horn and peered down at the people on the ground. Harper placed him in his 50s. The other soldiers remained mounted, including the Tajik who had kicked Shambe. Harper had to place a steadying hand on his wife's arm to keep her from launching herself at the man. They were all bundled against the cold in thick camouflaged wool and heavy boots, rifles slung casually over their shoulders as if the gathered crowd posed no threat. The leader removed his wool hat, revealing short, steel-gray hair. His chapped lips were smeared with white zinc ointment, giving him the absurd appearance of a newborn animal. Dark glacier glasses hid his eyes from the intense high-altitude sun. "I am Colonel Tu Gen of the People's Liberation Army," he announced in flawless English. "Western Theater Command, Xinjiang." He gestured toward the soldier who'd assaulted Shanbe. "This is my associate, Captain Abdulung of the Tajik Armed Forces." Since the colonel was speaking English, Harper addressed him directly. "Colonel," he began, keeping his tone neutral, "what brings a play officer to Afghanistan?" "I come as Captain Abdullin's guest," Tu stated, without a trace of irony. Harper shot a wary glance at the other armed men. "And all these soldiers?" Colonel Tu offered a gracious smile. "They are with me." Naomi let out a derisive snort. Guests of guests shouldn't bring their own entourage. "Why don't you explain why Captain Boot face over there felt the need to kick a child? Captain Abdullin's methods are his own concern, not mine." "Total nonsense," Naomi shot back. "These are peaceful villagers. They have a right." Colonel Tu threw his head back and laughed, a dry, humorless sound. "It is a universal pity that we do not all receive what we deserve, is it not?" "You're telling me," Naomi said flatly. The smile vanished from Tu's wind-wrought face. "You are the Americans?" "The Harpers." Monty's heart gave a sudden lurch. Naomi squeezed his hand. Their humanitarian work was public knowledge, featured in news reports, so it wasn't shocking that he knew their names. It was the way he said them, with a cold, formal finality, like a verdict. "We are," Harper confirmed. "Have you come seeking medical assistance?" Colonel Tu shook his head slowly, as if explaining something to a very slow child. "Oh no, not at all daffin' here to keep you safe," he said. Naomi shivered, her jacket rustling like whispers in the cold. "Safe from what?" she breathed. "From those who wouldn't take kindly to American spies posing as doctors." In Japan, the workday often stretched late, shifting the crush of rush hour deeper into the evening. The train remained a sea of bodies, though the white-gloved station attendants who packed passengers into cars like sardines hadn't yet appeared for the night. Adara gripped a plastic handhold with her uninjured arm, enduring the press of strangers during the brief 4-minute ride on the Yamanote line from Tokyo Station to Akihabara, the meeting spot Yukiko Monzaki had chosen. Emerging from the station, they were swallowed by a pulsing crowd of tourists and locals, all drawn to the dazzling spectacle of Electric Town. Adara walked beside Jack, while Midas drifted behind, a watchful shadow conducting counter-surveillance, their team connected by cell phones and discreet earbuds. The sidewalk vibrated with energy. Every time a frosted glass door swung open from a gaming arcade, the restless groans of hundreds of players hunched at their candy box. Machines spilled into the night, mingling with the relentless, metallic chorus of pachinko parlors. Sound that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air was thick with the mouth-watering scents of street food, sizzling takoyaki, rich ramen broth, and smoky yakadore. Adara's stomach growled. The earlier adrenaline surge had long since faded, leaving behind a hollow exhaustion that made her feel like a sleepwalker. The cut on her face was clean, if deep, requiring little more than a brutal scrub, some antiseptic and surgical glue. Her arm was another story. She really should have let someone else stitch it the deeper tissue needed, care she couldn't give herself. In the end, she'd done what she could, flushed it with betadine, sealed it with more glue, and wrapped it in gauze and tape. It was swollen and angry, but her fingers still mostly worked. She found a sliver of consolation in knowing the gash on her cheek would leave one hell of a scar. Really, all she needed was about 6 more hours of sleep, as if that was going to happen any time soon. Yet, despite her fatigue, the place was incredible. Neon reigned supreme, even in the early dusk, bathing the broad pedestrian avenues in a glow that felt like stepping into a Las Vegas casino, except the sky above these garish, towering buildings was genuine and vast. This was the heart of otaku culture, where passions for anime, manga, and cosplay weren't just hobbies, but consuming obsession. Costumed promoters stood outside opaque-windowed establishments, handing out flyers and beckoning people inside. Roughly half were dressed as a teenage boy's fantasy version of a French maid, some even sporting fuzzy animal ears. "Everything here is either a transforming robot maid," Midas grumbled over the comms. "Japanese guys are seriously weird." Adara chuckled. "That's rich. Menchek people are weird everywhere.
Folks here are just a little more open about pulling back the curtains so the rest of us can take a peek." "Don't get me wrong," Midas shot back, his tone dripping with mock sincerity.
"Who among us hasn't felt a little stirred by the idea of a sexy robot maid at least once in his life?" Jack checked the moving map on his phone, showed it to Adara, and nodded toward a shadowed doorway beside a maid cafe awash in pink neon. A wooden placard fastened to the metal door bore the name Sugiyama in Japanese character.
"This is it," Jack said. "Yuki said to text her when we arrived, then head up." "I'll keep the party going out here," Midas said. "With all my charming new mechanical friends, behave," Adara said, and followed Jack through the door.
The moment they stepped inside, a storm of noise washed over them, the rhythmic crash of bamboo and the heavy thud of feet against wood. Adara knew that sound well. It was the unmistakable clamor of a kendo dojo. Upstairs, practitioners were engaged in the disciplined combat of the ancient art, striking at heads and chests with their shnai sword. She'd taken lessons herself back in Alexandria and remembered the rush, the strategic mind games, the emphasis on controlled aggression that felt so vital in real conflict. Following instructions, Jack sent a quick text to Yuki before they climbed the stairs, emerging into a space thick with warmth and humidity, alive with the motion of straining bodies. The dojo was expansive, taking up the whole floor above the maid cafe. Further up, past another staircase, sat a pachinko parlor and a few unmarked opposition ideal, discreet spot for an intelligence agent to train away from any police association. "Over there," Adara murmured, nodding toward a graceful Japanese woman standing beneath hanging scrolls and a rack of wooden practice swords. Dressed like the 24 other Kendoka around her, Yukiko wore the traditional blue hakama, padded arm guards, and a lacquered chest protector. A blue tengyungui cloth held back her hair, and she cradled her helmet under one arm, a shinai gripped in her opposite hand. Her initially warm smile for Adara shifted as her gaze landed on Jack, and she began moving toward them, her bare feet whispering against the floorboards with a swish of fabric. The whole ensemble, paired with her deliberate stride, gave off a vaguely ominous vibe like some scene from a space opera. Adara elbowed Jack playfully. "Looks like you've been summoned for a beating. Did I die and not notice?" Ryan muttered under his breath. "This feels suspiciously like my own personal inferno." Yuki halted before them, beamed at Adara, and then offered a slight, formal bow the kind exchanged between opponents. "It is good to see you both," she said, her eyes settling on Jack. "You say you require my assistance after all this time?" "We do," Jack replied, with an uncharacteristic stumble in his words, as rare glimpse of uncertainty from the usually polished John Patrick Ryan, Jr. "Yeah, we believe a conversation could be mutually advantageous. Have you ever used a shinai?" Yuki interrupted, tapping the bamboo sword against her shoulder. "A little," Jack admitted. "I guess. Then perhaps we should spar, Jack-san," she suggested, her tone light but edged. "For old time's sake, as you say in America?" "Yuki, it will be fun," she insisted, waving off his hesitation. "The way of the sword is a splendid method to reconnect the footwork, the beautiful chaos of a real exchange. Do not worry about gear. My friend Jiro is leaving soon. His armor should fit you well enough. You may borrow one of my swords." Jack threw a desperate glance toward Adara. "We really have something urgent to discuss." "Undoubtedly," Yuki said with a slow nod. "It has been many months since we last spoke." "It has," Jack agreed. "And I'm sorry about that." She laughed then, waving a dismissive hand. "I'm only teasing you, Jack. The phone works both ways, yes?" She gently tapped his forehead with the tip of her shinai. "I could have called, but work became overwhelming. Adara understands we are career women with little time for ironing or romance." Jack let out a held breath. "Right," he said, the stammer still lingering in his voice. "Yeah, I should have called as well." "Is there somewhere we could speak privately?" Adara asked. Watching Ryan squirm was entertaining, but her energy was draining quickly, wrinkled shirt or not. "Certainly," Yukiko replied. The sensei permits me to use his office on occasion for important matters." She guided them to a tiny private office, barely bigger than a storage closet, cluttered with wooden practice swords and scattered pieces of kendo equipment. It was obvious the instructor would rather be on the training floor with his students than tucked away behind a desk. Yukiko's expression turned grim as Jack quickly summarized what had happened at the hackerspace. "Your CIA is already involved," she stated, clearly informed on the situation. "I presume they are aware you eliminated those men." "The right people are aware," Adara said. Neither she nor Jack were especially concerned about Yukiko reporting them. They'd first crossed paths on a mission in Buenos Aires, where the Japanese operative had taken out a Paraguayan terrorist right under the noses of Argentine authorities. "Have you seen the 2 deceased men?" Jack inquired. Yukiko shook her head. "My agency had someone at the location," she explained, "but the Tokyo Metropolitan Police are managing the investigation. Their cybercrimes division is examining the equipment." She gave Jack a scrutinizing look. "According to my information, some items seem to be unaccounted for. Should I assume you have them?" "We do," Adara confirmed. "Would you be willing to look at 2 photographs?" Jack passed his phone to Yukiko. She swiped through the images, pausing and comparing. "I don't know the bald man," she said. "But this one." She turned the screen toward Jack and Adara, showing the photo of the Japanese man. "His name is Wada. Formerly of the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force, 1st Special Operations Group specialized in urban combat. He is suspected of strangling a Korean woman who cleaned the apartment next to his." Adara suppressed a yawn. "You seem to know an awful lot about a man suspected of homicide." "Accurate," Yukiko said. "Murder typically falls outside my jurisdiction. The charge was never proven, but the soldiers in his unit reportedly lost trust in him and forced him out. It was his activities after the alleged murder that drew our attention. He came onto our radar about 5 months ago, linked to the coordinated assassination of an Australian diplomat and 6 members of his party, including 2 Japanese guides, during a conference in Sapporo. The hit was executed by a small professional team. Initially, we suspected state actors, perhaps China or North Korea, but we now believe the murders were tied to pending decisions on beef import regulations. We know Wada flew to Hokkaido, where Sapporo is located, a week before the killings and appeared on several security cameras in the days that followed. I will need to verify if this other man was present as well." "Beef," Adara said, her tone shifting from weary to incredulous. "This Australian was killed over meat? Seriously?" "Next, a turf war over soy sauce." "We believe so," Yukiko replied, unfazed. $5 billion worth of beef. That's motive enough to hire a professional team," Jack noted. "An exceptionally well-trained team," Yukiko emphasized. "They were equipped with cutting-edge weapons and technology. Snipers, drones, radio jammers to paralyze local police communication." Every witness account described the same thing. These assassins operated with chilling precision. A local shopkeeper called it like a ballet. An American Navy pilot on leave from Otsugi said it looked like the assassins were enjoying themselves. She removed her Tenyungwe headscarf and shook out damp, layered strands of black hair that fell just past her shoulders. "She might not have time for ironing," Adara mused, but Yukiko definitely carved out a moment for a sharp, stylish haircut. Jack noticed, too, letting out that subtle, instinctive breath men often do when a woman shakes her hair free. "I'm not sure how much this will help," Yuki began, "but I've had alerts set up for Wada's passport and his known alias. We've confirmed he's traveled to India at least 3 times in the last 4 months, with the most recent trip being just 3 weeks ago." "India," Ryan repeated. "Will you be sending investigators there to follow up?" "That's uncertain," Yukiko admitted. "I wasn't aware of Wada's involvement until you showed me his photo. Our cyber unit needs to finish their analysis first. We wouldn't dispatch investigators across the globe solely for his murder cases without clearer cause." Do we know where he went while in India? Adar inquired. We have flight records showing he took Qatar Airways from Narita to Kempegoda International, with a layover in Doha. Adara glanced at Jack. Kempegoda, that's in the Bangalore region, southern India, Yukiko clarified. But no further details. Jack pressed. I'm afraid not, Yukiko said, with an apologetic shake of her head. Your CIA might have more intelligence on his activities there. Maybe, Adara replied, though internally she was already groaning. Just fantastic, she thought. Another endless flight. Yukiko glanced toward the door, ensuring it was closed, then lowered her voice, even though they were alone. I really shouldn't be discussing this with foreign operatives, she whispered. But for old times' sake, I have to ask. Have any of you encountered a group referring to themselves as the Camarilla? The team returned to the Marriott using separate routes, adhering to good operational security by spending an hour on subways, circling back, and watching each other's backs as they moved through several blocks, stopping at various convenience stores along the way. Jack mentioned he'd found a shop selling Takarabuni eclairs, and offered to get some for everyone. In Adara's opinion, those triple cream pastries were the most divine eclairs on earth, but her stomach was still unsettled, so she passed. By the time they regrouped in Chavez's hotel room, Midas had already briefed him. Chavez inserted the key card into the slot by the door to activate the lights and air conditioning. Don't tell me, Adara sighed, collapsing into one of the small chairs at the little table by the window. Outside, a vendor was selling fire-roasted sweet potatoes from a cart on the quiet street below. We're flying to India in 10 minutes. Sort of, Midas said, scratching his beard and working his jaw wearily. You doing okay? His genuine concern was touching. I'm fine, she said, resting her head on the table. Just completely drained. Probably fighting off some bug from all the travel and no sleep. You know the drill. She shrugged it off. So, India it is. Jack checked once more if she wanted an eclair. Tempted, she took one and had a small bite. It was as sinfully delicious as she remembered. Ding wants us to head for India, Midas confirmed. They're coordinating some elements on their end. We're to hand over the computer hardware to the agency's chief of station here in Tokyo, and use Foley's name to avoid any inconvenient detentions. India, Adara repeated, licking chocolate from her fingers before pulling out her phone. I'll start looking for flights. Another 20+ hours in the air. Here's the twist, Midas said, a slight grin forming. Helen and Country are already en route to pick us up. Clark wanted us positioned to move immediately in any required direction. Adara fanned her face dramatically, half joking, but genuinely overwhelmed. So we're taking the G5? Yep. Wenji's just our team, so there's plenty of room. Helen has a relief crew flying them over so they'll be rested and ready when they arrive. Wheels up in. He checked his watch. 15 hours. 15, Adara's eyes widened. He nodded. The fastest commercial option is over 20 hours, and doesn't even depart until mid-afternoon tomorrow. Even waiting on the Gulf Stream, we'd still be well ahead of schedule. Leo Debs recalled reading that the average person swallows about 7 spiders a year in their sleep. The enormous yellow and black garden spider, nearly the size of his palm, that had built its web between the eave and the kitchen screen would have counted as a full meal all on its own. It was pushing 3 in the morning, and the only ones awake in the old ranch house were Debs and the insect. The sharp, clean scent of Hope's 9-gun oil blended with the lingering odors of whiskey and cigar smoke. On the rough cedar wall behind him hung a weathered lariat, darkened from years of friction against a saddle horn during hard rides. Above it was a color-tinted photograph of some long-gone rancher's champion Hereford bull. The walls were cluttered with relics of another timber wooden frame displaying a dozen varieties of barbed wire, a shotgun with its barrel permanently plugged, and faded metal Coca-Cola signs adorned with cowgirls on horseback. Craig Taylor had dubbed the decor early 20th century barbecue, and it was as fitting a place to plot a kidnapping as any. The house was built for ranch hands, with 2 bathrooms, 4 bedrooms, and a large bunk room opening off the back of the sprawling country kitchen. The men sleeping here were used to catching rest on the ground in the shadow of a Stryker or a Humvee. Cotton sheets and real mattresses felt like unimaginable luxuries. Most of them had broken their noses at least once, some several times over, and the walls now vibrated with a chorus of rasping snores. Statistically, at least one of them was probably mid-spider snack right then. A Secret Service agent from Houston had once told Debs that everything in the Texas brush either sticks, stinks, or stings. On this isolated spread outside Abilene, Debs had found that warning to be utterly true. Thorny mesquite, prickly pear cactus, puff adders, hornets, fire ants, skunks, and every kind of venomous snake made the place a living metaphor for the men of the Camarilla. Light spilling from the kitchen window drew a swirling cloud of insects to the porch. The bug zapper mounted on a post outside crackled incessantly, frying mosquitoes and miller moths, but there were always plenty left for the waiting Argiapi orantia. De bug zapper etwayanti enduri nature's voice as a hapless cricket blundered into the web, legs kicking in silent protest. How could it not be screaming, with the spider and her glossy black fangs bouncing on long dagger-like legs, making the whole web shudder as if she were enjoying some macabre game? Once the web's vibrations signaled the cricket was securely trapped, the enormous garden spider scurried across the silken thread. Her fangs found their mark with chilling efficiency before she swiftly wrapped the meal in a shroud of sticky silk spun from her abdomen. Such patience, such cold precision. Leo Debs found a strange comfort in that kind of deliberate focus. Like Nightingale demanded meticulous planning, whether it was calculating the complex ballistics for an extreme long-range shot with his Afferdi Elmero Winchester Magnum, or tallying the exact number of explosive charges, weapon loads, and escape routes required to abduct the First Lady of the United States. Honestly, witnessing Vedder's reckless armored car scheme had unsettled him. It was always the small, overlooked details that unraveled everything. Anyone in the protection business knew the dirty little secret. Details succeeded mostly because so few people ever seriously challenged them. Secret Service agents were just people, flesh and blood, and could be stopped. Still, having trained alongside them, Debs knew they could be exceptionally good at their jobs. To make matters trickier, the First Lady herself seemed genuinely decent, a fact that could turn her protectors from merely professional into something fiercely devoted. His eyes moved over the maps and scale models laid out before him. This was not the mission where he could afford to let a single detail slip away. Leo Debs leaned across the weathered kitchen table, his focus divided between a glowing laptop screen showing a snippet of the San Antonio Riverwalk and a spread of his own hand-drawn maps. 3 separate reconnaissance trips had given him the foundation for the plan. The first to scout, the next 2 to carefully position the required equipment. He knew the Secret Service had already conducted a preliminary sweep of the area, and they would return with bomb-snuffing dogs and metal detector. The river was shallow there, barely 3 feet deep, but Debs was certain they'd send divers down to search for hidden explosives. His approach, however, was designed to circumvent all that. The sheer logistics of an operation this delicate were staggering. Hollywood got it all rung mercenaries in sleek black outfits never seemed to suffer from bad tacos or stress fractures, and their machine guns could fire endlessly without consequence. In reality, the Fen P-90s selected for Nightingale had a cyclic rate of nearly 1,000 rounds a minute. You could empty a 50-round magazine in less than 4 seconds. The 5.7x 28mm ammunition was compact, but it didn't magically appear. Someone had to procure it, distribute it, and ensure there was enough reserved for the mission itself. That someone was Leo Debs. The opposition would be formidable. Secret Service agents armed with SIGs, Glocks, MP5s, MP7s, shotguns, and sniper rifles, backed by helicopters and possibly signal jammers. In contrast, the Camarilla team would have only their small arms and a few planned explosive devices. Any jammers deployed would cripple their radios, a significant complication. It was a small blessing, Debs mused, that the principal target was the First Lady and not the President. He'd crunched the numbers for that what-if scenario, too. An assassination might have been feasible, but a capture was impossible, and Camarilla casualties would have soared past 50%. With a mechanical pencil, he traced the route from the convention center, where Kathy Ryan was scheduled to speak, to the Riverside Garden for the dedication ceremony, the precise point where the first domino would tip. There was always a chance of losing someone. It could be a cop having an unusually good day, a soldier stepping out for a cigarette at the exact wrong moment, or something as mundane as a jammed weapon or a snapped bootlace. They all accepted that risk every time they stepped out. Frankly, most of them craved the adrenaline. A life without stakes was as dull as a poker game with no money on the table. Still, Debs and his team drilled every conceivable scenario to tilt the odds in their favor. In this equation, more dead Secret Service agents meant a higher chance of their own survival. Cold, simple arithmetic. Sometimes that's just how it was. If this wasn't war, then nothing was. And Debs knew war. By 36, he'd seen more than his share, though his first battlefield wasn't overseas. It was the council house flat in Grimsby, where his mother lived. Her bedroom seemed to have a revolving door for live-in boyfriends, none of whom, as far as Leo could tell, was his father or showed him any kindness. For most of his childhood, his mother wore the evidence of their presence, a chipped tooth, a fading black eye. He'd tried to intervene, but she'd shut him down. The men paid the bills, she insisted, and the little druff stuff was just the price you paid. By 11, Leo had adopted a baggy tracksuit and fallen in with a crew of local kids, lifting candy and magazines while trying to stay one step ahead of the police. Then everything shifted when a man named Elliot moved in. The man was a genuine piece of work, but in his fleeting sober moments, he'd put on this act of being the man of the house, which made Leo's stomach turn. Elliot was covered in tattoos, all of them kept under his shirt until he crossed the threshold, at which point the shirt came off without fail. Most were Latin sayings, like memento mori, or Aunt Neca, Aunt Necker across his shoulders, the spot. Leo's friends considered the least painful, and therefore the least impressive place for ink. But there was one that stood out, a flaming sword pointing downward with the words, "Who dares win scripted" just above his left nipple. It was the emblem of the Special Air Service. For about 2 minutes, Leo was awestruck. What kid in his shoes wouldn't have been thrilled to learn his mother was involved with someone connected to the legendary British SAS? But Elliot's whole story was smoke and mirror. He was careful never to claim he'd actually served in the SAS or even the military, speaking only in vague terms about working with the regiment or his time serving the regiment. He was almost fanatical about keeping the tattoos covered in public. For all Leo knew, the man's service might have been delivering sandwiches to the base. Still, it was Elliot who hesitantly set the course for Leo's future one evening. Sitting there with his aggressive ink and soft chest on display during a game of cribbage, he liked to play pretend that they were a happy family. The whole scene would have been almost tolerable if not for the sling on Leo's mother's right arm. Leo was quietly plotting how to end the man with a kitchen knife when he overheard Eliot holding forth on how a 12-year-old in Britain wasn't trusted with a paper route, yet he could enlist in the army at 16. That idea of picking up a rifle for Queen and country planted itself in Leo's young mind, and in the process spared Elliot a blade to the throat at least for the time being. Leo started the army application process when he was 15 years and 7 months old. He needed parental consent to join before turning 18, and his mother, bless her, saw the army as a far better path than prison or something worse. The moment he turned 16, the earliest the British Army would take him, Leo raised his right hand and became recruit Debs. Sharp enough to make his officers question why he hadn't gone to university, and aggressive enough to make his sergeants glad he hadn't, Leo flourished in the regimented world of rules, rivalry, and brotherhood. 3 years later, he submitted his notice of interest to apply for the Special Air Service. A fellow soldier from his platoon, a burly Scot named McLaren, applied as well,
and joined Leo for selection at Stirling Lines in Hereford. McLaren shattered his ankle during the notorious Fang dance, a punishing 24-kilometre loaded march through the harsh Brecon Beacons in Wales. Debs pushed through the entire ordeal, which included being locked in a cramped dog crate for hours during what they called the tactical questioning phase. By 20 he'd earned his sand-coloured beret with the emblem of the downturned sword, becoming an operator in D Squadron. His unshakable calm and exceptional skill with a rifle soon marked him as the premier sniper in his squadron, and some would argue in the entire regiment. 2 years after that, Debs crossed paths with his mother's ex, Elliot, in a pub. The sleeves of Elliot's T-shirt were rolled up, proudly displaying the Latin warrior phrases. Debs said a cold hello, recalled his mother's shattered smile, and casually mentioned to his mates that there was a particular tattoo they might find interesting. Elliot dissolved into tears and promises right there at the table, swearing he'd get the ink removed. Debs and his brothers dragged the sobbing coward out back anyway, and reclaimed what wasn't his to wear, using soaked bar towels and a full bottle of coarse salt. It was, without question, the proper thing to do, and doing it alongside his mates made for a solid night of bondage. Leo Debs cut his teeth in the Kashmir region, serving as an advisor to Indian forces during clashes with Pakistan and China. Missions in Libya came next, followed by an assignment to Baghdad with Task Force Black. While his old friends back in Grimsby were probably still swiping candy and adult magazines, Debs had found a life that truly mattered, a brotherhood that felt like family. Then, at what seemed like the perfect time, a woman entered his life and made him reconsider his entire path. At 28, Debs was in peak physical condition. He possessed a dozen years of military experience, a university degree, a chest full of commendations, and more exploits than most men in England would see in 5 lifetimes. Yet this woman wanted him home, not gallivanting across every hill and valley fighting other people's battles. Through some combination of charm and persuasion, she managed to convince him to leave his brothers in arms, the men he'd fought and bled alongside, and apply to the Metropolitan Police. Her father was a chief superintendent with RAF, the Royalty and Specialist Protection Command, providing security for the Crown and the Prime Minister, among other dignitaries. A rushed wedding and 2 heartbreaking miscarriages. Later, the Debs family hit a wall. Leo's career, however, accelerated rapidly, fast-tracked by his father-in-law into the world of protecting British VIPs. The training at the Specialist Training Centre in Kent was thrilling enough to keep him engaged, full of high-speed driving and firearms drills, though it lacked the intense pressure of his old unit. The actual job, unfortunately, was mind-numbingly boring. Debs was a warrior built to move tactically toward conflict. The endless, monotonous hours of waiting for anything to happen slowly eroded his spirit. A glance at his shooting scores led his superiors to assign him as a police marksman, a more polished term for sniper, though his duty remained to shoot people. That soothed him for a while, but once again, the training proved far more compelling than the work itself. He'd often find himself on a rooftop, peering through the reticle of his Schmidt-Bender scope, casually wondering how it might feel to put a bullet through the ear of whichever official they were protecting, just to stir the pot. He started to view his wife the way a dog might regard the vet who had neutered him. Looking back, it was almost miraculous the marriage lasted 6 years. His position with Rapp fell apart soon after the divorce, undoubtedly with a little push from his former father-in-law. Longing for the camaraderie of his old squadron, Debs applied to rejoin the SAS. He didn't care if they made him go through selection again. He just wanted back in. He needed back in. The physical tests would be no issue. He was seasoned, in superb shape and close to, but not past, the maximum age. The regiment should have welcomed him with open arms. They did not. Too much time had passed since Head left. Few remembered him, and those in charge offered serene smiles, as if humoring an old man trying to recapture his glory days.
It turned out his ex-father-in-law had friends in Special Forces who leaned on the scales. His application was denied without explanation. Period. So, Leo Debs, with what amounted to £1 million worth of education in warfare and human conflict, found himself adrift and virtually unemployable as certified washout as 2 months before his 36th birthday. Then Simon Rook, an affable American and former paratrooper with the French Foreign Legion, bought Debs a pint at a pub on Albany Street, not far from the Regent's Park Barracks. Rook, a decade older, talked about a life of soldiering, the highs and the lows, though he focused mostly on the highs. After a second pint, he invited Debs to meet some of his associates at a private gun range. That range, as it happened, was a 2-hour flight away in the Czech Republic. At first, Debs wondered if Rook was with MI6 or some other shadowy government outfit. His own time in the regiment had given him a glimpse behind the curtain, revealing plenty of secrets the public never saw. Whatever group Rook represented, Debs recognized this for exactly what it was: a job interview. The Czech shooting range was a masterpiece, nestled in the forested hills along the D1 motorway between Prague and Braun. Rook had clearly booked the whole facility, leaving it empty for just their group. For Debs it was pure bliss, getting his hands on weapons from Colt, Fen, and Sig Sauer again. There were Glocks, Browning high-powers, and naturally plenty of Zab pistols and rifles. They were in Chechnya after all. Someone had done their research, supplying Debs with an Accuracy International rifle in .30 Winchester Magnum and a classic Winchester Model 70 in .243, reminiscent of his old SAS soft kill rifle. It was an absolute pleasure to fire. The men connected, as soldiers do, over the smell of gunpowder and the clatter of spent brass. Everyone shot competently, but Debs had a slight edge in both speed and precision. The group consisted of 5. Rook, a massive Australian called Taylor, and an older fellow named Bert Pennington had all apparently served together in the Foreign Legion. A former operator from Poland's ground unit named Nowak, and a compact, wiry man from El Salvador, Furman P., mostly let the ex-legionnaires do the talking. Each was an exceptional marksman, but next to Debs, P seemed the most composed under pressure, utterly unshakable. The man had invested a small fortune in removing the extensive facial tattoos that once marked him as Mara Salvadrusha, or MiSK-13. Even now, when P turned a certain way in the light, or sprinted a few dozen yards for a drill, he resembled a lean leopard. The ghostly remnants of his ink seemed more menacing than the original tattoos, as if something dangerous was hiding just under his skin. Debs took an immediate liking to him. The range became an odd sort of confessional, a place where men of a similar mindset could lay bare their pasts to the group, detailing the actions or poor decisions that had ended the careers that once defined them. Debs recounted the incident with Elliot's tattoo and the salt. Rook asked point-blank if he'd killed the man. Debs simply said no, offering no further justification. Fabricating stories to pad his resume wasn't his style. Rook, Pennington, and Taylor had been expelled from the Legion over the grim death and mutilation of a Corsican sex worker. Their commanding officer, a regular client of the deceased woman, had initially wanted them shipped to some remote outpost and executed. Instead, he settled for revoking their French passports and casting them out in disgrace. The fact that they were Français par lait, sang vers French, by spilled blood meant nothing to him. They later returned and slit the officer's throat, then began seeking other outcasts who valued adventure and camaraderie over any flag. Their boss, a man known as the Spaniard, found them, and they subsequently found Furman P. He was fleeing El Salvador after killing his patron's son for assaulting his sister. In his world, no one disrespected his family. Nowak had accidentally killed a cowardly Polish first lieutenant in Afghanistan, a man whose incompetence was sure to get his entire platoon wiped out. Justified or not, accidental or not, the Polish army did not look kindly on such incidents. Other men joined over time, slowly and carefully. "You didn't apply to join the Camarilla," You were summoned. 4 current members would take a prospect to arrange somewhere on the globe to test his nerve and his commitment to the warrior brotherhood. If the candidate measured up, he was provisionally accepted. Any red flags, however, meant a quiet one-way trip to a secluded patch of woods and a clinical bullet behind the ear. Not long after they brought him to the Czech Republic, Bert admitted to Debs that if he had lied and claimed he killed his mother's former boyfriend, they would have taken him on a very different kind of journey. In the end, trust mattered far more than any body count, though they were certainly impressed by that number too. Most Camarilla operatives didn't talk about it openly, but many carried a quiet, persistent disbelief that they were still breathing at all. The hum of the bathroom fan clicked on, pulling Debs from his thoughts. A cough echoed down the hall. Bert was up again, battling his bladder. His prostate was probably the size of a baseball by now. It took him a solid 5 minutes before he emerged, his tired face clouded with sleep and something darker. Back when Debs first knew him, Bert Pennington had been a formidable presence, a man whose stern expression could silence a room. These days, his crooked mustache and the way his lower teeth rested over his uppers gave him the look of a live-action Sylvester the cat. "What are you working on, Leo?" Bert asked, scratching his backside as he shuffled across the tile floor. Debs leaned back with a long, weary yawn, keeping his voice gentle. "Just running through the routes again. Timing, logistics, all that." "Routes for what?" Bert moved closer, his eyes wide with curiosity. Debs sighed. "For the mission, Bert." Bert's fingers drifted to the scar near his drooping eyelid, a habit when he needed to collect himself. The angry pink mark was a permanent reminder he'd paid his dues. Right, he murmured, the confusion in his good eye clearing as he studied the map. "I just meant which routes exactly. Thought maybe talking it out might help. Always helped me back in the day." "I hear you," Debs said, careful to keep pity out of his tone. Everyone knew Bert was slipping. Bert knew it, too trapped in those awful moments when he felt his own mind fraying. When Leo joined the team, Bert had been one of the Camarillas, sharpest, aggressive, fit as an Olympic athlete, and with weapons skills that even Debs admired. A decade older than the others, he'd been their blunt mentor, their wise elder, the closest thing to a father some of them had. That Eden Tete-Vouer should have killed Craig Taylor, but Bert, the only one wearing a helmet, shoved him clear. The blast scarred his face and, as time told, scrambled his brain, hitting the amygdala and hypothalamus hard. At first it was just words escaping him that happened to everyone now and then. But a year after the blast, he got lost during an op in Athens and went radio silent for hours. He blamed the maze-like streets and a muted comms unit, and the team let it go. Now he seemed adrift most of the time, locked inside his own head. The worst part was he'd lost all his edge, even apologizing for other people's mistakes. Some quietly argued for drastic measures, but Taylor owed the man his life. Debs closed the notebook on the table and gave it a pat. "All right, Mike. We've got a mountain of work tomorrow." Bert blinked his good eye. The saggy one followed a beat later. "I know, kinda hungry, though. Might whip up some eggs. Get a head start on breakfast." Craig Taylor appeared from the dark hallway. "You two should catch some on." "It's 2:30 in the bloody morning." "Hey, Taylor," Bert said. "Yeah, you're right. Ought to head back." He offered Debs a sheepish nod. "Good talk, Leo." The big Australian grabbed a Dos Equis from the fridge, popped the cap, and ambled over to the table once Bert had shuffled off to the bunk room. "Feeling sure of yourself, pal?" Debs dropped the pencil on the table and scrubbed a hand across his jaw, feeling the stubble. The service had a thing about clean shaves. "As sure as anyone can be working for a guy who holds conversations with a dead tiger." "Billionaires," Taylor said, taking a long pull from his beer. "They operate by a different set of rules." He leaned back, staring at the water-stained ceiling tiles. Going to that office with Gil was a trip. Hilarious but seriously messed up. Hard to take a man seriously when his business partner is stuffed and mounted. "We don't have to take Malhotra seriously," Taylor countered. "That guy is terrified of us. Too scared to double-cross the Spaniard, at least. He set the bottle down with a thud, foam bubbling over the rim. He caught the spill with his finger and licked it off. So I'll ask again. This plan of yours, it's solid. You trust me? Debs asked. Taylor offered a slow, knowing grin. About as much as I trust a back-alley deal to go smoothly. Comforting, Debs said, sweeping a hand over his scattered notes. He let out a long breath. Look, I think we're set. There's always a wild card, something you don't see coming. But we've planned for the plans. We're covered. Right, Taylor murmured, his gaze drifting. He glanced toward the door, confirming their solitude, then lifted his beer again. His tone shifted, the casual bravado melting into something quieter. Do me a favor, will you? Name it. If I ever end up like Bert, you know what to do. Consider it a mercy. Done, Debs said without hesitation. And saying goes. They didn't say it, but the unspoken truth hung between them like a ghost. That outcome was inevitable for Bert. The whole team saw it. Bert saw it himself most days, hollow recognition flickering behind his eyes. It was only a matter of time. Colonel Togg checked his watch, then the sky, speaking in low tones with the Tajik captain. The horses needed to be hidden, dispersed among 5 different family yurts, to avoid prying eyes from above. Tua appeared to have a precise schedule for satellite passing. The local Waki families, armed with nothing but walking sticks and the occasional kitchen knife, could only mutter their displeasure as their homes were commandeered as stables. Those who voiced their complaints too forcefully were rewarded with a sharp kick. Once the horses were moving to his satisfaction, the colonel snapped an order. His men began searching the Harpers. A Chinese soldier named Wen made a theatrical production of patting down Naomi, laughing crudely as he forced her to lift her bra so he could check beneath it. Harper took a step forward and was met with a brutal elbow to the face, sending him sprawling into the dirt. Naomi shook her head quickly. Don't, she said. But it wasn't nothing. Each humiliation was another tally mark, another reason these men would regret the day they were born. The soldier who'd struck him was decades younger, brimming with a bully's confidence. He spotted the satellite phone in Harper's back pocket and snatched it, shouting in rapid Mandarin and waving the device, likely demanding to know if there were more. Cutting their communications was a very bad sign. Harper shook his head, tasting blood. Iron Elbow, as Harper mentally named him, now pointed his rifle at Harper's chest with one hand, the sat phone in the other, still yelling. He clearly wasn't a believer in taking people at their word. Harper raised his hands. No other phones! The soldier's eyes locked onto the bridling emergency watch on Harper's wrist. He gestured at it with his rifle barrel. Harper surrendered it, half expecting a bullet for concealing an emergency beacon. The soldier admired the watch's weight, turning it to catch the light on its face before strapping it onto his own wrist, with a satisfied nod. A trophy taken, a power asserted. The soldier seemed to view the watch as nothing more than flashy jewelry, completely unaware it housed an emergency beacon capable of broadcasting a 406 megahertz distress signal. Harper held on to a sliver of hope that he could still activate it, provided none of these men discovered its true purpose. After finishing their search, the soldiers instructed the Harpers to remain where they were, and left to report to their commanding officer. He kept your watch, Naomi murmured, her voice tight with disappointment. I was really counting on that. So was I, Harper replied quietly. We'll find a way to retrieve it. Shambe, the young Waki shepherd who'd been struck in the face, had lost a tooth, and likely suffered a fractured eye socket. His father and uncle had brought him down from the high pastures not long after Colonel Tu had leveled his accusations of espionage. They had denied it forcefully, but the colonel had merely offered a thin smile before walking off. Monty Harper had always worked to temper his wife's protective instincts, but now it was a monumental task. The colonel noticed her distress and seemed to be waiting for a reason to discipline her. To an outsider, Harper might have seemed the more composed of the two as he observed and waited. In truth, he had already decided that if this man laid a single finger on Naomi, It would be the final day for both of them. Naomi did her best for the boy, extracting the remaining tooth root, a procedure that was sadly common in their remote medical work. He endured the process with remarkable stillness. Concerned about potential internal bleeding, she withheld ibuprofen but administered oxycodone for the pain, a far better option than the local remedy of opium. The thin air at over 13,000 feet made every breath a conscious effort. The injured boy rested on a stack of cushions inside his families. Yurt, eyes squeezed shut against the throbbing ache, his breathing shallow and rapid. His mother was preparing halwa, a dense paste of flour, butter, and salt. A more affluent family might have enriched it with nuts and spices, but Sham's mother had only the basics, resulting in a simple, sticky, and filling meal easy to eat with a sore mouth and a welcome change from the usual diet of bread and milk tea. It was the Waki equivalent of comfort food, albeit without any meat or broth. With their patient settled, the Harpers went to find Colonel Tu. He was directing his soldiers as they transferred his gear from a pack-horse into a yurt he had appropriated. 2 other men were hauling the Harpers' belongings out of their large mountaineering dome tent, which had been their home for the past week. Naomi tried to snatch a bag of laundry from a soldier's grip, but he jerked it away, fixing her with a menacing look. She followed him into the yurt, her temper flaring as she saw their possessions being dumped unceremoniously against the curved lattice wall. "We must erase any sign of your presence," the colonel explained calmly. "I have intelligence suggesting the Taliban may have access to satellite surveillance, even drones. It would be unfortunate if they located you because of a conspicuous tent, when we can simply dismantle it and have you shelter inside." "And where exactly are we supposed to sleep?" Naomi shot back, her lips pressed into a tight line, her chin trembling with anger. "You may stay here if you wish," Tu said, gesturing vaguely around the commandeered dwelling. "There is ample space. My men will disperse among the other homes. I doubt the Waki families will appreciate that invasion." "Their appreciation is irrelevant," Tu stated flatly. "My assessment does not change. You and your husband are spies, and my men are here to ensure your security. To do that, they require lodging." "We are not spies!" Naomi exploded. "Why do you insist on this ridiculous accusation?" The colonel gave a low chuckle, shaking his head slowly. "But of course you are. With all due respect, Colonel," Harper interjected, striving for a diplomatic tone. "What evidence makes you so certain?" Tusk's gaze sharpened, a sly smile playing on his lips. "You understand perfectly, Mr. Harper. I won't spell it out. That's not how these things are done. This is absurd." Nema's voice rose, edged with frustration. "We're doctors. Ask anyone here." She gestured toward Lana's mother. "Look at that bandage. Do you honestly think a spy could perform delicate eye surgery?" A younger man beside Tu spoke up. He couldn't have been more than 25, with a prominent Adam's apple and a sincere, almost scholarly smile that seemed out of place. His name was Shen, and he acted as the colonel's deputy. "Operatives frequently possess a range of specialized skills," he stated, his tone earnest, as if reciting from a training manual. Tu rubbed his hands together slowly. "I must insist you remain as our guests until this situation is clarified." "And how long do you expect that to take?" Harper demanded. "As long as necessary," Tu replied calmly. "Just a moment," Naomi cut in. "We have a flight from Kabul in 3 days. We're heading down the valley tomorrow, regardless of what you say." Tu's expression darkened, and he took a deliberate step forward. Harper tensed, but the colonel halted, tilting his head thoughtfully. "Mrs. Harper," he said, his voice dropping, "ultimatumas are a sign of weakness. You will depart when I decide it is time and not a moment before." His demeanor shifted abruptly, becoming almost hospitable as he gestured toward the rear of the yurt, where the woman of the house was preparing fresh naan and a pot of milk tea over a dung fire. "Please, join me for dinner. I have some excellent canned meat and plum wine to supplement this simple meal." Harper did not move. "You do realize that by crossing the border with an armed, uniformed unit, you are committing an act of war?" Espionage is an act of war, the colonel countered smoothly. This region is not a safe place for spies. "I'll ask again," Harper pressed. "Who exactly would we be spying on? There are numerous militant groups in this area who I am certain would be very interested in your presence here. Is that a threat?" Harper's voice grew taut. "Are you seriously suggesting you'd call up some Taliban commander and hand us over for a reward?" Captain Shen, the earnest deputy, chimed in. "Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you?" "What I'm afraid you misunderstand, Mr. Harper," Tu said, his tone almost pitying. "I am well aware the Taliban would not harm you. It is for them that you are spying." "What?" Harper repeated, utterly bewildered. "That's insane," Naomi stated flatly. Captain Shen quoted again, his voice steady. "A spy will deny the accusations initially. You must allow us to contact our embassy," Harper insisted. "Ah," Colonel Tu said, a faint knowing smile returning. "That will be arranged very soon. Sham's parents were grateful to have the Harpers remain in their yurt, providing additional care for their injured son." Colonel Tu made it clear that while there was nowhere for them to flee, he had posted a guard outside the entrance for their protection. They had not been settled long before 2 Chinese soldiers hauled in one of the local shepherds. The man was in his late 40s, which was considered old among the Hay people. His face, deeply bronzed and etched with lines from the harsh climate, was now tight with fear. Harper recognized him as Nazir, one of his earliest cataract patients since arriving in the Pamir. Nazir's wife, Fariash, was related to the village elder. They had no living children, but she was now heavily pregnant and had been a devoted participant in Naomi's health workshops. Farias entered next, her face streaked with tears, her eyes darting around the smoky interior of the yurt like a frightened animal. A third soldier followed closely behind, carrying a video camera and a production light. "This can't be good," Naomi whispered under her breath. Nazir's hands were bound in front of him, his head bowed. His rolled wool picot hat was tugged slightly to one side, concealing a raw abrasion above his left ear. Aside from that mark, he showed no other visible injury. The soldiers positioned him with his back against the felt wall, forcing him to kneel on a cushion. The stark light from the camera illuminated the fear in Faria's eyes as she watched, one hand resting protectively over her unborn child, the detail of maternal dread that sharpened the tension in the cramped space. Captain Abdullan of the Tajik army scanned the space behind the captive, pulling down a few strips of decorative paper Sham's mother had hung and letting them fall to the floor, out of sight. The soldier operating the camera checked his viewfinder and offered a sharp, approving nod. Colonel Tu entered next, with Harper's former assistant Laleh close behind. "Regrettably," Tu began, "I do not speak Wakhi. However, I am fluent in Russian. I understand you are as well. This young woman has consented to translate this man's statement into Russian for our purposes." Naomi felt her temper flare. "His statement." Tu raised a finger to his lips. "Quiet. The show is starting." The soldiers flanking Nazir each took a slight step back before pulling dark balaklavas over their heads. A red light glowed on the video camera, and Colonel Tu gestured to Lala. She instructed the shaking man to begin. He lifted his head slowly, his eyes still sensitive from recent medical procedure escanting against the harsh studio lamp. He cleared his throat, took a ragged breath, and started. "I am Nazir," he coughed, wet his lips, and glanced toward Tu as if seeking direction. The colonel issued a low, threatening growl. "We discussed this," he stated. Laleh translated quickly. "Look directly into the lens. It is straightforward. Repeat the words you gave me earlier." Tu signaled the cameraman once more. "Begin. I am Nazir Bayat. I am in sound physical health and of clear mind. I have not been subjected to torture or any form of mistreatment. At this moment, I wish to relieve my conscience by confessing to a grave wrong I have committed. For 2 years I acted as an operative for the East Turkestan Freedom Movement against China." Nazir hesitated, licking his lips again before continuing. In recent weeks, I have held multiple meetings with Taliban representatives to discuss training sessions, another pauses sessions on firearm handling and improvised explosives. I was recruited for these activities by Dr. Monty Harper and his wife. I am deeply ashamed of my actions against the peaceful citizens of Tajikistan and our peaceful neighbors in China. That is all. The camera's red light went dark, leaving Nazir stranded pitifully under the relentless lamp. He turned his face away, flinching as the soldier lowered the equipment. Lala caught Harper's gaze and gave a slight, sorrowful shake of her head, a silent apology for her role in this charade. "There is some unsettled weather approaching," to remark. "But once it clears, you will be transported to China, where you will face trial for espionage." Naomi, reeling from Nazir's sudden fabricated confession, finally found her voice. "You can't possibly believe we're spies?" Tu offered a thin smile and a casual shrug. "It is not a matter of what I believe," he replied, "but what the party tribunal will accept as truth." Harper locked eyes with the colonel, his expression fierce. He stood a good half-foot taller and outweighed the man by several dozen pounds. One of the soldiers interpreted this as aggression and slammed the stock of his 847 against Harper's temple. Harper's knees buckled. He swayed but managed to stay upright. Naomi lunged forward, only for another soldier to seize her by the hair and haul her backward, throwing her to the ground. "Enough!" the colonel bellowed, his sudden ferocity startling even Harper. "Do not mistake my composure for weakness. My men will kill you if you provoke them." Harper felt blood trickle near his eye and wiped his brow. Naomi tried to rise again, but he motioned for her to stay down. "Even if we were spies," he said, fighting to keep the tremor of fear from his voice, "which we are not, what makes you think you can simply walk into Afghanistan where we are guests of the legitimate government and abduct us?" Lala looked up, her expression bleak. "Nazir is Wahi from Tajikistan. In the video he states he is from there." "Precisely," Colonel Tess snorted, looking immensely pleased with himself. "As far as the world is concerned, as far as I am concerned, Yao-Tu recruited him there. Nothing in that recording will reveal our actual location. If anything, it supports my narrative perfectly." A man from Tajikistan discussing the Taliban, ISIS, and the Free East Turkestan movement in his homeland, where each of these factions represents a genuine danger. It doesn't require much imagination to feel you've been transported to Tajikistan itself. The colonel gestured for Nazir to come nearer. The shepherd struggled to his feet without using his hands and shuffled forward, his eyes fixed on the ground. "The issue is," Tu stated, "our friend Nazir appears to have developed a significant trust in you." "I am concerned he will withdraw his confession the first chance he gets." Nazir stood there, sensing the gravity of the conversation even though the words were foreign to him. She locked eyes with Harper. "That is precisely why I require you to be the one to end his life." "You're out of your mind," Harper shot back. "Kill him, or I will execute both him and his expecting wife." "I refuse," Harper said, his voice barely audible. Tu gave a sharp nod, and two soldiers seized Harper's arms, while the cameraman restrained Naomi. Tu pulled a Makarov pistol from the holster on his belt and slowly traced circles in the air with the barrel, as if weighing his options. "Then I will have to kill your wife as well." "Go ahead and kill us all," Naomi hissed through gritted teeth. "He won't shoot anyone." "Very well," Tu said, pressing the Makarov against a confused Nazir's temple and squeezing the trigger. The gunshot echoed violently inside the confined yurt, making everyone except Nazir's wife recoil. The shepherd stiffened before collapsing backward. His head struck the carpeted floor and the stones underneath with a dreadful hollow sound. His wife dropped to her knees beside him, a wail of pure despair tearing from her throat. Her advanced pregnancy forced her to lean awkwardly to the side to reach his body. Colonel Tu kept the pistol raised, once again making those slow, deliberate circles as he observed the grieving woman. Harper fought against the unyielding grip of the soldiers. "No, stop it. Please, just leave her be." Tu gradually lowered the weapon and shook his head with what seemed like genuine regret. "I'm not a monster, Doctor."
"Harper," he said, "there is no reason to kill his wife for the moment." Naomi threw her head back and screamed at the ceiling. She writhed against the single guard holding her, putting up a fierce struggle. "You monster! You're completely insane!" Tu let out a long, weary sigh, then looked from Harper to Naomi and back again.
"I am not insane," he said calmly. "Quite the opposite. If I were a madman, you might stand a chance. I might commit an error. That is not the situation here, I assure you." "I swear to you," Naomi snarled. You too raised a hand as if to slap her, cutting her off. "What is wrong with you, Dr. Harper?" he snapped. "You have just witnessed that I do not hesitate to put a bullet in a man's head. This is a serious endeavor, and there are many other villagers with whom I can and will prove that point to you. You are gravely mistaken if you believe I won't do to you exactly what I did to poor Nazir. You think I need you alive?" Tu sighed, his demeanor cooling, and gave a slight shrug. "And in certain ways that is correct." He crouched down, bringing his face closer to Naomi's. "But you must remember this crucial fact. I only require one of you alive." The soldiers forced Harper to help drag Nazir's body away from the camp and shove it into a large stone pen normally used for sheep. The dead man's weeping wife followed, but the soldiers drove her off and then directed Harper back to his yurt, using gestures to order him to sleep, undoubtedly making crude implications about his wife. Shambay's father cut away the blood-soaked section of carpet where Nazir had fallen and fed it into the fire. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, Harper drifted into a fitful sleep in the corner, while Naomi cared for Shambay, whose condition had worsened with a rising fever. Some time later he couldn't be sure how long Harper was jolted awake by boisterous laughter drifting in from outside. The felt door lifted and Leia slipped inside. She spoke rapidly to Shambay's mother, who placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and nodded. "Yasmin says I may stay here tonight," Leva whispered. "It's safer in here with you," the girl said in Russian. After Harper translated, Naomi gave a slow, understanding nod. "Of course," she whispered. Harper gestured for the girl to move nearer, keeping their voices low enough to evade the guard posted outside. "What is the colonel doing?" he asked. "Were you able to see anything?" "He is on the phone often," Lele replied. "A satellite phone, but it is not the one he took from you." "Could you make out what he was saying?" Harper pressed. The girl shook her head, her expression apologetic. "I'm sorry. I could hear his voice, but I could not understand the words." "That's right," Harper said, a wave of frustration washing over him. "You don't speak Chinese." "No," Lala corrected softly. He was speaking in English. Harper relayed this to Naomi, who let out a weary sigh. "Sleep feels impossible now," she murmured, "but we should at least try to rest." Shambay's mother worked quietly, arranging thick pads of yak felt for everyone and distributing every blanket she could find, even taking the one from her own bed to give to the Harpers. In the enveloping darkness, Naomi's whisper found Harper's ear. "What are we going to do? You heard him. He's holding this whole village hostage to force our cooperation. We came to help these people, and now we're the reason they're in danger. These kind souls are being threatened because of us." "That's the part that doesn't add up," Harper whispered back, his face so close to hers he could feel her breath. "Colonel Tu hasn't told us what he actually wants, other than a forced confession. We're pieces in a larger strategy. I just can't see the whole board." "Whatever his game is," Naomi insisted, her voice gaining a steely edge, "these villagers have no place in it. We have to find a way to protect them." "I know," Harper said, the words catching. "I just can't stand the thought of losing." The blanket shifted as her hand found his face in the dark, her fingers cool against his cheek. "Remember our motto? The one we adopted when we chose this life, working in the world's remote corners?" Harper nodded, emotion tightened his throat. "What could we accomplish if we were not afraid?" "Well, I am officially done with being afraid," Naomi declared, her words a warm vibration against his skin. Look at the mark we've made, you and I. 2 incredible daughters, and a grandchild who is literally the talk of 3 continents. I'm not giving in to despair, but I refuse to sit idle while that monster takes another innocent life." "I'm not arguing," Harper assured her. "Good," Naomi said, pressing even closer in the cramped space. "So we might die." "So what? I'll tell you this, though I'd give anything to leave that colonel singing soprano before my time is up." A low chuckle escaped Harper as he gave her shoulder a gentle pat. "That's my fierce girl, but let's channel that energy wisely." "Fine," Naomi muttered. "Spies, of all things. Can you believe the gall? I'm still furious at that weasel who stole your watch." "He is a special kind of jerk," Harper agreed. A new thought sparked. "What if we made getting it back part of the plan?" She turned toward him. "Your watch." "Yeah, now you have my full attention," she said, a hint of a smile in her voice. "As long as my previous suggestion regarding the colonel remains on the table." As exhaustion finally began to pull him under, the fragments of a loose, desperate plan started to coalesce in Harper's mind. He drifted into an uneasy sleep, the air filled with the scent of smoldering dung and the faint, sharp tang of curdled milk. Sergeant First Class Eric Ripper Ward rapped his knuckles against the door of Captain Alan Brock's containerized housing unit. "Hey, Daiwi," he called. "You got a minute?" The driving rhythm of Corb Lund's horse soldier leaked from under the door. In the tight, neat world of U.S. Special Forces, formalities often gave way to familiar bonds. Daiwi, the Vietnamese term for captain, was a nod to tradition passed down through decades of Green Berets. Ward served as the 18Z, the operations sergeant for Operational Detachment Alpha 03112, while Captain Brock, as the OTA commander, focused on the bigger picture navigating risks and potential political blowback. The team sergeant was the anchor, managing the daily grind and the welfare of the men. OTA 03112, a mountaineering and equestrian-trained unit often called an A-Team, was part of the 1st Company, 3rd Battalion, 10th Special Forces Group. Growing up an Army brat, Eric Ward was steeped in military life from the start. His father, a broad-shouldered ranger from Alabama, had met his tall German mother while on a training rotation in Bavaria. Eric's childhood was filled with his dad's stories. He could read a topographic map by age 7 and had been doing push-ups and ruck marches as punishment for minor infractions since he could walk. His father's philosophy was simple. You could be a smart ranger or a strong ranger. The more mistakes you made, the more you built your strength. Eric made plenty of mistakes in his youth, ensuring he became exceptionally fit. Then he met a man called Greedy and realized he could aim to be both smart and strong. Joining the service was never in doubt. While his mother urged him to finish college and become an officer, his father took a different tack, introducing him to a stream of seasoned enlisted friends. These men, whether college-educated or not, had thrilling careers that rarely trapped them behind a desk. They were leaders who shared the mud and the risk with their teams. One of them was a Special Forces sergeant his dad nicknamed Greedy for his habit of claiming the toughest, dirtiest jobs for himself. One evening, sitting around a fire, Eric listened as his father and Greedy spoke with solemn respect about fallen comrades and past missions. Greedy wove the principles of Special Forces into stories that captivated the teenager. Be a quiet professional, a warrior, a master of the unconventional, a reliable partner, a flexible problem solver. Most importantly, have a purpose that matters. They raised their beers in a toast to the Army, to the very best and the downright worst of it. Eric could still hear the sound of their bottles touching in the firelight. He started college to please his mother, but stayed because he discovered a passion for history and a natural talent for Arabic. The recruiter's eyes nearly popped out when Eric walked in with a degree in Middle Eastern Studies, a minor in Arabic, and a working knowledge of Farsianly to announce he wanted to enlist. "You don't want to be an officer?" the recruiter asked, stunned. "Not at this time, Sergeant," Eric replied. When asked what he wanted to do in the Army, He now cringed at his own youthful dramatics. But he'd stared the recruiter down and said, "Dio presso liber." The recruiter just sighed. "If I had a nickel for every kid who swaggered in here saying they were going to be a Green Beret." Eric smiled at the memory as the captain of his team, Oda Euro 3112, opened the door to the containerized housing unit. "Ripper," Captain Brock said, his thick beard rumpled from propping his head on his hand while reviewing intelligence files on his laptop. He was in his P-Tank gear, a green shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. "You see the report on the American doctors?" "Just looking at it now," Brock replied. "Reported as Taliban spies? Picked up somewhere in Darshai?" Ward nodded. "Intelligence has a source. A Tajik opium trafficker who thinks they were moved to some herding camps up north. No specific location, but it still feels off. Darshai is on a road." "Why would anyone hike out to spy on a bunch of sheep and rocks unless there was something major there?" "It doesn't add up, boss." "Valid point," Brock acknowledged. "Jake got a call from that livestock trader we used last month," Ward added, referring to Sergeant Thalon, the team's intelligence sergeant. "He's hearing chatter about Tajik military movements south into the corridor. Maybe the doctors were grabbed and taken across the border." Captain Brock gave a slow, considering nod. "That tracks. These doctors, the Harpers, were supposedly doing medical outreach in the Big Pamir. That's under 20 miles from the Tajik border if you go straight over the mountains. A straight line for a bird or for a Tajik helicopter," Ward noted. "The National Missions Force is already scoping out possible sites inside Tajikistan. Dushanbe seemed to be playing along." Brock was well aware that SEAL Teams 6 and Delta were the go-to units for hostage rescues. Even so, it rubbed both men the wrong way to know an operation was unfolding without their involvement. "We have experience in the corridor," the captain stated. "Command wants us to poke around the area where the doctors were conducting their research." "What's the situation with those shepherd encampments?" "They're spread across the highlands," Sergeant Ward replied. "The valley floor doesn't have enough fertile land for crops or to sustain all the livestock, so roughly half the Waki families take the village's yak herds and their hefty sheep up into the high Pamirs to graze. They follow the retreating snow line up in summer and come back down with the autumn snows. It's a seasonal migration, what they call a kutch. Like I mentioned, it's mostly sheep, rocks, and yurts made from yak felt. The latest Predator surveillance didn't spot anything unusual. The drone wasn't on station long enough to establish any patterns of life. I'd request more surveillance time, but every available asset is currently focused on Tajikistan. Make sure the song Horse Soldier kept playing softly in the background." As the lyrics honoring Special Forces began, the men fell into a respectful unconscious silence. Brock drew a slow breath, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "My instincts are tingling on this one. Have Jake touch base with his preferred yacht merchant again, and any other local contacts we have in the Wakhan region. We need to consider the possibility the doctors are still hidden somewhere in Afghanistan. I'm going to call in a couple of markers." Ward's eyebrow lifted. "Vorkar?" "One quick Predator pass doesn't give us much to work with," Brock said. "I think the higher-ups are placing an enormous amount of faith in their intelligence suggesting the Harpers are in Tajikistan. Seriously, look at the evidence. Their daughter reports them missing. A Tajik farmer claims he saw soldiers with what he thinks were American prisoners, and there's a blurry cell phone video of a woman who sort of looks like Dr. Naomi Harper crossing a closed border. Give me a break. I watched 2 videos this morning of the president getting a lap dance." "I'm not putting much stock in video proof these days." "The Tajik government appears to believe the video," Ward countered, playing devil's advocate. "They're furious about alleged American spies working for the Taliban on their soil, and by all accounts they're cooperating with their national missions personnel to locate them. The only real difference," Brock pointed out, "is that the Tajiks are calling it a manhunt for fugitives. We're calling it a rescue mission." Ward offered a wry grin.
Tomato. Whatever label we use, it's going to be difficult to get any surveillance assets here when they're all assigned elsewhere. Misor intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance and confist platforms like satellite imagery and drones such as the Predator and Reaper. Special Forces also had access to smaller systems like the Scan Eagle, Skydio X2s, and the miniature Fleur Black Hornet. The military isn't the only organization operating Predators out here, Brock noted. I know a guy. A look of mild dread crossed Ward's face, as if he'd just been told he needed a root canal.
A sweatier guy? Yep, Brock confirmed with a smile. With a little luck, we'll have our own eyes over the big Pamir by dinner time. That's what I appreciate about you, sir, Ward said. You aim high, Brock shrugged. Like I said, my gut tells me something's off. The Harper doctors could be in Tajikistan or China or Pakistan.
Or lying at the bottom of a glacial crevasse. Absolutely, Ward agreed. But if they're still in Afghanistan, we'll locate them. On that point, Ripper, Brock said, I have absolutely no doubt. It was a common feeling to be treated like a suspect after an officer-involved shooting, because in essence you were one.
Reconfirleriva de Glumdlan Laucleples Doron Daupet of Savvy and on Alphas Arichi turn over the weapons they had discharged during the incident and provide urine samples for testing.
Homicide and internal affairs detectives were poised to take statements, each armed with a printed garrity warning that essentially said, you have the right to remain silent, but if you exercise it, we can fire you. How considerate of them to safeguard his rights so thoroughly. Chili was confident he'd done nothing wrong, but the whole procedure was draining. Sergeant Johnson, more of a leader than a manager, had personally swapped out Scott Ritchie's handgun for his own Glock. He even ensured Chili was issued a replacement rifle before they left the scene, a clear signal that they weren't being penalized for doing their duty. Yet Johnson was meticulous, crossing every T and dotting every I to give the higher-ups exactly what they needed to officially close the book on the incident. Chili, however, wasn't fooled. The shooting redune had granted both officers a 24-hour rest period before making any statement. Rest what a laugh. The Abilene Police Department operated out of a former grocery store on the city's west side, recently gutted and renovated. The same strip of buildings housed the municipal court and the child advocacy center. The persistent scent of fresh paint and new carpet always gave Chili the odd sensation of beginning a brand new job. Though on administrative leave since the shooting and not required to wear his uniform, he understood the gravity of this meeting and wanted the command staff to recognize he did. He arrived dressed in pressed Wranglers, Tony Lama boots, a crisp white shirt, and a Tiana attire not unlike the Texas Ranger and the yappy detective lieutenant who met him at the employee entrance and escorted him to an empty room beside the assistant chief's office. Lieutenant Gene Moss, who'd been on Chili's original interview panel, was a lean man with a bristly mustache. Had always struck Chili as fair yet inscrutable. A graduate of the FBI's National Academy in Quantico, Moss was seldom without some emblem of that experience, a lapel pin, a coffee mug, or a piece of wisdom acquired back at Quantico. Talk about a guy who really got his money's worth from a training seminar. Ranger Will Peterson placed his silver belly resistal hat on the table, crown down. He made no secret of his view that the FBI was a necessary evil, the slightly cleaner part of the federal government's otherwise messy business. A flat wooden toothpick rested in the corner of his wry mouth. His iconic circle star badge, crafted from a genuine Mexican Seca peso coin by a silversmith in Clarendon, was pinned to the stiff khaki shirt on his left breast. Chili had seen Peterson at various crime scenes over the years, but as a motorcycle officer he'd never been formally introduced. The ranger did mention knowing Chili's father as they shook hands, a move Chili couldn't quite decipher. Was it a gesture of alliance, or a detective's tactic to build rapport with a potential suspect? Given Peterson's reputation, it was likely a bit of both. The interview was being recorded on video, with investigators from Internal Affairs and the District Attorney's Office observing from the next room.
ostensibly to spare Chili from giving multiple statements. Chili provided a thorough account of everything from the moment he responded to the active shooter call until the SWAT team secured them all. He omitted nothing, even admitting his readiness to bypass a critically injured pregnant woman to neutralize the shooters and prevent further carnage. Lieutenant Moss listened with a detached half-smile, periodically sipping from his National Academy mug. A lay minister at First Baptist, Abilene, in his off hours, Moss was a puzzle. Chili couldn't tell if the man admired his actions or was mentally sentencing him to the electric chair. Peterson tapped a cheap ballpoint pen against his small Ranger notepad and deftly shifted the toothpick to the other side of his mouth. "That about cover it, Officer Edwards?" he asked when Chili finished. Chili responded with a sharp single nod. "It does, sir," Chili confirmed. Moss arched a brow, his mustache seeming to twitch in unison. "That's everything?" His tone suggested he expected more. "Yes, sir," Chili replied. Peterson lifted a hand, a polite gesture from a man who rarely needed permission. "You're certain you didn't encounter any other armed individuals, inside the mall or out?" Chili gave a firm shake of his head. "No, sir. I'm aware Officer Ritchie discharged his weapon, but aside from veteran Lilly, I saw no one else." Peterson leaned forward slightly, his next question carrying weight. "Maybe someone in a hood." "A hood," Chili repeated, puzzled. "A mask," Lieutenant Moss clarified, consulting his notes. "A balaclava." "Absolutely not," Chili said. "I'd remember something like that." Ranger Peterson settled back in his chair, arms crossed, his expression thoughtful. The desk phone buzzed, and Moss, showing a flicker of irritation for the first time, snatched up the receiver. After a brief listen, he hung up. "Detective Spoon is asking if you identified yourself as an officer before firing your rifle." "I did not," Chili stated. As Moss made another note, Chili felt compelled to elaborate. "I was engaged with gunfire the instant I entered the main concourse. My motorcycle's emergency lights were already activated, and I was in full uniform helmet and a high-visibility yellow shirt." A low chuckle escaped Peterson. "I'm still trying to picture you riding that bike right into the shopping center." He shook his head in mild disbelief. "Seen a lot in my time, but that." He exchanged a look with Moss, who gave a slight nod. The atmosphere in the room eased perceptibly. "Most of the incident was captured on the mall's security system," Moss said. "Your statement aligns with the footage. We'd like you to review a specific segment." Moss summoned a clerk to bring in a laptop. As Moss logged in and pulled up the video, Peterson, still with his arms folded, studied Chili's. "How are you managing through all this, son?" "It feels pretty surreal, sir," Chili admitted honestly. "Have you spoken with your father about it?" Chili nodded. "Yes, and my brother." "It's strange me brother's been on the force 6 years longer, half that time with FBI hostage rescue teams across the country. And here I am, a motorcycle officer in Abilene, involved in a shooting." "I imagine your dad has some solid advice," Peterson said. "He's walked that path himself." "He has," Chili acknowledged. Moss looked up from the screen. "Our investigation is ongoing," he stated, "but from where we sit, it appears you prevented significant loss of life." Chili's gaze dropped. "I suppose, but I keep thinking if I hadn't been delayed with Ms. Wright and the explosive device." He glanced up. "I understand Vetter took 3 more lives while I was—" "Let me stop you right there," Peterson interjected, his voice calm yet leaving no room for argument. "There's a vast difference between an honest debrief and torturing yourself with what-ifs. Lois Wright and her child are alive because of your action." "That has to mean something." "I appreciate that, sir," Chili said. "It's just—" He paused, shifting gears. "Vetter was dragging a hostage when I engaged. Did she survive?" "She's still in intensive care," Moss replied. "But the prognosis is good." He tapped his notes, scanning them. "She told paramedics Vetter was ranting about some spy militia before he died. Does that ring any bells for you?" None at all, Chili said, shaking his head. If I had reached him just a few seconds sooner, maybe she wouldn't be. I told you to cut that out, Peterson said, his tone still measured but firm. More good officers have been wrecked by their own doubts than by enemy fire. There's no such thing as a good shooting, but yours looks clean and justified. Even so, you've got a tough process ahead of you. You can count on a few vultures circling, eager to file every civil suit they can dream up against you and the city, just hoping something lands. The sooner you accept there's nothing you can do to stop that, the better. Your job is to stay focused and remember you did your duty. Let the armchair critics, who've never faced a real threat in their lives, handle the rest. They've got all the answers after binging a few seasons of some military drama. Peterson tossed his toothpick toward the wastebasket, then picked a tiny splinter from his tongue. Funny I didn't notice any of those experts riding toward gunfire today. Moss offered a knowing smirk and swiveled the laptop on the table for everyone to view. Chili watched the scene replay from multiple camera angles on the split screen. Even having been there, the speed of it all caught him off guard. In one corner of the display, he saw Vetter and the blond man burst out of the Sears exit, only to spin around and dash back inside when mall security arrived and slammed into what looked like their intended escape vehicle. Then, without warning, that particular feed cut to black. Ranger Peterson aimed a fresh toothpick at the dark square. Some crafty bastard shot the camera out, he stated. Your guy in the ski mask. That's the working theory, Moss replied. Witnesses are calling him a good Samaritan with a firearm. He opened a folder and pushed a stack of 8x10 color photos across the table. The first showed a white Hyundai Song. The next pictured a man sprawled on the asphalt near the bumper, a horrific, fatal wound where his throat had been. Merlin Swain, Chili identified. I've picked him up before. Minor theft, that sort of thing. Went by zip. WN the operative word, Peterson corrected. The Suve's driver says Swain threatened her and her child with a pistol. He was trying to steal her car when in her description, tactical-looking guy in a mask shot him in the neck with a rifle. She credits this masked man with saving their lives. Chili leaned in for a closer look at the photo, letting out a slow breath. Rifle wounds are never as clean as the movies make them seem. He shook his head, collecting his thoughts. What's interesting is that the shooter took the time to disable the camera first. No doubt, Peterson agreed. 2 rapid shots from about 50 feet out. The woman mentioned her husband owns a couple of suppressors, and said this guy's rifle had a similar attachment. Chili studied the image, thinking it through. Suppressed rifle takes out the camera with a snapshot before dealing with zip. That points to a profession. Any special operations personnel passing through Dynas lately? To my knowledge, Dynas is primarily an air mobility and bomber base, Peterson said. But it's possible. Another witness, leaving the library, gave the same description, tall, athletic build, described the mask as like the one that Nairobi guy wore. The Say's operative, Chili said, turning the idea over. His theory about special ops was gaining traction. From the Al-Shabaab terrorist siege at the Westgate Mall in Kenya. Correct, Peterson confirmed. Multiple witnesses say our shooter fired twice into Swain's throat, then took his cell phone. That is next-level professional work, Chili remarked. Pardon the language, Lieutenant. I mean, in the middle of a botched robbery escalating into a carjacking, this masked guy identifies the sole security camera, eliminates it, shoots zip in the neck, keeping his face usable for a phone unlock, and then calmly collects the device. A sudden realization hit Chili. He spread the photographs out on the table, located the one he wanted, and slid it toward the others. Ranger Peterson fished a pair of reading glasses from his shirt pocket and bent closer. A track in the blood, he observed. He passed the photo to Moss, then peered over the rims of his glasses at Chili, waiting. All right. It's a peculiar print, Moss noted, examining it. You know that print. Chili paused to check his phone, then laid it next to the photo from the scene. It's a match for the boot impression we recovered from Royce Vetter's home.
right after his wife and boy were killed. That was about 4 hours before the shooting started at the mall. "Let's get it into Solmat," Peterson said. "We'll have a make and model on that boot before long." Moss stood up, his chair scraping back.
"So we're hunting a pro. Someone who took out Vedder's family, then fracked Merlin Swain here to Abilene, killed him, and snatched his phone." Chili was on his feet now, too. "What was it Vedder yelled at that hostage? Something about a spy militia." "Yeah, that tracks." President Jack Ryan sat at the Resolute desk, a quiet moment from his morning with Kathy still warming his thoughts. It struck him, not for the first time, that the country was better served when its leader felt grounded and content. That pleasant reflection was shattered when Arnie Van Dam barreled in through the side door, bypassing the outer offices entirely. And once again Van Dam announced, "Afghanistan is demanding our attention." As always, the Chief of Staff's rumpled blue pinstripe suit seemed a point of pride, or perhaps mere indifference. His navy tie hung crooked from an unbuttoned collar, tilting like a clock hand stuck at 4. He checked his watch with visible irritation. "I thought everyone would be here by now." The main door opened as he spoke. Mary Pat Foley caught the tail end of his complaint and offered a wry smile. "We're actually 10 minutes early, Arnie." Bob Burgess, Homeland Security Secretary Mark Dehart, and Health and Human Services Secretary Beth Treviso followed her in, with Deputy National Security Advisor Commander Robbie Forrestal closing the procession. 10 minutes early, Van Dam repeated, as if arriving 11 minutes early carried some unassailable moral virtue. Ryan left his desk to take his usual chair near the fireplace, gesturing for the others to settle on the facing sofas. Coffee was on its way. What was supposed to be a strategy meeting on the Pharmaceutical Independence Bill was about to pivot into an emergency briefing. The topic fell outside Treviso's and Dehart's usual domains, but Ryan valued their perspectives and asked them to stay. The earlier footage indicated a female, believed to be Dr. Naomi Harper, crossing into Tajikistan north of Pagol, Foley began. This new video was hand-delivered to an asset in Ishkashim on the Tajik side by a cutout, a merchant who claims he knows nothing except that it came from a Chinese man he believes was a soldier. "First question," Ryan said. "Have we verified the video's authenticity?" "Solid questions," Foley replied. "And yes, our analysis indicates this is not a deepfake." "What do we know about the man giving the confession?" Ryan asked. Foley tapped her pen against her notebook. "Our station chief in Dushanbe reports that Nazir Bayat appears to have family moving between Tajikistan and Kushabad in Afghanistan. His team is attempting to locate Bayat relatives now, but the Waki people there generally lack cell phones, vehicles, or other infrastructure we typically rely on. This is a boots-on-the-ground, word-of-mouth operation." Dehart spoke next. "From my understanding, the Wagi have largely been insulated from the decades of conflict. They're not a militant population. It wouldn't require a large armed force to overwhelm them, take the Harpers captive, and move them north." "Correct," the Secretary of Defense added. "There are a couple of poorly concealed pra-military bases just over the border in Tajikistan. One is near Pak, close to where this video was allegedly filmed, and another is farther east, about 20 miles from the Chinese border." Ryan took a slow sip of coffee, considering the information before looking toward his Director of National Intelligence. "How close to the Tajik border were the Harpers operating?" Foley asked, gesturing toward the tablet on Forrestal's lap. The screen displayed a detailed map of Afghanistan's slender Wakhan corridor, flanked by Tajikistan, Pakistan, and China. "Based on their daughter's account," Foley continued, "the Harpers were rotating between 3 remote sites: Mulang Thanarist, the Tajik border Vaghboy, or Asan Katit, all deep in the Big Pamir region." President Ryan steepled his fingers, his mind drifting. Everyone in the Situation Room was aware of his fondness for Kim, the Rudyard Kipling tale of a young spy navigating the imperial rivalries that ultimately carved out the Wakhan corridor. While others struggled to recall the modern complexities of Central Asia, Ryan was mentally contrasting the historical landscape with the current one. "How many Chinese soldiers did we see in that latest footage?" he inquired. "4 are clearly visible in the frame," Forstall replied. "The camera movement indicates a person was holding it, not a fixed mount. So we're looking at a minimum of 5 personnel." Ryan took a slow sip of coffee, then shook his head. "The Chinese conducting patrols in the Wakhan isn't new. Frankly, what are the handful of Afghan troops stationed out there supposed to do when a better-equipped ply unit crosses the mountains claiming they're there to assist? But there's a vast difference between a patrol and crossing a border to abduct American citizens during a medical mission." The president set his cup down and fixed his gaze on the Director of National Intelligence. "And we are absolutely certain the Harpers aren't intelligence operatives of any stripe." "They are not ours, Mr. President," Foley stated firmly. "That area is profoundly isolated. There's no Taliban footprint the local Waki communities are too impoverished to exploit and too small to punish for not adhering to strict religious code. A few smugglers still use the ancient Silk Road paths, but Chinese military activity is so sporadic that posting an asset there would yield virtually no useful intelligence for us or for the Taliban." "Who knew the Harpers were there?" Ryan pressed. "I'm sure word traveled among the Pamir communities that doctors had arrived, but this operation required planning. Any leads on how the information reached the Chinese?" "The BBC ran a feature on them 2 weeks ago," Forstall offered. "A journalist and her crew traveled with them by truck, on foot, even with a yak caravan. She spent a few days, then filed her story as soon as she got back to Kabul." Anticipating the next question, he added, "The BBC has already provided all their raw footage to Langley. The reporter states unequivocally that during her entire visit, the only people she saw with the Harpers were local Waki, Tajik, or Kyrgyz herders. No indication of any Chinese military presence." Burgess leaned forward. One of the uniformed men visible behind Dr. Naomi Harper has facial features consistent with a Tajik ethnicity. The others are clearly People's Liberation Army. The Chinese commander in the video didn't give his name, but we've identified him as Colonel Tu Jian from the Western Theater Command. Our last intelligence placed him in Xinjiang. Accused of espionage," Ryan muttered, a note of weary sarcasm cutting through the room's tension. "Let me guess the officials they're being held for their own protection. It's always some transparent nonsense like that. They trot out the same flimsy script every time, as if we're supposed to buy a fairy tale written by a committee in Beijing." "But they haven't made any demands for an exchange," Dehart observed, which was a valid point. Capturing foreigners on espionage charges to later barter for prisoners was a known tactic. "Nothing so far," Foley confirmed. "SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force are preparing for a potential insertion into Tajikistan," Burgess reported. "Once we have a confirmed location for the Harpers," Ryan stipulated. "We're working on that, sir," Burgess said. "Dushanbe has granted us permission to maintain a constant surveillance orbit over the yurt settlements near Kargush." He clarified for Dehart and Treviso, that's 24-hour overhead coverage. "And if they're still being held inside the Wakhan?" Ryan asked, his voice dropping. "Special Forces units with knowledge of the region are also conducting reconnaissance in the Wakhan, coordinating with their AFA commando partners." Ryan gave a slow shake of his head. "Does anyone else get the sense Colonel Tipp is counting on this exact reaction? That he wants us to charge in before we have the full picture? The footage confirms the Harpers are being held in a felt yurt. If they're in Tajikistan or the Wakhan, their captors will spot our approach from miles away. We'd be endangering the Harpers by moving without pinpointing their exact location, the specific tent knot, to mention the risk to Waki herders who have nothing to do with this." He scanned the faces around him. "Keep the updates coming. What's next?" When the room fell silent, Mary Pat Foley spoke. "I'd like to revisit the recent incident involving Operation Noble Eagle." Ryan leaned back in his high-backed chair,
putting as much distance as he could from the topic. He let out a weary sigh. "All right." Mary Pat offered a gentle, almost motherly smile. The threat made against the pilot's family by an unidentified group points to a test run. It feels like a precursor to something larger. Secretary of Defense Burgess gave a slight nod, acknowledging Ryan's reluctance but backing Foley's assessment. "We're maintaining 101st at Andrews on an elevated alert status for several more days," he stated. Secretary of Homeland Security Dehart voiced his agreement. Ryan set his coffee mug down and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Fine, I have adversaries," he admitted. "I'm painfully aware of that fact. You can't make the kinds of decisions we do and expect universal admiration. We're contending with deep-fake videos that depict me conspiring with shadowy figures or making promises to global financiers. The latest one had me threatening to nuke Russia if they didn't return Ukraine to us, as if Ukraine were some lost property. Ransomware attacks have spiked, 500% in the last month, one of them directly leading to American casualties. And yes, someone tried to coerce Mr. Cantu into flying a plane into my residence, but they failed." Ryan leaned forward, his gaze steady and deliberate as it moved from person to person. A flicker of dark humor entered his tone. "Honestly, if my critics spent half as much energy on solving actual problems as they do crafting these bizarre narratives, we'd have cured the common cold by now. But let's be clear, we will not intimidate it. I have absolute faith in this team to ensure our security and allow us to press ahead." Burgess and Forrestal were the first to depart. Foley lingered, providing insights and raising points Ryan hadn't considered. For an Oval Office briefing, it was a marathon session, stretching a full 25 minutes. After Arnie and Secretary Treviso exited into the hall, Ryan asked Marc DeHart to stay behind. "Strange days," Ryan remarked once they were alone. "They certainly are, Mr. President," DeHart replied. He opened his leather portfolio, extracted a single sheet of paper, and handed it to Ryan, who retrieved a pair of reading glasses from his desk. "I hope this isn't a resignation letter." "Not at all," DeHart said, his composure unshaken. "You requested each of us to prepare a list of 5 individuals we consider strong candidates for the vice presidency. I apologize for the delay, but here is my list, complete with a brief rationale for each name. John Nance Garner, who served as EFAIR's vice president, famously called the job the spare tire on the automobile of government," Ryan mused. DeHart allowed a small smile. "Among other more colorful descriptions, sir." "Old Cactus Jack certainly had a way with words," Ryan agreed, skimming the document. "You have Mary Pat Foley as your first choice." "That's interesting. You asked for an honest assessment, Mr. President," DeHart said. "Director Foley aligns with your priorities the vast majority of the time. In my observation, on the rare occasions she doesn't. She commits fully once a decision is made." "She does," Ryan said, handing the paper back. "Your list has an omission, Mark." "Sir, I was expecting to see your name on it." Now Marc DeHart was visibly flustered. "Mr. President, that can't be right. You appeared on 3 separate lists," Ryan stated. "Mary Pat's was one of them. And I'll be honest, you're at the top of my own." "Mr. President," DeHart replied, his voice strained as if he'd just finished a punishing race. "You appreciate a good quote, so let me borrow from Theodore Roosevelt. I would much prefer to be anything else, perhaps a history professor, than to serve as vice president." A look of genuine discomfort flashed across his features sexically as Ryan anticipated. "You have so many remarkably qualified individuals around you. I am far from the most capable." Ryan let out a dry laugh. He'd delivered nearly the same speech to President Darling. Shifting forward in his chair, he fixed his gaze on Marc DeHart. "Do you know what ultimately convinced me?" The secretary closed his eyes, drawing a long, steadying breath. "I have no idea, Mr. President." "At Andrews," Ryan said, "when Scott returned with the vice president's remains from Japan,
You were appropriately respectful to Tony Hargrave's memory, of course, but your immediate concern was for Special Agent Mulvaney. It's a devastating blow for a Secret Service agent losing the person they've sworn to protect, even to illness. You know Keenan Mulvaney by name.
What kind of cabinet secretary is that connected to their team?
What kind of president is, Dehart countered softly.
And there it is, Ryan said.
That's precisely what I expect.
No, it's what I demand. He allowed a moment of silence for the weight of the conversation to settle.
I'm very interested to hear your perspective.
Sir, Dehart began, his throat tight, his eyes scanning the room almost desperately. Ryan had always felt the Oval Office was designed to give visitors a sense of being irrevocably committed. This role is a platform for someone with presidential ambition. No disrespect intended, but I've never aspired to this office.
I understand completely, Ryan said. You don't want the job. That's precisely why you're the right person for it. You've already been thoroughly vetted, and you have reasonable bipartisan support, so the confirmation process should be manageable for us both. Dehart released another heavy breath. You know I'm here to serve, Mr. President, but I'm not pleased about this. Not at all. And frankly, my wife Dee is going to be furious. Tell Dee the vice presidency is frequently called the most tedious job in Washington. With all due respect, Dehart said, a hint of irony in his tone. It didn't prove to be very boring for you, did it? No, Ryan said, his mind flashing back to the brief, catastrophic hours he'd held the office before the unthinkable happened. It certainly did not. The heart of Washington, D. resembled the city bracing for a siege rather than one preparing to memorialize the late Vice President Anthony Hargrave. In reality, it was doing both. John Clark stood next to his son-in-law. Anxious in any large gathering, he positioned himself with his back against a broad willow oak near the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue and 4th Street. A sea of people flooded the open plaza between the National Gallery's east and west buildings, spilling down Constitution Avenue from the White House all the way to the Capitol. By President Ryan's directive, the Secretary of Defense was tasked with executing a state funeral for Anthony Hargrave on the nation's behalf. Following orders, the Secretary of the Army assigned the Military District of Washington to lead the immense operation. A state funeral was a logistical monster, involving countless details across every military branch and multiple federal agencies coordinating security and planning for dignitaries from across the globe. They'd had only 72 hours to pull it together. Later, when the vice president's casket arrived at the Capitol, the surrounding crowd would consist almost entirely of military personnel, Capitol Police, Secret Service, diplomatic security agents or other armed escorts safeguarding various diplomats and foreign leaders. Security personnel lined the procession route, some in uniform and others, like Clark and Chavez, in plain clothes, seamlessly mixing with the onlookers. The usual clutter of tour buses, sidewalk T-shirt stands, and hot dog vendors along Constitution Avenue had been cleared away. City sanitation and dump trucks blocked off the cross streets a block back, while concrete barriers and metal fencing guided the crowds exactly where the Secret Service and D.C. Metro Police, intended near enough to show respect, but at a safe distance. Clark understood better than most that true protection meant keeping someone in a fortified bunker with armed guards. Yet nobody tolerated that for long, particularly not the kind of strong-willed individuals who became leaders in the first place. Eventually, any adversary studied your defenses long enough to design a way to breach them. The Speaker of the House, next in line for the presidency until Mark Dehart's inauguration, was waiting it out at a secure location separate from the rest of the government, the designated survivor. A decapitation strike wasn't some foreign concept. A Japanese airliner crashing into the Capitol had once thrust Jack Ryan into the Oval Office against his will. The authorities took it seriously then for a while, but the nation's vigilance always faded, settling into a comfortable, distracted normalcy until the next crisis made everyone snap to attention again. People moved on. Clark never did. Chavez gazed west down Pennsylvania Avenue as the funeral procession drew nearer. Like his partner, he was reading the crowd's demeanor. Foley had tasked them with roaming as an unofficial counter-surveillance team during the event. Clark looked up Constitution Avenue at the approaching line of police motorcycles, the Washington Monument standing tall in the distance behind them. A Navy chief in dress blues, standing with a group of fellow sailors a few paces away, snapped a sharp, white-gloved salute as the national flag came into view. Clark, a former chief himself, but now in civilian attire, suppressed the instinct to salute along with him. An honor guard of D.C. Metropolitan Police motorcycles led the way, lights flashing silently. They were followed by a color guard, then a mounted section chief from the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. Behind him, 6 matched horses pulled a 4-wheeled caisson bearing the flag-draped casket, flanked by 8 body-bearers representing each military branch, the same caisson originally built in 1918 to haul a 75mm cannon. Another color guard carried the vice-presidential flag behind the coffin. A single Old Guard soldier led a riderless black horse, its saddle empty, polished boots reversed in the stirrups, a blue blanket draped across its back. The scene unfolded with military bands, rows of marching personnel, a sea of flags, artillery pieces, and a river of Class A uniforms stretching down the National Mall. While the Secret Service, Capitol Police, and D.C. Metro were heavily involved, the ceremony was undeniably a military production. All the ceremony and patriotic display filled Clark with a profound pride that was immediately undercut by a deep, aching sorrow. The rhythmic quamp of the caisson horses' hooves provided a somber beat as the military band began playing Hail Columbia, the procession rounding the bend toward 4th Street. Chavez leaned in to speak, but Clark raised a hand, signaling him to wait. A moment later the reason became clear. Just as the caisson rolled through the intersection at a steady 3 miles per hour, a solitary Air Force F-16 screamed overhead at low altitude. It was followed by 4 successive flights of 5 jets, one after another, the roar of their engines vibrating deep in Clark's chest. As the final flight passed overhead, the 3rd jet in the formation abruptly pulled upward into a steep climb, leaving a stark, silent gap in the sky. The sound of the band faded enough for Chavez to speak. "That riderless horse, the missing man, it always hits me," he said, boots reversed in the stirrups so the commander can look back at his troops one last time before he rides on. Clark gave a slight nod. "I suppose it gives the living some comfort." Having witnessed death in many forms, Clark found his own thoughts on the matter growing less certain as the years advanced. Would he get a final glance back at his wife, his family, his grandson? Had learned long ago that dwelling on such questions was a pointless exercise. It was far better to concentrate on what he could accomplish while he was still breathing than to speculate about what came after. Later that day, Harjit Malhotra was in his study, speaking aloud about finances and the pending acquisition to the Tiger mounted on the wall. He outlined the advantages of the sale to Roth Pharmaceutical and vented about the numerous obstacles and the infuriating hardships the American president was creating. The Tiger seemed to listen with great focus, or at least it did not offer a rebuttal. His secretary, the strikingly lovely Kashfi, referred to it as his tiger. But Malhotra knew that wasn't accurate. He had killed it, yes, but a creature this fierce and magnificent could never truly be owned. Kashfi was a delightful but philosophically shallow young woman who would never grasp such a concept. "She is useful in other ways, however," Malhotra remarked to the silent beast. A sharp rap at the door made him start, the sound so sudden he almost thought it had come from the tiger itself. Kashfi leaned in, her large hoop earrings swaying against her cheeks, to announce the arrival of Herr Reinhard Roth, president and majority shareholder of Roth Pharmaceutical. Malhotra had to consciously stop himself from rubbing his hands together in anticipation. At 61, Roth was nearly twice Malhotra's age, but carried himself with the vigor of a younger man.
He was tall, with a strong jaw and a crown of golden hair that made people instinctively note, "There goes that German gentleman." Kashfi ushered him in, attending to the guest with the expected secretary's diligence, though Malhotra observed, perhaps a touch more attentively than necessary. He rose from his desk to join Roth in the two side chairs of rich Kanpur tanned leather. Once they were seated, Kashfi lingered. "May I bring you a drink?" Malhotra offered, gesturing toward the well-stocked bar near the Tiger. "A Jägermeister? Or perhaps you would enjoy some exquisite Indian fenny." Herr Roth appeared to taste the air, then offered Kashfi a polite smile. "Rum will suffice." "With ice, if it is good rum." Malhotra bit back a comment and nodded to his secretary. "Bring him rum with ice and a fenny with lime for me. We have a saying in my country," Roth began a few minutes later, after Kashfi had swished from the room. He swirled his rum but held Malhotra in a steady, appraising gaze. A prudent pause moves business forward. A pause. This was precisely what Malhotra had dreaded. Had Roth flown all the way from Munich just to watch him squirm before calling off the deal? The man was far too shrewd for such theatrics. If he intended to end things, a phone call would have sufficed. No, this was a negotiation tactic. One did not amass Reinhard Roth's fortune by paying the first asking price, just as one did not reach the heights Malhotra desired by selling at a discount. He took a deliberate sip of the cashew liquor and manufactured a smile. "We, too, have our saying. One has served my family well. Neither a monkey who misses a branch nor a man who misses his chance can be saved." The German took a sip of rum, considering the words. "Herr Malhotra," Roth said, "this matter of the Americans constructing facilities in Puerto Rico is deeply concerning, both to my board and to me personally." "Perhaps we should." Malhotra seized the moment and interrupted. "If I may, it is far too early to claim the Americans are building anything. The protectionist legislation was still in its infancy, likely to wither away in congressional committees." He offered a genuine smile. "Very little of substance makes it through those chambers, and this bill has none. Rest easy. Truly rest easy." Roth studied the Tiger for a prolonged moment. "The expression," he began. Malhotra nodded, grateful for the mental space to strategize how to rescue the negotiation. "Indeed, the gaze is formidable, isn't it? Remarkably piercing." The German's upper lip twitched into an expression hovering between disgust and clear disdain. "I was going to say it looked sorrowful." He placed his empty glass on the teak side table with a definitive thud. "Several of my advisers are recommending a strategic pause. They're floating the idea of diverting capital into real estate opportunities in Puerto Rico instead." Kashfi, ever attentive to cues like the sound of a finished drink, knocked and entered to offer Roth a fresh rum. He gave her the glass, accompanied by a wide, ingratiating smile. Malhotra couldn't be certain, but he thought the old fool actually let his fingers linger against hers. "Your employer is fortunate to have such a charming and efficient assistant," Roth said, tossing her a playful wink. "No ice for this one, my dear." "Herr Roth," Malhotra interjected, his voice steady, "I can assure you this bill is inconsequential. My contacts in Washington, lobbyists and political strategists, confirm it's dead on arrival. That is the entirety of the matter. Any pivot toward Puerto Rican property would secure you lovely but stagnant Caribbean land, an asset unlikely to appreciate. This acquisition remains mutually advantageous. I strongly advise you to maintain your original resolve." Roth finished his second drink, and to Malhotra's fleeting relief, agreed to postpone any final decision for 1 week. Kashfi saw him out, her cheeks flushed as she laughed softly at his stream of compliments. The man was a notorious flirt, but she was merely performing her role. The instant the door closed, Malhotra strode to his desk and grabbed the phone. Time was a luxury he didn't have. The sale was finalized in just over a week. Failure would cost him billions. The line connected directly to the Spaniard.
Malhotra wasn't in the mood for gatekeepers. Yes, it must occur soon, Malhotra stated. Gil understood precisely what it meant. The entire objective is to strike the American president in his most vulnerable spot. A few online frauds and poorly fabricated films are achieving nothing. I want her apprehended, and I want it done immediately. Everything is under control, sir, the Spaniard replied calmly. These operations require precision. They cannot be hastened. Nonsense, Malhotra nearly shouted. You've had this task for months. Acting 2 weeks ago would not have been hasty. I question whether you grasp the critical nature of the timing. Our strategy is solid, Gil insisted. We will execute as the timeline permits. But you have my assurance. It will happen sufficiently soon to keep your German investor committed. See that it does, Malhotra said, feeling a twinge of absurdity for threatening a man who undoubtedly commanded a network of aliases and operatives. Was there anything else? The Spaniard inquired. If not, I'll have a status report sent to you. Yes, Malhotra muttered. Yes, send the report. He ended the call. Drained from both exchanges, he slumped forward, elbows on the desk, chin in his hands. He shook his head sadly at the tiger. Do not despair, my friend. You are not sorrowful. You are formidable. A soft knock interrupted him, and Kashfi peeked inside. Did you need anything, sir? He straightened up and gestured for her to enter. What was your impression of Herr Roth? She gave a slight shrug. I'm not sure. He seemed pleasant enough. We require his involvement, Malhotra mused, almost to himself. Yet I detect something distinctly unsettling about him. He looked up abruptly, a new thought crystallizing. He mentioned Puerto Rico too readily, as if he'd already done his homework. It felt less like a suggestion and more like a rehearsed exit strategy. Don't you think so? Honestly, Kashfi replied, I wasn't really focused on him. My priority is looking after you, H-Bot. A smile touched Malhotra's lips. It was a common practice for staff in India to refer to their bosses by initials, but when Kashfi did it, there was a playful edged, gentle nudge to lighten his mood and pull him back from his frustration. She possessed a sharpness, a perceptive intelligence that often surpassed even his highly educated girlfriend. What would I ever do without you, dear Kashfi? She gave another casual shrug, her fingers brushing against the top button of her blouse in a seemingly unintended motion. He settled back into his chair and gestured toward the tiger skin rug. Go stand over there now. I want to see you both together. It wasn't without precedent for the vice presidency to remain vacant, sometimes for years. Ryan, however, was determined to avoid that. He pressed, persuaded, and cashed in every political favor he had in a few promises for the future, to compel the Senate into scheduling confirmation hearings. The nation needed stability, and Ryan was committed to providing it. The persistent, ominous alerts on the threat board certainly didn't slow the process down. In under a week following Tony Hargrave's sudden passing, Mark DeHart was sworn in on the Senate floor. The son of a Pennsylvania dairy farmer, a former senator, and most recently the Secretary of Homeland Security, he took the oath from Associate Supreme Court Justice Irene Palmer, another Ryan appointee, with Pennsylvania roots. DeHart's college sweetheart, now his wife, stood beside him holding their family Bible, surrounded by their 4 grown children and 9 grandchildren, several sporting the same red hair as their grandmother. Keenan Mulvaney, the special agent in charge of the vice-presidential protected tail, escorted him to the waiting armored limousine and motorcade for the short trip to a modest reception at the White House. His team had already prepared his primary office in the old executive office building, and a smaller, more accessible workspace in the West Wing, just down the hall from the Oval Office. A larger, more formal event would come later, after a more respectful period had passed since Hargrave's death. This gathering was intimate, held in the Roosevelt Room with Ryan's cabinet and a few key officials DeHart would work closely with. His time as Homeland Security Secretary meant he was already familiar with the White House layout. Kathy asked me to apologize, Ryan said. She really wished she could be here. He noted the slightly dazed expression in the new vice president's eyes. Dehart's wife, deep in conversation with her new chief of staff, didn't look much more settled. Ryan understood completely. "It's perfectly understandable," Dehart responded. "To tell you the truth, Mr. President, part of me wishes I were in San Antonio listening to her speech right now, instead of standing here." Ryan moved a step closer, lowering his voice. "In the Oval Office, with everyone around, Mr. President is fine that respects the office. But anywhere else, I'd really prefer you just call me Jack." He let out a short laugh. "Honestly, I wish everyone would just call me Jack." "I'll do my best, Mr. President." "Don't just try, Mr. Vice President," Ryan said with a grin. "Make it happen. Consider that a direct order." Secretary of State Scott Adler navigated through the small crowd and offered his hand. "Congratulations, Mr. Vice President." "Thank you, Mr. Secretary," Dehart replied. "Scott, please," Adler corrected. "You outranked me now." "I just wish circumstances were different," Dehart said, his tone sobering. "I wish there had been no need for me to assume this office." Adler offered a kind smile. "As my mother always said, was wird sein, wird sein. What will be, will be." "You'll do just fine, sir. The country is fortunate to have you." Ryan spotted Jane Maripat Foley and Secretary of Defense Bob Burgess approaching and checked his watch. After offering their congratulations to Dehart, they turned to the President. "We have some updates on the Wakan corridor situation, sir," Foley said. "Very well." Ryan nodded. "Is Robbie Forrestal fully briefed?" "He is," Burgess confirmed. "Then have him bring the Vice President up to speed," Ryan instructed. "If it's all right with you both, you can fill me in on Air Force One." "Of course, Mr. President." Foley said, like everyone who worked closely with Jack Ryan, she was used to sudden, unplanned flight. "Sorry to dash off, Mark," Ryan said. "But welcome to the team. Thank you, Mr. President." "Jack," Dehart replied. "Here's to hoping for a remarkably quiet term." "Quiet?" Ryan arched an eyebrow and gave a short laugh. "Have we been introduced?" By the time he parked, Leo Debs knew the situation felt wrong. He had anticipated roadblocks on all the surface streets within a 4-block radius of the Alamo. He expected to see a helicopter or two circling overhead, even this early before the event. Barriers, bollards, and temporary fencing were a given whenever someone like the First Lady of the United States paid a visit. What he hadn't anticipated was this sheer show of force. This wasn't just for Nightingale. Officers from the San Antonio Police Department, Park Police, Bexar County, and of course the Secret Service swarmed the brick-paved streets and walkways around the historic site like a determined colony of ants. He glanced at his watch, a modest Citizen Eco-Drive. Given his earnings with the Camarilla, a Rolex or an Ibla would have been easy, but flashy watches drew eyes, and that was the last thing he wanted right now. Nightingale was scheduled to land at Lackland Air Force Base in 30 minutes. The number of personnel on the ground was easily twice what he had projected for this early stage. Debs locked his truck with the key fob and muttered a curse as 2 park officers in khaki uniforms strolled past him on the sidewalk, casually discussing one officer's attempts to impress a woman. A man in a lightweight windbreaker, wearing a discreet flesh-toned earpiece, walked by from the south, his gaze scanning the rooftops opposite as if searching for hidden threats. It felt like royalty was about to descend. Debs paid them no mind, pulling a folded map from his hip pocket and studying it like any curious tourist, though every pathway, street, and alley was already etched in his memory. The pedestrian routes hadn't been sealed off yet. That wouldn't happen for another hour. He was able to jog down the steps from Market Street to reach the River Walk without attracting any special notice. He kept his expression one of wide-eyed wonder at all the commotion, just as any ordinary citizen might when surrounded by so many armed officials and badges. Overconfidence was a liability. The fundamental rule for most ambushes was to arrive early, but in this scenario too much time on location increased the risk of raising eyebrows. It was hard to maintain a harmless facade for long, especially for seasoned operatives like those in the Camarilla. They had all driven down from Abilene, 12 men across 4 separate vehicles. Ramos, formerly of the Colombian search block, and an ex-German guest G9 operator named Himmel were waiting in the fake Bexar County ambulance, parked in front of a barbecue spot in Schertz, 20 miles out. P and Rook were already in position, settled into their respective rooftop perches. The Secret Service would be primarily focused on shooters threatening the First Lady. P and Rook's job was to eliminate the counter-snipers. Any secondary view of the event area below was just a bonus. Taylor and the rest of the team would arrive by the river shortly, after Debs signaled the all-clear, then disperse to their assigned points. Debs meandered along the river walk toward the target site where Nightingale was to dedicate the memorial. It was a genuine pleasure to work with professionals who understood their roles and timing. The substantial payment was nice, but none of them were truly in it for the money. Seriously, who else got to execute an operation of this scale right under the noses of the world's most advanced protective agency? And yet something here was definitely off. He puzzled over the discrepancy as he neared the convention center, the location of the Arvo conference where Nightingale was scheduled to deliver the keynote address later that afternoon. The oddity, he realized with a sinking feeling, was the conspicuous absence of any media vans. For an event of this profile, the silence from the press corps was deafening. 2 young Secret Service agents, their faces still fresh with dedication rather than the weary marks of long service, observed a worker sealing a manhole cover with a torch near the riverbank. This was a planned security measure, not a last-minute fix. A change in Lionel's schedule was clearly in motion. Debs felt a jolt of alarm at the sight of scuba divers in the San Antonio River. Though the waterway was generally shallow, the protective detail was leaving nothing to chance, meticulously sweeping the submerged areas near the event site. This presented a serious complication if their search extended along the entire river. Moving with purpose toward the convention center, he noted the heightened security cordon between the building and the water. The pieces clicked into place. The president had altered his plans. He was coming to hear his wife speak. Dad's thoughts raced as he navigated the crowded river walk, blending with tourists and law enforcement. If Pottus was joining Nightingale, his entire carefully laid plan would be worthless. Protection for the First Lady was formidable, but the security apparatus surrounding the president was another universe entirely Genzer, more layered, and swarming with personnel. Near the riverbank, a draped memorial was guarded by 2 park police officers and a woman in a khaki vest he assumed was Secret Service. Notably, there were no divers in the water here, or more critically, upriver by a solitary palmetto bush. The area had likely been cleared earlier, and this trio was simply holding the perimeter. Their very presence reassured Debs slightly. Had they discovered any of his submerged equipment farther along, the entire event would have been scrapped. Pausing 20 feet away, he pretended to check his phone, relieved to see a strong GPS signal. The president, it seemed, was not attending this memorial dedication. Otherwise, this spot would be swarming with agents just like the main venue. For a moment, Debs watched a scene on the river. A vibrantly plumed male mallard paddled in frantic circles, putting on a grand display for a drab, uninterested hen lounging on the bank. The absurdity of it struck him. Talk about misplaced effort. This sudden shift in plans might actually work to his advantage. When the President and First Lady were together, their protective details merged into a single outwardly focused unit. Everyone's attention would instinctively turn toward the arrival of the principal, the big boss. They'd all be mentally preparing for him, their vigilance subtly shifting. Who would pay close attention to the quieter partner when the main attraction was en route? He checked his watch. 20 minutes until arrival. Opening an encrypted messaging app on his phone, Debs typed a brief message, "Nightingale is go." He sent it, watched the confirming responses flood in, and slid the phone back into his pocket. He allowed himself another minute on the bank, absorbing the calm before the storm, and anticipating the chaos to come with a grim satisfaction. A dozen yards away,
The preening drake continued, his futile courtship, the hen looking thoroughly unimpressed.
"Wrong target, buddy," Debs murmured under his breaths. "We're here for the lady of the house." Miles away, it was the absence of horses that first caught the eye of Sergeant First Class Jake Thalan, the intelligence sergeant for Oda Aero 3112.
As he surveyed the walky summer settlement of Vagzhboya cluster of felt yurts and stone livestock pen, the unusual quiet where animals should have been stirred, his suspicion, Captain Brock was still preoccupied with the persistent surveillance feed. He'd asked for round-the-clock surveillance, using multiple platforms, but his agency contact only managed to secure periodic access to a CIA Predator drone. All other assets were dedicated further north, focused on locations where the Harpers were currently believed to be held.
Thalan was concerned this was a classic case of groupthinker. To put it more bluntly, a collective blindness to any possibility other than the scenario crafted by the Battalion S2's intelligence shop. Once a large unit like the National Missions Force, packed with hard-charging Tier 1 operators from SEAL Teams 6 and Delta Force, started moving in one direction, its sheer institutional momentum made it incredibly difficult to pivot even slightly. Don't get him wrong. The teams were composed of supremely capable men. In smaller elements, they were agile and adaptable, but they ultimately went where their leadership pointed them, and right now that direction was squarely at two specific villages across the Pamir River in Tajikistan. No one had physically laid eyes on the Harpers or their Chinese captor. However, Reaper drone footage had spotted two Yongshi military jeeps, partially concealed under camouflage netting, roughly 20 miles northeast of Ishkashin. With substantial signals and imagery intelligence supporting the Tajikistan theory, no one was eager to divert limited surveillance resources to a location where the Harpers had merely been. The periodic Predator coverage was a consolation prize, but it was far better than nothing. The General Atomics Mu-1 Predator carried just a single Hellfire missile, but they were more readily available than the faster, more heavily armed Reaper. While the National Missions Force was preparing to deploy once a target in Tajikistan was confirmed, Oda 03112's 18F, Jake Thielen, gathered with Captain Brock, Warrant Officer Guzman, and Operations Sergeant Ripper Ward in the team room. Thielen slid identical 8x10 photographs across the table to each man. "What are we looking at, Jake?" Drakemon asked. "3 sheep pens, Chief," Thielen stated, earning a narrow, skeptical look from the warrant officer for stating the obvious. "Full of livestock. The Waki people move their yurts as they follow the grazing up and down the valley," the 18F continued. "But they return to these same stone corrals each year for their summer camps. They bring the animals in at night for protection from wolves, which, according to my local contacts, are a significant problem. Aside from the occasional rusted-out Soviet-era rifle, these rock pens and their dogs are about the only defense they have." "And these pens are in Vagid-Boy?" Captain Brock tapped the photograph in front of him. "Correct," Thalang confirmed. He turned his topographic map toward the others, tracing a line with a grease pencil before pointing to a spot on the Wakhan Highway just south of the Tajik border. "We know the Harpers obtained a permit for the Wakhan. It was stamped when they came through Gozkun 2 weeks ago with a driver. They then hired a yak train in Wazud where their permit was logged again to pack all their medical gear and camping supplies into the big Pamir summer villages. Kunda Thur, Mulongthan, Vajid Boy, and Asan Katich. It's about a 20-mile push from Wazo." Sergeant Ward slowly spun his photo, examining it from every angle. Thielen gave them a moment before distributing another set of images. Guzman studied the second photo alongside the first, then shook his head. "I still don't see what I'm supposed to hold on. There are horses in the first picture, but none in the second." "I count 6, Brock said, squinting. "They're crammed in with the sheep." "Maybe 7, but that one could just be a yak's rear end." "Right," Thielen said, sliding a third and then a fourth set of photos across the table. "Okay, no horses here," the captain observed. "Did the surveillance ever capture anyone riding away?" "No, sir," Thielen replied. The first image was taken 9 hours ago, shortly after the Predator came on station. We're not certain which village the Harpers were taken from, so we have the drone covering all 4 possibilities. The camps are spread out along the valley, just far enough apart that the surveillance system can't monitor them all simultaneously. Guzman slid the photos aside, as if discarding a losing hand. So where did these horses go? That's the puzzling part, Thalan replied. They vanished. My bet is they're inside the yurts. Sergeant Ward nodded. Those structures are certainly large enough to conceal several horses. I assume you're monitoring for any unusual activity, like women carrying more water pails than usual, anything that breaks from normal daily patterns. We are, Thalan confirmed. And we're prepared to digitally track the horses in Vajid the moment the Predator spots them again. The advanced surveillance pod on the drone could draw colored tracking boxes around dozens of individual targets across a wide area, following each one's movement as long as the aircraft remained on station. Ward studied the map. Do any of the other villages have horses? Mostly sheep and some yaks, Thalan said. But there are a few horses. Their animals are behaving normally, grazing near water, carrying loads. There's a slim chance the locals could be preparing for a festival, maybe even a Busashi tournament. Guzman tapped his thick fingers on the table. Those Busashi horses are something else. I rode one early in my first tour. That damn thing tried to bite anyone who came near. Can't blame it, Ward remarked. If my rider was whipping everyone else to grab a headless goat carcass, I'd be pretty irritable too. I respected that horse, Guzman said. Anyway, are we sure the horses by the water in Mulungnan or Asankatik aren't the same ones from the rock corral in Vagdid? Image analysts confirm they are not, Thalan stated. Brock leaned back, running a rough hand through his curly hair before stretching his neck to scratch his bearded chin. The team perked up. They all knew that particular gesture meant the captain was wrestling with a serious problem. Jake, Brock began, showing people photos of missing horses won't convince anyone. But those animals have to be somewhere, and the fact that our surveillance isn't finding them is suspicious. They could be hidden in a rock shadow, Guzman offered, playing devil's advocate. You've said it yourself, boss. In bad light, it's tough to tell a horse from the backside of a yak. Brock raised a skeptical eyebrow. Do you actually believe that? No, Captain, I don't, Guzman admitted. I'm with Jake on this. I think they've hidden those horses inside one of those yurts. All right then, Brock said. The team up north is still focused on a potential launch into Tajikistan, and the evidence does point that direction. But Sergeant Thalan's analysis has shifted the needle, at least slightly, toward Vajid. He glanced at Thalan. What's the estimated population there? About 50, according to my local contact, a yak trader in Gozkum. 50? Brock repeated, looking concerned. That's a lot of innocent people who could be caught in the crossfire if we attempt a rescue without pinpointing the exact location. Sergeant Ward placed his open hand over the map. The chief and I have been evaluating infiltration options since this began. I'm leaning toward a split-team approach. Split Team Alpha would conduct a high-altitude insertion south of Molung, then move to establish a 3-man sniper observation post overlooking Vajid. Their job would be to locate and fix the target from the ground, though they'd need to maintain a significant standoff distance. Every shepherd in this valley keeps at least one dog, and those animals are notoriously loud and ferocious. Thalan gave a solemn nod, folded out. Wolf Crusher. Nearly every member of the team had a personal story about an encounter with the massive Central Asian ovchaka, a breed fiercely protective and deeply distrustful of strangers. The local practice of cropping the dog's ears as puppies wasn't just for a fiercer look, it gave wolves less to grab in a fight. Ward laid out the plan. Once the target is confirmed, Split Team Bravo infiltrates with an ANA Commando assault force via helicopter. We're looking at 3 A-60s, 10 men per bird, so 30 operators total. Alternatively, 2 Black Hawks and a Chinook could push that number to 70. Their mission is to neutralize the threat and secure the hostages. They operated on the F3 EAD cycle: find, fix, finish, then exploit, analyze, and disseminate any intelligence gained. Brock glanced at Guzman, who nodded in agreement. "Solid plan," Brock said. "'Twad in with Colonel Habib. See if he's willing to attach you and Bravo Company to a unit of his commandos for the helicopter assault once we have a fixed location. 50 men would be good, but 60 would make a stronger statement. I want an overwhelming display of force on this operation. The relationship between Special Forces and their indigenous commando counterparts was built on shared training and deployments." Guzman offered a sardonic smile. "Our new 18 Echo is still a bit jumpy about trusting the local. Worried one might leave him in a bad spot if the situation deteriorates." "Sergeant Megnoz is green," Ward acknowledged. "He'll learn just like we all did. If they're wearing crushed rim ball caps, dipping Copenhagen and blasting Mastodon, they're on our team," Thalon chimed in. "Exactly," I told him. "If their gear looks like our gear, we're good." Brock turned to Sergeant Ward. "Ripper, you and the Chief get the helicopter assault force prepped for a dawn raid. I'll take Jake and the new guy with me on the high-altitude jump tonight." Thalon felt a surge of excitement, but kept it professional, simply nodding. "Yes, Captain." "Should we pack the Pekal hats and shower camellias? Blend in with the locals?" "Bring them," Brock replied. "But we'll be in uniform for this. I want everyone on M4s and Glock 19s for weapon compatibility. Sorry, Ripper, I know you're partial to your Sing, but with most assets tied up north, we need to be completely self-reliant. Jake, last time I saw you on the range, you were impressive with that new memrat." The intelligence sergeant smiled. "Appreciate that, boss. I'll bring her along." The team's weapons sergeants received the first of the new Barenrad Mark 22 rifles, but Thalen's reputation as a crack shot was well earned. He could consistently hit Ripik cans at 1,000 yards with his old Remington M24. Sergeant Ward ensured he got the third mod, outfitted with a Night Force scope. While Thelen had affection for his Remington, the Barrett was like having 8 rifles in one, capable of switching between calibers from 33.8 Lapua down to 6.5 Creedmoor. He'd already compiled solid data for the Lapua and decided to configure the rifle with that long-range caliber. Brock shifted topic. "Is Megnoz still tinkering with his drone projects?" "He is," Ward confirmed. "Bryant Megnoz is a bit of a cyber whiz. I thought a Raspberry Pi was a dessert before he showed up. He's a serious gamer and easily our best operator for personal reconnaissance drones." "Good. Have him pack a couple of the small recon Hornets." Guzman began to laugh. So much for the new kid only working with people whose kit matches his. "You all are going to be right out there among them." Brock smiled confidently. "He'll be fine." He tapped the map with his finger and looked at his 18F. "We're looking at a distance of roughly 12 miles from the road's end to Vajboy." "That's correct," Thalon confirmed. Brock glanced at his wrist, where a Rolex Submariner with a sleek black face and no date window kept the time. It was the kind of watch a Green Beret might favor, though his wife, Thalon, still couldn't understand why he needed to drop over $8,000 on a new one when his trusty G-Shock worked perfectly well. "This deployment," he told himself. "Definitely this time." "I want Alpha Team prepped and ready by dusk," Brock announced. He ran a palm over his closely cropped hair, then scratched at the back of his neck, his expression giving nothing away. Whatever strategy was forming in his mind, he kept it locked down tight. A familiar pressure built in Dr. Kathy Ryan's ears as the C-32 started its descent toward San Antonio. It wasn't often that she questioned the path her life had taken, but watching the two women seated across from her sparked a brief, uncharacteristic pang. Navy Commander Dr. Marcy Troxell and Acting Special Agent in Charge Karen Sato shared a stream of private jokes and easy camaraderie. They'd spent the first part of the flight from Andrews swapping stories about their chaotic schedules, a raised eyebrow from Troxell when Sato mentioned a charming attorney from the Justice Department she was seeing, a sympathetic nod from the Secret Service agent as the White House physician lamented shaving seconds off her triathlon swim time. Friends, Kathy mused. What a simple yet distant concept. Someday she imagined she might have the space for such ordinary luxuries, when travel didn't mean a retinue of staff and security trailing her on $100 million aircraft. But whether they were friends or not, within 10 minutes of the 3.5-hour flight, Troxell and Sato had shifted entirely to business. The plane's interior seemed to command that sort of focus. Designated Executive 1 Foxtrot when carrying the First Lady VF, indicating a member of the President's family, this C-32, was one of 4 military VIP versions of the Boeing 757, operated by the 89th Airlift Wing out of Andrews. If the Vice President was aboard, it became Air Force 2. For other senior officials, it flew as a special air mission. While not as advanced as the iconic VC-25 used as Air Force One, this particular aircraft had recently been refitted, trading stiff navy blue government seats for supple whiskey-colored leather and upgrading the conference tables to polished teak. Flat-screen monitors were mounted on nearly every bulkhead, even in the more cramped aft section where press and security personnel passed the time. Cassie had already rehearsed her keynote speech to the point of exhaustion, a fact her husband Jack could painfully attest to. She preferred company, so she'd settled at the small conference table on the port side, arranged with one primary satishwali for the senior official and 2 slightly smaller, rear-facing seats opposite. With Maureen Moe Richardson, the usual lead of the First Lady's detail, away at a family wedding, Karen Sato was running this trip. A fellow triathlete like Troxell, Sato was supremely fit, her gaze as sharp and flinty as Kathy had come to expect from Secret Service agents who worked in the immediate orbit of the First Family. She wore her dark hair in a severe bun when on duty. Today her khaki slacks and lightweight wool blazer concealed the standard gear: a ballistic vest, a Sing Sauer sidearm, extra magazines, handcuffs, a radio, and likely a folding knife. It never escaped Kathy's notice that Sato carried all that weight solely for her protection, a sobering reminder of the world she now inhabited. A pair of sleek Asolo hiking boots completed the outfit. Arguing about attires, Sato remarked, teasing Troxell about a police drama where the detective wore seriously 3-inch stilettos to chase down criminals. Regina Shepherd, doctor. Ryan's longtime chief of staff occupied the opposite aisle, having given up her usual spot facing Ryan to Sato, who'd just finished a final review of security arrangements with Troxell before landing. The recent passing of Vice President Hargrave cast a shadow over everyone's thoughts. As the White House doctor on this journey, Troxell would remain close. If Kathy Ryan had a confidant in the West Wing, it was Marcia Troxell. They bonded over their medical careers, naturally, but their connection ran deeper. Troxell's kids were grown. Her husband was a Navy Rear Admiral based at the Pentagon. She understood the unique pressures of a high-profile spouse, raising teenagers and maintaining a professional life. While White House medical personnel rotated, Dr. Troxell frequently traveled with the First Lady on out-of-town trips. With the briefings concluded and descent beginning, the women tucked away their documents and relaxed into their seats. Troxell inquired if Sato was training for the Manassas mini-sprint triathlon later that summer. Cassie listened to their easy conversation, pondering which role was tougher, being the protector or the one under protection. The answer was obvious, really. Constant vigilance could be irritating, but the job of protection was a grind of peril, monotony, and time away from home, followed by more peril. Ryan had been to the Secret Service training facility in Beltsville many times over the years, particularly when Jack Jr. was a boy. The agents had embraced him, hanging out, offering guidance, even giving him shooting lessons. Good grief. Her heart clenched whenever she considered where all that training had ultimately led her eldest son. "Oh, Jack," she sighed. "A mother's intuition never sleeps." Just because her expertise focused on a tiny area at the back of the human eye didn't mean she was blind to the realities right in front of her. Even Jack Sr. assumed she was oblivious to the situation. No doubt both her Jacks believed they were shielding her from fear and worry, so she allowed them the illusion that she was fooled. It was almost laughable that someone so brilliantly capable of leading the country could be so utterly clueless in this one, personal regard. Her Jacks Senior and Junior would keep undertaking incredibly risky missions for the nation's sake. They excelled at it. She couldn't really fault them, even if they seemed to get a certain thrill from it all. The First Lady gave a slight shake of her head, clearing her thoughts, and gazed out the window. The runway ascended to meet the aircraft. Executive 1 Foxtrot's tires touched down smoothly on the asphalt. Leo Debs masked his intense concentration with a shuffling gait and what he hoped passed for a vacant, harmless expression. Furman P. relayed that Nightingale had reached the convention center. She and her Secret Service detail were en route to the dedication site, accompanied by 3 local notables. These dignitaries, all women from the San Antonio Youth Literacy Society, walked alongside the First Lady. Debs quickly calculated the necessary adjustments for the slightly expanded gap between the armed agents as the detail stretched to accommodate the extra guests, and the additional ammunition required to neutralize the 3 new women in the group. A short distance away, beyond the barrier lined by Secret Service and a formidable wall of uniformed officers standing elbow to elbow, Debs and his team observed Nightingale's approach. She was encircled by 9 Secret Service agents in a tight diamond formation, made even more compact by the narrow confines of the river walk. Her lead agent, a muscular young man with Hollywood blonde hair who was likely daydreaming about his family back home, arrived at the turn leading to the dedication site. Debs watched it all unfold. Up and down the riverwalk, phones began to vibrate and chirp in unison. Just 3 seconds after Ramos sent the emergency alert, the Asian agent positioned directly behind the First Lady stepped forward. Debs knew this was Karen Sato, the acting special agent in charge. She hadn't looked at her own device. Her eyes stayed up, but she was clearly reacting to the distinct, prolonged buzz from her HEPA sound far more urgent than a typical text. Still in motion, she tapped Kathy Ryan's shoulder, then tilted her head, listening to a voice in her earpiece. Some other agent was informing her of a reported natural gas leak a mile upstream. Debs allowed himself a cold internal smile. He could picture the agent's dilemma. A gas leak? Really? Do I upend the entire First Lady's event for a minor incident that's over a mile away? Special Agent Sato halted, bringing the entire protective detail to an abrupt stop. She shot a glance back toward the convention center, visibly weighing the option of an immediate evacuation. Debs held his breath. If this sharp, cautious woman trusted her instincts and turned the detail around right then, she and her team would survive the afternoon, and it would be the Camarilla's meticulously planned operation that would be utterly scuttled. Sato leaned in, whispering to the First Lady, who gave a tight nod and pulled her sweater closer, as if a sudden chill had swept over her, or perhaps a premonition of looming danger. Nightingale then conferred with the stout woman from San Antonio in her entourage, who offered a dismissive smile, shook her head, and gestured broadly toward the eastern skyline. Debs could practically read her lips. "Oh, honey, don't fret over a little gas leak. Those things happen all the time around here." With a resigned shrug, Sato signaled the agents to move forward again, but now the subliminal seed of potential disaster was planted. 4 blocks east, on a nondescript apartment rooftop, Ramos activated the flight sequence for 6 Daja-inspired 2 drones. Each carried an N-67 grenade, weighing just under 14 ounces, well within the aircraft's payload limit. The UAVs lifted off from outside the secure perimeter, accelerating to 50 miles per hour in seconds as they raced toward the venue, guided precisely by the GPS coordinates Debs had programmed. 20 seconds later, the first grenade tumbled into the crowd. 5 seconds after that, a second rolled from its balsa wood cradle. Then a third. Each detonation sent lethal shrapnel in a 50-foot radius, each blast creeping closer to the First Lady's position. There were no Hollywood fireballs, but the concussive thumps were deafening, pounding against chests and sowing instant chaos. By the time the fourth grenade fell, P and Rook had already neutralized all 4 Secret Service snipers. This one struck an elderly man in the shoulder, slowing its fall before detonating at knee level. Special Agent Karen Sato threw a protective arm around Kathy Ryan and, shielded by her collapsing diamond formation, began to run directly toward the position where Debs and his team were waiting. Debs wasn't concerned about the counter-assault team he knew would be pouring down the steps behind him in mere seconds, armed to the teeth and ready to extract the principal. In fact, he was counting on their precise, predictable timing. Meanwhile, over at Hendley Associates, John Clark, Domingo Chavez, and Dominic Caruso stood around a polished conference table, sifting through a spread of personnel dossiers, potential recruits for the campus. You didn't apply for this job. It was strictly by invitation through trusted referrals only. The bond in the room was absolute. Each man had repeatedly proven he would lay down his life for the others. They operated with a near telepathic understanding, a deep mutual respect, and a genuine camaraderie that made the work possible. They weren't just colleagues. They were a family forged in the darkest of fire. The team desperately needed fresh talent, yet each new candidate threatened to disrupt their delicate equilibrium. This was no casual review. The gravity of the selection process hung heavy in the conference room air. They had started with a list of 10, meticulously whittling it down to 6. Each dossier on the table outlined an exceptional person, but for Clark, 2 profiles were pulling ahead, each compelling in a unique way. One was a Marine captain from the Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team, unmarried, a former college boxer who spent his weekends on racetracks, and fluent in both German and Russian. The other was a CIA officer, a woman whose mother was Saudi American and father was Japanese. In Japan, she'd been labeled Hafu and faced prejudice, but her command of 4 languages and her ethnically ambiguous appearance made her an incredibly valuable asset. Her file came with a strong, nearly directive endorsement from the Director of National Intelligence, Foley. Ding, having reviewed her record again, lifted the folder. "She's seen action in some serious operations," he noted. The meeting was shattered as Gavin Buer, the IT director, burst through the door without knocking. All eyes snapped toward him. "What's up, Gav?" Clark asked, but Beery didn't answer. His face was pale as he scanned the room, grabbed the television remote, and powered on the screen. "Gavin?" Don Caruso asked, concern in his voice. "You all right?" Beery just shook his head, pointing the remote at the TV as if it were a weapon. "Look." For a moment, Clark's mind jumped to the chaos of a mass shooting. Then he read the news ticker scrolling along the bottom. His response was immediate and clipped. "Someone call Jack Jr. right now." 10 minutes before, the first sign of trouble for Kathy Ryan was the sudden, firm pressure of Karen Sato's hand on her shoulder. A Secret Service agent didn't touch you without cause it meant a threat, a disruption, something requiring immediate movement. The protocol was clear. When you felt that hand, you trusted it and moved without question. Karen leaned in, her voice low, explaining the emergency alert buzzing on every phone around them about a reported gas leak. Their host, Sonia Rodriguez, waved a dismissive hand, her smile unwavering. "It's a full mile away," she chirped, delighted by the event. "We're perfectly safe here by the river." They hadn't even moved 10 paces when a deep, muffled crack reverberated through the ground, a sickening imitation of thunder. Sato's grip on Kathy's shoulder tightened instantly. A second blast triggered a wave of screams, still behind them near the convention center, but unmistakably closer. Debris rattled into the river with small, ominous plops. "This way," Sato commanded. physically stero-commanded, physically stirring Kathy by her jacket toward a 3-story stucco hotel. A third explosion tore through the awning of the adjacent building, the concussion painfully loud. The crowd dissolved into a stampede, a tidal wave of panic that began to shove the detail, guns and all, perilously toward the water's edge. Kathy, drawing on her years in emergency medicine, recognized the specific terror in the scream seas were the sounds of the wounded and dying. She thought of Marchy Troxell, who had hung back to maintain a safe distance. Now that caution might have placed her directly in harm's way. "This is no damn gas leak," Sato hissed, the professional calm in her voice fraying. Swept along in the human current, her ears ringing, Kathy was dimly aware of Sato barking into her radio, calling for the heavily armed counter-assault team to find an alternate route down from the street. A fourth, wetter explosion erupted from the river behind them, showering the detail with a chilling spray of water. Then, 20 feet ahead, 2 uniformed police officers crumpled to the pavement face first. The threat was no longer just behind them. It had somehow gotten in front. Instead of ducking for cover, the 2 lead Secret Service agents straightened their backs, deliberately making themselves larger targets to shield Kathy. They crumpled to the ground in unison, as if folding under an invisible weight. Kathy's immediate impulse was to rush forward and help them, a reaction the Secret Service had repeatedly tried to train out of her during drills at the Beltsville facility. They called them AUT drills, attack on the principle. Agents always shouted the direction of the threat: gun left, gun right, but now the danger was coming from everywhere. Explosions echoed, screams pierced the air, panicked feet stampeded, and gunfire crackled. A spray of bullets cut through law enforcement and terrified civilians alike. Cassie felt a warm spatter of blood hit her cheek as the agent beside her was struck. A boy, he was just a boy, younger even than her own son. Jack Karen Sato seized her shoulder, yanking her back from the line of fire. Then Sato's grip loosened, and she stumbled forward, collapsing face down onto the river walk, leaving Kathy isolated and exposed. Cassie looked up to see armed men with automatic weapons advancing rapidly. The Secret Service counter-assault team. No, their gear was all wrong. The man at the front dropped his weapon and charged straight at her, driving his full weight into her side. At the same moment, a sharp sting pierced her thigh. This guy had jabbed her with something. They tumbled over the low curb and hit the water with a jarring splash, Kathy's arms pinned uselessly to her sides. She held her breath, fighting the urge to scream as the man forced her down toward the murky bottom, but still face to face. Rolling like an alligator subduing its prey, he wedged her beneath a concrete ledge that kept them from bobbing back to the surface. Mere seconds after they submerged, a tremendous whoom from above sent a shockwave through the water, hammering her chest and sending a bolt of pain through her ears. Another explosion bigger than all the others had detonated right overhead. Kathy's mind spun, battling sheer panic. Her lungs burned for air. Whatever drug had injected was paralyzing her legs, leaving her utterly helpless. In the darkness, she felt the man shove something hard against her mouth, battering her lips until they parted. He pinched her cheeks, folding the object in place. A cloud of bubbles frothed around her face, and she realized she was meant to breathe. A respirator. Her thoughts racing, she gulped in air. Had this stranger just saved her from the blast above, or was he the enemy? The drugs were taking hold. The logical part of her brain identified the sensation: ketamine. She felt detached, as if floating outside her own body, watching this man hold her under, and then came the spiders, countless spiders, fanged and fur-covered, swimming through the water like fish. The ketamine. She fought to stay focused, but it was futile. Bombs, gunfire, death, and now swimming spiders. Kathy Ryan's logic was completely overrun by raw, overwhelming terror. A burst of bubbles erupted from her regulator, filled with her fragmented, soundless screams. Leo Deb stretched a brunette wig over Nightingale's blonde hair and smeared mud across half her face before he hauled her.
coughing and sputtering from the water 90 seconds after the bomb detonated. The ketamine dart had left her dazed and manageable for now, but that could fade at any moment.
He believed he'd delivered the full syringe, but he'd hit her while she was moving. There was always a chance the needle had slipped and spilled part of the dose. Not to mention this woman probably metabolized drugs like a thoroughbred. She'd kneed him in the groin twice in the instant before he dragged her into the river and had nearly taken a chunk out of his ear. He kept one arm draped around her shoulders as if offering comfort as he guided her up the nearby concrete steps. He'd stashed a canvas fireman's coat with the respirators, and he wore it now slimy from 2 weeks in the water. But amid the surrounding chaos, no one would look twice. The rest of the team emerged from the water together, except for a man called Dufort. Debs had watched him go down, hit by a Secret Service round, but now there was no sign of him. The blast had carved out a clearing roughly 60 feet across and flattened everything for another 60 beyond that, wiping out the entire approaching Secret Service counter-assault team. No bomb-sniffing dogs had ever swept this zone for explosives. The First Lady was never meant to travel this deep into the air. The air carried a seared, metallic stench, mixed with the odor of superheated vapor and charred tissue. Walking wounded both officers and bystanders drifted along the fringes of the devastation, some crying out, others standing in shocked silence, cradling severed limbs or pressing hands against ragged gashes where those limbs should have been. Secret Service and local police who had been stationed around the perimeter now rushed inward, weapons drawn, vaulting over the fallen, frantically searching for any trace of the First Lady. She seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. The staggering scale of casualties swamped the first, disorganized efforts to respond. Those still on their feet aided those who were not, all gripped by the dread that another device could detonate at any second hewed through. Debs pretended to favor one leg as he guided his dazed charge past panicked agents and mortally injured civilians, up the steps and into the idling ambulance. The remainder of his unit ascended to street level with the fleeing masses, rejoining Debs and Nightingale. The instant the rear doors slammed shut and everyone was inside, Debs hammered his fist against the interior wall. "Move, now!" sirens screamed from every compass point. They had passed 5 inbound ambulances before they'd traveled 5 city blocks. Ramos drove northwest, away from the urban center, lights flashing and siren blaring exactly what anyone would anticipate. They had lost Luke Dufort, but casualties were part of the business. Otherwise, the operation had unfolded with flawless precision. He gave a grim, satisfied nod to himself. Some of the unfortunate souls back there were still clinging to the idea that a gas main rupture had caused the blast. With a little luck, they would be most of the way to Abilene before the Secret Service finished sifting through the twisted remains of their own agents, and discovered the First Lady was missing. Debs leaned his head back softly against the seat rest and shut his eyes, allowing himself a moment of pride for a mission executed almost perfectly. And then Nightingale stirred, groaned, and drove a hard kick into his ribs. The President's Airborne office aboard Air Force One was situated in the nose of the modified Boeing jet, below the cockpit and sandwiched between his private quarters, which included a surprisingly plush bed and a medical bay staffed by a nurse, and, for this trip, Dr. Jason Bailey, head of the White House medical team, often dubbed the Flying Oval Office. Its advanced satellite communications and comfortable furnishings let the President work with hardly any disruption from travel. Ryan sat with his palms flat on the substantial desk, leaning back in his pivoting leather chair. Across from him, Mary Pat Foley occupied a nearly identical seat. Secretary of Defense Burgess and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Tom Vogel, were settled on a curved sofa along the cabin wall. Barring severe weather or a genuine crisis, Air Force One was never redirected or placed in a holding pattern. The moment air traffic control heard the call sign, the aircraft was ushered to the front of the line, no matter where it was. A commercial flight from Andrews Air Force Base to San Antonio took about 3.5 hours. Ryan had been airborne just over 2.5, and the pressure change was already making his ears pop as the pilots commenced their initial descent into Lackland. His advisors had used the first hour to update him on the volatile situation involving the Harper family in Afghanistan. They had left him to his thoughts for the bulk of the journey, but returned to the office 10 minutes prior. Arnie was farther back, in the Secret Service cabin, reviewing a few logistical details that would affect Gary Montgomery's team. Foley pushed a manila folder across the polished desk. Inside, satellite images revealed a stark landscape. Though patches of fog and cloud shadows obscured some details, the initial view showed scattered herds of sheep. A cluster of 9 circular tents was nestled among what looked like stone piles, with a handful of horses and a few shaggy yaks tethered nearby. General Vogel tapped a finger on one photo, indicating a dark mound beside a large rock formation east of a tent, suggesting it was likely a trash pile. Ryan slid the folder back, his focus shifting. "We're considering if those horses might be linked to the—" His sentence trailed off as a sudden lurch in his gut coincided with the aircraft's ascent. The water in a glass on his desk trembled faintly as the engines roared to life. Vogel, a pilot himself, felt the unusual maneuver. Air Force One did not abort landings without cause. "Can someone find out why we're not?" The office door flew open as Arnie Van Dam rushed in, followed closely by Gary Montgomery. Van Dam's eyes darted around before he grabbed the remote, switching on the television mounted behind Ryan. Montgomery stood rigid, arms crossed, his usual composure replaced by palpable unease. The chief of staff's bald head was flushed, as if he'd run the full length of the aircraft. Ryan felt a cold dread settle in his stomach, mirroring the grim tension radiating from both men. Neither was prone to alarm, yet their demeanor screamed crisis. Van Dam's voice was hushed, almost solemn. "Mr. President," he began, "there's been an incident in San Antonio." "An incident?" Ryan's body went taut, his gaze snapping between them. "Tell it out." "What kind of incident?" Montgomery stepped in, his voice steady but grim. "The First Lady's motorcade was attacked, sir." Ryan was on his feet in an instant. "Attacked? Where's Cassie?" "Her status is currently unknown," Montgomery stated. "Every available agent is conducting a search of the area at this moment." "Unknown," Ryan repeated, the word hitting him like a physical blow before fury igniting. "She's surrounded by a security detail, your detail. Gary trained for exactly this. And you're telling me you don't know where she is?" "Intel reports are still coming in," Van Dam interjected. "There were explosions. Some chatter about gunfire, but that's unconfirmed." "Explosives." Ryan's jaw clenched, his anger a white-hot focus directed at Montgomery. "Are you serious? Is checking for bombs not part of the basic protocol?" He slammed his hand on the desk. "Get this plane on the ground." "Now," Van Dam exchanged a look with Foley. "That wouldn't be wise, Mr. President," she said quietly. Montgomery added, "Security procedures prohibit landing during an active threat scenario." "To hell with procedures," Ryan shot back. "Your procedures clearly failed to keep my wife safe." "Sir," came a voice from the side of the room, "you can serve everyone best, including the First Lady, by remaining secure until we have a clearer picture. We don't yet know the full scope of events on the ground. Which is exactly why I need to be there." He grabbed the phone, bypassing the chain of command. "Colonel Kane, change course immediately. Land at Lackland Air Force Base without delay." The aircraft banked sharply in response to the pilot's acknowledgement. "Mr. President," Montgomery pressed, "we cannot ensure your safety a little late for that concern, isn't it?" Ryan snapped. Foley leaned forward, her tone pleading. "Sir, I urge you to reconsider. This attack could be a deliberate trap, designed to pull you into the open. Please, take a moment." Van Dam spoke again, forcing calm into his voice. "The FBI's assistant special agent in charge for San Antonio is already mobilizing to the scene to direct the response." Ryan turned sharply. "Why the assistant? Where's the special agent in charge? Jack Ryan's frustration was mounting. I imagine he's got bigger problems than locating the First Lady Van Dam met Ryan's gaze, the kind of look shared between friends when hard truths need saying. Jack. Barb Crawford, the special agent in charge in San Antonio, was on the river walk roughly 100 feet from Caffey. The Bexar County Sheriff's investigator at the scene confirms Crawford was killed in one of the first blasts. Ryan, exasperated, turned toward the television. The aerial footage made him sink into his chair. Thick, dark smoke coiled up from a smoldering structure. A wide swath along the water's edge appeared, swept clean around a blackened scar in the shattered concrete. Ryan held his breath, watching the scene unfold, trying and failing to view it with any detachment. This was ground zero. The dead and injured were still scattered up and down the riverbank, with M's crews only now beginning to work through, sorting those who might be saved. One woman sat propped against a metal pole, clutching the charred remains of her leg just above where her knee had been. Dozens of similar scenes of trauma and shock filled the screen. A parked police boat moved slowly through the murky green water, 2 officers using long poles to probe, pausing only near bodies that appeared female, leaving them to drift after a brief inspection before moving on. The reality struck Ryan like a physical blow. They were searching for his wife among the dead. His white-hot anger dissolved into a cold wave of shame and despair. He looked away, distancing himself from the images, terrified he would see Kathy's face if the patrol rolled over a floating victim. His eyes found Gary Montgomery's. Mr. President, the agent said, with your permission, I should coordinate with my counterpart in San Antonio. Ryan gave a slow nod. Of course. Montgomery turned to leave, but Ryan stopped him, asking a question whose answer he already knew. Gary, he whispered. What about Karen? Special Agent Sato is confirmed dead, Mr. President, Montgomery stated, his expression unreadable, all business. 5 others from the detail are also confirmed. The rest of the First Lady's team are still missing. I'm so sorry, Ryan said. Montgomery offered a grim, curt nod. Understood, sir. May I go? Of course, Ryan replied. He started to say more, to offer another apology, but Foley's cell phone rang, cutting him off. The Secret Service agent shut the door behind him. Normally, Foley wouldn't take a call during a meeting with the president, but she snatched the phone from her jacket immediately. You're certain? She asked after a moment. Good. Send it to my email. I'll pull it up from here. All right. Contact me directly with any updates. She pocketed the phone and nodded at Ryan. We have security camera footage. It shows someone pushing Kathy into the river seconds before the final explosion. Ryan dragged a hand over his scalp. What happened after she went in? The blast knocked the camera offline, Foley explained. We're only seeing what was uploaded to the web beforehand, but we now know Kathy was alive when she entered the water, and that she was submerged during the detonation. Ryan stared blankly back at the television, absorbing almost nothing. Jack, Foley said, her tone shifting from professional urgency to something more personal, almost pleading. I really need you to do the sensible thing here and turn us around. I need, Ryan echoed, a flicker of defiance in his voice. Yes, Foley insisted, now adamant. I have 17 intelligence agencies, and all the technology that goes with them at my disposal. Let me get back to D.C. and actually do my job. Ryan sat in silence, his eyes fixed on the horrific images. Foley pressed again, her voice dropping to a more pragmatic, almost weary tone. Jack, there's a very long list of people, both overseas and here at home, who will see your connection to Kathy as a vulnerability. If you charge into this chaos in San Antonio and start throwing your authority around the way you just did with Gary, you'll be handing them exactly what they want. Mr. President, I say this as both your advisor and your friend. If you don't order this aircraft to reverse course immediately, you may not hold that title by sunset. Around the conference table,
John Clark and his team watched the horrific scenes from San Antonio play out across 2 monitors.
Adara, Midas, and Jack Jr. were on the line from Narita's business aviation terminal, where their Gulfstream was refueling, their own screens tuned to the news. Gavin was capturing every available feed for detailed analysis. Since they couldn't be on the ground, Clark insisted on examining every angle.
He'd already catalogued 3 distinct explosive signatures, 2 of them markedly smaller than the massive final detonation. Clark's phone vibrated with the arrival of the video file from Mary Pat he'd been awaiting. He kept the live news on the left screen and cast the new footage to the right. "Everyone eyes here," he announced.
"Jack, a video is coming to you. Watch it closely." When Ryan didn't reply, Adara answered for him. "He's pulling it up now." The silent security footage clearly showed a team in white shirts intercepting the First Lady's detail as they retreated from the blast. Each man wore a hat, obscuring his face, and each advanced while firing a compact automatic weapon. Secret Service agents dropped swiftly, leaving Kathy Ryan as the sole figure standing. With the agents neutralized, the apparent leader of the assault smoothly slung his weapon and sprinted directly at Kathy, tackling her sideways into the river. One attacker suddenly fell, struck by gunfire from off-camera. "There," Jack's voice crackled over the line, charged and urgent. "Right there, we could identify that bastard and trace his associates." Clark used his thumb to scroll the video frame by frame, slow enough to see the attacker's strike her thigh with an object. "Play that in slow motion," he directed. "It's a syringe," Adara observed. "That's actually promising." A torrent of emotion erupted from Jack over the speaker. "Do enlighten us with your brilliant insight, Sherman." "How? Explain how someone injecting my mother and throwing her into a river could ever be construed as promising." Adara's patient exhale was audible. "Because they didn't shoot her, Jack. They sedated her. Taking her underwater was likely to shield her from the concussive blast of that final vehicle bomb that leveled everything in a 100-foot radius." Dom leaned in, both hands on the table near the polycom. "Adara's correct," he said. "They intend for her to survive." "Yeah, well," Ryan shot back, "I intend for them not to. Plan is changed." "We're taking the Gulfstream to Texas." "Negative," Clark stated, his tone acquiring a steely resolve. "Your place is with your father." "Who is currently in San Antonio," Jack argued. "No," Clark countered. "He is not. There is absolutely no chance they are landing Air Force One to put the president in that chaos. He's en route to D.C. as we speak. I'd bet he could really use a call from his son right about now. I'd be more valuable working the problem with your team." "No," Clark said, the edge in his voice unmistakable. "You really wouldn't be. Midas and Adara will put you on a commercial flight to Washington. Then they will continue the mission aboard the Gulfstream. You're still sending them to India?" "I am," Clark confirmed. "But you are coming home. Is that understood?" Jack's heavy, furious breathing filled the line, like a bull preparing to charge. "Listen to me, son," Clark said, his voice dropping into a gravelly, paternal register. "Your father has been my friend for decades. And if I know that friend, he needs his family around him. So go." "That's an order." Jerry Hindley entered the room just moments after Clark ended the call. As the founder of the campus, the former senator typically deferred tactical and strategic calls to Clark or Chavez, though he often chimed in during planning sessions or debriefings. He had a habit of dropping in unexpectedly. "Is Ryan on his way back?" he asked, settling into a chair against the wall to stay out of the flow. "Affirmative," Chavez replied. "Smart move." "All right, everyone, focus," Clark said, pushing forward as he usually did. Hindley would interrupt if it was crucial. "I need all minds working on what comes next. Jack correctly noted we have a deceased attacker to identify. The Bureau is reviewing the exact same footage we are, so they'll be pursuing that lead aggressively. Gavin, pull any signals intelligence funneling into Liberty Crossing from the FBI or any source relevant to the First Lady's case." He collected the personnel files as he spoke. "All other ongoing projects are now secondary." "We'll locate her," Chavez stated. Clark released a weary, drawn-out breath. I shouldn't have to remind anyone here how unstable this scenario is. Every law enforcement body in the country is searching for Kathy Ryan, while a significant number of bad actors worldwide are seeking to capitalize on it. He gave Chavez a firm look. Kathy Ryan is a friend. Her husband is like a brother to me. So yes, if she's alive, we will find her. And if she's not, we will track down those responsible. Caruso moved slightly forward. In the midst of the turmoil, it was sometimes overlooked that the First Lady was his aunt. Are you in a fit state to proceed with this? Clark inquired. I'd be furious if I was sidelined, John, Caruso responded. I'm as steady as anyone here. You made the absolute right call sending Jack to his father, but we're all family in this. Frankly, I can't imagine a scenario where this isn't deeply personal for every one of us. Glad to hear it, Clark said. Chavez approached the large monitor and indicated 2 distinct scorched rings on the pavement near the convention center. It's as if they were herding the security detail into a kill zone, he observed. Whoever orchestrated this invested tremendous effort to keep the First Lady alive. They'll try to use her as bargaining chips for ransom, a prisoner swap, something along those lines. That gives us a window. It does, Caruso agreed, tilting his head as a sudden thought seemed to strike him. He turned squarely to Clark. Look, the FBI is saturating the area by now. I'm still officially on their roster. As far as any field office is concerned, I'm just another analyst from headquarters. If you can get Director Foley to smooth my access at the Hoover building, I'll deploy to Texas. I know Gavin has feeds from Fort Meade and Langley secured, and Foley will keep us updated, but that intel is lagged. I can guarantee we'll get better real-time information if I'm physically on site. Clark rubbed his eyes, forcing down the surge of personal feeling. Letting anger cloud his judgment wouldn't help Kathy Ryan. All right, he conceded. Ding, you go with him. He can pass you off as his Justice Department trainee. With all the interdecency personnel swarming the place, a hall pass from the Director of National Intelligence will get you in without a second glance. Copy that, Chavez said. They were all used to moving at a moment's notice, and kept ready bags stocked for various climates and missions at the office. Clark nodded, accepting Caruso's logic. The FBI excels at their job, and so does the agency if this goes overseas. But neither is famously agile. Discover what you can as fast as you can, and we'll act on it immediately, coordinating through Foley's channel. I have what I need right here, Caruso said, exchanging a glance with Ding, who gave a confirming nod. Good. We'll catch the next flight south. He then added, directed at Clark, I do have one request, though, when you talk to Director Foley. Meanwhile, at the Rock and Rollard's Craft Burger, Cobo Chili Edwards spotted Renee Tatum the instant she entered and began surveying the dining area. He wasn't entirely sure she was seeking him out, but it seemed logical. He was, after all, the man who had fired the shot that ended her stepfather's life. He occupied a corner booth at the back of the diner, his back pressed firmly to the wall of practice drilled into him by his father since he and his brother were kids. This was his comfort spot, and his comfort order when things felt wrong. A chicken fried steak sandwich, a side of tater tots, and a generous helping of nasty sauce. It was greasy, soul-soothing perfection, the ideal late-afternoon meal, until the moment Margaret Vedder's daughter spotted him and began her determined walk across the floor. Her Wrangler jeans were sharply starched, a knife-edge crease running down each impossibly long leg, the denim faded genuinely by years of wear, not some factory process to achieve a fashionable look. They fit snug across her hips, but were comfortably loose through the thighs, honest working jeans. She'd rolled the sleeves of her crisp white pearl-snap shirt up over toned forearms and sun-browned elbows, tanned from the same real work that had faded her jeans. A gold barrel racing buckle and a pair of worn Tony Lama boots announced she was the genuine article. Every skilled barrel racer Chili had ever met, and he'd met plenty was as tough as they come, just as likely to swing a beer bottle in a bar brawl as any cowboy in the place. Her blonde hair was cropped pixie short with a fresh, buzzed side shave, creating a sort of punk rock cowgirl vibe, if such a thing existed. It definitely gave the impression she wasn't here to chat idly. Chili's eyes flicked to her hands and waist invisible weapon. Even so, he slid out of the booth and stood before she reached him, wiping the sauce from his fingers and tossing the napkin onto the table. "Officer Edwards?" she said, her voice strained, as if she might shatter into tears at any second. He gave a single nod. "Yes, ma'am. Can I talk to you? Just for a minute?" Her eyes were puffy and red. She stifled a sob with a sharp sniff. "I'm not sure that's advisable," Chili replied. "Please," she insisted. "I know this is strange, coming from me, given the circumstances. How did you even find me?" "I pretended to be an old girlfriend and asked your neighbor where you go when you're feeling down. Told him I wanted to offer some comfort after everything that happened with the shooting." "Well, hell," Chili muttered. His name hadn't been officially released to the press yet, but enough witnesses had seen him roar into the mall parking lot on his Harley that his identity as the officer who stopped Vetter was an open secret. He made a mental note to have a serious talk with his neighbors about divulging his favorite lunch haunt to strangers. "How about I call the detective on duty for you? She can answer your questions." "I heard you were at the trailer," Renee said, pressing ahead without pause, "with my mother and my brother. Listen to me. I really shouldn't be having this conversation. Look." Renee held his gaze, unblinking. "You think I'm angry because you're the one who shot Royce." "The possibility had occurred to me," he admitted. "Well, I'm not," Renee continued, her tone shifting from grief to a hardened, almost sarcastic resolve. "You just saved me the hassle of putting a bullet in that bastard myself. Saved me the prison time, too. I'm not convinced he was your mother's killer," Chili said, immediately wishing he could take the words back. "I don't think he was either. At least, not directly." She glanced around the dining room. "Now, can we please sit? We're starting to draw a crowd." Chili let out a resigned sigh and gestured to the seat opposite him. This was likely a career-ending move, one that would sink his FBI application for good. But his father had also taught him to hear out people in distress, and if anyone was in distress, it was this woman who had just lost nearly her entire family to violence. "What do you need from me?" "Truthfully," she said, leaning forward to rest her elbows on the table, "I don't even know what I'm doing here. I agree Royce Vetter didn't pull the trigger, but I'd stake my life on the fact it was his insane doomsday cult nonsense that got my mother and brother killed." She took a shaky breath, the earlier vulnerability now armored over by a fierce, clear-eyed intensity. "I spoke to my mother on the phone the morning she died. She was scared, really scared, but not of Royce. She was whispering about the ledger and people coming to collect a debt." Renee explained that Royce had been spiraling, convinced some militia types were tailing him, but Royce Vetter was perpetually unraveling over phantom dangers, so I didn't give it much weight back then. The word militia stuck in Chili's mind. The hostage from the mall incident had mentioned Royce muttering about a P militia. He filed that away to discuss with the homicide team later, keeping the thought to himself. "Exactly," Renee pressed on. "I'm telling you there's a larger game here, something tied to Royce, but far beyond just him. Something my mother discovered, and they silenced her for it." "Who's they?" Chili asked. "I wish I knew," Renee admitted, her voice tight, "but it has to be looked into." A sudden ripple of conversation swept through the diner, and all the servers gathered behind the counter, eyes fixed on the television. Someone turned up the volume. "My God," Renee breathed out. A cold dread settled in Chili's stomach as he saw the breaking news footage. An assault on the First Lady in San Antonio. He stared, speechless, his mind blank. His department phone started buzzing incessantly, one text after another flashing from his squad. "You seeing this? What is happening? Think they'll deploy us? Bet you're wishing for that hearty spot now, chill. Lock and load, everyone. This is insane." Then a direct message from the SWAT sergeant.
Check your gear and stand by. Wren Tatum lowered her forehead to the table and began to weep.
Hey, Chili said gently, his hand hesitating before resting on her shoulder. You all right? She lifted her head slightly, her arms still flat on the tabletop. Tears traced paths from her red-rimmed eyes. No, she said, her voice raw. I'm not all right at all. She gestured weakly toward the TV. Don't you see? Your higher-ups are probably going to send half the force down there to chase the monsters who took the president's wife. My mother's murder was already a low priority. Now it's not even on the radar. It was past midnight, but Malhotra had kept Herr Roth out for a lengthy dinner and drinks, almost giddy at the thought of the Germans' reaction to the staggering news about the American First Lady. Kashfi had joined them, wearing a simple black dress she kept at the office for such impromptu occasions. In truth, she was the sole reason Roth had agreed to stay out so late. The older gentleman appeared quite taken with her, and Malhotra was happy to use that to his advantage. They'd caught the initial report in the limousine, and Malhotra insisted they return to his office to watch the coverage unfold on his large screen. The situation, however, was not progressing as he had envisioned. Malhotra feigned deep concern, the appropriate response to such a global tragedy. But Roth seemed distracted, his glances drifting more toward Kashfi than the television. This is truly dreadful, Malhotra said, forcing a furrowed brow. He sipped the Feni Kashfi had poured for him. His head throbbed from the late hour, but internally, this was a moment to savor. Roth held a glass of apricot brandy. He finally tore his gaze from Malhotra's secretary to contemplate his drink. I wonder, he mused, if such a tragedy might not actually strengthen President Ryan's determination. Pardon? Malhotra straightened in his chair. What do you mean? Regarding his political agenda, Roth clarified. You understand the American temperament. Stubborn, vindictive. If he feels someone is coercing him, he might very well. What's the phrase? Double down. No, that's not possible. Malhotra summoned every ounce of his composure to keep from raising his voice. My contacts in Washington have assured me Ryan's political will was already fading. This will surely make him reconsider what truly matters. I would be profoundly shocked if he remains in office by tomorrow. Perhaps, Roth conceded, though he sounded doubtful. It is all so distressing that anyone would sink to harming the man's wife. We don't yet know her fate, Kashfi interjected, having grown too comfortable with the evening's informal tone a serious misstep. That is a fair point, Roth said, then turned sharply to lock eyes with Malhotra. May I speak with complete candor? Always, Malhotra replied, his smile feeling brittle. The waiting is what gets to me. Once I decide to move forward, I want to move. Every bad choice I've ever made happened because I had too much time to second-guess myself. He drained the last of his brandy, nearly half the glass in one go. I just want this finished. I want the deal done. Kashfi gave a slight, nearly invisible nod. Malhotra fought to keep his expression still. With all the liquor in his veins, Roth didn't seem to pick up on the tension. My legal team has finished their review, Malhotra said. We can proceed whenever you're ready. Kashfi hurried over, the fabric of her little black dress whispering as she moved, and refilled the German's glass. Good girl. This is promising, Roth said. We could move ahead almost immediately. At your earliest convenience. Roth stood, swaying slightly, and extended a hand for Kashfi to steady him. Very well. Tomorrow, then? Roth let out a short laugh. I suppose that's an option. But my lawyers will contact yours. Roth summoned his driver, who entered from the outer office to collect him. As he left, Kashfi let her fingers brush his hand. You did well, Malhotra said once the door closed and they were alone. Thank you, H-Man, she replied. That was actually kind of fun. Malhotra forced a smile, pushing down the hot spike of jealousy in his gut. She was only following instructions. He just wished she didn't take such obvious pleasure in it. One more item, he added. A minor adjustment to the agreement. Buried deep, where even his attorneys won't spot it. Kathy Ryan tasted blood. A crushing thirst gripped her. Her hands had lost all feeling. She also desperately needed to use the bathroom. Awareness returned in fragments, like a heavy drape gradually pulled aside to let in slivers of light. She was on her side, wrists bound behind her, back tied or cuffed she couldn't tell, since she couldn't feel them. Her skirt was rumpled around her mid-thigh. Modesty was a lost cause. All she could manage was to curl her legs toward her chest. She was in some sort of vehicle, old by the sound of the rough suspension and the groan of springs on what felt like a battered road. Probably a van, given the line of boots she could make out in front of her. The black hood meant to blind her had slipped up, maybe during a struggle. Had she fought when they hit her with that ketamine dart? Her memory was fog, but the thought that she might have landed a few solid kicks on these bastards, however they were brought, a grim satisfaction. Her muscles ached, as if she'd been in a brawl. With no pillow, her neck jolted painfully with every bump, feeling like it might snap. It tracked. They'd be sticking to back roads to stay off the grid. Cassie wasn't sure how long she'd been out, but every law enforcement officer in the country would be hunting for her soon, if they weren't already. A hard sob caught in her throat when she pictured Karen Sato and the rest of her Secret Service detail. "How long's he supposed to be gone?" a voice asked. "Not long," another man answered. "You know how he is. He'll make it quick." The man chuckled. "Might linger a few minutes after, though. You know him a deep." Brash baritone cut through the chatter. Australian and sounding like he was in charge, or wanted to be. "Keep it slow," the Aussie said. "I doubt they've had time to set up roadblocks way out here, but I'm not looking to run into some overeager state trooper trying to make a name for himself. The authorities in Texas wouldn't be too pleased with what we've got going on." "Texas is the least of our problems," an American voice said flatly. "It'd be a lot more worried about the federal death penalty." A softer, breathy Hispanic voice spoke next. Cassie could see his boots if she tilted her head. "We took out a whole team of federal agents." "You think they'd bother with more than one trial?" "They'd shoot us on sight," the Aussie replied. Kathy's head thumped hard against the van floor, the hood shifting to reveal a blur of faces. A man with sandy hair flinched at her sudden jerk. They all had that lookered, lean, eyes that had seen too much. "I said stop!" Her voice tore from her throat, raw and rising. "What is wrong with you? Talking about killing my friends like it's some game. Those were good people. They had families. You erased them." A shuddering sob broke through. "They were only doing their jobs. No kidding," the American replied. His tone flat. "Bad luck for them. Their job was keeping you safe. Made them a problem." "You'd be smart to pipe down, Princess," the Australian cut in. "Stay quiet and cooperative and you might live through this." "I won't," Kathy hissed, the truth of it cold in her gut. "I've seen you. You're not letting me walk away. We both know it." A rough hand landed on her thigh under her skirt. "Maybe," the Aussie mused. "Hate to lean into the cliché, but it's been a dry few months for the lads. You're a bit past prime, sure," but he let the implication hang. "We've got objectives, obviously, but, well, you know how it is." A red-hot fury surged through Kathy. She coiled her body and struck upward like a viper, spitting curses, her world narrowing to a pinpoint of rage. Hands bound behind her, she twisted and sank her teeth into the flesh of his forearm. The response was instant. A fist cracked against her temple, slamming her back down in a burst of white light and ringing pain. She lay gasping, tears mixing with the metallic taste in her mouth. "Just kill me now." A new voice, British and languid as if stirred from sleep, cut through the van. "What precisely did you imagine she'd do, you utter plank? Getting handsy like that?" "I expected a bit of decorum," the Australian snapped. "Brilliant," the Brit laughed. The vehicle swayed as he stood and loomed over Kathy, his attention still on his companion. "Right, let's recap. We shoot up a few dozen civilians, bundle this woman into a dark van, and you decide it's the perfect moment for a grope. Yes, that's a recipe for polite conversation. Very civilized." Cassie flinched as the Brit knelt beside her. A sharp sting pierced her thigh. Another tranquilizer.
Her pounding heart rushed the drug through her veins. His voice, dripping with sarcasm, was the last thing she heard as the darkness pulled her under. Civilized. What a joke. We may need a proof-of-life video later. Sir, hands off. For now, the Aussie grumbled. Yeah, the Brit agreed. For now. For the first time in years, Mary Pat Foley felt the hot, embarrassing press of genuine tears. The White House Situation Room was often called the meat grinder for the brutal debates that shaped global policy. But today the Cabinet Room was doing its own grinding. Located just off the Secretary's suite facing the Oval Office, the space was packed tight. 15 leather chairs surrounded the gleaming table, each occupied by a cabinet secretary tasked with an unbearable decision, determining under the 25th Amendment whether the president was fit to lead. The president's own chair, its back subtly taller, stood empty and stark before the windows overlooking the rose garden. The vice president's absence was also conspicuous, a strange vacancy given the monumental consequences this meeting held for him. While a cabinet majority was required to act, the 15 officials had insisted on hearing from a parade of witnesses, first experts on constitutional law, and equally experts on the man at the center of it all, Jack Ryan. The weight of history pressed down on the polished wood, thick and silent. Deputy FBI Director Wilson and Deputy CIA Director Canfield were seated along the wall alongside more than a dozen members of Congress. Among them were the Speaker of the House, the Senate President pro tempore, and, infuriatingly, Senator Michelle Chadwick. The room was packed, yet an unusual silence hung in the air. Most seemed content to let others speak first, gauging the room's mood before aligning with the apparent majority. So far, that majority was either sitting or standing quietly, eyes downcast, offering only silent nods of agreement as Chadwick held the floor. For the past 5 minutes she had been laying out her argument, her bowl cut of mousy brown hair bouncing with each emphatic nod, as if the sheer obviousness of her point needed physical punctuation. Her core demand was simple. Jack Ryan had to be pushed aside. Mary Pat Foley felt a wave of nausea. Even the busts of George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, watching from their alcoves by the fireplace, seemed to wear expressions of profound distaste for the senator's oily performance. Chadwick had never been an ally, but recently Ryan had worked with her. He'd offered her the spotlight on the pharmaceutical bill, shared strategy, even shared a meal. Now, mere hours after his wife was taken, this woman had the audacity to stand in the cabinet room and argue for discarding him like yesterday's garbage. "We all know the president and I have had our differences," Chadwick said, as if echoing Foley's furious thoughts. "But I must acknowledge a degree of respect for Jack Ryan on significant matters, even when we disagree. I've also been near him enough to witness the depth of his bond with his wife. He is a highly intelligent man, but circumstances like these can cloud the judgment of anyone, no matter how brilliant." Foley rose from her seat, the chair directly opposite Ryan's empty place. She cleared her throat with deliberate force, making her disdain for the proceedings unmistakable. "Senator Chadwick has collaborated with President Ryan for a matter of days, and now presumes to be an authority on his character. Many of you at this table have worked alongside him for years. I have known him for decades, since the days of the Iron Curtain, where we both operated behind it. I have seen him navigate pressures I could scarcely fathom, and he did so with unwavering composure and resolve. I can state unequivocally that his mind was sharp then, and it is sharp now." Rhonda Sanders, the Senate President pro tempore, voiced the lingering doubt in the room. "With all respect, how can anyone be truly clear-headed in this situation? If anything, the strength of his marriage makes his current state of mind even more questionable for making rational decisions." "Jack Ryan can," Foley stated flatly. "And he will. Were you there?" Chadwick cut in, her tone suddenly that of a prosecutor cornering a witness. Foley took a slow breath, her glare fixed. "Where, Senator?" "When the president received the news about San Antonio," Chadwick replied, a smug tilt to her head.
He was on Air Force One, the commander-in-chief, the most powerful man on the planet. Did he react with measured concern for the victims, or did he immediately lash out and assign blame to those around him for what happened to his wife? Foley's eyes flickered from Bob Burgess to General Vogel. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs had been one of the handful in the president's office aboard Air Force One when the news broke. Someone had provided Chadwick with a detailed account. It wasn't Foley, and she doubted it was Burgess or Van Damme. Gary Montgomery had borne the initial force of Ryan's reaction, but he wasn't a gossip. That left one likely source, and the realization settled in her gut like a cold stone. General Vogel caught her glance and returned it with the unyielding certainty of a man convinced of his own righteousness. What a piece of work. "I will not be discussing the details of a private conversation with the President," Foley stated, her gaze fixed on the general even as she addressed Chadwick. "That would be a profound breach of protocol and potentially illegal." Attorney General Dan Murray considered this, offering a slight shrug that conceded the legal point might be debatable. Still, the pointed look he shot toward General Vogel left no doubt where his sympathies lay. Chadwick raised her hands in a placating gesture. "Please, Director Foley, don't misinterpret my meaning," she said. "Can any of us truly say we wouldn't react with raw human fear if our spouse were threatened? I imagine President Ryan experienced a flash of pure panic before settling into a more measured state. The issue, of course, is that when the individual experiencing that panic commands the world's most powerful military, those human instincts carry a global weight." She let out a theatrical sigh, her shoulders slumping for effect. "Let me be clear. No one here is seeking his removal." "Really?" Foley interrupted, her voice sharp with disbelief. "You expect us to believe that? Your entire political identity has been built around opposing Jack Ryan. Wanting him out of office is your brand." "Of course I want him replaced," Chadwick countered. "But through an election, not a crisis. We have a principle: we do not negotiate with terrorists." "Correct." The Speaker of the House and the Senate President pro tempore nodded their agreement. Secretary of Commerce Regina Barnes nodded as well, then caught herself and began nervously tracing the rim of her water glass. "We absolutely do not," Foley said, thinking privately that Chadwick's manipulation of this tragedy was its own form of terrorism. "Then let's speak plainly," Chadwick pressed on undeterred. "How can anyone be expected to think clearly about policy when the person they cherish most is being held at gunpoint?" "Terrorists," Foley corrected, her tone dismissive. "And I'm not engaging in theoretical scenarios," Speaker of the House Brian Watts interjected. "I'm afraid hypotheticals are precisely what this situation demands." Foley waved a hand, brushing the comment aside. "There have been no demands." The door swung open, and President Jack Ryan entered. He seemed diminished, more vulnerable than Mary Pat had ever seen him, and yet his presence immediately commanded the room. Everyone rose hastily. "Yet," he said, his voice quiet but clear, "there have been no demands yet." A low murmur traveled around the table. The speaker shifted his weight uncomfortably. Ryan offered Foley a weary, grateful smile. His hair was untidy, his eyes rimmed with red, and he stood just inside the doorway looking utterly drained, as if the last several hours had aged him a decade. "No one has reached out to us, but they will. We've dealt with enough of these kinds of men to know that much is certain." The Secret Service, jumpy since the Texas attack, had intensified their vigilance. Agent Gary Montgomery stood unusually close to the president, a silent bulwark against the overwhelming pressure. Vice President Dehart entered next, followed closely by Keenan Mulvaney, the lead agent of his detail. Foley's hand flew to her mouth as the grim realization dawned. Jack Ryan shook his head, his eyes glistening. "It's all right, Mary Pat." He held up a single sheet of paper. "Madam President pro tempore, Mr. Speaker, I have here a letter." It was drafted. He paused, drawing a shaky breath. "A letter that—" He swallowed hard, fighting to steady his voice. I'll just read it out loud. To Speaker Brian Watts of the House of Representatives and President pro tempore Sanders of the Senate. After discussions with my personal counsel and the Attorney General, I have determined it is in the national interest for me to temporarily step aside under the 25th Amendment. I am transferring the authority of the office to Vice President Marc DeHart, who will serve as acting president. While I remain fully capable of performing my duties, I firmly believe the nation and the world are best served if presidential decisions are made free from any fear or threat against my family. Therefore, I am temporarily relinquishing these powers. I will notify you when I deem it proper to resume my constitutional responsibility. God bless us all, and God bless the United States of America. Sincerely, John Patrick Ryan. Foley fixed Dan Murray with a look of pure betrayal. The Attorney General just gave a slight shrug and gestured toward Ryan. He was following a direct order. Mary Pat understood the weight of keeping a secret. She would have done the same. Her gaze then shifted to General Vogel, her expression hardening. Unlike certain individuals, Ryan spoke calmly. The Constitution is clear that in this instance, the powers of the presidency transfer immediately to the vice president. Jack, Foley began, a crushing sense of despair in her voice. Ryan offered her a tired, resigned smile. It's the only move, Mary Pat. Everyone here knows that, especially me. He turned to face DeHart. Now, Mr. President, I know you have a country to lead, but I would consider it a personal favor if you used every resource to find my wife. I'll be in the residence. Harper awoke to the rustle of heavy felt and a sharp, icy wind slicing through the open yurt door. Muffled voices and the clatter of cookware drifted in from the pre-dawn darkness. A jolt of panic hit him when he found the space beside him empty, but it eased as he spotted Naomi's outline silhouetted against the glow of the central fire pit. The air was frigid, his breath formed pale ghosts in the shadowy interior. The Waki shepherds were already beginning their day, the women stirring the fires while the men checked their flocks for any losses to wolves in the night. Lala must have been out for the early milking, and she'd returned with the village elder, Farhad. Shambi's mother moved briskly around the fire, working alongside Naomi to prepare the usual breakfast of flatbread and salted milk tea. She greeted the headman warmly and offered him a place. Lale spoke quickly in Waki, nudging the man forward. He has heard something, she said to Harper in Russian. Harper pushed himself up with a groan, placing a hand over his heart in greeting. Salam alaikum. Farhad returned the greeting and added, Good morning, in surprisingly clear English. Harper scrubbed a hand over his face, trying to shake off the grogginess. Thankfully, Naomi brought them each a bowl of the warming Shirchewy tea. Harper moved his bedding aside and motioned for Farhad to sit. Lala says you bring news. The Chinese colonel, the headman whispered, casting a nervous glance toward the door before leaning closer. I heard him speaking on a satellite phone. Harper looked immediately at Lala, who stood watching intently. The flickering orange light from the dung fire played across her solemn features, tendrils of smoke clinging to the cold air around her. Farhad gave an eager nod. Yes, in English. The colonel was furious. He said he could not go back to China. He is waiting for a helicopter to collect him from Pakistan. He is not happy to wait. He said he wanted to be gone already. He stopped talking when his captain entered. I believe the captain does not know about Pakistan. Pakistan? Harper drew a long, steadying breath, forcing his racing heart to calm. It defied logic, but then nothing about this situation made any sense. A sudden sharp memory flashed in his mind a previous mission, where a similar extraction plan had gone catastrophically wrong, leaving him with a deep-seated distrust of last-minute changes. This felt like a grim echo. The urgency of sending a message became paramount, a stark realization that the colonel might have abandoned any plan to return them to China. Harper had identified the soldier with his watch as when, though in his mind, the man was simply Iron Elbow, blending into the grim uniformity of the unit. Leaning close, Harper kept his voice loud. I have to get my watch back, he stated, first in Russian for Lale, then repeated it in English for Farhad. The constant translation was pounding a relentless rhythm behind his eyes. To his surprise, Lallet understood immediately. "Soldier Wen is a bad man," she whispered. "The others are just boys, following orders. But Wen and his friend Fang are cruel. They say ugly things to the women. This morning they watched us while we washed." Harper's gaze shifted to Naomi, a risky idea crystallizing. Sitting idle was its own kind of danger. "Have you visited the rock yet?" he asked her, using their code for a private moment. The village men respectfully avoided that large boulder, leaving it for the women. "I went earlier, before you were awake," she replied. "What if you made another trip?" She studied his face through the smoky light. "What are you thinking?" Rather than a full explanation, he had Lara inquire if Sham's mother possessed a substantial knife. The woman produced a heavy boning knife from a leather bundle, its sharpness proven by a clean pass over her own arm. It was a formidable tool, with a curved 8-inch blade and a solid spine. Harper weighed it in his hand, then placed a hand on Naomi's shoulder. "Wait 5 minutes, then go to the rock. Make sure he notices you, but act completely normal. Monte, what is this plan?" He touched her cheek. "What could we accomplish if we let go of our fear?" Nearby, young Shambe, stirred by the hushed conversation, wriggled from his blankets and moved to the rear wall of the yurt. He worked a wooden pin loose from a scissor-like frame, sliding 2 sections aside. On his knees he peeked through a gap in the thick felt covering, scanned the outside, then ducked back in and gestured toward the opening. Lallet nodded eagerly. "He says you go this way. Stay hidden." Harper kissed his wife, keeping the blade pressed against his leg. 5 minutes, he promised. Monte, he kissed her again, once on the forehead, once softly on the lips. "What could we do?" he repeated, then slipped through Sham's hidden exit into the biting morning air. Outside, the sound of ragged coughing filled the stillness soldiers' lungs, protesting the thin, soot-laden air of the high plateau, a stark contrast to the locals' resigned endurance. The bleating of sheep came from both sides, accompanied by the steady percussion of hooves on stone. 2 women chatted quietly as they milked their animals, the rhythmic hiss of streams hitting metal pails cutting through the frosty dawn. Darkness still clung heavily to the valley. The 9 yurts of Vegged Boy were spaced 15 to 20 yards apart, close enough that any soldier glancing around back would have spotted Harper instantly. Yet all the dwellings faced the animal pens, seemingly with only one entrance. Harper held his breath. Every rustle of his clothing, every scuff of his boot, sounded thunderously loud in the silence. His own heartbeat a drumbeat he was sure echoed across the camp. Crouched beside the yurt, the curved knife in his grip, he forced his breathing to slow. The human's rock stood as a dark minivan-sized shadow in the gathering light. The surrounding mountains rose like a frozen fortress of stone and ice. Harper moved quickly across the open ground, instinctively staying low, though it was a futile gesture on the barren, rocky expanse between the yurts and his target. The only decent spot to watch the women was the ruins of an old stone sheep pen, now just a collapsed heap of rocks that looked more like a burial mound. Harper crouched there, careful to keep his legs from going numb. He needed to be ready to move in an instant when the moment arrived. It was strange, the random thoughts that crossed your mind while waiting to kill someone. Had just gotten into a stable position when he heard Nauma's familiar cough. Then came the sound of shifting stones, a sniff, and a heavy sigh as she passed between his hiding spot and the latrine rock. More rocks clattered near the yurts. Someone was tailing her, just as had predicted. Harper's own pulse roared in his ears, nearly drowning out the outside world. It had to be when, if it wasn't, this whole plan was a waste. His hand tightened around the knife, and he forced himself to loosen his grip before his arm locked up. He felt far too old for this kind of work. Honestly, anyone would be too old for what he was about to do, regardless of their years. There was no backing out now. He watched Wen's silhouette stroll into view, a mere 30 feet behind Naomi. When you were armed and backed by armed friends, you didn't really need to hide just to watch an unarmed woman relieve herself. Naomi shrugged out of her jacket and made a show of tugging her shirt-tail free, thoroughly captivating the soldier. Harper began to creep forward, knife held low, expecting Wen to turn at any second. If he did, Harper was prepared to rush him. The human body was a remarkable yet fragile machine, a hairless ape with thin skin, no real claws and dull teeth. Its eyes and ears faced forward, better suited for hunting than for watching its own back. Monty Harper was a doctor with decades of training in anatomy and physiology, had spent countless hours in med school and residency with his hands buried in cadavers and living patients, working trauma wards, surgeries, and intensive care units. He knew every system of the body intimately and precisely what it took to shut them down. If his medical career had taught him one brutal truth, it was that ending a human life was in principle straightforward. Strip away the complexity, and death always came down to one thing: starving the brain of oxygen. Choking, bleeding out, a heart attack, even cancer, they all led back to that same simple failure. Harper needed it to happen fast and silent. The kidneys were the perfect target. No rib cage in the way, 2 chances to strike, and each one was wrapped in a dense web of blood vessels and nerves. A wound there wouldn't just start the bleeding. It would deliver instant, incapacitating pain, theoretically robbing Wen of that powerful iron elbow of his. It wouldn't be a quick death, but it was a start. Naomi coughed again, fumbling with the button on her pants. Wen leaned to the side, shuffling his feet as he stared, then suddenly went rigid, as if he'd heard a sound. Harper struck before the man could turn, driving the 8-inch blade deep into the soft flesh of Wen's lower back. At the same time, he threw an arm around to clamp over the soldier's mouth, stifling any cry. Unpracticed in this kind of brutality, Harper let a finger slip into Wen's mouth. The soldier bit down hard, the metal of Harper's wedding ring taking the worst of it. The pain barely registered. Harper was too consumed by a cold, focused rage to feel it. Seething, he yanked the blade free from Wen's back, and, with his hand still locked over the man's face, plunged it into the side of his neck. He remembered watching the village elder behead a sheep for a feast when they'd first arrived, using a similar knife. He mimicked the motion now. A hot arc of blood sprayed into the air between them. In the darkness, Wen's eyes flew wide. His jaw went slack, releasing Harper's finger, and he crumpled silently to the ground. Naomi hurried to assist, her boots scraping over the uneven stones as she moved. The dying man's labored gasps and the twitch of his limbs brought back grim memories Harper had long suppressed, flashes from the he'd rather forget. He tried to step between his wife and the awful scene, but she gently pushed past him. "We're beyond that now," she murmured. "We need to move him behind those rocks before anyone spots us." Harper bent down, removed the watch from the soldier's wrist, and cleaned it hastily before slipping it onto his own, concealed beneath his jacket sleeve. The sound of approaching footsteps made them both stiffen. It was Farhad, guiding a skittish horse. "One of the army's mounts," he explained. "They keep him tethered because he's always trying to bolt." The animal snorted and stamped, agitated by the scent of blood. In a camp accustomed to wolf cries and animal noises, it hardly drew notice. Naomi steadied the trembling horse, while Harper and Farhad lifted Wen's body onto its back. Farhad, experienced with packing loads, swiftly secured the dead soldier with a coarse yak hair rope. "What about his rifle?" Naomi asked. Harper shook his head. "It has to disappear, too. If they find it here, they'll know he didn't just desert. If they start searching us for weapons, we'll have bigger problems than a missing rifle," she pointed out. "Fair enough," Harper conceded, his hands still unsteady from what they'd just done. "We'll hide it in the yurt with our things." Farhad began leading the horse southward. Once we're clear of the village, he'll run downhill. The soldiers might hear and give chase, so it'll take him a good distance. I should go before there's enough light for them to see." Harper placed a shaky hand on Farhad's shoulder. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you, breaker of rocks. The watch," Naomi reminded him. "Right," Harper replied, feeling suddenly foolish for the delay. He unscrewed a small cap at the base of the watch face, let a hidden secondary crown. Ensuring he had a clear line of sight to the sky, he pulled the cap free, extending a slender antenna wire that had been coiled invisibly inside the timepiece. Across a vast convention center ballroom, FBI Special Agent Kelsey Callahan spotted Dominic Caruso flashing his credentials at the door and muttered a half-amused curse under her breath. It would be good to see the infuriating man, but his presence meant the situation was about to get even stranger. Her past dealings with the rugged, proverb-quoting keeper of secrets had been equal parts frustrating and weirdly rewarding enough to make her want to both hug him and scream. Of course he'd drop in to save the day. Given the circumstances, Texas was about to be flooded with counterintelligence personnel from FBI headquarters. She hadn't been on the ground long, just a few hours enough to stash her gear, get a briefing, and glimpse the chaos along the Riverwalk barely a football field away. Caruso had gotten here awfully fast from D.C., which only added to his enigmatic aura. He hadn't noticed her yet, so Callahan melted behind a cluster of agents. Blending in was easy amid a sea of blue windbreakers, and she intended to keep it that way until she had a better grasp on the mess unfolding. Her red hair was the one thing she couldn't hide. As head of the Dallas Area Crimes Against Children Task Force, she'd found herself on a Southwest flight out of Love Field less than 2 hours after the first alert from the Riverwalk. She'd been on her treadmill when the special agent in charge called personally rare and usually ominous event. But the moment he mentioned the First Lady's involvement, all hesitation vanished. She grabbed the go-bag from under her desk and boarded the first plane to San Antonio. She had tugged on a pair of jeans over her running shorts, but kept the merino wool hoodie she'd been sweating in, leaving her with the appearance of someone who'd just finished a hard sparring session. Her thick red ponytail was still secured tightly. Arriving in San Antonio with the initial team, she was met by pale, shaken rental car employees who seemed to view the federal agents as a rescue force. If the Bureau excelled at one thing, and it excelled at many, was the rapid deployment of makeshift command posts before the smoke had even cleared from a violent event. Rigorous quarterly audits ensured the entire organization was structured and monitored down to the individual agent level. Every field office maintained at least one designated crisis agent, and shelves full of emergency plans, both digital and printed, ready for anything from an imblast to simpler system failure. While no playbook was titled First Lady Abducted, there were enough analogous protocols to immediately frame the investigation. They trained relentlessly joint exercises with role-players and Lev multi-agency command centers. For all its reputation as a multi-headed bureaucratic beast, when the FBI needed to move, it moved with startling speed. Surviving Secret Service agents had relayed the attack on the First Lady to their command post in real time. FBI personnel had already been on scene with state and local law enforcement, monitoring the protest crowds, gathering intel on demonstrators and potential threats, while generally giving the protective detail a wide berth. The death count for state and local officers currently stood at 16, and was climbing at a distressing pace. Conflicting casualty reports put Secret Service losses at either 23 or 26. Alongside the special agent in charge, 2 FBI counterintelligence agents were confirmed dead. Another was concussed after the panicked crowd shoved her into a concrete planter. She had been the first to radio the command center about the assault. After that, calls flooded in from other agents, Bexar County 911, and alarmed civilians. The San Antonio Command Center escalated the information to FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., where it reached a watch officer in the SIOC. The Strategic Information and Operations Center enabled the Bureau to assume global command following an attack on U.S. interests. With 40,000 square feet of workspace and over 60 miles of fiber optic cable, the SIOC maintained a common operating picture of all deployed FBI assets, and could disseminate critical intelligence across the entire agency,
including to regional joint terrorist task forces. The watch commander promptly alerted the Critical Incident and Operations Unit, which coordinated the activation of operational and support personnel from headquarters and the nearest field offices to San Antonio. Within 3 hours, a small army of special agents, analysts, its specialists, and administrative staff descended upon the Henry B. Gonzales Convention Center, establishing their base in the expansive Stars at Night Ballroom. At 54,000 square feet, the space was far larger than the 63 personnel currently required, but with the First Lady missing, their numbers were destined to swell by the minute. The natural impulse was to throw every available resource at the crisis, yet plenty of malicious actors remained at large, eagerly waiting to exploit the chaos. If every squad leader and uniformed officer in Texas simply raced to the River Walk, their own jurisdictions would be left exposed to a surge of criminal activity.
Callahan considered herself lucky to be in that first wave. Personnel from Dallas, Houston, El Paso, and even Oklahoma City were already on the ground. The technical teams sprang into action as soon as they arrived, transforming the makeshift command post. They scanned for hidden microphones, secured vulnerable communications gear, and erected a temporary plastic-walled enclosure to create a secure space for classified discussions. With the First Lady missing, top-level conversations were inevitable, demanding a sensitive, compartmented information facility right there in the hotel ballroom. The FBI's vast size meant you could go years without seeing a familiar face, yet major crises always felt like a grim reunion. Callahan had already spotted several agents she hadn't worked with since her early days in Dallas. To her irritation, the Texas Rangers were also on site. Her lanky ex-husband, Ranger Lyle Anderson, was positioned near the front with the senior officials preparing to address the growing crowd. The assembly had swelled in minutes from under 70 to nearly 200 law enforcement officers from various agencies. The San Antonio fire chief stood with Special Agent in Charge Walt Crowley, though his crews were already fully engaged at the riverbank. Uniformed officers from surrounding jurisdictions, since Bexar County's resources were stretched thin, manned the entrances, watching the exterior. The identity of the attackers remained unknown, making security a paramount concern for everyone. It's difficult to concentrate on an investigation when you're also worried about a potential ambush or secondary explosion. Initial response teams from the ATF and FBI, including explosives and forensics experts, were already on scene alongside numerous fire and medical personnel. To locate the First Lady, however, they would need to expand the search dramatically. Tapping his microphone, Sayek Crowley of the Houston field office began the briefing. His tone was somber and urgent, promising swift details so everyone could deploy. He outlined the scant confirmed information: 61 fatalities, 74 with critical injuries, and an undetermined number of missing persons, chief, among them Kathy Ryan. As she listened, Callahan rested against a table, scanning the room and speculating about her team assignment. When she turned, Dominic Caruso was suddenly beside her. Crowley wrapped up with remarkable speed, understandably winded given the stakes. He directed all state and local officers to U.S. Marshal Bill Jordan for the Western District of Texas, who would formally deputize them for the task force, ensuring unified legal authority. Somewhere back at FBI headquarters, a massive investigation board was surely being assembled, but coordinating hundreds of agents here required a more immediate system. Every attendee had registered a cell number. Text messages with squad assignments would be sent within minutes, followed by detailed digital briefings for team leaders. While they waited, Caruso offered his hand. Callahan grasped it and pulled him into a brief, hearty embrace. He seemed taken aback by her enthusiastic greeting. Releasing her hand after a moment that conveyed warmth without awkwardness, he gestured to the solidly built man next to him. Special Agent Kelsey Callahan. This is my associate from Maine Justice. His Callahan moved forward, intercepting the introduction to shake the man's hand herself. "Let me guess," she said. "John Doe or Smith
or Jones?" The man gave a warm smile, taking her hand in a firm grip and meeting her eyes directly. "Domingo Chazes," he replied. "My friends call me Deng." "Ah," Callahan said, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. "You work with Caruso's other mysterious friend, John. What was it again?" "I know him well," Chavez answered simply, offering no further detail. "That puts you in good company," Callahan noted. "I'm fairly certain your associate, John, has been involved in some questionable interrogations and a couple of homicides outside the law." "Wouldn't know anything about that," Chavez said flatly. "See," Caruso interjected, a hint of amusement in his voice. "I told you she doesn't believe in sugarcoating things." Callahan crossed her arm. "Look, Caruso, it's good to see you, but I'm not convinced it's wise for you to get attached to my unit." Dom's phone vibrated in his hand. He read the message, then turned the screen toward Callahan. "Now hold on a second," she said, her eyes narrowing. "I'm assigned to you?" "Not the other way around." Caruso offered a shrug and a nod. "That's how it reads. Now I understand why my orders came straight from the old Nan instead of a supervisor or the ASAC," she said, piecing it together. "You requested me personally, didn't you?" "I did," Caruso admitted. "Think of it this way, Kelsey. The other teams will be doing vital work, no question. But our unit is just the three of us. We'll be agile, and let's call our approach more collaborative." "Collaborative?" Callahan mused, skepticism evident. "So no one's actually in charge?" "In a manner of speaking," Caruso said, "unless you count the Director of National Intelligence. When she says jump, I ask how high." If Callahan was irritated, she moved past it swiftly, briefing Caruso and Ding Chavez on her findings. With 2 extra hours at the attack site, she was their team's subject matter expert. Caruso felt a renewed sense of relief at having her on board. She was straightforward, highly competent, and possessed just enough confidence to charge into danger, but not so much that she insisted on always going first or even going alone. Initial analysis of the limited security footage we've collected supports witness accounts that the first explosives were delivered by small drone. We've recovered 3, mostly crushed by the stampede of fleeing civilians. They're en route to the lab, but a preliminary inspection shows the aircraft were programmed to navigate to specific GPS coordinates, rendering counter-drone guns that jam radio signals useless, Chazes observed. "Correct," Callahan confirmed. "Disrupt the radio control signal and the drone just returns to its launch point, or to a programmed location it mistakes for home. Technology exists to disrupt GPS, but it's a blunt instrument that could knock out other devices. Advanced drones, like our military UAVs, are hardened against that." "And these?" Caruso asked. Callahan shook her head. "No. The ones we found were commercial GI models with a simple balsa wood platform attached to carry the grenade. They flew to the programmed location, released their payload, and just hovered there until their batteries died." Chavez thought for a moment, his lips pressed together. "I'm honestly shocked the service didn't spot these things sooner. They had counter-sniper teams posted, right?" "They did," Callahan said, a somber expression on her face. "The uniformed division had 2 pairs in position." She pointed to locations on a map, indicating the rooftops of 2 hotels overlooking where the First Lady was scheduled to appear. The initial text warning about a possible gas leak was followed by a display of Roman candles that pulled their attention long enough for shooters to neutralize them. Much of the river walk is like being at the bottom of a paper cup as far as aerial visibility is concerned. Sight lines from buildings along the route are completely blocked unless an aircraft is hovering directly overhead. One of the drones descended the river, heading directly for its programmed destination, and released a thick curtain of smoke roughly 100 feet over the gathering. That final blast, though, Chavez noted. It seemed significantly more powerful. It was, Callahan confirmed. Orders of magnitude larger. "A bigger drone model?" Caruso questioned. "We doubt it," Callahan replied, directing their attention back to the map.
The Secret Service explosive detection teams had swept the area from the convention center westward to just beyond Rosatos Bridge, all the way to the South Preza Street overpass. The zone between the Preza and Navarro Street bridges, where the major explosion happened, was outside their clearance perimeter. Evidence suggests a pre-planted conventional device. 8F is still analyzing the explosive type, but it was powerful enough to inflict fatal or severe injuries on the entire South Walkway and cause considerable harm on the northern bank. Caruso traced a line on the map with his finger. So they rained grenades down on the crowd, forcing the First Lady and her detail to move west. Like leading sheep to the butcher, Callahan interjected, her tone turning grimly sarcastic. Why bother breaching a secure perimeter when you can just let your targets walk right into the kill zone? Recovery teams are collecting a staggering amount of 5.7X28 shell casings. Fun, Chavez muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Exactly, Callahan said. And with brutal indifference, they seemed to shoot anyone who wasn't Kathy Ryan. She pulled up fresh footage showing men in white shirts emerging from the river after the blast. One was guiding a dark-haired, apparently injured woman toward the steps leading up to Navarro Street. They passed a sheriff's deputy responding to the scene, who hastily pointed them toward street level before rushing off to aid survivors. "That's her," Caruso said softly. They took her into the water to shield her from the blast, disguised her blonde hair with a wig, and simply walked her past every first responder. "It's chillingly precise," Chavez observed. "No argument there," Callahan agreed. "It looks like they escorted her to a waiting ambulance on Navarro, which then left with lights and sirens. Bexar County deputies later found the ambulance abandoned and torched off the 410 loop south of Lackland Air Force Base." Caruso let out a weary sigh. "Scrubbed clean of any prints or DNA, I'd bet. Completely incinerated," Callahan confirmed. "Any hits from facial recognition yet?" Chavez asked, re-watching the footage of the men climbing from the river. "Not on these river subjects," Callahan answered. "But one attacker appears to be among the fatalities. Video suggests he took a Secret Service round to the face. No identification on the body, but we used the remains for a preliminary match." She paused deliberately. "It tracks Luc Dufert, former French National Police, attached to their raid unit." "A raid operator," Caruso said. "That does fit. Those guys train with live ammunition as routinely as the rest of us take a breath." "And he'd have extensive experience in high-profile protection details," Chavez added. His phone vibrated, and he stepped aside to answer. "Our contacts at Langley indicate he went mercenary a few years back," Callahan continued, lowering her voice slightly, "after Raid dismissed him for conduct unbecomings, something involving a minor." She studied Caruso closely. "It's amazing how fast I get answers on questions like that when the First Lady vanishes." "Good to know," Caruso said flatly, "since she's my aunt." Callahan took a slight step back. "You're serious?" "Dead serious," Caruso replied. "I'm truly sorry," she said, her demeanor softening. "Thank you," Caruso said. "I'll manage, but it certainly adds a personal stake to finding her. I'm surprised they have you on this case." "Really?" Caruso offered a tired, knowing smile. "Given my assignment with that rather opaque headquarters element, probably not." Callahan gave a soft groan. "Point taken. I know how these things go." Chavez finished his call and slipped the phone back into his pocket, rejoining them with a focused expression. Chavez gave a slight nod toward Caruso. "We're cleared by Director Foley." "Cleared?" Callahan's voice was thick with disbelief. "Seriously? You're on a first-name basis with the Director of National Intelligence?" Chavez glanced around, ensuring no other agents were within earshot. "That was our contact, John. He has a direct line to the Dane. So let's cut to the chase." "Yortis, your immediate thought when you hear Camarilla. Human trafficking," Callahan answered without hesitation. "Or more precisely, targeting traffickers. They're a phantom network of ex-military contractors operating out of Europe, from what little I've heard. They don't exactly worry about legal technicality." She gave Caruso a sidelong, suspicious look. "Frankly, I had your mysterious friend John, and you, for that matter, peg as one of them." "We're not," Chavez stated flatly. "What else do you have on them besides rumors of vigilante justice?" "That's just it. It's all rumors," she admitted. "No hard names, no file. Just a pattern of high-stakes events with the same professional signature, and no one taking credit. Military overthrows in East Africa, targeted removals in Eastern Europe and the Caribbean operas that look state-sponsored but leave no traceable evidence. It's like detecting a black hole by the way it bends light around something you can't see." Cameralethi backroom. The unofficial council fits that shadowy profile perfectly. Whoever took the First Lady had that level of precision. It screens former special forces, drilled to perfection. She frowned, thinking. Even if we're right, that's the extent of it. A nameless group based somewhere in Europe. "But now we have a dead former raid operator," Caruso pointed out. "We can dig into his entire history, Contras, family, every connection. We turn over every stone. Meanwhile, there's a Bosnian Serb recuperating in a Buenos Aires hospital who might have intel on the Camarilla." "What makes you think that?" Callahan asked. Caruso offered her a reassuring team player smile. "Because when we chased him on the river and he was shot, he mistook us for them. That's the issue. I'm not sure he's stable enough for an interview. He'll hand over all our information, and perhaps your legal attaché can pay him a visit. Check his condition and see what he knows." If BI legal attachés were seasoned agents posted internationally, liaising with foreign police and security services. Alternatively, Caruso added, "You could go see him yourself. Where are you two headed?" "That's still up in the air. We're with you for now," Chavez said. "But the man who handled Bija's security is still out there." "He wasn't on our radar until our run-in, but I have photographs. He'll get them to you, and we can both work on identifying him." "Hold on," Callahan said, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "You have access to a different facial recognition database than the Bureau, actually. Forget I asked." "Of course you do," we said. "We'd share the copies," Dom replied.
"Whoever he is, it's a safe bet he's the one who warned his boss the Camarilla might be coming. For all we know, they actually were, and we just got there first. Beji is responsible for the assault of dozens of women during the war. It follows that one of those victims could come from a family with the resources and connections to hire the Camarilla for retribution." He turned, surveying the bustling activity of the conference hall, now serving as a command post. "I need to locate a secure terminal." A faint, knowing smirk touched Callahan's lips. "The entire facility was established by the FBI's cybersecurity and technical surveillance countermeasures teams. It represents the highest level of security available." Ding offered a thoughtful nod. "He's implying it's secure from your own people." "Let's move," Dom urged. "We'll brief you on the details during the drive." "All the details?" He gave a casual shrug. "The important ones." Callahan halted abruptly. "Wait just a minute. We're proceeding on the belief that the Camarillo unit of ex-military operatives who target human traffickers and war criminals is simultaneously guilty of killing dozens of people and kidnapping the First Lady, and their motive is purely financial." Chavez met her gaze, shaking his head slowly. "I doubt money is the driving factor here." "What else could it be?" Chavez and Caruso answered together, their voices flat. "The thrill of it." The instant Dr. Monty Harper extended the wire antenna on his bridling emergency watch, it began transmitting a distress signal. The 406 megahertz pulse was broadcast in 5-second bursts every 2 minutes, aimed at the nearest Cospas-Sarsat satellite. This international satellite system, a collaboration between Russia, the United States, and European nations, carries search and rescue equipment on various satellites orbiting at different altitudes. Among these are 72 medium Earth orbit search and rescue satellites, which include a specific cluster of 4 Earth observation satellites nicknamed the A-Train. The final satellite in this formation,
The 23-foot-long aura primarily monitors global climate and atmospheric conditions.
However, it also carries additional SARSAT hardware capable of receiving distress signals and triangulating their origin. Upon receiving the signal, Aura relayed the data to a ground control station.
This triggered simultaneous notifications to the search and rescue points of contact, linked to the device's registered country code and to the region where the signal originated in this instance, the mission control centers in Suitland, Maryland, and Ankara, Turkey. Both contact points alerted the Consolidated Personnel Recovery Center, the remaining military coordination hub in Afghanistan, that a digital flare had been launched from the Wakhan region. Standard protocol would have dispatched rescue teams immediately. In this case, however, the alert was intercepted by a case officer from another government agency, polite term for the CIA, who had requested immediate notification of any signals emanating from the eastern Wakhan corridor. That officer sent the information directly to his superior at Langley, who escalated it to the director of the CIA, who then forwarded it to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Acting President Mark Dehart was informed by Mary Pat Foley just 41 minutes after the Breitling's antenna was deployed, by which time the A-Train satellites had traveled nearly halfway around the globe. Scott Adler, Bob Burgess, and General Vogel joined them in the Oval Office shortly after Foley's arrival. Vogel offered her a faint, almost imperceptible smile, a significant display from a man known for his granite demeanor. The mood was tense. Chadwick had been speculating wildly about President Ryan's conduct on Air Force One, but no leak had occurred. Chadwick had simply confronted the reality that Ryan was human and susceptible to human emotion. They had all reviewed the coerced video confession from the Shepherd, which implicated the Harpers as spies. Analysts at Fort Meade had verified the video was not a digital forgery, though any observer could see the confession was extracted under clear duress. The file's metadata had been mostly erased, but the fragments that remained aligned with geographic tags from other footage, leading analysts to conclude it was filmed in Tajikistan. This signal came from a wristwatch? Dehart asked, incredulous. Correct, sir, Foley confirmed. The identification code transmitted to SARSAT corresponds to a Breitling emergency mission watch. Must be a pricey piece of gear, Dehart mused. The retail is around $10,000 or more for a new unit, the Secretary of Defense added. Dehart fell silent, his fingers drumming a slow, thoughtful rhythm on the desk. I'm no expert in these matters, Foley began, but it strikes me that a watch of that nature would typically be confiscated from a prisoner immediately upon arrest. Perhaps they didn't recognize its significance, Adler suggested. They would have known it was valuable, Foley countered. So you're correct, it is peculiar that the Harpers still have it. This could be a trap, or perhaps whoever possesses it is simply toying with something they don't fully understand. I've had extensive discussions with Foreign Minister Wang, Scott Adler stated. He assured me he has no personal knowledge of any issues in Tajikistan or the Wakhan, but he will prioritize discussing it within the Zhongnan High Leadership compound. Sounds like a car salesman stepping away to consult with the manager, the Secretary of Defense remarked dryly. I hear that comparison often, Adler admitted with a slight smile. And frankly, I use it myself sometimes. It's the nature of diplomatic negotiations. Wang is relatively new to his position. Given what happened to his predecessor after crossing Zhou, he's being exceptionally cautious. I'll get him back on the line and increase the pressure from our side. Dehart leaned back in the chair-jack's chair. Foley forcibly pushed that thought aside. Are we absolutely certain the Harpers have no connections to U.S. intelligence? We are, sir, Foley confirmed. The question showed Dehart wasn't acting impulsively, which she appreciated. Still, the idea of navigating this situation without Jack Ryan was unsettling. Is there anything that might lead Beijing to believe they are spies? Nothing that would raise a red flag for me if I were reviewing their profile, Foley said. They are certainly not Taliban spies. They're a married couple, both physicians, who volunteer their time performing eye surgeries and assisting new mothers in some of the most impoverished regions on Earth. That's all. Is there anything of strategic value in that part of the world? Aside from the Chinese base just across the border in Tajikistan, Burgess interjected. No. The Wakhan is so remote that the conflict has never reached it. It's populated by shepherds and yak herders. Any useful military intelligence would be extremely sporadic, maybe a patrol once or twice a year, and we can gather that from satellites or drones. The Harper's daughter completed a retinal surgery fellowship under Kathy Ryan's supervision, Foley added. It's not widely known, but the information is accessible. If the Chinese are aware of it, that connection could provide them with leverage. Dehart sighed. You know what they say about internet privacy these days. It doesn't exist, so get over it. If we know, they either already know or will soon if they're looking. He drummed his fingers on the desk, contemplating the situation much as Jack would have, perhaps while taking a slow sip from his favorite Marine Corps coffee mug. Something here doesn't add up, he continued. We need to examine the subtext. Has Beijing ever officially acknowledged their bases in Tajikistan? Burgess shook his head. They have not, sir. Then why would they put themselves in a position where they might be forced to acknowledge them now? Is there any indication the Harpers might have voluntarily crossed into Tajikistan? Not according to their daughter, Foley replied. The last communication she received indicated they were about to begin their journey down the valley by yak train. There is a road in Tajikistan that runs parallel to the border. They could have been extracted by vehicle. So they were taken in the Wakhan, Dehart mused. He slid a ballpoint pen across an imaginary line on the resolute desk. Chinese forces who aren't supposed to be in Tajikistan to begin with cross the border into Afghanistan. That's crossing a lot of boundaries to apprehend someone you know isn't a spy. What's their end game? Perhaps they are already aware of that connection to Dr. Ryan. Possibly, Adler offered. But I believe that's a card they would have played earlier to capture the president's attention. You're right, Foley agreed. And even if they did know, it still doesn't logically follow. Not that Beijing has any reason to fear Kabul, but an incursion like that constitutes an act of war. Moreover, they've been actively engaging with the Taliban recently, not looking to provoke them by detaining their alleged agents. Dehart shifted his attention to the defense secretary. Any new intelligence from Tajikistan? Patterns of movement, anything like that? Nothing unusual, sir, Burgess replied. We do have an operational detachment alpha team from Mazar-e-Sharif collecting information in the Wakhan corridor. He hesitated briefly. For clarity, and Oda is Dehart lifted a hand, offering a thin smile that stopped just short of impatience. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm familiar with what an A-team does. He let out a slow breath. All right. Time for me to embrace the role of the unpredictable acting president. Adler spoke up. I'll coordinate with the foreign minister to arrange the secure video conference. Hold on that, Dehart said. Let's have communications set up a direct call with President Zhou as soon as possible. This is a matter best handled between presidents. His eyes met Foley's. Acting or not, I'm an unknown variable. Maybe we can throw Zhou off balance. Get a read on his intentions. Burgess gave an approving nod. Zhou won't know if you're playing a hand or showing it. Precisely, Dehart said, rising to his feet, which prompted the rest to stand. I'll see to arranging your call with President Zhou, Adler said. Very well, Dehart acknowledged. Director Foley, would you remain for a moment? Once they were alone, Dehart leaned forward. How did I handle that? Sir, I can see you evaluating me, he said with a wry grin. It's understandable, I suppose. I'd do the same in your position. What would President Ryan have done differently? Foley offered a gentle, almost maternal smile. Not a single thing, sir. Not one. You should know something, Dehart said quietly. What's that, sir? I don't bluff. With all due respect, Foley replied, her tone light but pointed. "You could be bluffing right now." "I could," DeHart conceded, "but I'm not. Just keep doing exactly what you're doing, Mr. President," Foley said. "You'll be just fine." Jack found his father alone in the dimly lit dining room of the residence, elbows planted on the table, face buried in his hands. The old man looked up as Jack entered, a heartbreakingly sorrowful smile touching his lips, the kind of smile that comes just before tears fall, a signal of surrender. Jack had seen that expression on others, but never on his dad. Without a word, Jack pulled his father into a tight embrace, struck by how fragile he felt, the usual vitality that made him larger than life utterly drained away. Stepping back but keeping his hands on his father's shoulders, Jack asked, "What can I do?" "What can any of us do, son?" Ryan murmured. "Sally. I'm learning she's the steady one in all this," Jack said. "Reminds me of Mom." "Is she here?" Ryan sighed. "In the kitchen with the kids, trying to hold them together." "I think she's counting on you to handle me. Or maybe the other way around." Jack managed a grin chuckle. "Any news at all?" "Nothing," Ryan said, the words heavy. "It's tearing me apart, but I have to step back and let the professionals work. Too many cooks spoil the broth, and the last thing your mother needs is confusion over who's running the search. This requires a clear head and a methodical approach, as much as I hate to admit it. Now, if I knew who was responsible, clear heads would be the first thing out the window." "Tell me about it." His father drew a long breath. "What about the team?" "Clark. Yes. He's coordinating on our end, working with Mary Pat to avoid overlaps. We have a few threads, but nothing solid yet. Dom's embedded with the FBI down in San Antonio." "That's good," the old man said. "It might sound like a cliché, but we have to trust our people to do what's right." Jack ran a hand over his face. "Dad, I don't know if I can just wait while she's out there." "I know the feeling," Ryan said, "and I share it. But there's a reason they advised people with access to nuclear weapons not to personally hunt down their best friend's kidnappers." "Or their mother," Jack added. "Ah," the old man said, a flicker of dark humor in his eyes. "But you don't have access to nukes." Jack met his gaze steadily. "Shows what you know, Dadum. If I ever needed them, I'd find a way," he muttered, pulling his father into a tight hug with a groan. "I just feel like I should be doing more right now." "You already are, son," Ryan assured him. "You truly are." Near the village of Vagged Boy, Sergeant Megnaz, the new communications sergeant for OTA 03112, crouched behind a massive, jagged boulder. "Watches can be moved, Captain," he pointed out. Megnaz had bright red hair and a face full of freckles, but so far the team had avoided any obvious nickname. So's had to be earned. Just moments earlier they'd received an alert. The emergency locator on Monty Harper's expensive watch had been activated, placing it within a quarter-mile of Vagged Boy. They'd paused to check in with Split Team Bravo via satellite phone and finalize their approach. Dawn was still a couple of hours off, and with no light pollution, the starry sky over the mountains was breathtaking. For a second, Captain Brock wished he could share this view with his son minus the heavy gear and the imminent mission. He tucked the sat phone back into his chest rig. "What's your point, Sergeant?" "I'm just thinking," Megnaz said, breaking the quiet moment, "that captors would probably strip a $10,000 watch off a prisoner first thing." "Normally, you'd be right," Sergeant Thielon agreed. "But combined with the missing horses, it strongly suggests the Harpers are still in that village." "True," Megnaz conceded. "It's just strange the signal is going off now, so long after the capture." "Absolutely," Brock said. "A local might have fiddled with it and triggered the beacon by accident. It could be a trap. Or maybe the Harpers have been under watch until now, and this is their first chance to send a signal." "Exactly," Thielon said. "And the only way to know is to go see for ourselves." "Roger that," Megnaz replied. "Don't get me wrong, I'm fully on board." "Never doubted it," Brock said. A soft nicker came from the darkness behind them as one of their horses pawed the rocky ground.
Megnaz soothed the animal with a low, experienced whisper. "Easy now, buddy, it's all right." Special Forces operatives were trained to adapt and improvise. Even before the jump, Sergeant Thalan had proposed the first adjustment to their plan. They'd link up with one of his contacts in the early hours at Mulungdan, acquiring horses for the final leg to Vejd Bor. The Waki man knew the soldiers wouldn't need the animals after the mission, so as long as the horses survived unscathed, he'd get them back effectively renting them out for a selling price. It was a practical arrangement for everyone. Years of conflict had nearly wiped out Afghan breeds like the lean Katani, once ridden by Special Forces and the Northern Alliance, but now hardy Tajik and Kyrgyz mountain horses occasionally crossed the border. For most people in the Wakhan, a horse was simply a tool, legs a strong back, and for mares, a source of milk. Thalan's contact, nicknamed Kalikov after the ubiquitous AK-47 rifle, was one of the few who genuinely cared about the animals and their lineage, or so he claimed. He insisted all three mounts were pure Kachani, sturdy and reliable. Brock's horse, a bony dun with a head that reminded him of a backhoe bucket, was supposedly a former champion at Buskishbai, the chaotic, often brutal game involving a headless goat, which locals said was 80% horse and 20% rider. As they waited, Brock couldn't shake a nagging thought. What if the watch signal was a deliberate distraction, meant to pull them into an ambush? The silence of the mountains felt heavier with that possibility hanging in the air. The saddles of Central Asia were rugged constructions of wood, featuring a deep seat nestled between a forward-swept horn and a tall cantle. Comfort wasn't their strong suit, but for a cavalryman, security in the saddle mattered far more. Kalikov offered 3 of them at 5,000 Afghanis, a roughly $60 flea, expecting to reclaim them later. Defying his tech specialist image, Megnaz had spent his youth on a ranch in southern Idaho. Had complained about the lean Afghan horses, yet he was the most skilled rider among the 3, visibly thrilled to be astride his lanky bay. The soldiers kept their uniforms and gear, but swapped boonie hats for bakal, draping long Afghan robes over everything to disrupt their silhouettes at first light. Thalan raised a hand, signaling a halt. His dappled gray mount pivoted, sensing a distant disturbance before their ears could catch it. "You hear that?" Thalan asked. Brock checked his dun horse with the reins, applying leg pressure to curb its nervous prancing or making a valiant attempt. Then the sound reached him, the clatter of stones and ragged, strained breathing. "Captain!" Thalan called out, digging his heels into his horse and driving it toward a jumble of rocks. "I think we've got company coming fast." The 3 men guided their horses into the cover of the outcrop and turned as one just as a single horse galloped past, panting and wheezing from pure terror and exhaustion. In the indigo gloom, the vague shape of a body lashed across its back was just discernible. Brock, gripping his M4 in one hand and the reins in the other, swung the rifle toward the fleeing animal. "Stop that horse!" Megnaz, bringing up the rear, found himself nearest. He wheeled his bay, leaning forward to give the horse its head and spurring it into a chase. Unburdened and fresh, the bay closed the gap in a dozen powerful strides. Megnaz leaned out at a full gallop, seizing the terrified animal's bridle and hauling back on his own reins to bring both to a jolting, jogging halt. He led the captured horse back to the rocks while Brock and Thalan scanned the trail for any more riders. "This is some seriously strange business," Thalan remarked, examining the dead man's uniform. "Place soldier throat's been slit. He'd say that significantly improves our odds of being on the right trail," Brock observed. First, the vanishing horses on the surveillance feed, then the bridling emergency signal, and now a dead Chinese soldier. He retrieved the satellite phone from its pouch and extended the antenna. "Let's move up, get an exact grid, and relay it to the Huff." Roughly 500 kilometers away, the helicopter assault force was airborne, comprised of Chief Guzman, Sergeant Ward, the rest of Odero 321, and 60 Afghan National Army commandos. They lifted off in 2 Sikorsky A-60 Black Hawks and a single Boeing Chase 47 Chinook. Their estimated flight time was 90 minutes. Colonel Tu stalked back and forth like a trapped predator.
He had changed into a Paco hat and shalwar kameez. His soldiers had all adopted some version of the traditional loose trousers and long shirt, likely to confuse satellite observation. The colonel appeared on the verge of snapping at any moment. He snarled at the Harpers and berated his own men over the slightest provocation. Harper guessed his foul temper stemmed from his expected transport being delayed, but whatever the cause, everyone gave the man a wide berth heaven, his aide, Captain Shen. Harper was applying clove oil to Sham's fractured tooth when the colonel violently shoved aside the yurt flap and ducked inside. The soldier with the video camera entered next, trailed by 2 riflemen. Captain Shen followed last, smoothed the front of his tunic, drew himself up, and summoned Harper closer with a flick of a braided leather riding crop. "The time has arrived for your confession," Tu declared. Harper dipped his head. "I am prepared to knot you," Tu snapped. Naomi straightened up from where she'd been assisting Sham's mother with the morning bread, her posture rigid with fury. "I swear to you," dismissed her with a flick of his hand. "Save your breath. I don't have time for empty threats. You will read the statement I've prepared, or I will put a bullet in your husband's skull. Hesitate again, and I'll do it without another word." A wave of dizziness washed over Naomi. Her legs gave way, but Sham's mother was there, catching her arm. Blinking back tears, Naomi found Harper's gaze and shook her head, her voice breaking. "I'm so sorry, my love. I know what we agreed, but I can't watch him murder you." "It's all right," Harper said, his voice strained. "Well, be silence." The colonel seized Naomi by her hair, yanking her off balance and hauling her across the woven rug. Harper surged forward only to freeze as Tu pressed the cold barrel of his pistol to Naomi's temple. "Her final confession will be written in blood and bone." Harper raised his hands in surrender. "All right," Ian stopping. Tu shoved Naomi back against the felt wall of the yurt. Outside, long shadows stretched across the valley floor as the sun crested the eastern peaks, washing the scattered sheep and gathered herders in a pale dawn light. One of Tu's soldiers stood braced before the entrance, a video camera propped on his shoulder. He gestured, and another soldier tied the door flap open to flood the interior with gray morning. A third knelt just below the lens, clipboard in hand, holding the script, for Naomi's forced confession. The cameraman powered on a small LED light panel glanced through his viewfinder and gave a sharp nod. They were ready. A Tajik guard pulled Harper aside, keeping him out of the frame. Tu leveled his pistol, not at Naomi, but at Harper. "If she tries to signal you by blinking or altering a single word, I will shoot you. If you argue or disobey, I will shoot you." Immediately he glared back at Naomi, the muzzle of the black Makarov unwavering. "Is that understood?" "I understand," Naomi said, steadying her breath. "Good," Tu replied, exhaling as if relieved. "Now, you will tell the world of your lies." A young soldier ducked inside, his face flushed, rifle tight. He cleared his throat. The colonel whirled on him, barking a question Harper couldn't decipher. Captain Shen stepped over, listened to the soldier's rushed report, and relayed it in a low voice. Tu's knuckles whitened around the leather quirt in his hand. A dark flush crept up his neck. He unleashed a torrent of orders at the young man, spittle flying from his lips. Finally he turned back, smoothing his uniform tunic with a trembling hand. Outwardly he composed himself, but his voice was frayed wire. He snapped the quirt toward Naomi. "Begin!" Harper didn't need a translation. Tu had just been informed that one of his own men had deserted, stealing a horse and fleeing the camp. Had the colonel doubted the report, Harper would already be dead. Given the wild, unstable look in Tu's eyes, that possibility still hung in the air. The colonel was terrified, and Harper knew better than anyone that fear was the quickest path to brutality. Tu struck his own thigh with the quirt and snarled at the cameraman. Naomi started to read, but Harper's attention was fixed on a small drone-like device that hovered briefly at the doorway, its lens pausing to scan the room before darting away. Secretary of State Idler was in the room, accompanied by Bob Burgess, General Vogel from the Joint Chiefs, a recording secretary, and 2 Mandarin interpreters. One interpreter also had ties to the White House military office. Foley had expected President Dehart to surround himself with a full bench of advisors for this conversation. Having served as a senator from Pennsylvania, Dehart's background wasn't rich in foreign affairs, but he possessed a calm and calculating nature essential traits for navigating a discussion with Beijing. Dehart stayed seated behind the resolute desk, eyes shut in concentration, while Betty Martin waited nearby, telephoned handset in hand, for the signal that the line was open. Foley settled into a side chair opposite the president, a legal pad and pen on her knee, prepared to slide him a note if the conversation took an unexpected turn. From her own time in similar situations, she knew that if anyone ever reviewed the audio logs of high-stakes calls, the persistent background sound of pen on paper would tell its own story. Betty Martin straightened her posture almost imperceptibly. "Please hold for the President of the United States," she said into the receiver before turning to Dehart. "Sir, President Zhou is on the line." At Dehart's nod, she activated the speakerphone, replaced the handset, and withdrew toward the windows overlooking the rose garden, fading into the background until needed again. Here we go, Foley thought. Quite the first day on the job. She offered Dehart a confident, encouraging smile and a firm thumbs. "Zhou Shosi," Dehart began. "Thank you for making time to speak with me." His use of the honorific Grossamore, commonly understood as chairman then president in Mandarin, drew subtle, surprised glances from the interpreter. Mixing languages could have seemed clumsy, but Dehart carried it with a natural grace. "Of course," Zhou replied in clear English. "Please convey our most sincere sympathies to President Ryan during this terrible ordeal. Whatever arises from our discussions today or tomorrow, you must believe we earnestly wish for Mrs. Ryan's swift and safe return." "Thank you," Dehart said. "I will share your kind words." He bypassed further pleasantries and, to Foley's relief, avoided any apology for his own newness to the role. Instead, he went straight to the heart of the issue, what Ryan would have called the yolk of the egg. After a concise summary of the alarming developments in the Wakhan corridor, Dehart continued, "As you can see, the situation is deeply abnormal. I am confident your military would never intentionally invade a sovereign nation under these conditions. It leads me to suspect you may have a rogue officer who has dramatically exceeded his authority." "Mr. President," Zhou responded, "I assure you I will investigate this matter thoroughly." "And I appreciate that," Dehart said, his tone sincere. "Truly. But I must be frank with you, sir. Our country is under immense strain as we search for those who kidnapped our First Lady. Some within my administration might view this incursion, following so closely on the heels of that crime, as suggestive of Beijing's involvement." A rapid burst of Mandarin came from Zhu's end, translated by a female aide. "We strongly reject any implication of involvement in Mrs. Ryan's abduction." "Such allegations make for a most unfortunate beginning, I understand," Dehart interjected, remaining calm but direct. "I am only being transparent about the perceptions some hold. You can likely guess who." Dehart glanced up, just long enough to shoot the Secretary of Defense a knowing, almost playful look. "Personally, I do not believe China is behind this. I am, as we say, showing all my cards. Our intelligence clearly indicates Chinese military personnel are operating inside the Wakhan." "I feel certain you, sir, were unaware of their presence." Zhou began to speak again in Mandarin, but Dehart pressed forward, his previously measured voice gaining intensity and volume with each succeeding word. "I want to be perfectly clear," Dehart stated, his voice firm. "I will not stand by while American citizens who are in that country on a humanitarian mission are threatened by an invading force. They are guests in a sovereign nation, and they will be protected." President Zhou's reply was brief and in English. "I will investigate. You have my word." "See that you do, Mr. President," Dehart responded. "And until this is resolved, I'd strongly suggest you keep anyone you value far away from Afghanistan." "I swear." Anyone who tries to harm my people will be erased from this planet. Burgess considered the situation. I doubt he wants a direct confrontation with us there, not so close to his own border. Dehart accepted the pain relievers and water Betty Martin brought him, swallowing them quickly. Perhaps, he conceded. But if he chooses that path, my inaugural act will be to ignite a global conflict. From her place by the fireplace, the Director of National Intelligence observed the new president. Mary Pat Foley, a woman whose long career had hardened her to cruelty, felt an unexpected surge of emotion. She was moved by Dehart's commanding presence and the foresight of the man who had placed him in this role, her eyes briefly misting over. In the darkness near the village, Megnoz compared the live drone feed to the photos in his hand. Telehog. We have visual confirmation on the hostages. He and Brock had closed the distance under the cover of night, the wind masking their scent from the guard dogs. Sergeant Thilan scanned the compound through his rifle scope, gathering details. Brock watched the video feed as Megnoz piloted the tiny drone. The Black Hornet, small enough to fit in a vest pocket, was a silent aerial camera with impressive range. The dogs are getting agitated, Thilan noted calmly, his eyes still glued to his scope. Their barking is actually helping us. It's drawing everyone's attention to the hills, away from our position. Bring the drone back. Copy that, Megnoz said. Then he paused. Wait, sir. The male hostage is holding up his fingers. I think he's signaling a head count. Noted, Brock said. Now pull it, damn it, Megnoz interrupted, his hands working the controls. I've lost the feed. Thilan's voice was a steady murmur. One of the dogs just leaped up and caught it, Captain. The hostiles have it now. They're losing their minds over it. Brock was already on the radio, calling in the cavalry. The target was located. Now it was time for the extraction. Helos are 4 minutes out, he reported. Still mounted, Megnoz released a second nanodrone into the cold air. I'll have eyes back on target in 3. Flying crossbow, Thilan whispered, his focus unwavering. Second hut to the left. They know we're here. The portable missile launcher was a direct threat to the incoming helicopters. How many? Brock asked tersely. Spotting one so far, Thilan replied, his breathing controlled. He hasn't shouldered it yet. Their rules were unambiguous. Armed enemies were holding Americans captive. A rescue was imminent. If one of those enemies raised a weapon, Thilan would end the threat without a second order. The distinctive thumping of rotor blades began to reverberate through the valley. That was a mistake, Thilan said softly, exhaling and settling in behind his rifle. Inside the compound, at the sound of the approaching aircraft, Harper moved quickly to Naomi's side. Colonel Tu and his soldiers burst from the yurt, their eyes sweeping the rugged peak. Nearby, Captain Shen clenched his fist around the shattered remains of a small drone, flinging the pieces aside with a look of pure disgust. Choosing to stay out of the escalating chaos, the Harpers pressed themselves flat against the ground just inside the doorway, watching the scene erupt. A soldier clutching a missile launcher lurched forward, only for the upper portion of his skull to vanish in an instant. Monty Harper instinctively tightened his arm around his wife, whispering for her to turn away. Naomi simply shook her head, her gaze fixed. Soldiers scrambled in every direction, frantically leading horses from their hiding spots inside other tents. While most of the livestock grazed peacefully down the valley, the few remaining sheep and yaks in the camp erupted into a frantic chorus of bleats and stomps, stirred by the pandemonium. Colonel Tu stood shouting into a satellite phone beside a stone animal pen, his tantrum reminiscent of a child throwing a fit when no one pays attention. Then came the deep, rhythmic thruma sound that swelled into the most glorious noise Monty Harper had ever known. 2 Black Hawk helicopters surged into view, their rotor wash echoing off the mountain walls, followed closely by the imposing silhouette of a twin-rotor Chinook. It was a breathtaking display of raw power. Tu thrust the phone at his aide, jabbing a finger in screaming orders Harper couldn't decipher, though he imagined it was something like, "You deal with this."
Abandoning the device to Captain Shen, the colonel broke into a run toward his horse just as the Black Hawks descended. He skid to a halt, spotting the fallen missile launcher.
In a move of stunning foolishness, he bent to grab it and was instantly cut down. "Well, he's done," Harper muttered over the pounding rhythm of the helicopters. "I can see that," Naomi replied, a visible shiver running through her. "Everyone, stay perfectly still," Harper called to the others in the yurt. "Hands on your heads. Make it clear we are not a threat." A stream of soldiers poured from the helicopters, hitting the ground and immediately advancing on the village. 3 Manchu Chinese soldiers and 1 Tajik managed to mount horses and bolted down the valley, whipping their mounts desperately. Harper felt Naomi gasp beside him. "What is it?" "Look," she breathed, a hard edge in her voice. "Coming right for them." Harper turned to see 2 new riders charging up the valley directly toward the fleeing men. The figures were large, almost too big for their horses, clad in desert camouflage and wide-brimmed boonie hats. Horse soldiers. In a perfectly coordinated assault, Guzman, Ward, the rest of Oda 03112, and their Afghan commando allies swept through the village. The show of force was so overwhelming that the only casualties were the soldier who'd tried to fire the missile launcher and the colonel who'd made the same fatal mistake. From his concealed overwatch position, Sergeant Thalan had guided the helicopters in, while Brock and Megnes intercepted the escaping riders. An Afghan major directed his commandos to round up the remaining Ply and Tajik soldiers, disarming and securing them. Sergeant Ward, leaving the prisoners in capable hands, focused the team on gathering intelligence documents, weapons, and especially the late colonel's satellite phone, which his aide had tried to discard as if it were burning hot. Weinrich, the team medic, was checking the Harpers outside a yurt when Brock rode up and swung down from his horse. "Captain," the medic said, "these civilians have been through the ringer. Can we arrange transport for them?" Captain Ward approached then, accompanied by a middle-aged Waki woman. Through an Afghan commando interpreter named Hashem, she explained that her husband had been killed by the colonel. Consumed by grief and rage, she had crept to the colonel's quarters, intending to kill him herself. Captain Shen's arrival had forced her to hide, but before she slipped away, Shed overheard the colonel speaking on his phone, and he was speaking in English. Senator Michelle Chadwick closed the door to her Arlington condo and tossed her keys onto the entryway table. Her grandfather, a man who'd made his fortune in real estate, always said the foyer sold the home. It was the first and last impression the space guests would see. He'd have approved of this place a safe, desirable neighborhood just outside the capital. He would not, however, have approved of the dog. Pets, in his view, belonged on a ranch, not in a fine home where they might lower property values. Speaking of which, Chadwick made a soft kissing sound. Where was Hondo? It was odd he hadn't rushed to greet her. Her border collie mix was always waiting at the door. Hondo, Mama's home. A muffled yelp and the sound of scratching came from the direction of the bathroom. That little rascal had locked himself in again. "How about a quick walk before Nick comes over?" She stopped cold as she turned the corner. A man sat on her sofa wearing only jogging shorts and the blue paper shoe covers used in hospitals. He looked up from the papers spread across her coffee table, his expression utterly bored, and took a sip from a glass of iced tea. Beside a stack of file folders lay a black pistol fitted with a silencer. Chadwick's legs went weak. She braced a hand against the wall. Shoe covers? A suppressor. This was very, very bad. "How did you get in my home?" She forced her voice to sound angry, masking the terror. He wasn't a big man, maybe her height, but lean and wiry with muscle. He was only 15 feet away. A flick of his wrist and a pull of the trigger was all it would take, and from his calm demeanor, that seemed to be the plan. She glanced at the mantel clock. If she could just keep him talking for 5 minutes, she'd filibuster for her own life. "I have cash," she said, "in the safe. I can open it." He shook his head, a sneer twisting his lips. Something was wrong with his skin. It wasn't makeup. It looked like mottled spots covered his torso, neck, and face, like some pale, ghostly leopard. She shifted tactics, nodding toward the documents. "What is all that?" She was genuinely curious. Ascends usually took files. They didn't bring them. "Michelle, Michelle, Michelle," the man sighed.
He took another slow sip of tea, his dead doll's eyes fixed on her. "What's the deal with this stuff?" He stuck out his tongue. "You don't believe in sweet tea?" Her mind went blank. He lifted the pistol. "What about the papers?" she stammered again. "Your stocks." He set the glass down and slid a top envelope toward him. "Let's see, this one's for Galindo Pharmaceutical out of San Juan. And here are some options for Trax Medical, based in Caguas. Gotta tell you, Michelle, this looks suspicious. Did you mention these on your annual financial disclosure? You did file that, right? I've never seen those before, and you know it." He sank back into her cushions, gesturing at her with the barrel of the gun. "You know why nobody likes you, Michelle." "Why's that?" "I watched you on TV and I figured it out," he said. "You don't just act like you're right. You act like everyone else is a complete idiot."
"What gives you the right to break into my home and threaten me?" He laughed, a dry, humorless sound, and pushed himself to his feet with a groan. To her surprise, he left the gun on the table and walked over to stand directly in front of her, hands clasped behind his back. A sudden steely resolve flooded through her veins. "I won't allow you to lay a hand on me," he chuckled, tapping the tip of her nose. "You mean like this? You're a monster." "Ah, Michelle." His movement was a blur, a brutal impact against her side that stole her breath. She gasped, bracing herself against the wall to remain upright, the words forced through clenched teeth. You fight like a coward." He gestured toward her abdomen. "I didn't hit you," he stated calmly, raising a bloodied knife. "I cut you." Her balance failed, a dizzying moment of swaying before her legs gave out and she landed hard on the floor. The man returned to the sofa, wiping the blade clean on the upholstery. "Shouldn't take too long now," he remarked. "Fairly certain I grazed your liver." From the bathroom, Hondo's frantic barks answered her muffled cry. She pressed a hand to the searing pain, watching blood seep through her fingers. "Please," she breathed out, the plea barely audible. "Leave my dog alone." The door behind her shuddered in its frame. She'd nearly bought enough time. Her boyfriend was here and at agent. He'd be carrying. Almost. A scream tore from her throat. "Niniak!" The room tilted, the sound seeming to die in the air. She tried to call out again, with the same hollow result. 2 shots rang out. One struck her chest. The second hit just beneath her left eye. Well, this escalated into a complete disaster, Furman P. thought as he finished the senator and bolted for the balcony door, firing at least 1 round into the large man who'd burst through the front entrance with guns drawn. P. knew he'd hit his target. He recognized the distinct thud of a bullet finding flesh. Whether it was a kill shot was irrelevant. He'd gotten the woman in the eye. She was done. The documents were planted, and the big guy had only caught the briefest glimpse of him. Sure, the cops would find his clothes, neatly folded on the couch. He'd removed them to avoid bloodstains during the up-close work on the senator. If the other guy hadn't shown up, he could have taken his time. Enjoyed the process slow and methodical, like in the old days, not like these rushed, impersonal political jobs. The big guy's arrival forced his hand, ruining the whole operation. A lousy deal all around. P was aware they could pull DNA from the clothing. He watched enough crime shows. But they'd have to catch him first to make a match, and he had no intention of letting that happen. He tossed the gun into a hedge and broke into a steady jog down the street. To any casual observer, he was just a guy out for a nightly run. He reached the first corner before 2 women in a blue Dodge Dart slowed, rolling down their windows to ask if he'd escaped from the local mental hospital. They pointed at the disposable shoe covers still on his feet and burst into laughter. If he'd still been armed, he would have shot them both without a second thought. Operational Detachment Alpha 03112 handed Colonel 2's satellite phone over to the team's cyber specialist. The device had no password protection, granting immediate access to the call logs from the previous 3 weeks. The list of numbers traced up the chain of command and then laterally to the CIA, which forwarded the data directly to Liberty Crossing. One of Mary Pat Foley's analysts had been on standby since the bridling emergency beacon activated. She personally delivered the findings to Foley's office, placing an annotated spreadsheet on the director's desk. The intelligence analyst, a 26-year-old mother of 2 with a master's degree in economics from Baylor, stepped back and crossed her arm. She reminded Foley of her younger self, a dedicated professional balancing motherhood and a demanding career. Not only had she secured subscriber data for all the numbers, including 2 apparent burners pinging towers in Afghanistan, but she'd also conducted a thorough background investigation on the number Colonel 2 had called 13 times in 4 days. Malhotra Med Forzudatul in Hyderabad, India. "This is exceptional work, Katie," Foley said, reaching for her desk phone. For a brief second she considered calling Jack directly, but decided against it, setting the receiver back down. He knew exactly what needed to be done, yet he understood that taking any direct action himself was out of the question. His presence alone carried too much weight. Simply appearing to observe would cause people to instinctively defer to his will, regardless of his intentions. "Jody," Foley began the moment her assistant answered, "inform my security team I need to get to the White House immediately." After she provided Acting President Dehart with a concise summary of the intelligence from the A-team, he gestured toward the sofa. One number from the recovered satellite phone traced back to a Cayman Islands bank. While they hadn't yet breached the accounts, the implication was clear. Malhotra had paid for the abduction of the Harpers. "And their daughter works with the First Lady," Dehart noted, piecing it together. "Becca Harper completed her medical fellowship under Dr. Ryan," Foley added. "If the President, acting on faulty intelligence, were to dispatch Delta Force or SEAL Team 6 into Tajikistan to rescue family friends, I see the scenario," Dehart interjected. Could the motive really be this transparent? A billionaire with a precarious buyout deal pays a foreign officer to kidnap 2 doctors solely to embarrass the president and distract him from a pharmaceutical bill? Foley let out a weary sigh. He's attempting to sell his company to a German conglomerate, presumably for a staggering sum. This legislation threatens to derail that entire sale. What wouldn't someone do to protect a multi-billion-dollar transaction? You advised looking at the subtext of these actions. The data from the Colonel's phone is compelling. We also have to consider the sudden flood of deepfake videos falsely depicting President Ryan, the coordinated ransomware attacks, and now the Harpers. Viewed collectively, it's a remarkably effective campaign of active measures, designed to sideline our key initiatives and drain the time and energy of the entire administration. Which leads to the inevitable question, Dehart said. Are we concluding that Harjit Malhotra is responsible for the First Lady's abduction? No definitive proof, Foley replied. Not yet. But you and I both know he's involved. We've identified that the Japanese operative from the Tokyo hackerspace made multiple recent trips to India. Remind me again how we acquired that particular detail. Foley drew a slow breath, holding it for a moment before exhaling. Dehart shot her a cautious, sidelong glance. "What is it?" "You look like you're about to tell me my dog ran away to a farm upstate." "Mr. President," she started, her tone measured. "We've previously discussed the potential threat of a rogue faction of former military personnel." "The Camarilla," Dehart finished. "Mercenaries, elite guns for hire. I'm aware one of the individuals in Tokyo had ties to Japanese special forces." "Correct, sir," Foley said. "However, there is another element in motion here that you need to be aware of, given the circumstances." Dehart's wary expression deepened. Foley took another breath, feeling as though she were confessing to a well-intentioned crime. "There exists a separate entity that President Ryan established years ago. Once I share this information, you will become part of an exceptionally small group aware of its existence." By the time she finished, Dehart was standing. She hadn't offered names yet, but would have if he'd asked. As the acting commander-in-chief, he was ultimately in charge. Ryan was a shrewd judge of character. If he trusted DeHart enough to hand him the reins during this crisis, Foley had to respect that judgment. Withholding this information only to have him discover it later would shatter any trust between them. DeHart turned, clasping his hands behind his back, then spun around abruptly. "So what you're telling me is that we're using our own unofficial good Camarilla to track down this bad one. They're called the Compass," Foley clarified. "But in essence, yes, that's accurate. And they are currently in India, pursuing the lead on the Japanese soldier?" "They are," Foley confirmed. "A tip from Japanese intelligence led us in that direction," Foley explained. "DeHart considered this, so other countries are aware of the campus's existence. The intelligence community thrives on misdirection," Foley reminded him. "When they make contact, it's almost always under the assumption they're dealing with the CIA or another official U.S. agency." "I understand," DeHart said, his questions sharp and probing Gaxley, the sort Foley herself would have posed if the situation were reversed. "Who runs the day-to-day operations over there?" He raised a hand to stop her before she could reply. "Never mind. I don't need specifics right now. Our immediate focus is bringing Kathy Ryan home safely. I presume you'll have your people gather what they can on Malhotra and pass it to the FBI's legal attaché. It strikes me that every station chief I've ever known loses their mind if someone operates in their territory without checking in first." "Do your campus operatives follow that protocol?" "They typically do not," Foley admitted. "But I conduct informal checks to avoid conflicts and ensure they aren't interfering with active operations." "Good enough," DeHart said. "With any luck, my stay in this office will be brief." He stopped pacing and fixed her with a firm look. "But if, through some unfortunate twist, I end up here for a longer period, we will be having a very detailed conversation about the standing of this unofficial campus." "The work they do is exceptional, Mr. President," Foley stated. "I don't doubt it," DeHart replied. "But that conversation will still be necessary." He closed his eyes briefly, a weary sigh escaping him. "Yes, it is a profoundly lonely place." Cassie Ryan awoke on her side, a sharp object digging into the skin above her ankle. Her hands were numb, but the muscles in her neck burned with a fierce ache. She shook her head, trying to piece together memories beyond the relentless, high-pitched ringing in her ears. A wave of drug-induced nausea rolled over her. There had been spiders, large, hairy, leaping ones, which likely pointed to a ketamine dart. Midazolam was probably in the mix too, given the gaping holes in her memory. A soft hood, not the rough fabric she'd imagined from spy movies with Jack, covered her head. Jack, what have I dragged us into? She had trained herself long ago not to take vision for granted, even blindfolding herself for a full day during her ophthalmology residency to understand her patient's experience during a tarsarophia procedure to suture eyelids shut for protection. She had always strived to empathize with her patients, and this ordeal, if she survived it, would certainly deepen that understanding. The hood's material was thin enough to indicate light in the room, but she couldn't tell if it came from a bulb or a window. Holding her breath, she strained to hear anything beyond her own pounding heart that might clue her in to her surroundings. As she attempted to sit up, the rattle of a chain answered her, and she realized her right wrist was shackled to something solid. Time had lost all meaning. She recalled a van ride. Before that, Karen Sato had been trying to guide her to safety. The rest of her security detail had fallen under a hail of gunfire, the scene unfolding in a slow, horrific blur reminiscent of those violent Sergio Leone films her husband and son loved. The entire event felt surreal, impossible. A spike of panic surged, threatening to shatter her remaining composure. She forced herself to breathe slowly. She was alive. But why? Ransom seemed unlikely. There were far wealthier individuals with less security. Were they terrorists seeking a statement? If publicity was the goal, she'd already be dead. The only logical reason to keep her alive was as leverage a tool to use against her husband. The chilling realization settled over her, colder than the floor beneath her. The man in the van had spoken after they grabbed her. What were his exact words? They needed her intact. What on earth did that mean? Unharmed? In one piece? Untouched? A cold dread settled in her stomach. "Jack," she breathed into the darkness, "whatever they're forcing you to do, please." A deep, gravelly voice cut through her thoughts, making her flinch back as if struck. "You hungry, miss?" The tone was oddly polite, devoid of the malice she expected. She braced for a blow or the sting of another needle. When neither came, a choked sob escaped her, a battle against the terror threatening to consume her. "You can take that hood off," the voice continued, almost gentle, "if you'd like." Cassie discovered her left hand was unbound and tore the hood away, eyes watering under the glare of a bare bulb. She was dressed in blue hospital scrubs, chained by one wrist to a heavy iron bed frame in a small stifling roll. A leg iron tethered her ankle to a bucket of hardened concrete, granting only a few feet of sluggish movement. The stained mattress held no sheets, not that she needed them in the oppressive heat that smelled of damp and decay. A single window, barred with steel but lacking curtains, framed the gnarled trunk of an old tree. The faded yellow wallpaper seemed to absorb the meager light. Every movement made the bed protest as she carefully swung her legs to the floor, a fresh wave of nausea hitting her with the realization that strangers had changed her clothes. "Name's Bert," the man said. "You're looking a little pale." His manner was all wrong for a kidnapper. There was a strange, unsettling simplicity to him. "Hi, Bert," Cassie replied, disarmed despite herself. "Where are we?" He let out a soft chuckle. "Truth is, I'm not entirely sure. They don't fill me in on the details." He was a tall, muscular man in his late 40s, dressed in jeans and a Western shirt. A thick shock of silver hair contrasted with a severe pink scar that ran from his forehead down to his cheek. He held out a paper plate with both hands, a gesture that was almost childlike. "I scrambled you some eggs." She nodded, her mouth dry. "I need water." "Right," he said, shifting the plate to one hand and pulling a water bottle from his back pocket. "Nearly forgot." She drank desperately, savoring every drop. He watched her eat in silence. "I'm Bert," he said again, then grimaced. "Hell, I already said that." "I'd lose my own boots if they weren't on my feet." Cassie finished the simple meal, a morbid thought intruding. She remembered med school autopsies, the clinical listing of stomach contents. Would this be her final catalog? She pushed the image away and studied her captor. "You feeling all right, Bert?" He nodded slowly. "Why wouldn't I be? They may not have mentioned it, but I'm a doctor," she said, gesturing with her free hand. "I notice you have a bit of ptosis." He frowned. "A what?" "Your eyelid is drooping," she explained, mimicking the motion on her own face. "Can you try to lift it open for me?" He obliged, his face tightening with the effort. Knew something wasn't right with it. "Tell me," Kathy asked, her professional instincts cutting through the fear. "Have you been having headaches?" He let out a weary, humorless laugh. "Oh, you have no idea. They're a real bastard." "I can't say for certain without a proper exam," she said. He took a step back, his face paling. "An aneurysm? Like a stroke?" "More like a weak spot in a blood vessel," she explained, keeping her voice steady. "It's pressing on the nerves. You really need to have a doctor look at it." "I'll do that," he mumbled, picking up the empty plate. "Thanks. Need anything? A bathroom?" She needed one, and Bert seemed like her best shot. He nodded toward a door she'd mistaken for a closet, pulling a key from his belt to free her wrist. "I can't take you off the bucket," he said, almost apologetically. "Rules? You seem all right to me, but you must have really stepped in it." "That's fine, Bert," Cassie said, dragging the heavy bucket behind her. "Just don't forget about your eye." "Are you serious?" Bert let out a short, nervous laugh. "It's all I can think about now. The guys aren't going to be thrilled, though." After he recuffed her to the bed and left, The deadbolt slid into place with a final heavy thud. Alone again, Kathy forced herself to survey the room, desperate for any spark of a plan. She'd read countless tales of impossible escapeswomen who picked locks with hairpins, who brained their captors with a hidden brick, who slipped through bars like ghosts. Her eyes swept over the barren space. Nothing. No tools, no hidden advantages. Just a bucket of concrete she could scarcely move, and the crushing weight of her own fear. Exhaustion eventually pulled her under into a fitful sleep, deeper now without the hood and as the drugs fully left her system. She dreamed of Jack, orchestrating a full-scale military raid to obliterate the men who'd taken her. She saw Jack Jr., all grown up and formidable, bursting through the door in a hail of gunfire to sweep her to safety. The rattle of the lock shattered the dream. Jolting awake, she swung her legs off the bed just as the door crashed open. A stocky, furious man stormed in, closing the distance in 2 strides before she could even focus. He cursed, reared back, and drove his boot into her chest. The impact slammed her against the wall, her chained wrist wrenching violently as a blinding pain erupted in her skull. The air rushed from her lungs, leaving her gasping in silence. He was on her instantly, shoving her face into the rough mattress, his knee digging painfully into her back. The weak whimper escaped her, which only seemed to fuel his rage. "You stupid, meddling bitch," he screamed, spittle spraying against her cheek. "You have no idea what you've done. Think you're clever, messing with my friend." He yanked her head back by her hair, exposing her throat. "You think Bert's some kind of saint?" A harsh, broken laugh escaped him. "Let me educate you, Doctor. He's no different from the rest of us. Before his life went sideways, he'd have been leading the charge to have his way with you." "I didn't mean," she choked out. "No, you didn't think." He shoved her deeper into the mattress, smothering her. She was trapped, immobilized by the chain and his crushing weight. "You had to go and put that fear in him." His voice cracked, dissolving into ragged sobs against her ear. "Now I have to deal with my own friend because of you." Black spots danced at the edges of her vision as she fought for air. From a growing distance she was dimly aware of other voices, of more people rushing into the room. The pressure on her back eased as someone hauled her assailant away, his curses still hanging in the air. He managed a final vicious kick to her leg before they dragged him back. Gasping for breath, she flinched from the impact, curling her body tightly around the chains. "She's the one who killed him," the man wept. "It's all her fault." "Every one of you knows it. Get him out of here," ordered another voice. "The Englishman." Cassie recognized him from the Vanthi one who'd shot Karen and then shoved Kathy into the cold water. The Australian wrestled free and lunged at her again, seizing her hair and yanking her head back with a force that threatened to snap her neck. A raw, primal scream tore from her throat, emerging from a place of terror she'd never known before, dissolving into helpless, childlike sobs. The Englishman struck the Australian hard in the side of the neck, forcing him to let go, though the blow didn't drop him. "Taylor!" he snapped. "Not now!" 2 other men attempted to grab the big Australian's arms, but he swore and shook them off. "All right, fine." He glowered at the Englishman, his expression dark. "But I get to do it. You hear me, mate?" The Englishman gave a slow nod. "Agreed." He gestured toward the door with his chin. "Give us a moment. I need to have a word with our guest." Pulling a bottle of water from his jacket, the Englishman offered it to Kathy. "Sorry about that mess," he said, his tone almost casual. "He got a few good shots in. Shouldn't have let it go that far." Cassie trembled, fighting to steady herself. She worked her jaw back and forth. "I think he cracked a tooth and maybe a rib." "Wouldn't surprise me," the Englishman replied, as if discussing a minor inconvenience. "A bloke that size lands a boot like that, you're lucky it's just a rib. Who are you people?" "Well," he said, leaning slightly forward, "it's not about us. You're here because of who you are." She pressed a palm against her knee to stop her leg from shaking uncontrollably. "Because of my husband, exactly," the Englishman confirmed. "So why not just kill me? "Oh, don't read too much into what I said to Taylor you said not now," Cassie interrupted, her voice rising. "That means it's going to happen." He raised a hand. "Don't get your knickers in a twist, Miss Cathy. I had to calm him down, or he would have finished you right there. That fellow is capable of some truly ugly business." "Seems like Bert was too," Cassie said. The Englishman offered a faint knowing smile, a distant memory flickering behind his eyes. "Oh, love, you haven't the faintest idea. Did that man Taylor, he said he had to kill Bert. Bert's still breathing, the Englishman stated. Taylor's torn up because they've been close mates for years. Came up together in the Legion. I wasn't there, but the two of them were on a job in Africa after they'd signed on with us. An eye went off that was meant for Taylor. Bert took the full blast. Saved his life, no question." "So I made it worse by trying to help his friend?" "You made it worse by putting the idea in his head that he's ill. Now all he talks about is checking into a hospital we found the daft fool heading for the gate just a little while ago." The Englishman met her gaze and shook his head slowly. "Can't allow that. Not at this stage." Cassie slumped against the wall, drawing on every shred of willpower to keep from crumbling in front of him. "I've seen your faces," she whispered. "You use each other's names right in front of me. You're not planning to ransom me." He dropped onto the mattress beside her, sitting close, as if they were old companions. "Don't overcomplicate this, Cathy." He gave her thigh a pat. "I've got a grand plan, do you?" She let out a hollow laugh. "Because from where in sitting I see a group of men so utterly lost that you're ready to kill one of your own for wanting to see a doctor." The Englishman fell silent for a long while, just sitting there, studying her face without so much as a blink. Then his hand returned to her thigh, gripping it with a sudden painful tightness. "You're not wrong, you know. You won't survive this, though I imagine a part of you clings to the fantasy that your husband will summon his FBI hostage rescue team and his Navy SEALs, conjuring every weapon imaginable from his presidential authority to rescue his wife." "Let me be clear, darling, he isn't even president anymore," Cassie shot back, her voice sharp. "I understand my husband." He would relinquish his position before he allowed the office to be tainted. The British man tilted his head, gave her leg one more condescending pat, and exited silently. It was true, Cathy realized. Jack had actually done it. She'd been correct, and the confirmation was right there in the man's reaction. Walking away from the presidency under such pressure would have been an agonizing choice, yet she was certain it was the one he'd make even if it meant sacrificing her. "Well done, Jack Ryan," she murmured, letting her head rest gently against the cold concrete. "Well done, I can't believe that slimy little jerk left her breathing," Craig Taylor grumbled, spinning his iPad around Haleo Debs and the rest to see. The news was saturated with reports about the attempted assassination of Senator Michelle Chadwick. The Australian slapped his own forehead in frustration. "What does that make it now? 3 tries?" "Gil wanted this Chadwick woman painted as a traitor, and our friend from El Salvador has practically crowned her a saint all by himself." Rook lounged on the sofa in shorts and a tee, a pinch of snuff tucked in his lip. He spat into an empty soda bottle, one eye on his phone's poker game. Sulis had a camera dismantled on the table across from Debs, carefully soldering its internal components. Nearly everyone except Bert was armed with a sidearm, and most had their M4 rifles. Close by the Fawn rifles were long gone, either sunk in the river or locked up as evidence. It didn't concern them. These weapons were clean and untraceable. Bert stood at the kitchen sink, washing dishes, his gaze fixed on the water swirling in an empty pot, studying his own faint reflection. "I looked up that Tosis and Third-Never issue online," he said quietly. "Dr. Cathy was correct. I believe there might be something genuinely wrong with me." Taylor glared up at Debs, his anger palpable. "We need to handle this." "I'm aware." The room fell completely still when Debs' phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at the SICTV monitor on the counter, watching a white Impala roll through the gate. "P's back," he announced. "His on the driveway now." Rook spat into his bottle. "Has got some serious explaining to do." P bounced through the door, his steps in rhythm with the Salvadoran cumbia tune he was always humming. He went quiet the moment he noticed every eye in the room fixed on him. He dropped his duffel bag. "What is right?" Taylor snapped. "Your target isn't exactly deceased." "Are you kidding me?" Pease strode over to see the article, but Taylor pulled the iPad back. "You've got a phone. Look it up yourself. This creates a significant complication, Furman," Debs said, his tone measured. "Did you reveal anything to her?" P looked up from typing on his phone. "Did I what?" "No way, man. I'm telling you, I shot her right in the face." "Oh, you sure did," Ruck chimed in, holding up his own phone. "There is a charming photo of her in the hospital with a little bandage under her eye. Real thorough." "What went wrong, Furman?" Dibs pressed. "You told me yourself after the last two mess-ups, you always double-check." "And I do," P insisted, a defensive edge in his voice. "But then this huge guy busted in shouting at F and started shooting at me. I had to get out of there fast." Solis glanced up from his work. "The news says they recovered evidence." "They've got nothing solid," P countered. "Just the documents I was supposed to plant." "Those speak for themselves. For names on them, they're legitimate. Nothing else?" P let out a frustrated groan. "My clothes. I had to ditch them." "You took your clothes off?" Taylor facepalmed again. Rook spat. "You could have burned the whole operation, you idiot," Taylor said. "But I didn't." P fired back. "Hey, Furman," Bert said softly from the sink, not turning around. "Did you catch that? The doc thinks there might be an issue with my third cranial nerve, maybe an aneurysm." "What's he saying now? Any chance you could give me a ride to the clinic later?" P glanced at Debs, who responded with a weary, resigned shake of his head. "Is he actually dealing with an aneurysm?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Taylor replied. "But someone's got to handle this situation." "I know," Debs said, pushing back from the table to stand. He performed a press check on his Browning high-power, verifying a round was chambered before sliding it back into the holster on his hip. "Bert," he said, forcing a thin smile, "come on, I'll walk with you to take the trash down to the disposal trench." Eager to be helpful, Bert dried his hands on a kitchen towel and hefted two bulging bags from the trash cans. "With this many guys around, we generate a mountain of garbage, right, Leo?" "That we do, sir," Debs confirmed. "P, grab your rifle and come with us." "Why me?" Taylor shot him a sharp look. "I'm not doing it." "Consider it a chance to make up for some things." "Whatever," P muttered. "I already told you it wasn't my fault." "Your rifle," Debs repeated firmly. "I can go get mine if you want, Leo," Bert offered. "I don't mind at all." "No, mate," Debs said. "It's fine. P's just coming along as extra security. We've got more folks trying to find us ever since Dr. Cathy arrived." "Yeah," Bert agreed. "You're right. Can't ever be too careful." A somber silence fell over the others in the room. "Hell of a welcome home," P remarked under his breath. "They never actually burned anything in the trench. That would have produced too much smoke, and smoke drew unwanted attention. The neighbors knew they were there, of course. Most assumed it was some kind of oil or gas survey operation, and the men did nothing to suggest otherwise." The walk was short, less than 50 yards from the ranch house to a long excavation in the red earth, about 30 feet long and 15 feet deep, cut through layers of crumbling gray limestone. 2 shovels stood upright, stabbed into the clay beside 2 55-gallon drums filled with quicklime, which helped the waste break down without fire. They'd burn everything only when they finally pulled out for good, which, if things went according to plan, could be any day now. If the plan failed, it could be any minute. Bert tossed the trash bags in one after the other, then stood at the edge of the trench, taking in the view. Below, in a gentle dip in the land, a stock tank caught runoff from the hill, creating a small circle of marshy green amidst the twisted mesquite and cedar. A cool wind swept down the slope, carrying away any potential stench from the garbage. Bert stared into the distance, the breeze stirring his long silver hair. "I'm not well," he said, his sudden frankness catching both men off guard. "But I'm not a fool." Debs took 2 deliberate steps backward. P unslung his rifle and looked over his shoulder at Debs, his voice dropping low. "You certain about this, man?" Bert gave a slow nod, his eyes fixed on the valley. Furman P. just shrugged, a grim acceptance on his face. "This is some truly awful business," he said, and began to raise his reflamed instant before Leo Debs shot him in the back of the head. P. crumpled to his knees, then pitched forward, tumbling into the trench. Bert remained frozen, looking down without moving his head. When nothing else happened, he turned slowly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Debs. "I thought you were going to end me," he whispered. "Not today, brother," Debs said quietly. "Not today." Debs used a screwdriver he'd brought for the purpose to pry the lid off a drum of quicklime. Bert, moving as if in a trance, picked up the other shovel to help. "Why, Leo?" the older man finally asked. "Why Furman and not me?" Debs leaned on his shovel handle, the weight of the moment clear in his posture. "You said it yourself, mate. You're sick. You can't be held fully responsible for the mistakes you make. P didn't have that excuse. He messed up 3 separate times. That was going to get every one of us killed. We took a vote." They both stood there for a while, Bert lost in whatever thoughts his mind could muster, and Debs arriving at the cold realization that Kathy Ryan had been right all along. This entire operation was unraveling at the seam. Bert suddenly looked up, a slow, understanding nod beginning as if he'd just stumbled upon a profound truth. "Leo," he said. "Would you handle things if there's a vote about me?" the man asked. "It would be really tough on Taylor if it fell to him." "Of course," Debs replied, and started throwing shovelfuls of quicklime into the pit where his friend's body lay. 70 miles east of Bangalore, India, Helen Reed, the pilot flying the Hendley Associates Gulfstream P-50 aircraft, north toward Hyderabad. The sprawling city of 7 million was a vibrant hub surrounded by lakes and nestled in green, rolling hills. Reed notified Midas and Adara about the course change, and that Director Foley was waiting for their call. The Director of National Intelligence sounded weary as she updated the 2 operatives. "Malhotra stands to lose a fortune if our pharma independence bill scares off his buyer," Foley explained. "We have proof connecting him to that rogue colonel in Afghanistan. Considering your former Japan Special Forces contact has been making trips to central India, it's reasonable to think Malhotra is involved with the ransomware attacks. If he's hired his little crew of mercenaries for all that," Adara stated, "then he's connected to the First Lady's kidnapping." "Precisely," Foley confirmed. "The FBI legal attaché and the agency station chief in New Delhi are on alert, but don't have the full picture. The legate has connections within the Hyderabad city and Telangana state police." "With all due respect, ma'am," Midas interjected, "we're talking about a billionaire here." "Exactly," Foley said. "His influence could be everywhere. That's why you 2 are going in first. Scout the situation before we commit to any official action." "I say we grab the guy," Adara suggested bluntly. "Take him to a quiet spot and start asking very pointed questions until he tells us where the First Lady is." "Every option is available," Foley affirmed. "I don't need to remind you that time is critical. See what you can uncover and report back as soon as you can." Cassie Ryan shifted in bed, irritated at Jack for not getting up to deal with that relentless cricket chirping. She would do it herself, but her arm felt strangely useless. That was going to complicate the retinopexy she had scheduled for the morning. The incessant noise grated on her nerves. She cracked one eye open and saw Jack across the room, deep in conversation with Mary Pat, sharing some confidence Kathy turned over, her frustration mounting by the second that he would do this to her. Then her wrist snapped taut against the chain. Disoriented, she shifted back to relieve the strain on her shoulder. Lying on her back, she stared at the ceiling. That was a messed up dream. She'd never imagined Mary Pat in that context before. They were friends. Good friends. Jack wouldn't, would he? She'd been through so much with this mania terrorists, spies, assassins, former Soviet officers requesting private meetings in his study. His sudden, tragic climb to the White House. They'd raised 4 kids together.
You couldn't be married as long as they had without really knowing a person.
Could you? Cassie understood what drove him better than anyone alive, but there were just so many secrets he was obligated to keep. It was different with Mary Pat. She saw Jack daily, sharing casual meals in the Navy mess near the Situation Room, casually discussing matters like the fate of nations. Mary Pat Foley was a spy, a professional secret keeper for most of her life. She understood facets of John Pamphrick Ryan that Caffey would never seethe shadow wars against cabals the press, never uncovered unless a mission went disastrously wrong. Cassie knew more than the average citizen. She was, after all, married to the guy, but he always held parts of himself back. She lacked the proper security clearance, of course, but his primary motivation was to shield her from the grim reality the side of him that dispatched bombers to unleash destruction on a distant nation, a place where many dangerous individuals, and inevitably some who were not, would perish. The side of him that made the calls to families of fallen soldiers, listening to their tears, their gratitude for his compassion, or their curses for sending their loved ones into harm's way. It made no difference. Jack endured everyone. Mary Pat was frequently present, occupying a chair that might as well have her name carved into it beside the historic desk. She offered a steadying presence during those unbearable intervals, the very moments he kept hidden from Kathy. "He's fortunate to have you, Mary Pat," Cassie murmured. "He'll rely on you even more once I'm gone." She shifted and curled onto her side, the heavy chains clinking as she drew her limbs tight. These men intended to end her lifelikely soon. Her last meal had been a dry salami sandwich hours before, delivered by a grim-faced Greek guard. A solitary bulb glared from the ceiling around the clock, but the fading light outside signaled it was past 8 in the evening. The guard had left a plastic pail within reach, a crude concession so no one would have to unfasten her wrist restraint. A real charmer, he'd thrown the sandwich and a water bottle at her, gestured to the bucket, grunted, "Use that," and slammed the door. She pressed her face into the stained mattress, her body shaking with silent tears, beyond caring what had caused the discolored patches. The door could swing open again at any second. Murder was on their agenda, but the hunger in their eyes promised other violations before a bullet ended things. A faint whisper made her go rigid, her face still buried. "Hey," she coiled tighter, squeezing her eyes shut. "Ms. Cathy," the voice came again. It was Bert. A simple white tank top highlighted his muscular frame and a map of old scars. His physique spoke of a hardened veteran, but his expression held a childlike uncertainty. She rolled over, squinting against the harsh light. Bert stood at the foot of the bed, looming over her. "Were you being straight with me about my nerve condition? Or was that just a play to get away?" Cassie pushed herself up to sit, dragging the weighted bucket as she hugged her knees. She moved carefully to avoid any noise that might attract others. Bert hadn't visited since the violent episode with the large Australian, and she was sure his presence now was unauthorized. "I was telling the truth," she said. "You do have a medical issue, and it could be severe. But I'll confess I hoped you might appreciate the warning enough to spare me." "I don't hurt folks anymore," he stated flatly. "I used to. Took a lot of lives. Hurt women, too. Not anymore. They didn't deserve it." "It's good you changed," Kathy said, a shiver running through her. "They killed P," he burst out. "He had it coming. P. He let out a long breath. "They're gonna kill us next." "You and me." He stared down at her, working his jaw, visibly grappling with a heavy thought. "We don't deserve that," Kathy ventured. "You don't," Bert corrected. She opened her mouth to speak, but he raised a finger to his lips. "Wish you'd hush for a minute. I'm trying to think this through." Then he turned and slipped out, closing the door without a sound. Cassie stifled a cry. She had already made peace with dying. But now, here was Bert, with his damaged mind and haunted past, casting a single fragile ray of light into the utter darkness. Hope was a cruel torment, yet it was still preferable to the void. Renee Tatum dreaded the daily hour-long commute between Eastland and Abilene. But going home wasn't an option. She had to stay to untangle the mystery of her mother's death. Her initial plan was to just live in the trailer. The police had finished their work there. Renee was a strong woman, convinced she could handle the dread of staying overnight in the house where her mother and brother had been murdered. What she hadn't prepared for was the sheer physical aftermath. As it turned out, no magical cleanup crew arrived after a shooting to tear up stained carpets, wash spatter from the walls, or mop gore from the floors. The police simply locked up and left. The mess wasn't their responsibility. So Renee did what she always did when facing the wreckage of her mother's poor choices. She pulled on a pair of rubber gloves, steadied herself, and got to work. She'd never been one to cry openly, saving her tears for the privacy of her pillow. So she scrubbed and pondered, her mind circling every detail she could recall from her recent calls with her mom. They had spoken every couple of days, without fail. By the time she hauled the buckets and filthy rags out to the trash, she had compiled a mental list of people to question and locations to visit. For now, she had just enough credit left to book a cheap motel for a night or two. Staying in a place where shed wiped remnants of her family from the walls was unthinkable. Not tonight, not ever. She followed 3 separate leads from old paperwork of Royce's shed discovered in her mom's kitchen. The guy at the firearms store was eager to assist, but clearly knew nothing useful except that Royce Vedder was a jerk who treated his wife terribly. The auto body mechanic wasn't more helpful, growling that he would have gladly taken a wrench to Vedder's head if someone else hadn't beaten him to it. He revealed the armored car driver was his brother-in-law and was convinced Royce had picked up the intel for his failed robbery while loitering at the shop, drinking free coffee. Late in the afternoon, an older man selling ham radios from his garage mentioned had overheard Royce and his buddies talking about going shooting near the old Spivey property. Renee remembered her mother saying Royce and his foolish friends liked to play soldier out near Buffalo Gap Road. She had gone to school with one of the Spivey girls, moved to Dallas or Houston years ago, so she had a rough idea where the land was. It was nearly dark and the trip was probably pointless, but she decided to drive out anyway, to see the sort of place where Royce Vedder had prepared for his apocalyptic fantasy. She was almost at the gate when she spotted the older man struggling through a 5-strand barbed wire fence. His hair was long and gray, tousled by the evening wind, and his snug white tank top suggested a life of manual labor. He raised a hand to block her headlights. If he was a killer, he certainly didn't look the part. There was some kind of mark on his face and an expression of pure confusion, as if he wasn't entirely sure where he was. She'd seen that dazed look before on bull riders staggering to their feet after being thrown by a ton of furious animal. This guy kept glancing over his shoulder like he was running from something, or hiding. Against every instinct, Renee pulled over to see if he needed assistance. Shell phone in hand, she simultaneously dialed Chili Edwards. He answered immediately. "Where are you?" she asked. "Meeting my dad at Olive Garden for a late dinner," he said. "Why?" The disoriented man walked to her passenger side and slid in, collapsing into the seat as if he'd been waiting for her. "Bert," he announced. "I think I might have an aneurysm in my third nerve." Renee offered a tight nodding smile, quickly updating Edwards and explaining she'd just picked up a stranger named Bert. Edwards cut her off when she mentioned the Spivey place. "Wait, did you say Spivey?" "Yeah," Renee replied. "Listen, I think Bert here might have wandered off from somewhere. I've decided it's not smart to check out this location alone. Is there any way you could meet me?" Renee asked, her voice tense. "This situation is feeling off." "Head back toward town," Edwards replied. "I'll come to you." Bert gave the dashboard a reassuring tap. "We need to move. They've got cameras at the entrance." "What was that?" Edwards asked. "Cameras, just a second." Renee lowered the phone as a white sedan came bumping down the dirt road from the direction of the main compound. A grim-faced man stepped out to swing the gate open, while the driver stayed put. She shot a look at Bert. "You recognize them?" He gave a slow nod. "That's my acquaintance, Taylor. She'd killed the engine earlier to conserve fuel, and now she worried it would cough and sputter before turning over. The sedan passed through the gate and swung toward them, its headlights flooding the truck's cab. Taylor, having not re-entered the car, was now walking toward her, his form a dark silhouette against the glare, a pistol held loosely at his side. He gave one definitive shake of his head, his expression making it clear he wouldn't think twice. Renee kept the phone low, hidden in the folds of her jacket. "Chili," she whispered urgently into the receiver. "You need to get out here, now." She left the line open and slipped the phone into the crevice between the seats just as Taylor arrived at her window. He gestured with the barrel of the gun for her to exit before leaning in to snatch the device. He held it up, the locked screen glowing between them. She cursed inwardly. She must have bumped the button and disconnected the call. "Smooth move," Taylor said, his Australian drawl utterly devoid of its usual charm when paired with the weapon in her face. A dozen miles away, Chili Edwards threw his Sub into gear and peeled out of the restaurant parking lot, speeding toward the highway. He called his SWAT sergeant as he drove, quickly outlining Renee Tatum's panicked call and her trip to the remote Spivey property. "It was strange," Chili explained. "She was telling me about some older fellow who'd left his family, and then her tone shifted completely, told me to hurry out there, then the line went dead. And she hasn't called back?" "Not yet," Chili said. "I'm going to swing by and check it out. Figured someone should know." He paused, a connection clicking into place. "Hey, remember what Vetter mumbled to his hostage right before he died?" "Something about a spy militia." "Exactly," Chili said. "Renee mentioned Royce Vetter believed he was being tailed by some militia types. What if he was actually saying Spivey militia?" Sergeant Johnson's voice turned grim. "I don't like the sound of that." "I'll dispatch a county unit for backup. Contact me the moment you reach Tatum." "Will do, Sarge," Chili said, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. "I'm probably making a mountain out of a molehill. She likely just hit a dead zone." "Reception is terrible out in those hills." "Probably," Johnson agreed, though neither man bought the simple explanation. "I'll call you," Chili said, about to hang up. "Wait," Johnson interjected. "You have your gear?" Chili glanced back at the organized chaos of tactical equipment in the rear compartment. While the rest of the team had their gear and official vehicles, his assigned ride was a motorcycle, so his personal SUV had become his mobile armory. "Always," he said. Meanwhile, Midas and Adara, carrying only their backpacks, moved swiftly through customs and immigration at the Indian airport under their false document. The morning was young, not yet 7, but the city's chaotic pulse was already at full throttle, though in Adara's experience, Indian traffic was a perpetual state of rush hour. An app-based ride would have been simpler, but given that their contact, Harjit Malhotra, had already demonstrated a knack for digital surveillance, leaving a clear electronic trail seemed unwise. Instead, they opted for a traditional taxi, paying the driver 500 rupees in cash for the journey to the Banjara Hills district, the humid morning air thick with the scent of exhaust and spices. Adara sank into the plush seat, her internal clock hopelessly scrambled. The deep sleep on the private jet, where she could sprawl out without a stranger's eyes on her, had done wonders. As their taxi swung onto the PV Narasimha Expressway heading north, a familiar physical resilience began to return. Her mind, however, was another story. Midas let his head tilt, studying her with a raised eyebrow. Bartosz Midas Jankowski was the senior operative next to Chavez and Clark, a full 10 years older than Adara. He had already lived a full life in the Army Ranger Green Beret, and finally the unit, which he still called Delta Force, retiring as a lieutenant colonel. Had seen enough darkness to earn the right to laugh at the absurd twists of fate that would break most people. A trait Adara figured was his key to sanity. In many ways, his direct, often profane, and surprisingly goofy demeanor made him seem younger than Jack Jr. himself. Adara loved him like a brother. Right now, his gaze felt like a medical scan. "Should I be concerned about you?" She gave a dismissive snort, turning to watch the chaotic stream of scooters and high-end sedans on the road. What's that supposed to mean? It means we're walking into the domain of a billionaire who likely has the resources, and the nervetto he caught himself, glancing at the driver and leaving the threat hanging. "I'm just exhausted," Adara insisted. "What? Do I look terrible after circling the globe over the last week?" "Not at all," Midas said, his tone utterly sincere. "It's just that normally by now you'd be feeding me trivia about the local scene. Hyderabad was the base for the world's wealthiest man not long ago. They call it the City of Pearl. Both the Hope Diamond and the Koh-i-Noor in the British Crown came from mines near here. Google and Microsoft have massive campuses here, along with half the pharma industry." She straightened up slightly. "Is any of that true?" "Every word," Midas confirmed. "And you usually have the top-rated ice cream shops mapped out." "I'm not sure our operation can proceed without that critical intelligence." He grinned as the cab slowed to a stop. They stepped out into the cacophony of morning traffic, a block from their destination. The humid air carried a mix of strong tobacco, exhaust, and rotting garbage, barely masking the scent of spiced meat and frying oil from a nearby vendor. Adara fought back a wave of nausea, trying to block out the dense crowd on the sidewalk, people chatting, sipping tea, glued to their phones, just like any other major metropolis. "Listen," Midas said, after paying the driver and joining her on the curb. "There is a reason I'm perpetually single. I'm terrible at this. I never know if I should try to help and face your legendary temper, or just stay quiet and let you ruin my favorite boots." "I'm perfectly fine," she said, waiting for their taxi to merge back into the flow before moving with the crowd toward their target. "I am completely fine. A sudden illness, a mystery, pain, how should I know? I've never experienced anything like it before." Across the city, Herr Roth stood abruptly the moment the documents were signed, offering a sharp, slight bow that Malhotra had come to recognize as distinctly German. Surrounded by a quartet of lawyers, he turned briskly for the door, barely sparing a glance for the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows that lined the conference room. Until mere moments ago, that 15th-floor vista of the lush Kier Park had been Malhotra's own. It pricked him to see the new owner so indifferent to the view. Roth took a moment to shake Malhotra's hand, offering a casual thanks for doing business before slipping out the polished teak door, as though had just bought a soda, not a company worth billions. Billionaires really are strange birds, Malhotra mused, savoring the thought. Kashfi remained seated one chair over, speaking softly to one of the 3 attorneys on Malhotra Med's payroll. They were all young men, far younger than Roth's team of silver-haired or bald lawyers, but sharp, loyal, and they'd crafted a bulletproof agreement. Better still, Kashfi had helped them strip out the cooling-off clause that very morning. Once signed and notarized, the deal was sealed. Done. Roth, unpredictable as he was, couldn't back out now. The air in the room seemed fresher, lighter. With a wave of genuine appreciation, Malhotra thanked everyone for their hard work. Kashfi collected the contracts into a large leather portfolio and hugged it to her chest. "Should I file these, or did you want to take them and show your best friend?" The youngest attorney, a graduate of the elite National Law School in Bengaluru, tipped his head and coughed a sound suspiciously close to his stifled laugh. Kashfi blinked her wide brown eyes, all innocence, then added, "You'll just leave them on your desk." "Yes," Malhotra said. "My desk." He trailed her to his office like an eager pup, still trying to piece together the odd vibe hanging in the air. The floor seemed to tilt slightly under his feet. Something wasn't right. He shook it off, attributing the dizziness to the sheer emotional whiplash of becoming more than 10 billion las richer with one signature. Chili tried Rende Totem's phone twice and got only voicemail. Detective Ian Lewis with the Abilene P had interviewed Royce Vatter's hostage. He was 1 academy class ahead of Chili, so they'd basically come up through patrol together. Chili called him on the drive out toward Buffalo Gap to see if the woman had ever provided a clearer statement. "She did," Lewis said, choosing his words carefully, "but I can't hand anything over. She's a witness in your officer-involved shooting. And anyway, aren't you on admin leave?"
Moss cleared me. Chili replied. "Mall cameras caught the whole thing." "They did," Lewis acknowledged. "Listen," Chili pressed, "in not asking about the shooting.
I just need to know what Vedder was ranting about before everything went down. You know," Lewis said, "his usual end-of-days apocalypse nonsense, and something about a spy mission or a militia." The witness couldn't tell which. "Spivey militia," Chili muttered, partly to himself.
"Yeah," Lewis agreed. "Could have been that. I need to call dispatch, see if they can run an emergency locate on a phone." "Him at the station now," Lewis said. "Better if I ask, since this sounds like it's tied to a homicide investigation." "He'll call you right back." Chili was just passing the Walgreens on Buffalo Gap Road when his phone buzzed. "No luck with the phone," Lewis reported. "It's not pinging off any tower." Chili slowed about a quarter-mile from the old Spivey property. It was dark, but he'd expected to spot Renz's truck along the roadside. The guy's shed picked up Bert. Wasn't it had mentioned cameras near the gate, so Chili decided to do a quick recon pass to check. Sure enough, he caught sight of 2 cameras in his periphery as he drove by. His headlights flashed over faint tire tracks in the dirt, though he was moving too fast to make out any detail. It took him 10 minutes to loop the long block, going half a mile farther before taking a series of lefts that eventually brought him back toward the Spivey place without passing in front of those gate cameras again. This time he killed his headlights a quarter-mile out. He pulled over well, short of the gate, out of the camera's line of sight, and stepped out to look around on foot. Dusk had settled deeply now that time of evening when, as a kid, his parents would have called him inside for the night. The light had felt manageable outside, but stepping into the house and glancing through the window, the world had plunged into darkness. To the south a pair of headlights pierced the gloom, and a brief call verified it was the Taylor County deputy arriving. Chili provided a rapid summary of the circumstances, pointed out the surveillance cameras, and requested the deputy hold position a quarter-mile back for a preliminary scout. He pulled on a chest rig loaded with ceramic rifle plates and retrieved his M4 carbine from the locked mounting his back seat. This whole affair was escalating from strange to downright surreal. In his experience, a pistol was a tool to fight your way to a proper rifle, and he aimed to skip that step entirely. Slinging the carbine, he cupped his hand around the beam of his compact streamlight to prevent any telltale glare from hitting the cameras, sweeping the light low across the road's crushed limestone surface. He recalled that Renee Tatum drove a heavy-duty dually pickup, a detail he'd noted in the Rock-In Rollers parking lot during their first meeting. Just as had guessed, the distinct tracks of dual wheels veered off the road, continued up a gravel path, and led directly to the Spivey gate, which was fastened shut with a hefty padlock. He was poised to move forward when his light caught a series of impressions in the dust, right where the driver's door of a parked truck would align. And there it was, the exact same boot print he'd seen stamped in blood at the Vatters murder scene, and again near Zip's body in the mall parking lot. Talk about a calling card. Chili took a moment to snap a photo of the print, keeping a wary eye on the gate before jogging back to his SUV. He opened the tailgate and keyed the code into the secure drawer housing his precision rifle and optic. The Accuracy International 308, fitted with a suppressed armament systems arbiter suppressor and a Night Force scope, represented an investment pushing $8,000, not the sort of gear you casually leave lying around. A creature of habit from years of rapid deployments, Chili kept all his sniper essentials consolidated in one pack, expanding to 2 during winter. He'd been on his way to meet his father for a late dinner when Wren's call came in, leaving him dressed in Wranglers and a snap-button Western shirt. The clothes were fine, but his Tony Lama boots were far from ideal for a stealthy hike through brush laden with a rifle and pack. He shucked them off and, not keen on being caught barefoot by an unexpected vehicle, swiftly laced up a pair of Salomon GS trail runners with their convenient speedlace system. Much more practical. Securing his earpiece, he dialed Sergeant Johnson while giving his gear a final once-over. The inventory was thorough but streamlined. Radio, personal medical kit, his .308 rifle and optic in a drag bag, body armor, 3 10-round magazines for the rifle, one loaded with barrier-penetrating rounds, 4 17-round mags for his Glock, a compact Broco Jimmy pry bar, plastic restraints, 2 flashlights, a night vision monocular, a Leatherman multi-tool, water, and a couple of granola bars for fuel. It sounded like a lot, but most items were distributed on his belt or low-profile chest rig, ensuring he could still drop into a stable-prone position. A folding zero-tolerance knife rested in his pocket. He fought the temptation to add flashbangs and other nice-to-haves. The goal was to move light but not be caught unprepared in the field. Instead of a full ghillie suit, he grabbed a camouflage mesh sniper veil and a smaller ghillie hood, essentially an old dude top head personally tailored with irregular strips of jute. Before shutting the tailgate, he snatched one last item from his pack, a compact thermal blanket, and tucked it into the only remaining pouch on his vest. Sergeant Johnson answered on the 4th ring with his characteristic, "Talk to me." Chili relayed the details in a clipped burst. His location, the tire tracks, the cameras on the gate, and the critical boot print. Lieutenant Moss was supposed to run the other prints through. Solmott, Chili added. Everything got chaotic, and I never heard if they got a match. They got a hit, Johnson confirmed. The print matches an Altberg Aqua boot. It's a British brand. From England? Yep, Johnson said. I've got the team activated. We'll be wheels up and en route to your position in 20 minutes. Barth and Fujinoto were rolling the Bearcat out of the compound. Copy that, Chili responded, adding a quick reminder about the gate cameras. Have them hold back about 100 yards. The ranch house isn't visible from the road, but any lights might give us away. Any sign of the sheriff's deputy? He's staged a quarter-mile south, Chili said. With your permission, I'm going to move in closer for a visual on the house. He didn't wait for a reply. Renee Tatum is in there, Sarge. Her phone's dead, and the man who moved her truck is connected to a double homicide and the mall shootings. If this isn't a hostage scenario, I don't know what is. I hear you, Sergeant Johnson said, but tread lightly. Our typical hostage rescue is loud and decisive. This is more like executing a high-risk warrant. Stealth is key. They don't know we're here, so get close. But don't give us away. Wait for the team. Understood, Chili said. I'll report when I'm in position. Good, Johnson replied. And remember those Altberg boot prints you found. That individual sounds like a professional. Chili slipped through the barbed wire fence, hefted his rifle and drag bag, and began a steady jog toward the old Spivey property. He moved swiftly at first, using his night vision monocular to navigate past clusters of prickly pear and under the low, thorny branches of mesquite trees. The open hills allowed for speed, but his mind raced faster. If these were the professionals he suspected, cameras at the gate would be just the beginning. A sudden dry wind kicked up dust around his boots, a stark reminder of the exposed terrain. For a moment his focus shifted from tactical advancement to the absurdity of it all. Here he was, creeping through the Texas brush in the middle of the night, about to confront a situation that felt less like police work and more like the climax of a bad action movie. The seriousness of the mission was undeniable, but the sheer theatricality of the looming confrontation struck him as almost laughable. Meanwhile, Kashfi placed the folio on Malhotra's desk and took a graceful step back, her expression unreadable. "We haven't discussed your plans," she said softly. "I haven't considered them in detail," Malhotra admitted, flipping through the pages until he found Herr Roth's signature, the mark that had supposedly secured his fortune. "I suppose I can do anything I want now." "How fulfilling that must be," she replied, her tone hovering between admiration and mockery. He couldn't decipher her intent. "Sir," she continued, with a hint of deference. With the cooling-off period now omitted from the contract, Malhotra bolted upright, then sank back into his chair, pulling it closer to the desk to scrutinize the document. "This can't be right.
It states 1.1 billion, he frantically thumbed through the pages. The payments shouldn't be segmented like this. She moved nearer, resting one hand on the desk and the other on his shoulder, her leg pressing against his. Her manicured nail tapped the line indicating the purchase price for Malhotra Med. The figures are accurate, but this is a fraction, barely a tenth of the agreed amount. A wave of panic swelled in Malhotra's gut, tightening his chest. He shuffled through the paperwork, desperate for an explanation, his voice strained and thin. This is impossible. Dozens of people reviewed this. It was vetted thoroughly. I checked it myself. So did I, Kashfi said. He looked up to see her smiling down at him, a gloating, victorious smile. He gasped. You altered the documents. But that's inconceivable. He slammed his hand on the table. This won't hold. You're working for Roth. It's despicable. He's old enough to be your grandfather. My attorneys will handle this. I'm not concerned, OHM, she sighed, a note of pity in her voice. You poor, blind fool. I'm certain your tiger friend anticipated this. Frankly, I'm surprised the beast didn't warn you about the betrayal. You see, your attorneys are, in fact, Herr Roth's attorney. They and I will remain with the company long after you and your stuffed animal have departed. He struck the contract with his fist. No court will ever. A sudden hard pressure against his ribs made him glance down. Kashfi was holding a Howdah pistol, its barrel pressed firmly into his side. The hammer clicked back, her polished fingernail resting against the trigger. The warmth and softness Shed possessed just moments before had vanished, replaced by a chilling rigidity. No court will ever know, she hissed, leaning in until her breath scorched his ear. The heavy pistol dug into his ribs with a brutal pressure. And your private security detail, they answer to Mr. Roth now. He sends his gratitude for covering their considerable fees. Harjit Malhotra's gaze remained fixed on Kashfi, while his hand crept across the desk, finding the familiar grip of his Qatar dagger. Downstairs, the elevator pinged softly as its doors parted on the 15th floor. Midas and Adara emerged into a silent, empty lobby. The placard behind the vacant reception desk confirmed it. Malhotra Med Pharmaceuticals. They were in the right building. Adara pushed her personal troubles aside, locking into mission focus. Midas, to his credit, had let the subject drop. Place seems empty, Midas whispered. I smell perfume, Adara countered quietly, and aftersalve. People were here recently. Another one of your legendary talents, Midas murmured. Let's take a look. A thunderous crash echoed from the hallway, followed by furious shouts and a sharp cut-off cry. Both operators froze, exchanging a glance before peering down the corridor. Another scream followed, this one deeper, possibly male, though panic made it hard to tell. Unarmed, they advanced with swift caution, tracking the sounds of struggle until they reached a tall, ornate wooden door. It clearly led to a corner office, undoubtedly belonging to the company's owner. The secretary's station outside was deserted, save for a small duffel bag slung over the swivel chair. Midas hefted a bronze statue of a dancer as an improvised club. Adara placed her hand on the door, ready to yank it open. From inside, a woman's voice rose in a stream of furious curses. Midas gave a tight nod, and they rolled into the room. Adara had trained herself never to anticipate a scene, but what she saw still surprised her. An Indian woman was grappling violently with a bleeding Harjit Malhotra against a massive mounted Bengal tiger just inside the doorway. It took Adara an instant to recognize the object of their struggle, and not a shotgun, but a massive, antique-looking pistol. Startled by the intrusion, the woman recoiled, allowing Malhotra to wrench the weapon away as she bolted for the exit. "I've got him!" Midas shouted, diving for the gun. As the woman rushed past, Adara snagged a fistful of her hair and jerked her sideways. The woman stumbled, swearing viciously, her arms flailing for balance. A blade whistled past Adara's cheek. Damn it, a gun and a knife! The woman slashed again with the dagger. Adara sidestepped, pivoting, the blade missing her already bandaged forearm, a souvenir from Japan B. Inches. Her attacker charged once more, hacking wildly. Adara snatched up the nearest object,
a heavy, leather-bound book on a display stand near the door, about the size of an old encyclopedia. She slammed it shut, gripping it with both hands, and used it to parry the next slash, then swung it hard into the woman's temple as she lunged. It was a glancing hit, hardly fight-ending, but it created an opening. Adara surged forward, pinning the knife point against the book's thick cover and driving the woman backward right into Midas, who pistol-whipped her across the back of the skull with the heavy firearm. The dagger clattered to the floor. Staggering, the woman clutched at the stuffed tiger before collapsing in a defeated heap on the carpet. Adara kicked the blade away, then shoved the woman onto her stomach. She wasn't about to let any more surprise weapons appear. The woman groaned, her hands pressed to the back of her skull. Adara looked over at Midas. He still held the pistol, its barrel now trained steadily on the woman. "He'll handle her," he said. "You check on him. Looks like a high-caliber round to the chest. It was definitely Harjat Malhotra." Adara recognized him instantly from the digital files Foley had shared, after tracing the Chinese colonel's communication. She had imagined someone more formidable, a commanding presence. The reality was a slight, unremarkable man now, drowning in his own blood, his head tilted back, a crimson smear across his lips. His plea was a wet, ragged whisper. Hospital Dr. Adara pulled up his shirt to evaluate the injury. The entry wound was nearly an inch wide, the surrounding skin stippled with gunpowder from a point-blank discharge. Dark blood and tissue seeped from a ragged cavity, revealing catastrophic internal damage. The heavy round had grazed the lower lobe of a lung before tearing downward, devastating his abdominal organs. The explosive force of the gases alone had ruptured tissues far from the bullet's path. His chances were virtually non-existent, but she kept that grim assessment to herself. Ripping open a packet of hemostatic agent from her kit, she began to pack the wound with firm, deliberate pressure. He gazed up at her, his face contorted. "Are you a doctor?" "I'm a medic," she replied. "An ambulance is coming, but you have to help us first. I need a real doctor." She took a risk, going straight to the heart of it. "The First Lady. Where is she?" "Who are you people?" Adara leaned in, her face close to his. "Where is Cassie Ryan?" Malhotra's eyelids fluttered. He tried to wet his lips, only spreading more blood. "They took everything. I am trying to help you," Adara stated, her voice low and intense. "Tell me where the First Lady is." "I do not know," he gasped. "It is the truth." With a painful effort, he tried to raise himself, a trembling hand gesturing weakly toward the young woman. "She might know." Midas placed her hand on Adara's shoulder, bending close to murmur that Ems was en route. Their priority was to extract any intelligence before these two slipped away. "Who took her?" Adara pressed, using the precious minutes before the medics arrived. "Gil," he choked out. "Senor Gil the Camarilla." A pained, bitter laugh escaped him. "Reinhardt Roth, he is behind this. He took your president's wife." Adara inserted more gauze, applying sharp pressure against a broken rib to focus his fading attention. "Where is she being held?" I swear I do not know," he hissed through gritted teeth. "That is the truth, but not far. Not far from where. Please," he whispered, a final desperate plea. "I need a doctor. I can't help you if you don't tell me the truth." His body gave one last shudder and then went still. Her fingers found no pulse in his neck. "We're leaving," Midas barked. Adara turned to see him rising from beside the girl, whose hands were now secured behind her back with a piece of wiring. "But we can't just I got what we need," Midas said, nodding toward the door. He moved closer, his voice a hushed urgency. "She's small time, but she gave up what little she had. The FBI legacy can deal with her. We need to vanish before local police box us in. Take his laptop and phone. He'll get hers." "What did you learn?" Adara asked as they bolted for the stairwell. The paramedics would be coming up the elevator. They had scouted the building's exit routes upon arrival. The connection, Midas said, already taking the stairs, 2 at a time. They were a full flight down before the door above slammed shut. Seems the Camarilla operatives paid Malhotra a visit with their leader. Gil, Adara said, their bootsteps echoing sharply off the concrete walls. That's the one, Midas confirmed. She caught a fragment of conversation from one of the men she was convinced later abducted. Dr. Ryan mentioning a location he referred to as the Gap, or something similar. And she volunteered that information to you? I suggested I might let you take a shot at her. Seriously? Midas glanced away as they turned the landing and descended another staircase. Absolutely. Seems you've got a certain intimidating aura, the Gap, Adara echoed, unimpressed. That's pretty vague. It's a starting point, Midas countered. We'll see, Adara replied. Too bad we couldn't interview that moth-eaten tiger statue, Midas mused. I'd wager that crusty old relic has seen a thing or two your password. Debs snarled, his face inches from the blonde girl they'd caught lurking near the front gate. Her outdated phone lacked facial recognition. It did have a fingerprint scanner, but her hands were so raw and cracked from outdoor labor that it failed to read. He needed the numeric code. They'd bound her wrists with duct tape and secured her to a tall kitchen chair, positioned in the center of the living room. Rook had removed her outer clothes, claiming a weapons search. Debs knew it was just the man's lechery, but stripping a subject was interrogation 101 that amplified vulnerability and frayed nerves, which suited their purposes. Now, encircled by hardened men who hadn't seen a woman in months, her chin trembled uncontrollably. Her knee jittered like a piston. She was terrified, yet stubborn, a combination that would only worsen her ordeal. The password, he repeated. I can't remember, she stammered, pressing her lips together to stop her teeth from chattering. It was futile. Craig Taylor stepped forward and struck her hard across the temple, toppling the chair. Lying on her side, helpless, she spat blood and glared up at him, blinking. If anything, the violence had only steeled her defiance. Debs and Sulis righted the chair. Solis leaned in, blatantly inhaling the scent of her hair, then threw his head back and let out a chilling howl at the ceiling. A cold shiver ran down Deb's spine, and he wasn't the one half naked and tied up. He sighed in frustration. I can't help you if you don't help me. Slumped at the table, Bert hung his head like a chastised child. He looked up, arms still folded. I don't think you should hit her, Craig. This isn't her fault. Taylor's face flushed, of violent red tendons in his neck, cording veins throbbing as if he might explode. Get out of my sight, mate, he roared. Go. To your room now. He'll deal with you later. Bert shot a pleading look at Debs, who gave a slight weary nod. The older man pushed himself up and shuffled toward his bedroom, dismissively waving a hand at the others as he passed, as though their very presence revolted him. His becoming a liability, Debs thought, a surge of white-hot anger tightening his chest. Something will have to be done, soon. Debs reached for the woman's hand, attempting to pry her little finger from the chair arm. No, she growled, the sound feral, baring her teeth. Taylor seized a fistful of her hair, yanking her head back and briefly diverting her attention. In that instant, Debs bent her pinky backward until it gave way with a sickening pop, dislocated at the knuckle. This time, she screamed. You bastard, she wheezed, hyperventilating, saliva bubbling at her lips as she fought the wave of pain. She stared, wide-eyed at the finger, now jutting at a grotesque right angle from her hand. The password to your phone, Debs said, his voice flat. Her voice was that of a cornered, wounded animal and dangerous. Her blue eyes locked onto his, blazing with icy hatred. I told you I can't remember, Debs exhaled. This was taking too long, and time was a luxury they didn't have. Bert mentioned you made a call, he pressed, his tone shifting to one of mock concern. Who were you trying to reach out here in the middle of nowhere? A friend? Family? Or were you just checking the weather before your little reconnaissance mission? The sarcasm was a new tactic, a calculated shift from brute force to psychological needling, hoping to find a crack in her hardened resolve. Who was that? She demanded, leaning into her twisted finger like a bird protecting a hurt wing, tilting her head back to glare at him.
You known this. I've never hurt you. Debs crouched down, his eyes searching her face. I know you from somewhere, don't I? She shook her head fiercely. I'd never forget a face like yours. No, he insisted, a hazy recollection pushing to the surface. I've seen you. Hold on. What's your name? Renee, she whispered.
Renee Tatum. A slow smile spread across Leo Debs's face as the memory clicked into place, then vanished just as fast when the full meaning hit him. Was your mother Margaret Vetter? The girl erupted into wrenching sobs, thrashing against the tape on her wrists, throwing herself against the chair until it toppled sideways.
Debs drew a long breath, calculating his next move. This girl knew exactly who he was. She'd somehow discovered he killed her mother, which meant that phone call had almost certainly been to the police. Gentlemen, he said, his voice tight with the effort to stay calm, we're done here. No further explanation was needed. Every man in the room understood. They had to eliminate both women and vanish now. In the frantic hours after Kathy Ryan was taken, analysts from the FBI and the U.S. Secret Service flooded the multi-agency task force with thousands of potential leads. Tips poured in from social media, news outlets, and call centers well over 9,000. Some came from concerned citizens who genuinely saw something suspicious. Most, however, were from cranks and conspiracy theorists. The FBI suspected a number were even planted by foreign actors, deliberately muddying the waters for investigators.
Advanced algorithms sifted through years of Secret Service threat trials, cross-referencing names, photos, locations, and grievances with any recent tip or connection to the San Antonio region. They scanned hundreds of rambling manifestos mailed to politicians or filed in courthouses nationwide. Many typed, but a startling number handwritten in painstaking microscopic block letters that required a magnifier to read. Each had been reviewed before, but that was before someone had actually acted. One wary agent compared the process to wading through the comment section of a political article. The sheer volume of vitriol and insanity was overwhelming. Given the highly technical nature of the kidnapping, anyone with a military or law enforcement background was immediately flagged. Intelligence agencies dug through old dossiers and questioned informants, looking for any hint of foreign involvement. Yet every seasoned agent knew the quiet ones, the ones who never made a peep, were often the most dangerous. Under Mary Pat Foley's direction, Dr. Marcy Troxell, the First Lady's primary White House physician, found Dom Chavez and Callahan at a cluster of secure computers on the fringe of the San Antonio command post. Her mousy brown hair was a mess, her eyes wide and frantic she looked moments from collapse. They all stood quickly and offered her a seat. She had been among the last of the First Lady's staff to see her. Her face was flushed, likely burned from the explosion, and she still wore the same torn gray suit, its knees, blood-stained, one shoulder of the jacket ripped clean away. Most telling were the cuffs of her white blouse, soaked to the wrists with the blood of the wounded. She'd tried to help, while desperately searching for Kathy Ryan. Troxell had little new information, but she did confirm one critical detail. The First Lady was on her feet and walking under her own power when the unidentified man seized her and forced her into the water. She was barely 100 feet away when the biggest explosion ripped through the air, clearing the river walk of everyone within a 60-foot radius. Troxell was thrown backward by the shock wave, but scrambled up in time to spot the same man who shoved the First Lady into the water, now helping her up the steps to street level. She had on a wig, Troxell murmured, her voice strained. But I know, Dr. Ryan. I'd recognize her stride anywhere. She trailed off, shaking her head, her gaze distant and hollow. Ding's phone vibrated. Midas and Adara were calling. He put them on speaker. We're handing their devices over to the agency liaison here, Midas reported. With any luck, they'll pull something useful. Hey, does the term GAP ring a bell? Malhotra's assistant overheard one of the Camarilla men use it when talking about where they were setting up. Gap Caruso glanced at Callahan. You're the Texas expert. Does that sound like a location to you? The Gap, she replied. Like the clothing store?
Probably not, Midas said. Could be, but that'd be a nightmare. There are hundreds of those. You know, Callahan mused, narrowing her eyes. Texas is full of gap names. Any valley between hills that pioneers could squeeze a wagon through got called a gap. Indian Gap, Buffalo Gap, Cranfield's Gap. Dr. Trozel's head jerked up. I read something about Buffalo Gap on the flight here. She pressed the heels of her hands against her temples, then patted her jacket pockets. I can't recall the details, and my phone's gone. Caruso was already typing Buffalo Gap into the rugged laptop on the table in front of him. He skimmed the search results, reading aloud. A small rural community south of Abilene, established in That's It. Troxel cut in. Abilene. They just had that major mall shooting there. Multiple fatalities, including the shooters. It was in the Secret Service briefing. Happened a couple 100 miles out, but close enough that the advance team flagged it. Right, Callahan nodded. A botched armored car heist. The FBI sent a team. There you have it. Caruso slammed his fist on the table. Kidnappings don't occur in isolation. We need to get Hart rolling toward Abilene immediately. Kelsey Callahan stood. He'll relay what we've got. Do it, Chavez said, his cell already at his ear. He'll update the heel. Shall ensure Director Wilson tells the SRT commander this intel is solid. Good, Caruso said. He'll reach out to Abilene PD, dig deeper and see what else they've got. With this many hostile players in their area, they're bound to have some lead. He pulled out his phone, then had a sudden thought and called after Callahan, who was already striding across the wide conference floor toward the command stations. She stopped and turned, slightly annoyed at the interruption. We need to get to Abilene too, he said. It's what? A 3-hour drive. Closer to 4, she replied. If we plan on getting there in one piece. Any chance you can wrangle us a Dease helicopter? I can try, she said. A faint, ironic smile touched her lips. Seems I recall your ex-husband is a Texas Ranger. Bet he could arrange it. Yeah, she sighed, rolling her eyes. That he is, he'll make it happen. 15 minutes after the order came through, operators from the FBI's hostage rescue team already geared up and ready lifted off from Lackland Air Force Base in 2 Bureau Black Hawk helicopters, bound for Abilene. Though they didn't have an exact address, Director Wilson assured them more specifics would follow. Concealed in a shaggy ghillie suit, the dark mesh of his veil draped over his rifle and upper body, Chili Edwards lay prone in the grass behind a cluster of prickly pear. The scent of dry earth and sun-baked grass drifted over the rocky terrain as the temperature fell with the setting sun. A sudden sharp memory flashed his grandfather's voice, years ago on a hunt not far from here, saying, "Patience isn't waiting." Its watching the old man's words felt eerily relevant now, a quiet anchor in the gathering dark. Chili detected another scent mingling with the night air, the heavy, sweet stench of rotting trash. Perhaps a dead animal or something far worse. He had a reasonably clear line of sight to the rear of the property. About 50 feet from the southeast corner stood a small weathered tool shed. Between it and the house was a brick barbecue pit, circled by a few battered lawn chairs that looked like they hadn't been used in a decade. 4 windows lined the back of the house. 2 were large enough to potentially offer a glimpse inside. One, positioned above what he guessed was the kitchen, was partially blocked by a hanging bug zapper. He could make out movement inside people, but the overhang of a covered patio cut off the top portion of his view. He counted 3 distinct sets of legs, all likely male, though it was tough to be certain peering through his spotting scope's narrow lens. He'd wanted to move closer, but figured a killer paranoid enough for a gated camera would likely have the perimeter wired, too. Given that the old Spivey Ranch sprawled across most of a square-mile section, any cameras would probably be wired. He remembered a guy on the SWAT team tinkering with TCM gear, arguing that since every meth cook and dealer seemed to have a surveillance setup these days, a simple Wi-Fi and cellular signal detector should be standard issue. The department hadn't approved the purchase, but the gadgets were cheap enough that many officers, Chili included, bought their own. His scanner wasn't fancy enough to pinpoint individual cameras, but it let him skirt the strongest signal cluster. He belly-crawled to a position roughly 160 yards from the ranch house before hitting a wall of electronic static that screamed stop. His role was to observe, relay intelligence, and if forced by a hostile act, take a life to save another. The last thing he needed was to blunder in, trigger an alarm, and kick off a violent chain reaction, because he got impatient. It's funny, the things you swear you'll never use. Head loathed trigonometry in high school, dismissing it as utterly useless for any future he could imagine. Now here he was, lying in the dirt, mentally multiplying distances by cosines to account for bullet drop on a sloping shot. Military snipers had studied sometimes had to factor in the spin of the Earth for extreme long-range shots, but Chili's world was measured in much tighter, more immediate math. Even at a close 160 yards, precision was a weaponized equation. His rifle was zeroed for 100 yards. Hunters might talk about a minute of deer good enough to hit a vital zone. But when your crosshairs might be sharing the view with an innocent hostage, you think in terms of minutes of angle MOA, 1 inch of variance at 100 yards. A 1 MOA rifle could keep its shots inside a 1-inch circle at that distance, a 2-inch circle at 200, and so on. To maintain that razor's edge, shooters kept detailed logs called Dupida on previous engagements, charting exactly where their rounds landed at various ranges. This data told them how to tweak their scopes. Chili's night force allowed adjustments in quarter MOA clicks. His dope called for a 3/4 MOA correction at 150 yards, and 1.5 MOA at 200. On level ground, he'd have simply split the difference. But his current nest looked down at about a 30-degree angle, so he had to run the numbers, using the adjusted horizontal distance, not the straight-line range. So much for never using trigonometry. The distance was 138 yards. It was a small correction, the kind that shifts a shot from the forehead to right between the eyes, still well inside the head box. A .308 round would travel that space in under a quarter of a second, but it wasn't magic. In that sliver of time, a person could shift, a sudden wind could gust, or a hostage could stumble. An entire world of trouble could unfold in a single breath. Keeping his eye pressed to the scope, Chili shifted his weight just enough to widen his view of the house's rear. Movement caught his eye, and he saw Renair at least part of herded to a chair. She was alive, but she'd been worked over. He drew a slow breath, ready to key his radio when a door at the far corner of the house swung inward. An older man with gray hair peered out, the scar covering half his face stark in the window lights. He scanned the yard, then gestured behind him. A blonde woman emerged, crouching low and gripping the back of his belt. Chili fine-tuned his scope's focus, took another steadying breath, and pressed the push to talk, praying the encryption held. "Johnson, Chili. Go for Johnson." "Sarge," Chili said, forcing calm into his voice. "I have visual on the First Lady. Thanks to a connection from Kelsey Callahan's ex-husband, Caruso and his team caught a ride on a Baypause helicopter to Abilene. Caruso was on the line with the Abilene PD assistant chief when the update came in from their SWAT element. He relayed it to Chavez, who was already briefing Mary Pat, just as the local SWAT was informing the inbound's Hart operators. The consensus from the acting president on down was clear. Local SWAT was competent, but Hart was under 20 minutes out. The play was to hold position and let the specialists handle the entry. "Copy that," Chili Edwards said, his voice a low vibration against the rifle stock. "I am holding steady." The perimeter was set, with operators on both flanks, while Chili maintained overwatch on the back. The armored Bearcat was parked just out of sight beyond the front gate. This Harti commander had been explicit. Abi was to maintain containment and initiate nothing. The First Lady and her companion had paused behind a brick barbecue, seemingly in a hushed discussion. Chili watched through his glass, mentally urging them to stay put. If they moved, the cameras would likely pick them up. Let Hart land, deal with the hostiles inside, and hopefully extract Renee. At least Mrs. Ryan would be secure. Then the porch lights blazed on. A stocky man burst out of the kitchen door, shouting something unintelligible. His hand was hidden behind his leg, but Chili caught the glint of a pistol grip. Almost simultaneously, the door at the opposite end of the house as the one the First Lady had used opened, and a taller, younger man stuck his head out. Chili tagged them as Thick and Tin. Thin was carrying a rifle, instantly elevating him to the greater threat. Chili operated on the principle of hostile intent and presentability. Both men were armed. Both were shouting and scanning the yard erratically. They were actively hunting. The moment he squeezed the trigger, he'd ignite a chain reaction that could very well get a hostage killed. He had no idea how many more were inside, ready to execute Renee or pour out with heavy fire. Law enforcement snipers weren't supposed to start the fight. Their job was to save lives, often by outweighting the threat. Taking an active shot changed everything. It was an invitation for instant, violent retaliation. Thin's head suddenly jerked up, his attention snapping toward the brick barbecue. He'd heard something. He raised the weapon, but Chili fired first, the bullet striking the man's ear before he could move. With mechanical precision, Chili cycled the bolt, ejecting the spent casing and loading a fresh round. He shifted his aim to Thick, anticipating a flinch, and settled his sight for a fraction of a second before squeezing the trigger. The shot hit its mark, tearing through the lower jaw. Another figure, a man with dark, slicked-back hair, peered out from the kitchen doorway, pistol in hand, only to meet a third round from Chili's rifle, which sent him collapsing backward into the house. The lights inside went dark, leaving only the unsettling hum of the bug zapper. "We are compromised," Chili stated flatly, his first words since the shooting began. The familiar, rhythmic thump of approaching Black Hawks grew louder, their running lights off. Chili quickly radioed in the positions of the downed targets, the First Lady's location, and reminded the team about Renee inside. He finished by confirming his own position, hoping to avoid being mistaken for a threat by a jumpy door gunner. A gruff, unfamiliar voice crackled over his earpiece, sounding distinctly unimpressed. "We have you, upon Sierra. Stand down, you've done plenty already." Whether it was a rebuke or not didn't matter to Chili. He kept his eyes on the doors, maintaining overwatch for the First Lady in case any more shooters emerged. None did. Hard operators fast-roped from the two helicopters, swiftly overwhelming the remaining Camarilla fighters with brutal efficiency. Chili's initial shots had stripped away any element of surprise. The assault team eliminated 6 and captured 3 wounded prisoners who had tried to fight to the last. Showing quick thinking, Renee Tatum had tipped her chair over to get out of the line of fire. She survived with a gunshot wound to the hip and fractures to her wrist and jaw. A dedicated 6-person team moved directly from one helicopter to secure the First Lady, forcibly subduing Bert Pennington before wrapping her in a protective blanket and escorting her to the aircraft, which had now landed in a field roughly 50 yards away. Almost poetically. By the time that helicopter lifted off, President Jack Ryan had already transmitted a pre-written letter to congressional leadership, formally resuming the duties of his office. Gary Montgomery and Maureen Richardson accompanied him and his family on Marine One to Andrews, where they transferred to Air Force One for the flight to San Antonio. Meanwhile, the investigation gained crucial momentum from Kashfi Shada, Malhotra's secretary, whose meticulously kept laptop notes provided a damning trail. Faced with her own records, she quickly implicated Herr Reinhard Roth. It became clear Malhotra had been largely a financier, a puppet, while Roth was the true puppet master. The kidnapping concept was Malhotra's, but it was Roth who provided the connection to Senior Gill and the Camarilla. 3 days after Kathy Ryan's rescue, German federal police arrested Reinhard Roth. His vast wealth and legal team secured his release on bail as he promised a fierce defense. Ironically, his greatest threat wasn't the court but the very killers he had hired who could not risk him talking. 2 days after his release, he met a sudden end, falling from the balcony of his luxurious penthouse in Bogenhausen. Among the deceased at the Buffalo Gap property were 9 former soldiers from various global military. Identifications included an Australian national, Craig Taylor, a former French Foreign Legionnaire and a British citizen, Leo Darby Debs, formerly of the London Metropolitan Police. In a final puzzling twist, Spanish military records contained no information on a special operator named Gill, contradicting the Secretary's notes entirely. Despite the vast resources of Liberty Crossing and the 17 agencies under Mary Pat Foley's command, the man remained a ghost. A meticulous review of security footage from Malhotra Med Tharma showed Craig Taylor, Leo Debs, and the Japanese soldier Wada, but their companion was perpetually just beyond the camera's edge. For now, Foley's team continued to label him as Senor Gill, his profile a simple black silhouette. Foley typically avoided direct meetings with campus personnel, but she made an exception for a small gathering at the upstairs office of Hendley Associate. To her security detail, it appeared she was merely visiting the president's son to celebrate the First Lady's safe return. She seized a private moment with Adara Sherman, the promising operative clerk. Praised so highly. "How are you holding up?" Foley asked, standing in a corner of the conference room with a glass of sparkling water in her hand. "I'm fine, Madam Director," Sherman replied. "Thank you for asking." Foley nodded, weighing the response. "I understand it was quite an ordeal," she ventured. Sherman looked at her with a quizzical expression. "You've probably heard that I was." She hesitated, glancing toward Don Caruso, who watched from across the room. "You were what?" "You're the Director of National Intelligence, ma'am," Sherman said. "Given my line of work, it's not hard to believe you'd know I might have been pregnant." Foley gave a knowing nod. "None of my business." "Well, I'm not," Sherman clarified. "I mean, I thought I was, but now I'm not." She sighed, the professional facade cracking for a moment. "The truth is, I was terrified at first, scared to tell Dom, horrified at the thought of telling Clark. Then, when it ended, I was just devastated." She met Foley's gaze directly. "You've read the report. Do you think it could have been the physical strain from Japan or India?" "Possibly," Foley said, "but probably not. Women have been having babies under all sorts of circumstances forever. Ed and I raised 2 boys while we were working behind the Iron Curtain." She started to say more, but instead placed a hand on Adara's arm. "Listen, you're performing brilliantly here by all accounts, but you're swimming in a sea of testosterone. You and I should compare notes sometime, have dinner woman to woman, spy to spy." Meanwhile, in the Oval Office, President Jack Ryan observed his visitor from behind the Resolute desk. "I suppose you've discovered the office's secret," Ryan said. Mark DeHart turned from the windows overlooking the rose garden. "How is that, Mr. President? That the most powerful office on the planet still has about as much control over certain things as King Canute had over the tide. In fact, sometimes the office itself is a vulnerability." "Amen to that," DeHart said. "Do me a favor, and don't die." Ryan offered a wry smile. "That's the plan." He moved to join DeHart by the fireplace. "I can tell something's on your mind, Mark." "Mr. President," DeHart began, "if details about this campus ever become public, and Congress will immediately draw stark comparisons to this Camarilla organization." "Naturally," Ryan said. "That's what Congress does. And on the surface they'd have a point. A small, highly trained group conducting complex intelligence and tactical operations. But you don't have to look very hard to see that campus operatives possess one critical quality the Camarilla utterly lacks." DeHart gazed out the window again, still processing the magnitude of it all. "A noble purpose," he said quietly. "Exactly," Ryan affirmed. "That center of gravity Clausewitz wrote about. These men and women are extraordinary. If they fall, I fall with them. But it's a risk I'm prepared to accept." DeHart opened his mouth to respond, then paused, drawing a steadying breath as he met Ryan's gaze. "If the last few months have taught me anything, sir, it's to place my faith in your judgment. So I will. I'll keep this to myself, And if your plan fails, I'll be right there with you." He held up a finger for emphasis. "That doesn't mean I'm at ease with it. If you'd feel better with a different vice president, I completely understand. I can always announce a desire to focus on family time when the moment is right." Ryan settled back into his chair, a sense of calm finally washing over him. "You're the person I want beside me, Mr. Vice President." A low chuckle escaped him. "Besides, since when have I ever worried about what was politically convenient?" He stood up. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to pay a visit to Senator Chadwick at the hospital." "Now that is politically convenient," Dehart remarked, then added with genuine warmth, "It's also the decent thing to do." Nearly a week after the First Lady was brought home, Officer Chili Edwards was perched on his Harley, monitoring traffic on Interstate 20. Thanks to a favorable word from someone in Washington, the inquiry into the shooting had wrapped up swiftly. After a brief chat with the department psychologist, he was cleared for full duty. The Hartee commander from that night had reviewed the evidence, stated he understood the circumstances, though his frustration was palpable. He'd assured Chili the incident wouldn't affect his FBI application, but then casually mentioned that the process could be lengthy given current workload. Chili's brother told him to relax, that everything would settle in time, but Chili had already made peace with the idea of many more years alongside his friends at the Abilene Police Department. It was a good life, after all. Just then, a black Gemlay Denali shot past him, well over the speed limit. It promptly pulled onto the shoulder, the driver apparently missing the marked police motorcycle until the last moment. Chili activated his lights, despite the vehicle already being stopped, called it in, and rode the short distance to park behind it. Approaching the passenger side, he kept his hands clear, angling his body slightly as he neared the door. 2 men were inside, a compact, muscular Hispanic man driving, and an older passenger with thinning gray hair who looked like he'd been chewing on nails. Both were remarkably composed, polite, and almost overly respectful. Chili pegged them as military immediately. He issued the driver, a Mr. Chavez, a speeding citation. "Just passing through to Dines?" Chili asked. The older man shook his head. "No, sir. Actually, we're here to talk to you about a job opportunity." "I already have a job," Chili said. "Weirdos." "I understand it's unexpected," the older man said, both men keeping their hands in plain sight. "You'll receive a phone call in about a minute to verify who we are. We'll be at the Little Land Cattle Steakhouse around 6 tonight. Swab out that uniform and meet us if you're interested." "Okay," Chili replied, skepticism evident. The driver, Chavez, leaned forward with a grin. "Are we free to go? We're done here," Chili said, shaking his head slightly. Chavez put the truck in gear, then leaned forward once more. A bit afraidly advice. "You might want to be off that bike when your phone rings. The call can be a lot to take in." Chili gave a thumbs up. "All right then. Drive safely." The crazies are definitely out today, he thought, walking back to his motorcycle as the black Gremze merged into traffic. His phone vibrated in his pocket. "Officer Edwards," he answered. "Officer Stephen Edwards," a formal voice stated. "This is the White House switchboard. Please hold for the President of the United States."